silver-white long hair, a black cloth mask, and the Leaf Village forehead protector on his left. Is this Kakashi Hatake? In the darkness, a slender youth gazes at himself in the mirror, utterly astonished. What is happening? How did I become Kakashi? The boy murmurs to himself, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Moments later, a surge of memories floods his mind, and he lets out a muffled groan before collapsing. As the moon hangs high in the night sky, the boy shakes his heavy head and clumsily rises, landing heavily on the floor. Surveying the distinctly Japanese-style bedroom surrounding him, a bitter smile creeps onto his lips. Outside the window lies a scene of devastation, a grim reminder of the Nine-Tails rampage, the death of the fourth Hokage, and Obito. Rinnegan realizes he has entered the world of ninjas, becoming Kakashi Hatake, a man marked by tragedy throughout his life. He lost his father at a young age, then his best friend Obito, and ultimately took the life of another friend, Rin. Now he has also lost his mentor, Minato. Perhaps the overwhelming emotional turmoil allowed this soul from Earth to occupy Kakashi's body. Yet, Kakashi's soul did not dissipate. Instead, it melded with this newcomer, which explains the fainting episode moments ago. Kakashi runs his fingers through his silver locks, staring blankly at his reflection, letting out a deep sigh as he recalls the traveler's famous saying, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." It is now midnight, the first night after the Nine-Tails destruction, and the village of Konoha is steeped in a chilling silence. Both villagers and ninjas are utterly exhausted. Aside from necessary precautions, most have succumbed to slumber. Tomorrow marks the funeral of the deceased, including the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history, Kakashi's mentor, Minato Namikaze. Perhaps influenced by Kakashi's lingering consciousness, the boy feels an overwhelming sense of despair. Exhaling softly, he stands, moving to his bedside and collapsing onto it, his gaze clouded with confusion. Kakashi, the copy ninja with the Sharingan, had once displayed commendable strength in his early years. However, as time progressed, especially during the Fourth Great Ninja War, his role diminished significantly, reduced to mere banter with Obito while the true protagonists took the stage. His last significant contribution came from the complete Sharingan granted to him after Obito's death. Moreover, Kakashi had once faced death himself, perishing in battle against Pain's Rinnegan. Had it not been for Naruto's persuasive words that prompted Nagato to use the Outer Path's Samsara technique, Kakashi would have remained buried. Yet Kakashi is hailed as a genius, a genin at the tender age of 12, setting records in Konoha, achievements that even Itachi could not surpass. How then did he arrive at this juncture? Kakashi eventually felt a sense of being lost among the crowd. Strong but not as formidable as anticipated, that he could hold his own against opponents. Yet his chakra often fell short, earning him the moniker Kakashi 50-50. Some assert that Kakashi's growth stagnated following the fourth's demise, causing him to lag behind. The protagonist, at the time of the fourth death, Kakashi was merely 13 or 14, precisely when a ninja's strength surges. Witness Naruto and Sasuke's terrifying growth from ages 13 to 16, where their power skyrocketed, surpassing even the status of Hokage and becoming the most formidable beings in the ninja world. It is evident that Kakashi's lack of progress stemmed from the deaths of those around him, causing him to become complacent during a period ripe for advancement. By the time he sought to improve, it was far too late. Although he made some progress, it lacked the substantial leaps he once could have achieved. With this realization, Kakashi gathers his thoughts, observing his not particularly robust but undoubtedly explosive arms. He understands that the world is fraught with danger. Thus, to survive, he must exert effort. Fortunately, he does not start from scratch. Kakashi's physical prowess and ninjutsu are innately present. He merely needs to reacquaint himself with his body, granting him temporary combat capability and aptitude befitting a genin. At 14, Naruto has just been born. 12 years remain before the plot unfolds, and 17 years until the final confrontation. 17 years. Kakashi clenches his fists, contemplating 17 years a lengthy span, but I must seize the moment. Originally, Kakashi's abilities were well-rounded. His prowess in taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu was exceptional. Coupled with his sharp intellect, he was a remarkable character, attracting a legion of devoted fans. Kakashi is most renowned for his Sharingan, dubbed the Copy Ninja. Many believe Kakashi's fortunes rise and fall with the Sharingan, a notion not without merit. Indeed, the Sharingan enabled Kakashi to achieve remarkable feats, yet it also constrained his growth. Kakashi was already a prodigy had it not been for the limitations imposed by the Sharingan. He might have soared to even greater heights. Some argue that Kakashi's chakra supply is limited, frequently noting his complaints of running low on chakra. But is his chakra truly so scant? In reality, Kakashi's chakra is not lacking the rapid depletion results from the demands of the Sharingan. As a non-Uchiha, Kakashi faces significant restrictions when using the Sharingan. Firstly, he cannot deactivate it, leading to a constant drain on his chakra. Secondly, employing the Sharingan intensifies chakra consumption, and excessive use can inflict severe harm on his body. This explains why Kakashi often collapses after depleting his Sharingan. Were Kakashi free from the constraints of the Sharingan, his total chakra would rival that of the third Hokage claim, supported by official data indicating parity between their chakra levels. Thus, while Kakashi's chakra may not be abundant, it is insufficient to warrant frequent complaints of depletion. The extent of the Sharingan's restrictions on Kakashi's chakra is starkly evident. To develop his strength, Kakashi must first liberate himself from the Sharingan's limitations and enhance his chakra reserves. Gently caressing his left eye, Kakashi feels a searing heat and a malevolent power burgeoning within. He senses the Sharingan steadily consuming his chakra, albeit slowly, yet unceasingly. Lifting the mask, he reveals a ghastly scar cutting through his eyelid, his eye ablaze with a crimson hue, the black tomo spinning languidly. This is the Sharingan, the most notorious of abilities in the Hokage world, one that recognizes only the Uchiha clan, while others suffer overwhelming side effects. Kakashi, wielding one eye, finds himself utterly drained, while Danzo, with numerous implants, becomes a grotesque shadow of his former self. The more formidable the power, the greater the price paid. Truth that rings resolutely clear. With silver white hair, a black cloth mask, and a Leaf Village headband adorning his left eye, the visage before him was unmistakable. Could it be Kakashi Hatake? In the dim light of night, a slender youth stood before the mirror, his face etched with astonishment. What is happening? How have I become Kakashi? He murmured in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Moments later, an overwhelming surge of memories engulfed him, and he emitted a low groan before collapsing. As the moon reached its zenith, the boy shook his heavy head and unsteadily rose to his feet, plopping down onto the floor, surveying the distinctly Japanese-style room around him. A bittersweet smile crept across his lips. Gazing out at the chaos outside, he sighed softly. The Nine-Tails rampage, the death of the fourth Hokage, and Obito, Rin. This was the world of ninjas, and he had become Kakashi Hatake, the man whose life was steeped in tragedy. He had lost his father at a young age, then his dearest friend Obito, only to later take the life of another friend, Rin. Now, he had also lost his mentor, Minato. Perhaps it was the turmoil of emotions that allowed this soul from Earth to inhabit Kakashi's body. Yet, Kakashi's spirit did not dissipate instead. It fused with the essence of this newcomer, which explained the fainting episode moments earlier. Kakashi ran his fingers through his silver hair, staring vacantly at his reflection, and sighed deeply, recalling the famous saying of travelers, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." It was now midnight, the very first night after the Nine-Tails devastation, and the village of Konoha was cloaked in an eerie stillness. Both villagers and ninjas alike were utterly exhausted. Aside from essential precautions, most had succumbed to slumber. Tomorrow marked the funeral of the deceased, which included the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history, Kakashi's own teacher, Minato Namikaze. Perhaps influenced by Kakashi's lingering consciousness, the boy felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Exhaling slowly, he rose, made his way to his bed, and lay down, his gaze clouded with confusion. As the Leaf Village's prodigy, Kakashi was indeed formidable in his early years. However, as time passed, particularly during the Ninja World War, his contributions waned, often reduced to banter with Obito while the true protagonists took the spotlight. Ultimately, he could only assist by leveraging the full Sharingan temporarily bestowed. upon him after Obito's death. Moreover, Kakashi had once faced death himself, succumbing in a battle against Pain's Rinnegan. Had it not been for Naruto's persuasive words that convinced Nagato to use the Outer Path's rebirth technique, Kakashi would have long been interred beneath the earth. Yet, Kakashi was hailed as a genius, a genin at the tender age of 12, shattering records in Konoha that even Itachi could not match. How, then, had he fallen to this state? Kakashi felt a sense of blending in with the crowd, strong, but not as powerful as one might expect. He could hold his own against any opponent, yet often found himself lacking chakra, earning the moniker Kakashi of the Sharingan, 50-50. Some claimed that Kakashi's growth stagnated after the fourth's demise, causing him to gradually lag behind the main characters. When the fourth perished, Kakashi was merely 13 or 14, at an age when ninja prowess typically surged. Just witness Naruto and Sasuke's meteoric rise from 13 to 16, their power skyrocketing to the level of Hokage, ultimately surpassing even that. It became evident that Kakashi's lack of progress during this golden period of rapid growth, compounded by the deaths around him, resulted in his inability to catch up when he finally sought to improve. Though he made strides, they were insufficient to yield a significant leap. Having gathered his thoughts, Kakashi glanced at his arms, though not particularly muscular. They exuded latent strength. He recognized the dangers of this world, understanding that survival necessitated effort. Fortunately, he was not starting from scratch. Kakashi's physical prowess and ninjutsu were inherent. With time to acclimate to his body, he possessed the potential for combat, a skill befitting a genin. At the age of 14, Naruto had just been born, with 12 years until the story's inception and 17 years until the final confrontation. 17 years, Kakashi clenched his fists, resolving, 17 years though time is ample. I must act swiftly. Originally, Kakashi's abilities were well-rounded. His taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu were all exceptional, complemented by a keen intellect, making him a captivating figure and attracting a legion of fans. Kakashi was most renowned for his Sharingan, dubbed the Copy Ninja. Many believe that his successes and failures hinged on this eye, and there is merit to that notion. Indeed, with the Sharingan, Kakashi achieved remarkable feats, yet it also constrained his growth. Kakashi was inherently talented. Had it not been for the limitations imposed by the Sharingan, he might have reached even greater heights. Some claim that Kakashi's chakra is limited, and it is apparent throughout the narrative that he often laments his chakra reserves. But is his chakra truly so scarce? In fact, it is not. The rapid depletion stems from the Sharingan itself, a non-Uchiha. Kakashi faced significant restrictions when wielding the Sharingan. Firstly, the eye cannot be deactivated, leading to a constant drain on his chakra. Secondly, using the Sharingan accelerates chakra consumption, and excessive use can inflict substantial harm on his body. This explains why Kakashi frequently collapses after employing the Sharingan. If Kakashi were not bound by the Sharingan's constraints, his total chakra capacity would rival that of the third Hokage, a claim supported by official data indicating parity between their chakra levels. Thus, while Kakashi's chakra may not be abundant, it is certainly not so deficient as to warrant his frequent complaints of insufficiency. The limitations imposed by the Sharingan on Kakashi's chakra are profound. Therefore, for Kakashi's strength to flourish, he must either alleviate the restrictions of the Sharingan or augment his chakra reserves. Gently caressing his left eye, Kakashi felt a searing energy within, a sinister force burgeoning. He sensed the Sharingan gradually siphoning his chakra, albeit slowly, but it was a continuous drain. As he lifted his mask, he revealed a horrific scar slicing through his eyelid, his eye gleaming a vivid crimson. The black tomo slowly spinning. This was the Sharingan, reputed as the greatest of all burdens, one that only acknowledged the Uchiha clan for others. It came with a plethora of side effects. Kakashi, using but one eye, found himself utterly exhausted, while Danzo, leveraging multiple implants, left himself a mere shadow of his former self, neither human nor ghost. The greater the power, the heavier the price one must pay. This adage holds true. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows of Kakashi's home, illuminating the pale-faced youth who stood silently. Having endured a sleepless night, Kakashi donned his black attire, and secured his forehead protector before stepping outside. On the dilapidated streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, groups of people ambled together, each clad in black and holding white flowers for the memorial. The sunlight was somewhat disconcerting for Kakashi. He furrowed his silver brows as he adjusted to the brightness, his one visible eye struggling to adapt, compounded by his fatigue from the previous night. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to sway slightly. "Kakashi, what's wrong?" A pair of hands steadied the faltering shinobi, accompanied by a rough voice. Kakashi turned to see a figure with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle and clad entirely in green. The identity of this person was unmistakable. "Ah, Guy. I'm fine," Kakashi replied, shaking off Guy's grasp and straightening himself. Guy frowned, observing, "Kakashi, you look unwell." "It's nothing. Just a bit tired," Kakashi reassured him. Guy sighed and added, "Kakashi, my lifelong rival. Let us race to see who reaches the funeral first." Kakashi glanced at Guy and replied, "I'm sorry, Guy, but perhaps today is not the day." "Kakashi, youth cannot be squandered in such a manner," Guy exclaimed, his eyes igniting with fervor. Kakashi chuckled softly. "Guy, I assure you, I am fine. Today, let us temporarily set aside our youthful exuberance and proceed to the funeral." Guy laughed foolishly. "All right, Kakashi, it seems you forgot to bring white flowers." Kakashi paused, realizing he indeed had not prepared any. Guy retrieved 2 white flowers from behind him, handing one to Kakashi. "Take this. I knew you would forget." Kakashi accepted it, warmth filling his heart. The two engaged in light conversation as they made their way to the funeral. At the center of the ceremony stood a photograph of a gentle-faced man, smiling, with golden hair that shone like the sun. This was none other than the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, renowned for his unparalleled speed that instilled fear in his enemies, known as the Yellow Flash. The youngest genius Hokage in history had now become a part of it. Kakashi felt a moment of disorientation. Beside him, Guy spoke. "Kakashi, the 4th Hokage protected our village with his life. He was a great hero. Indeed, a remarkable man." Kakashi replied, "Kakashi, one day, I too wish to die like a hero." Kakashi turned to the comically dressed man, noticing that his expression was devoid of the usual joviality, replaced instead with an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. "Guy, I hope you can live to a ripe old age, rather than perish in such a grand manner." "Kakashi, that is not the way of a ninja." "Ah, but I hope you do not leave this world before I do. If you aspire to sacrifice yourself like a hero, please do so after my time. I do not wish to attend your funeral." Kakashi, at that moment, an elderly man approached them, saying, "Kakashi, Guy." Kakashi and Guy immediately straightened, responding, "3rd Hokage." Draped in the robes of the Hokage, the figure that approached was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The 3rd remarked, "Kakashi, you seem somewhat transformed." Kakashi fell silent. With a sigh, the 3rd continued, "As long as there are leaves fluttering in the breeze, the fire will continue to blaze. The shadows of that fire will illuminate the village and nourish new growth. It is only when one seeks to protect those most dear to them that a ninja's true strength manifests." "Do you understand, Kakashi?" "I do," Kakashi replied. "But I do not wish to see those I cherish perish before me, especially not in the act of safeguarding me." "Then you must grow stronger, strong enough to protect everything. With your heart that values your comrades, you can alter this fate." Kakashi, taken aback, responded gravely, "I will, Lord 3rd. The 3rd nodded. "Come. It is time to enter." "Understood. Guy, let us proceed," Kakashi stated, stepping into the cemetery. "Oh, Kakashi, wait for me," Guy exclaimed, quickly catching up to Kakashi. The funeral lasted throughout the day, and as evening descended, Kakashi returned home, his body weary. He still resided in the Hatake household, the very place where the legendary Konoha White Fang had once lived, yet it now felt rather hollow since the loss of his father. Lying on his bed, Kakashi touched his left eye. The warmth of the Sharingan had not ceased. With a sense of resignation, he mused, "This Sharingan relentlessly saps my stamina and chakra. It is no wonder the original Kakashi could not endure prolonged battles. Is there a solution to this dilemma?" In the original narrative, Kakashi had refrained from seeking a resolution, largely due to his reluctance to disturb the Sharingan, which he believed bore Obito's will. However, since he was now in control, he could no longer afford to let such a limitation persist. Rubbing his chin in thought, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. If I were to seal the Sharingan while not in use, that might resolve the issue. A sealing technique, perhaps? It seems I lack knowledge in this area of ninjutsu. The sealing methods I would later learn are not applicable for the Sharingan. How I wish Minato-sensei were still here to consult. Kakashi sighed. Yet he did not feel entirely hopeless. While sealing techniques were elusive, Kakashi believed he could still acquire one. The Hatake clan, though diminished to Kakashi alone, retained its legacy, especially with the vast array of jutsu possessed by a powerhouse like White Fang. Although sealing techniques were few, they were not entirely absent. Moreover, Minato-sensei's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was unparalleled in her sealing prowess. Few in Konoha could rival her expertise. Minato's own sealing techniques had been taught to him by Kushina. Although both Minato and Kushina had passed, on Kakashi's last birthday, Kushina had gifted him a scroll containing sealing techniques. At that time, Kakashi had little interest in sealing arts, and thus had yet to examine it. In the end, considering the third Hokage's regard for Kakashi, while forbidden techniques may pose some complications, it is likely that he would be willing to provide one or two sealing techniques capable of sealing the Sharingan. However, explaining the necessity of sealing the Sharingan to the third Hokage could prove rather cumbersome. After all, in the past, both Minato and the third Hokage faced considerable pressure from the Uchiha clan regarding the retention of the Sharingan. Kakashi decided to first examine the sealing scrolls left by his mother and father to see if any suitable ninjutsu could be found. Recalling the memories, Kakashi retrieved the scroll given to him by Kushina and began to peruse its contents. After a considerable time, he exhaled deeply, remarking, "This sealing technique is indeed intricate. Without the foundation provided by my original self, I would likely comprehend nothing." Regrettably, the scroll gifted by his mother contained only the fundamentals of sealing techniques, along with some practical applications. While these were certainly valuable, none were potent enough to seal the Sharingan. The sole sealing technique present was the later utilized evil sealing method, which he considered a modest gain. Kakashi pondered, concluding that this scroll did not contain the desired sealing techniques. Thus, he would have to investigate the scrolls left by his father to ascertain if any sealing methods were included. He picked up a flashlight nearby and made his way to the backyard of the Hatake residence, arriving at the family shrine. This sacred space honored the ancestors of the Hatake clan and served as a hidden sanctuary. In the dim light, four memorial tablets stood prominently, the last of which bore the name of Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, a figure whose prowess eclipsed even that of the legendary Sannin. Indeed, Kakashi's father, mentor, and students were all remarkable individuals. Adjacent to the shrine was the repository of the Hatake clan's ninjutsu. Kakashi respectfully bowed before the memorial tablet, then approached a nearby wall, crouching down. With deft fingers, he chanted, "Release." Instantly, a previously smooth surface revealed a gaping hole, shrouded in darkness. Kakashi was unfazed. In the memories of his original self, he recognized this as the forbidden domain of the Hatake family. Without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss, soon feeling the solid ground beneath his feet. Upon illuminating the area with his flashlight, he was greeted by rows upon rows of bookshelves, each laden with countless scrolls. Indeed, the Hatake clan possessed considerable heritage, albeit their numbers were sparse. Otherwise, they might have thrived as a formidable clan within Konoha. The status of the Hatake clan in Konoha was somewhat precarious. Following the Second Shinobi War, the clan's population dwindled, with lineage typically passing to a single heir. Yet, that one individual bore the weight of the family name and garnered significant respect, such that even the prominent Hyuga and Uchiha clans dared not underestimate the Hatake lineage. However, now that the White Fang had passed, while Kakashi had achieved the rank of Jonin, he had yet to fully mature, thus diminishing his family's renown. Scanning the shelves, he noted that most scrolls pertained to elemental ninjutsu, with lightning-style techniques being the most abundant, as the Hatake clan predominantly possessed an affinity for lightning. Additionally, there were various other common ninjutsu, such as the body flicker technique, among others. In a secluded corner, a few scrolls lay abandoned, and Kakashi, sensing an inexplicable connection, picked them up. The side of the scroll bore the inscription Kakashi's blade technique. The blade technique, the remarkable skill that had brought White Fang fame, a ninjutsu Kakashi had begun to learn since childhood. White Fang's blade technique transcended mere physical combat. It paralleled the formidable ninjutsu of the Reikage. For how else could a simple short blade instill such fear? One must understand that, in the later stages, ninjas wielded powers capable of cataclysmic destruction. As Kakashi perused the scrolls, he realized that his original self had also examined them numerous times. However, after acquiring the Sharingan, He had forsaken the blade technique and ceased its cultivation. The reason was straightforward: the mastery of the Hatake clan's blade technique, in its advanced stages, necessitated an immense reservoir of chakra to unleash its full potential. Achieving the highest realm of this technique could enable one to cleave mountains with a single strike. Yet, under the influence of the Sharingan, Kakashi found his chakra not only restricted, but its growth remarkably stunted. It is crucial to note that Kakashi was in a period of rapid development, where his chakra was supposed to flourish. Yet, the Sharingan had impeded this growth significantly. As he meticulously examined the scrolls, his heart was stirred. How could he ignore such a powerful ninjutsu? Clenching his fist, Kakashi's resolve to seal away the Sharingan grew ever more resolute. His intention to seal the Sharingan was not an act of abandonment, but rather a means to liberate himself from its constraints. It had been nearly 2 years since he had acquired the Sharingan, and he had mastered the 3-tomo variant to a commendable degree. Although he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan alongside Obito, his spiritual energy was still insufficient to activate it again, a fact he had come to realize during the merging of his new memories. The fusion of two souls was not yet complete. Once it was, Kakashi's spiritual power would at least double, allowing him to utilize the Mangekyo. However, the formidable side effects deterred him, leading him to exercise caution in its use. In summary, while the Sharingan could serve as a trump card, reliance on it must be tempered. His immediate priority was to seal the Sharingan, facilitating significant growth in his own abilities. In time, he might fully master the Sharingan. Deep within Kakashi's heart, he still harbored thoughts of evolving the Sharingan. The Mangekyo was not sufficiently powerful and adversely affected his vision, necessitating its sparing use. The next evolution, the Eternal Mangekyo, required the Mangekyo Sharingan of direct relatives, parents, or siblings, to fuse, infusing new ocular power and giving birth to new eyes. Part of this ocular power was derived from spiritual energy, which belonged to the realm of in-release. The Sharingan inherently fell within this category. The strength of spiritual power could extend the lifespan of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Kakashi's original spiritual power was indeed lacking, the fusion of two souls had endowed him with a level of spiritual strength that was beyond ordinary reach. Moreover, Kakashi only needs to cultivate a single Sharingan, which significantly lowers the demands on mental strength. Therefore, as long as Kakashi's chakra achieves a perfect harmony with his mental prowess, even in the absence of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he can extend the lifespan of his eyes. Of course, while this sounds straightforward, the practical application requires gradual exploration. The most reliable method remains the fusion of closely related Sharingan to achieve the Eternal Eye. However, there are no living relatives of Obito to facilitate this. Without the Eternal Eye, the usage of Kimyui poses a considerable dilemma. The cells of the Senju clan present a possible solution, yet as a member of Konoha, Kakashi cannot resort to stealing the first Hokage's cells. If discovered, he would inevitably be labeled a rogue ninja, a fate he wishes to avoid. At least, until he possesses absolute strength, such actions would be exceedingly perilous. Perhaps sage techniques could also offer a resolution, as the cells of Hashirama do contain the power of a sage body. While the sage body is not synonymous with sage techniques, there should be some correlation between the two. The interplay of the Sharingan and sage power might yield some unique transformations. Kakashi is uncertain of the success of this endeavor, yet it is certainly worth attempting. Even if he does not succeed, mastering sage techniques would significantly enhance his own capabilities. As for where to learn them, that requires careful planning, ultimately leading to the 3 great sage lands. Whether through sage techniques or the Sharingan, a vast reservoir of chakra is essential. Therefore, the immediate priority remains chakra. Concerning the final Rinnegan, Kakashi possesses little understanding. The original narrative only describes one method to awaken the Rinnegan, the convergence of Ashura and Indra's chakra upon the foundation of the Eternal Eye, thus eliciting the power of the 6 paths. Hence, the focus lies on the power of the 6 paths and the Eternal Eye. Kakashi exhaled a breath of frustration. Having recently traversed into this world, he has only contemplated so much regarding the Sharingan. For Kakashi at this moment, the Sharingan still poses more drawbacks than advantages. It is only when Kakashi reaches a certain level of growth that the true potential of the Sharingan will come into play. The title of Copy Ninja may sound impressive, yet it is somewhat superficial. After reviewing the sword technique scroll, Kakashi carefully stored it away. He desired this swordsmanship. Turning around, he glanced towards another corner, cloaked in dust. yet marked with 3 characters that stirred his heart: sealing techniques. Sweeping away the dust revealed 3 scrolls meticulously arranged upon the shelf. As Kakashi grasped the first scroll, his pupils involuntarily contracted, exclaiming, "For symbols sealing technique. How is this possible?" His astonishment was palpable. The 4 symbols sealing technique belonged to the Uzumaki clan. So how could it possibly be found here? Could it be that Kakashi is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Could it be related to the wife of the White Fang, a character never mentioned in the original narrative? How could this be? If Kakashi were indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra should be extraordinarily abundant. Even with the limitations imposed by the Sharingan, it should not manifest in this manner. Is it possible that a single Sharingan is more formidable than half of the 9 tails? How could this be? Could it be that Kakashi did not inherit the talents of the Uzumaki clan? In this context, Kakashi is not of the Uzumaki clan. This is merely to introduce his mother. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. It was never my intention to write it this way. Designing such a conflicting identity would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Kakashi shook his head, his thoughts momentarily in disarray. In his memories, he had never seen his mother, and White Fang rarely mentioned her. Was she truly from the Uzumaki clan? No one in the village had ever seen Kakashi's mother, not even the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi only knew that his father had returned from a mission severely injured, a year later, carrying the newborn Kakashi with him. At that time, it seemed to coincide with the fall of the Land of Whirlpools. Kakashi suddenly awakened from his reverie. Was it mere coincidence? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind. What could it possibly mean? In the original narrative, Kakashi perished at the hands of pain, after which he encountered White Fang. That state of being should signify death. Otherwise, how could he be resurrected by Nagato's Rinne rebirth? Why then could White Fang converse with Kakashi decades after his demise? This sensation bore a resemblance to Minato and Kushina sealing their chakra within Naruto. Could it be that White Fang also sealed his soul within Kakashi? No, not chakra, but rather his very soul. Kakashi gasped, suddenly recalling the climactic battle when Orochimaru summoned a cadre of deceased warriors. Aside from Jiraiya, whose remains had been utterly obliterated, the souls of the Hokages were sealed away by the Shiki Fujin. Among the renowned figures, only White Fang was conspicuously absent from the summoning. Had Orochimaru forgotten him? That seemed improbable, given White Fang's illustrious reputation, which surpassed even that of the legendary Sannin. Therefore, the only plausible explanation is that White Fang was likely imprisoned by a sealing technique akin to the Shiki Fujin. After Pain's invasion of Konoha, Orochimaru had attempted to summon White Fang but failed, leading him to believe that White Fang was unsummonable. Following his meeting with Kakashi, the seal on White Fang's soul was presumably lifted. However, Orochimaru did not attempt a second summoning, which is why White Fang did not appear. Of course, it is also possible that White Fang's wishes had been fulfilled, rendering him unsummonable. This may elucidate why Orochimaru did not summon White Fang. As for why White Fang sealed his soul within Kakashi, it is likely that he sought to bestow upon Kakashi a second chance at life. Kakashi could only meet White Fang in death, and such an encounter held no significance unless White Fang could facilitate Kakashi's resurrection. In the original story, upon witnessing Kakashi's demise, White Fang remained composed, engaging in casual conversation until Kakashi was revived, exhibiting no surprise. Clearly, he was aware of the existence of resurrection techniques. He simply did not anticipate that another would enact such a feat. However, the radiance surrounding Kakashi, White Fang recognized as the light of resurrection. White Fang's act of self-sacrifice must have left him with some concern for the young Kakashi, a natural paternal instinct. Thus, employing such a forbidden technique to safeguard Kakashi's life was not outside the realm of possibility. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with clarity, as if many of his confounding questions had suddenly been resolved. The 4-symbol seal on the scroll evoked a sense of familiarity in Kakashi. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. With the presence of the 4-symbol seal, he need not worry about the Sharingan. If it could contain the 9 tails, then surely it could also suppress a mere Sharingan. Unlike the dead demon consuming seal, the 4-symbol seal did not require a sacrifice of the soul. Thus, his first step was successfully accomplished. However, the 4-symbol seal could not be mastered in a single attempt. The remainder of the task lay in meticulous study. Kakashi inscribed the 4-symbol seal in his memory before destroying the scroll, as its existence posed a significant risk. He could not justify its existence if discovered by others. it would lead to considerable trouble. Should anyone learn that Kakashi could perform the four-symbol seal, he might attribute it to the teachings of the fourth Hokage. But the scroll appeared to be several decades old, rendering any explanation implausible. Consequently, destruction was the only option. After selecting a few lightning release techniques, Kakashi departed from the underground chamber. Reclining on his bed, Kakashi gradually organized his thoughts. The two souls were merging slowly, and at this rate, he estimated it would take another month for complete integration. By that time, his mental prowess would experience an explosive surge. Although he harbored doubts about being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he did not possess the extraordinary chakra reserves typically associated with them, leaving this assumption shrouded in uncertainty. Kakashi could not bring himself to believe he belonged to such lineage. What kind of remarkable woman was his mother, whom White Fang cherished? Surely, she could not have been an ordinary individual. For now, Kakashi set aside his speculations regarding his identity and focused on enhancing his chakra reserves. As for his mental strength, Kakashi allowed it to develop naturally. With age, it would certainly increase. The ongoing fusion of souls accelerated this growth, alleviating any concerns for the time being. The remaining challenge was to improve his physical condition. Chakra was a fusion of energy within cells and mental strength, so the only aspect he could currently enhance was his physical fitness. In this regard, few could compare to Guy, who, despite his limitations in mental acuity and a somewhat clumsy demeanor, exhibited an unparalleled talent in taijutsu. Undoubtedly, he was the foremost shinobi among Hokage. If Kakashi could train alongside Guy in taijutsu, he would undoubtedly make significant progress. It was decided. He would begin training with Guy the following day. Given the rapport between Kakashi and Guy, this would pose no difficulty. Perhaps Guy would even challenge Kakashi to see who could train more vigorously and endure longer. Training together often yielded better results than solitary practice, as the competitive spirit between them drove each to excel, especially between Kakashi and Guy, who regarded each other as both the best of friends and formidable rivals. As dawn broke, Kakashi was already awake, draped in black attire. A protective headband concealed his left eye, while a dark mask obscured his handsome visage. Observing the white-toothed short blade beside the bed, Kakashi contemplated for a moment before strapping it to his back. The blade had shattered during the Battle of Shinyuken, yet Kakashi chose to keep it close. In his renewed existence, he found himself unaccustomed to wielding the short blade. Indeed, for short-range combat, a dagger sufficed, but for swordsmanship, a longer weapon proved superior. The techniques of the white-toothed blade could similarly be executed with a longsword. Perhaps he would venture to the land of crafts to have the short blade reforged into a formidable weapon. Notably, the short blade was crafted from a metal capable of channeling chakra. Kakashi rose and exited, making his way toward Guy's home. As he approached the doorstep, the door swung open. Guy, upon seeing Kakashi, momentarily froze. It was uncommon for Kakashi to approach him directly, so his visit was surprising. Despite his confusion, Guy welcomed him with exuberance. "Hey Kakashi, you're up so early. Truly, youth should not be squandered. Tomorrow, I shall rise at 5. With that, Guy clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Kakashi, bemused by the display, reflected on how often he had witnessed such enthusiasm in anime, but seeing it firsthand was still rather amusing. "Guy, let us train together today." "Wow, Kakashi, you're actually seeking me out for training. This is the essence of youthful passion. Come on, let us race to see who can complete 200 laps around the village first." Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Guy dashed off. Kakashi, though exasperated, recognized the purpose of his visit and followed suit. Guy ran swiftly, yet Kakashi kept pace, the two of them circling the perimeter of Konoha in the early morning. "Hey, Kakashi, why are you so slow? At this rate, I might just win." "I refuse to lose to you, Guy," Kakashi replied, accelerating to match Guy's pace. The two running side by side. Is this truly Kakashi's strength? "I cannot be outdone. This is what youth is all about," Guy exclaimed, increasing his speed. Not willing to be outdone, Kakashi surged forward as well. After 2 hours, Kakashi and Guy halted at the 7th training ground. Kakashi was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained, nearly unable to stand. Meanwhile, Guy, though equally perspired, remained upright. "Phew, truly, you are my lifelong rival. We completed the morning run perfectly. I declare this a draw. Now let us do 1,000 push-ups together." Guy gasped, immediately dropping to the ground to commence his push-ups. Kakashi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Guy's energy was astonishingly intense. It was perhaps this unwavering dedication that had allowed him to unlock the terrifying 8th gate, nearly besting even the legendary Madara. Guy truly was the man who nearly kicked off the grand finale. The 8th gate, a power paid for with one's life, was indeed fearsome. Kakashi mused. Yet he did not pause. Despite the heaviness of his body, he continued to push his physical limits. At this moment, Kakashi had indeed been surpassed by Guy in terms of physical prowess. 2 years of neglect had led to a slow advancement in Kakashi's abilities, and he now found himself in a race against time to catch up. A robust physique was essential for generating vast amounts of chakra. Thus, regardless of fatigue, Kakashi resolved to persevere. Otherwise, he risked becoming just another nameless passerby. Having arrived in this world, how could he refrain from making an impact? Sweat streamed down Kakashi's cheeks as his breathing grew increasingly labored, and the chakra within him began to stir restlessly, coursing chaotically through his veins. To achieve the best training results, Kakashi refrained from utilizing chakra, opting instead for the purest form of physical exercise. Wow, Kakashi, you're incredible. I'll do another 1,000 leg kicks. Guy exclaimed passionately. Kakashi, however, remained silent, his consciousness blurring as he pushed beyond his physical limits. Yet his body continued to perform push-ups at the same relentless rhythm. In that moment, Kakashi perceived himself from a second-person perspective, feeling the chakra steadily flooding into his muscle tissues, replenishing the energy he had expended. Eventually, he exhausted his last ounce of strength. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Kakashi! Kakashi! What's wrong? Guy rushed forward, alarmed. At that moment, Kakashi, having depleted his energy, succumbed to unconsciousness. His newly acquired body had yet to fully adapt, and the soul had not completely integrated. Thus, such intense training proved overwhelming, leading to his fainting spell. Seeing that Kakashi could not be roused, Guy, in a state of urgency, carried him on his back to the hospital in Konoha. This is sheer folly. Training must have its limits. What is this? Practicing to the point of hospitalization? An elderly man with a white beard thundered at Guy in the hospital. Guy sheepishly smiled. It was an accident, truly. Let Kakashi rest in the hospital while I check for any other issues, the old man instructed. Allowing his assistant to carry Kakashi into the treatment room, Guy remained outside, anxiously awaiting Kakashi's emergence. At that moment, he was devoid of the motivation to continue his own training. Kakashi let out a low groan as he finally regained consciousness, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling. Confused, he turned his head to survey his surroundings, pristine white sheets and a partially open window. Is this a hospital? He realized, coming to terms with the fact that he had fainted during his training. His expression turned to one of resigned frustration as he thought, what a letdown. To end up in the hospital on my first day of training. Clearly, I have yet to adapt to this body. Just then, the door swung open. Hey, Kakashi, you're awake. How do you feel? Guy inquired with concern. Nothing serious, just a bit fatigued, Kakashi replied. What happened? How could you faint? Guy pressed on. I suppose I haven't been active for too long. Kakashi, I understand how deeply the death of the 4th Hokage affected you, but you mustn't treat yourself this way. Youth is meant to be lived to the fullest. Guy declared passionately, clenching his fist. All right, I understand. Kakashi was aware of Kai's misunderstandings. Yet he found himself unable to clarify the situation, as his fainting spell was due to the peculiarities of their soul fusion. Kakashi, my eternal rival. Next time we train together, I feel a surge of enthusiasm. I am determined to defeat you. Kai's eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent. I understand, Kai. Faced with Kai's boundless energy, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. Noticing that his body had nearly recovered, he decided to return home. Kakashi, where are you going? Kai inquired. Puzzled. Naturally, I'm heading home. The sky has darkened. Am I to spend the night in the hospital? Ah, that is true. Let us go out for dinner together. Kai suggested, as his stomach audibly rumbled. Kakashi was touched, realizing that Kai had remained vigilant without eating. All right, let us go. I shall treat you to barbecue. Really? You truly are my lifelong rival. That night, after dining with Kai, Kakashi returned alone to the abandoned Hatake residence. As he gazed upon the empty courtyard, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The solitude was indeed disheartening. He picked up the nearly broken white fang short sword, its hilt the only remnant, and began to wield it under the moonlight. The techniques of swordsmanship, primarily focused on slashing, encompassed other fundamental moves such as thrusting, parrying, cutting, and binding. No matter how formidable one's swordsmanship, it remains rooted in these essential techniques. The silvery moonlight glinted off the blade, and Kakashi seemed to tirelessly practice. In this perilous world, where should one turn? Elsewhere in Konoha, beneath dim lighting, the third Hokage donned his Hokage robes while listening to a report from an Anbu operative. Oh, Kakashi fainted today after overexerting himself while training with Guy? Yes, Lord Hokage. All right, I understand. You may go. With that, the Anbu vanished in an instant. The third exhaled a plume of smoke, lamenting, "Alas, Kakashi, the death of the fourth has indeed impacted you." Gazing out the window, he felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier. The third held high hopes for Kakashi. Among his generation, only Kakashi possessed the intellect and capacity to uphold Konoha. Initially, the third was unperturbed by such matters, but the fourth's demise compelled him to shoulder the burden anew and seek a successor for the Hokage position. Kakashi, with his exceptional talent and status as the fourth disciple, was undoubtedly the finest candidate in terms of strength, wisdom, and temperament. Among the younger generation, none could surpass him. Yet, Kakashi's mindset had always been a significant concern. The death of White Fang had rendered Kakashi indifferent towards his comrades. Although he had begun to overcome this due to Obito's influence, the subsequent deaths of Obito and Rin plunged him into despair. The darkness within Kakashi's heart grew, especially following White Fang's passing, a thorn that perpetually lingered. The fourth had arranged for Kakashi to secretly protect the pregnant Kushina, intending for Kakashi to witness the birth of new life, thus illuminating the darkness within him. However, in light of the fourth's death, it appeared that this endeavor had ultimately failed. The third Hokage sighed, "Kakashi, please do not let me down." Kakashi, who was practicing his swordsmanship at the Hatake residence, remained unaware of the third's thoughts about him. Currently, Kakashi was consumed by a sense of urgency. Strength was imperative. In this world, lacking power was simply untenable. After countless swings, Kakashi had grown numb, and what remained was merely the instinctive motion of his blade. The silver-haired youth, with one eye crimson and the other obsidian, bore a gruesome scar on his left eye, and a black mask obscured his face, beneath which he gasped for breath. Not enough. Still not enough. Kakashi's inner voice roared. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his left eye, and he cried out, collapsing to one knee. Damn it! Kakashi had not anticipated that his Sharingan would react during training. It seemed the ceiling of the Sharingan needed to be addressed promptly. After exhaling deeply, Kakashi waited for the pain in his left eye to subside before rising, sheathing the White Fang short sword, and returning to his room. Kakashi sat quietly on his bed, his mind tirelessly analyzing the intricacies of the four symbols sealing technique. Piece by piece, the complex and profound formula began to unravel its enigmatic veil under Kakashi's scrutiny. Over the following week, Kakashi trained in taijutsu with Guy during the day and practiced swordsmanship and studied the four symbols sealing technique at night, leading to a fulfilling routine. Not only had he fully adapted to his physical form, but his swordsmanship also saw significant improvement. More importantly, his understanding of the four symbols sealing was nearing completion. It must be said, Kakashi's talent for ninjutsu was indeed remarkable. One day, as Kakashi set out as usual, an unexpected visitor arrived the moment he opened the door. "Kakashi Hatake, the Hokage requests your presence," stated the visitor coldly, wearing an animal mask. "Understood," Kakashi replied, and in an instant, the Anbu vanished from sight. Sighing, Kakashi realized that today would likely offer no opportunity for training. The past few days of practice had gradually made him enamored with the sensation of growing power. Especially as he felt his growth each day, that feeling was truly intoxicating. Now was the golden age of his physical development. Every extra moment spent in training translated to greater strength. Kakashi's previous lack of time for training had been due to taking on too many missions. Although his experiences were rich and varied, his strength had not seen substantial advancement. Now, Kakashi was determined to seize every moment to enhance his abilities. He felt no surprise at the third summons. It was likely that Guy's training time was also coming to an end. After the Ninetales incident, Konoha had suffered greatly, losing not only the fourth Hokage but also numerous shinobi, with countless more injured. Consequently, there was a considerable backlog of missions. Kakashi was somewhat astonished that the third had only now come to seek him out. Ideally, he should have been dispatched to a mission the day after the funeral. Yet it had been a full week of delay. While he found this difficult to comprehend, he also felt a sense of relief. Had he been sent out to carry out a mission at that time, he likely would have encountered significant trouble. With Kai's assistance, Kakashi has now mastered all the abilities of the body replacement technique, and undertaking missions should pose little difficulty. Moments later, Kakashi appeared in the office of the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, Kakashi said respectfully. Ah, Kakashi, you arrived quite swiftly, the third Hokage replied kindly. When the Hokage commands, I dare not delay, Kakashi responded. Kakashi, although I am aware that you have been busy training lately, our village is in dire need of manpower, so I must trouble you to undertake a mission. The third Hokage said, a hint of regret in his voice. You flatter me, Lord Hokage. It is the duty of a ninja, Kakashi replied. May I inquire what the mission entails? Kakashi asked with a hint of curiosity, as this would be his inaugural mission since arriving in this world. And he felt a sense of anticipation. The third Hokage handed Kakashi a scroll, stating, This is an A-rank mission. The details are inscribed within the scroll. Prepare yourself, for we shall depart today. Understood, Kakashi responded, taking the scroll and departing. The third Hokage watched Kakashi's retreating figure, pondering his thoughts. Instead of heading home immediately, Kakashi made his way to Kai's residence. Upon arrival, he found Kai at the door, who greeted him enthusiastically. Kakashi, you are late today? One must not be complacent in youth. I apologize, Kai. Lord Hokage has assigned me a mission, so I want to be able to train together for a while. Kakashi replied with some regret. Kai, hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment. For training alongside Kakashi, these past days had been far more enjoyable than solitary practice, both in terms of progress and the motivation derived from shared effort. Nevertheless, Kai exclaimed fervently, Ah, truly, Kakashi, a task entrusted to you directly by the Hokage must be quite challenging. I must also strive harder. Let me first run 100 laps around Konoha. Watching Kai's retreating figure, Kakashi smiled faintly. The camaraderie between men often requires little verbal expression. Upon returning to his own abode, Kakashi gathered his belongings and departed from Konoha. Not far outside the village, he unrolled the scroll and glanced at its contents, furrowing his brow upon reading Land of Snow. This could prove troublesome. That place is anything but safe. Kakashi tucked the scroll away and incinerated it with a small fire technique. Once the mission's details are known, the scroll must not remain, as this is the ninja's code of secrecy and one of the fundamental principles. Pondering this, Kakashi resumed his journey. The mission in the Land of Snow was not particularly arduous. The local daimyo had discovered that some of his subordinates were plotting rebellion and sought aid from Konoha. However, this was not merely a matter of confronting the rebels directly, but rather to escort his daughter, Koiki Kazuhana, to safety. Yet, an A-rank mission inherently implies greater complexity. It is known that missions involving ninja confrontations are classified as B-rank, so a mission rated A-rank must be considerably more challenging. Although the Land of Snow lacks a ninja village, it does possess a cadre of snow ninjas, serving as the daimyo's private force. The three individuals from the original work stand out as the elite of the Snow Country ninjas. Although they wield their chakra armor with bravado, their intrinsic strength is formidable. Among them, the leader, Avalanche Fong, is particularly noteworthy. According to the narrative, Kakashi was once bested by them, fleeing the Snow Country in a disheveled state alongside the young girl, Yukino. This illustrates that at that moment, Kakashi was not their match. Furthermore, their allegiance lies with the formidable Fukanuda, a figure not to be trifled with. What should be done? Should this mission fail, Kakashi's reputation with the third Hokage would undoubtedly suffer. Feeling somewhat helpless, Kakashi pondered why he must endure such a fierce battle so soon after his rebirth. Shouldn't he first practice against some lesser foes? Now, even if he wished to find someone to spar with, time was of the essence. The mission had a deadline, and the Snow Country was not nearby. Traveling at full speed would take 4 days. Reluctantly, he resolved to proceed and think of a strategy once he arrived. If the original Kakashi could survive and return, he believed he could do the same. 4 days later, Kakashi finally reached the borders of the Snow Country. This small nation, perpetually ensconced in snow, earned its name due to the constant wintry conditions. Its inhabitants seldom bask in sunlight, surrounded instead by an expanse of pure white. Kakashi tightened his thin clothing. After all, it was only October, and he was not dressed warmly, departing in the guise of an umbu. He knew he must not reveal his identity. After a simple disguise in ordinary attire, Kakashi ventured into the Snow Country. According to intelligence, the daimyo, Fukazuki, had discovered his brother's nefarious intentions and would soon instigate a coup. Currently, the Snow Country seemed tranquil, suggesting that the coup had yet to occur. This indicated that Kakashi still had an opportunity. Narrowing his eyes, he sought refuge in an inn. In the dead of night, clad in black, Kakashi stealthily infiltrated the daimyo's estate. The expansive residence required considerable effort to navigate, but he ultimately located Fuka Sayoki, presenting an image for confirmation. He verified that the individual before him was indeed the daimyo. In a swift motion, Kakashi appeared before Fuka Sayoki. Startled, she inquired, "Who are you?" "Lady Fuka, I am a ninja from Konohagakure," Kakashi responded, his tone icy and devoid of emotion, obscured by his white wolf mask. Fuka Sayoki visibly relaxed, clearly having mistaken Kakashi for one of Fuka Nuta's subordinates. "You have finally arrived. I entrust my daughter to you. I hope you can take her away from the snow country to a man named Mitsuba in the country of crafts. Please." Kakashi nodded. "May I ask where your daughter is?" "Follow me," she instructed. Navigating through several corridors, Kakashi, under Fuka Sayoki's guidance, arrived at a chamber. "Yukino, are you awake?" "Ah, father. I'm still awake. Is there something you need?" The girl, Yukino, appeared quite joyful, perhaps due to her father's presence. "Well, it's like this. Your father has been rather busy lately and may not be able to care for you. I am sending someone to take you to Mr. Mitsuba in the country of crafts for a visit, all right?" Fuka Sayoki said with a smile. The expression of Fenghua Xiaoxua darkened as she implored, "Father, I do not wish to go to the land of craftsmen. I long to remain by your side. I promise to behave and will not trouble you." Fenghua Xiaoxua felt a sense of helplessness. Were it not for his own precarious circumstances, he would never wish for his daughter to leave him. However, he recognized that he had little chance of success in the current situation. His brother, Fenghua Nuteo, had been absent from the land of snow for several years, and upon his sudden return, he had mastered a peculiar form of ninjutsu, seemingly coveting the position of the daimyo. The only course of action available to Fenghua Xiaoxua was to send Fenghua Xiaoxua away. As for why he could not enlist the help of ninjas to confront Fenghua Nuteo, the answer was straightforward. Ninjas are bound by regulations that prohibit their involvement in the political struggles of other nations. As a citizen of the land of snow and Fenghua Xiaoxua's brother, Nuteo possessed the ability and status to claim the title of daimyo. The Hidden Leaf Village could not interfere, as doing so would invite opposition from other ninja villages. In earlier times, when the Hidden Leaf was at its peak, such matters would have been trivial. Yet now, following the recent death of the fourth Hokage, the village found itself in a state of vulnerability. "Be a good girl, and when I return, we shall play together, all right? We can do anything you wish," Fenghua Xiaoxua reassured her, as Xiaoxua gazed back with her round, innocent eyes, exuding cuteness. "Indeed, as long as you are obedient. Did you not express a desire to become an actress? Your father will support your dreams," he added with a smile. "Really? You are the best, father," she exclaimed, her joy evident. Suddenly, Kakashi's demeanor shifted. He sensed an approaching presence, one of formidable skill. "What is it?" Fenghua Xiaoxua inquired. "Lord Fenghua, someone approaches, a powerful individual, and their killing intent is palpable." Fenghua Xiaoxua's expression changed. Quickly, "Take Xiaoxua and leave." He then retrieved a necklace from his pocket and placed it around Fenghua Xiaoxua's neck, saying, "Xiaoxua, this is a hexagonal crystal. Take good care of it." Although young, Xiaoxua sensed the gravity of the situation and asked, "Father, what is happening? What is going on?" "Do not ask, just go," Fenghua Xiaoxua urged, casting a glance at Kakashi. Understanding his intent, Kakashi covered Xiaoxua's mouth and swiftly exited the room. Fenghua Xiaoxua exhaled deeply, allowing a faint smile to cross his lips as he murmured, "As long as Xiaoxua is safe, Nuteo, let us see what you truly intend to do, my brother." As he slowly emerged from the doorway, Fenghua Nuteo approached. "Oh, Nuteo, why are you still awake at this hour? What brings you here?" Fenghua Xiaoxua feigned ignorance, smiling at his brother. "Hey, brother, do you truly not know why I have come?" Nuteo replied with a sinister grin, as if he were in complete control of the situation. "Oh, your words leave me confused," Fenghua Xiaoxua responded, a look of puzzlement on his face. "Well then, brother, you have played the role of daimyo for long enough. Your acting skills have only become more refined. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed." Nuteo jested, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Brother, this is where it ends. Surrender the treasures of the land of snow, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, I fear it will not only be you, but your precious daughter who may meet her demise this very night." Fenghua Xiaoxua's expression darkened as she spoke, rage tide. "I have told you time and again that there are no treasures in the land of snow. Why do you refuse to believe me? Little Snow is innocent. Why must you involve her? I am aware of your discontent regarding my inheritance of the title of daimyo, but that was my father's wish. Why must you act in such a manner? Ha ha ha, why should I not? Throughout my life, you have received everything you desired, while I have been left with your leftovers. Why? What gives you the right? Just because you were born a few years before me? I refuse to accept this. I left the land of snow to learn the ways of the ninja, enduring countless hardships. Now I have returned to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Rage tied you. Brother, my dear brother, your position as daimyo is now but a hollow title. Over these past days, all the ministers have pledged their loyalty to me. You have nothing left. Alas, I have indeed failed as a daimyo. None of my subjects are loyal. When faced with death, they have little choice. Well then, are you here to take my life? Fenghua Zhao Shui replied with a bitter smile. Hand over the hexagonal crystal. Rage Tide demanded. Fenghua Zhao Shui was taken aback. The hexagonal crystal? What do you want it for? Of course, to unlock the treasures of the land of snow. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Humph. It seems you are unwilling to drink the wine offered to you. But do not worry. I will obtain it from Little Snow. What do you intend to do to Little Snow? Fenghua Zhao Shui asked anxiously. Nothing much. You can die now. That individual was a ninja from Konoha, correct? I have already sent Wolf Fong Avalanche to find him. Do you think he can escape? Ha ha. You. Fenghua Zhao Shui attempted to speak further, but in the next instant, Rage Tide's hand was already gripping her throat. Farewell, my lord. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Rage Tide's eyes as Fenghua Zhao Shui succumbed to his grasp. Rage Tide stood there quietly, as if nothing had transpired. Kakashi, carrying Fenghua Xiaoxua, sprinted without pause, sensing that someone was tailing him with formidable strength. He feared that he might not be able to contend with this pursuer. Damn it, this cannot continue. With another person in tow, my speed is compromised. I will inevitably be caught. It seems I must devise another plan. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, a duplicate Kakashi appeared beside him. Kakashi entrusted the unconscious Fenghua Xiaoxua to the shadow clone while he remained behind. The shadow clone vanished swiftly with Fenghua Xiaoxua, and Kakashi exhaled softly as he unsheathed his broken blade, White Fang, contemplating his next move. The reason he did not leave a shadow clone behind was due to his lack of proficiency with such techniques at this moment. The clone lacked substantial power, serving well for transportation but merely wasting chakra in combat. Before long, Wolf Fong Avalanche appeared before Kakashi. Oh, so it's just a little brat. How amusing. I did not expect that the village of Konoha has fallen to such depths. Wolf Fong Avalanche, clad in snow ninja attire, remarked disdainfully. TCH, underestimated. In Kakashi's heart, he silently reflected, yet outwardly he remained reticent. After all, he was not Naruto. Verbosity would serve no purpose. Moreover, the unspoken law of nature dictates that aside from the protagonist, those who chatter excessively are doomed. Observing Kakashi's silence, Wolf Fong Avalanche continued, Brat, hasten to surrender that little girl. Out of respect for the village hidden in the leaves, I shall spare you. Otherwise, you may well meet your demise here. Despite his apparent disdain for Konoha, Wolf Fong Avalanche was acutely aware that, regardless of Konoha's current plight, eliminating him would be a trivial affair, unless absolutely necessary. He wished to avoid such enmity. The essence of a ninja lies in completing their mission. This was Kakashi's first utterance during the confrontation, and he could not fathom why such words spontaneously emerged. They simply flowed forth. However, he silently appended in his mind, provided it does not endanger my comrades. As Kakashi spoke, he unleashed the broken blade in his hand, directing it towards Wolf Fong Avalanche. The latter, evidently a seasoned warrior, faced Kakashi's assault with unflinching composure, effortlessly evading the strike. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. From the agility displayed in that moment, he discerned that Wolf Fong Avalanche's taijutsu surpassed his own. This was an ominous sign. Since you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back. As Kakashi launched his attack, Wolf Fong Avalanche was not one to passively endure. He swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release. One-horned white whale. Suddenly, a massive white whale erupted from the earth, breaching the soil and lunging directly beneath Kakashi's feet. Kakashi was taken aback by its sheer size. Yet, maintaining his composure, the warrior's battle-hardened instincts surged forth. He leapt into the air, sheathing his broken blade, and swiftly formed hand seals. Chidori. The blue arcs of electricity illuminated the dark night, the corporeal chakra manifesting as a fearsome display. At that moment, Kakashi seemed to embody the wrath of thunder itself, descending with a formidable momentum from the sky. The arcs of blue traced an elegant trajectory through the air, colliding with the colossal white whale. The tremendous impact shattered the whale into countless fragments, and Wolf Fang Avalanche was momentarily blinded by the explosive force. Under the terrifying power of Chidori, the one-horned white whale was reduced to mere shards of ice. Wolf Fang Avalanche gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, beginning to grasp why Kakashi, despite his youth, had been dispatched for such a task. "Brat, quite capable you are. Yet, given your still developing physique, I surmise that attack could only be executed twice at most. What now? Do you wish to engage in a relentless struggle?" Kakashi panted lightly. That last Chidori had indeed drained a considerable amount of his chakra, and having previously employed the shadow clone technique, he could now muster the technique only once more. Faced with such an experienced Jonin, Kakashi had never intended to defeat him. His sole aim was to delay long enough to effectuate a retreat. With the swift pace of a shadow clone, coupled with the time I had just delayed, I should have nearly escaped the capital of this snow-laden nation, thus alleviating my concerns about the impending pursuit of the Wolf Fang Avalanche. At this juncture, Kakashi had resolved to retreat, for his chakra reserves were dwindling. Continuing to expend energy would only lead to a futile confrontation against an adversary whose combat experience and chakra capacity far surpassed his own. However, should he choose to flee outright, Kakashi was certain that the Wolf Fang Avalanche would relentlessly pursue him, trapping him in a relentless game of cat and mouse. Given his current condition, outrunning this formidable opponent was not an option. Therefore, Kakashi needed to create a diversion, misleading the Wolf Fang Avalanche regarding his escape route. Only then could he consider his retreat successful. According to the 9th rule of the Ninja Code, one may opt to retreat when faced with an insurmountable foe, avoiding a meaningless battle to the bitter end. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Kakashi declared, "You may test your limits. I wonder how many times I can employ this technique." If retreat was the objective, it was imperative to first dominate the verbal exchange. "It seems you remain undeterred," he noted, observing the Wolf Fang Avalanche's incredulity at encountering such a stubborn opponent. Kakashi hurled 2 shurikens, which the Wolf Fang Avalanche deftly evaded. With a swift formation of hand seals, Kakashi unleashed Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Foolishness. To use such a jutsu in the snow. The Wolf Fang Avalanche scoffed, simultaneously forming his own seals and proclaiming, "Ignorant fool, descend to hell." Ice Release. Wolf Fang Avalanche Technique. Instantly, a multitude of snow wolves coalesced, extinguishing Kakashi's great fireball technique in mere moments, while the remaining wolves lunged at him. In an unexpected turn, Kakashi had lifted his forehead protector, revealing his vibrant scarlet Sharingan, his hands also forming seals, mirroring the Wolf Fang Avalanche's previous movements. Ice Release. Wolf Fang Avalanche Technique. The same incantation echoed from 2 distinct voices, yet the sensation diverged entirely. "What is this?" "The Sharingan," exclaimed the Wolf Fang Avalanche in astonishment. Identical snow wolves emerged, though Kakashi's appeared slightly weaker. However, the earlier Great Fireball technique had mitigated this disparity, rendering their powers evenly matched. The clash of the 2 techniques stirred a whirlwind of snow, momentarily obscuring Kakashi's position from the Wolf Fang Avalanche. The latter, hesitant to plunge into the tempest of snow, feared a cunning ambush from Kakashi. For within the realm of the Sharingan, the blizzard was rendered inconsequential. Yet, moments later, as the snowstorm dissipated, the Wolf Fang Avalanche spotted a figure darting away. Kakashi was making his escape. With a contemptuous huff, he declared, "Do you think you can elude me?" Channeling chakra beneath his feet, the Wolf Fang Avalanche surged forward, targeting the retreating Kakashi. Both Kakashi and the Wolf Fang Avalanche moved swiftly, yet a sufficient distance had already been established, and by the time the Wolf Fang Avalanche closed in on Kakashi, 5 minutes had elapsed. Suddenly, Langia Shuebing furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly. In an instant, he accelerated, launching a shuriken that struck Kakashi squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, Kakashi transformed into a puff of smoke, vanishing into thin air. Langia Shuebing halted, seething with rage. "Damn it, it's a shadow clone." Shortly after Langia Shuebing departed, a figure emerged from beneath the snow. None other than Kakashi himself. Seizing the opportunity amidst the clash of their ninjutsu, Kakashi had first utilized the shadow clone technique, then employed Earth Release to burrow underground, completely concealing his presence. As the dust settled, the shadow clone feigned a retreat, prompting Langia Shuabing to pursue without a second thought, while Kakashi emerged from below, executing his plan seamlessly. Kakashi gazed in the direction Langia Shuabing had taken, murmuring to himself, "This trick won't fool him for long. I must make my escape." Observing the icy expanse, Kakashi realized that fleeing directly would leave a trail of footprints. Reluctantly, he summoned 2 more shadow clones with the scant chakra remaining, sending them running in different directions. This time, the chakra expenditure was minimal, and they would likely dissipate within 5 minutes. With no further hesitation, Kakashi took his leave. Before long, a message echoed in Kakashi's mind. The shadow clone intended to lure Langia Shuabing had been eradicated. Kakashi's expression tightened, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon Langia Shuabing's return to the original location, 10 minutes had elapsed, and he faced 3 sets of identical footprints leading in different directions. Damn it! That little brat got away. How am I to explain this to Lord Fury? Langia Shuabing seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. As he lacked the skills for shadow cloning and had no means to pursue in 3 different directions. Let me never lay eyes on you again, brat, otherwise you shall meet your end. With that vehement declaration, Langia Shuabing begrudgingly retreated to the mansion of the Snow Country's daimyo, bracing himself for the ire of Kazahana Fury. However, he was not overly concerned about the repercussions, knowing that Kazahana Fury was in need of manpower at this juncture. Meanwhile, having successfully evaded capture, Kakashi quickly located Kazahana Koyuki, whose prior shadow clone had long since dissipated due to chakra exhaustion. Before its demise, Kazahana Koyuki had been hidden away in a secluded cave. This cave was well concealed, alleviating concerns of discovery. Upon his arrival, Kakashi found a fire pit kindled by the shadow clone, as the frigid weather would have certainly left Kazahana Koyuki frozen without its warmth. Not wishing to awaken the unconscious Kazahana Koyuki, Kakashi settled down to meditate and restore his depleted chakra. The earlier confrontation with Langia Shuabing had necessitated the use of 4 shadow clones. And although each clone had drawn upon a modest amount of chakra, the cumulative mental toll was considerable. Fortunately, Kakashi's soul fusion was already in its preliminary stages. Despite the significant energy drain, it was not insurmountable. The 4 shadow clones had expended chakra through techniques such as Chidori, Earth Release, and the Sharingan's copying ability, leaving Kakashi with a considerable depletion of his reserves. Kakashi couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that his chakra reserves were rather limited. After half an hour, he had fully recovered. It was now around 2 or 3 in the morning, and he had no intention of venturing out again. Instead, he took out some provisions he always carried with him. Although there were soldier pills available, consuming too many of them was detrimental to one's health, and Kakashi would refrain from such things unless absolutely necessary. After all, one's body is the foundation of all endeavors, especially since Kakashi's physique was in a critical developmental phase. Once he finished his meal, Kakashi took a short rest to gather his strength. 3 days later, a silver-haired youth clad in black appeared in the land of crafts, accompanied by a delicate young girl, around 7 or 8 years old. The two were none other than Kakashi and the charming Kazahana Shiyuki. "Kakashi and is Mr. Mitsubian here?" the inquisitive Shiyuki asked. On their journey, Kakashi had, drawing from his past experiences with young girls, entertained Shiyuki with stories, helping her momentarily forget the sorrow of losing her father. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to endure her weeping throughout the trip. "Yes, Shiyuki, Mr. Mitsubian should be around here. Let us grab a bite to eat first, and then we can inquire further," Kakashi replied. "All right, Kakashi and Shiyuki responded obediently. Kakashi was uncertain about what Mr. Mitsubian looked like, but he recalled that Shiyuki had mentioned they could find out easily once they arrived in the land of crafts. Finding a restaurant, Kakashi and Shiyuki sat down and ordered some food. He then approached the proprietor and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Mr. Mitsubian's residence is?" The man paused for a moment, scrutinizing Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi was not wearing a forehead protector, but he still had his short sword strapped to his back. The proprietor seemed to understand something and said, "Are you looking for the samurai Mr. Mitsubian? Seeing as you carry a sword, you must be here to seek his tutelage, right? Mr. Mitsubian's house is at the end of this street, just around the corner. It's quite recognizable, as there are many samurai swords painted at his entrance." "Thank you," Kakashi replied, not feeling the need to clarify the misunderstanding, perhaps believing that it was safer this way, as it would prevent anyone from suspecting him of being a ninja on a mission. "You're welcome. Mr. Mitsubian is a wonderful person. Good luck." the proprietor said cheerfully. Kakashi nodded in appreciation. The proprietor, being short-staffed, soon returned to his duties. Turning to Shiyuki, Kakashi said, "Once we finish our meal, we will go find Mr. Mitsubian. Are you all right with that?" Shiyuki's expression dimmed slightly, but she agreed nonetheless. Kakashi paid it no mind. "Excuse me, is Mr. Mitsubian at home?" Kakashi gently knocked on the large door adorned with samurai sword illustrations. The door quickly swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. He did not appear particularly imposing, yet his hands were strong, marked by calluses at the knuckles, indicating he was a master of swordsmanship. Kakashi could sense a palpable aura of danger emanating from him. At this moment, Kakashi was engulfed in astonishment. This face seemed so familiar. Mitsuba? Yes, he was the leader of the Iron Country. Why was he in the land of crafts? Kakashi's mind was awash with questions, yet he refrained from voicing them. The man gazed at Kakashi, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "Are you looking for me?" Kakashi replied, "Indeed. I have been entrusted by the ruler of the land of snow, Kazahana Seo, to bring her daughter, Kazahana Koiki, to you." "Seo? What has happened? Why would she send you to bring Koyuki to me?" Mitsuba was evidently taken aback, recognizing that the little girl beside Kakashi was indeed the daughter of Kazahana Seo, Koyuki. A few years prior, Mitsuba had visited the land of snow and had met Koyuki during his visit. "I regret to inform you that Seo's brother, Kazahana Nudo, is plotting a coup. I fear that Kazahana Seo." Kakashi began but paused, as Mitsuba had already grasped the implication. "Damn it!" Mitsuba exclaimed with frustration. Koyuki clung to Kakashi's hand in fear, seeking solace in his presence. Observing this, Mitsuba calmed his anger and said, "Please, come inside." Kakashi, without hesitation, followed Mitsuba into the house with Koyuki. Given Mitsuba's character, Kakashi believed he would not betray them. Mitsuba's abode exhibited a typical Japanese style, lacking any remarkable features, except for the numerous unique swords adorning the walls. "Please, sit down, young brother," Mitsuba offered. Kakashi settled onto the tatami mat and expressed his gratitude. "You are from Konohagakure, are you not?" Mitsuba inquired. "Indeed. But how did you know?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. At that moment, he was not wearing the Konoha uniform, nor did he have his forehead protector on. His Sharingan was concealed beneath a white cloth, leaving Kakashi uncertain about how his identity had been revealed. "Oh. The Land of Snow has recently sought assistance from Konoha, and given Konoha's esteemed reputation, it is only natural they would turn to you for aid," Mitsuba elucidated. "That makes sense. It seems Seo understands her situation is dire, prompting her to seek Konoha's help," Mitsuba sighed. Kakashi remained silent, adhering to a ninja's code of not passing judgment on his employer. Koyuki too was enveloped in silence, clearly reflecting on her father. After a moment, Kakashi rose and said, "Mr. Mitsuba, I entrust Koyuki to you. My task is complete, and I must take my leave." "Kakashi, are you leaving?" Koyuki's eyes welled with tears as she gazed at him. Kakashi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. At that moment, Koyuki had not yet developed the disagreeable traits she would later exhibit. She was an utterly adorable little girl, and Kakashi found himself at a loss. "Koyuki, be a good girl and stay with Mr. Mitsuba. When you have the chance, come to Konoha to visit me, all right?" Kakashi gently patted Koyuki's head. But Kakashi, I don't want to leave you," Koyuki protested. The 3 days they had spent together had forged a dependency in her, as she was a little girl who had lost everything. Yet, Kakashi was resolute. He could never take a child like her back to Konoha. Her identity was indeed too unique, and at this moment, Konoha was in a period of decline, unable to withstand any upheaval. "I am sorry, Xiaoxua. I cannot take you with me," Kakashi stated. Xiaoxua burst into tears upon hearing this. "Little brother, it seems Xiaoxua is very reluctant to part with you," Mifune remarked. Kakashi replied with a hint of helplessness, "Mr. Mifune, you should understand that Xiaoxua would not be safe with me." Mifune comprehended, realizing that Kakashi could not guarantee Xiaoxua's safety, especially since she was entrusted to him by his dear friend, Hate. "I understand. I will take care of Xiaoxua," Mifune declared. "Thank you," Kakashi responded before turning to leave. Just then, Mifune's pupils constricted, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." Kakashi paused, turning back and inquiring, "What is it, Mr. Mifune?" "Little brother, is that blade on your back the White Fang's blade?" Mifune's voice trembled with an inexplicable emotion. Kakashi instantly became vigilant. White Fang had many enemies in the ninja world, and if Mifune were an adversary, the day could take a turn for the worse. The atmosphere grew tense. Sensing Kakashi's unease, Mifune reassured him, "You need not worry. I am not an enemy of Shumo. I am his friend. Kakashi relaxed upon hearing this, as Shumo was indeed his father, known as Konoha's White Fang. Yes, it is indeed my father's treasured blade, the White Fang, though it is now broken, Kakashi said, drawing the fractured blade from his back. Mifune gazed at the significantly damaged White Fang, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes as he took it, and remarked, "Indeed, this is Shumo's White Fang. I never imagined that he would achieve such a great reputation with such an ordinary blade." "Mr. Mifune, do you know my father?" Kakashi asked with curiosity. Mifune nodded, replying, "Indeed, in my youth, I once sparred with Shumo, though I unfortunately lost. However, we became friends through that encounter. It is hard to believe that so many years have passed, and Shumo's child has grown so much." Mifune spoke with a sense of nostalgia. As that event occurred nearly a decade ago, Kakashi fell silent, unsure of what to say, surprised to learn that Mifune was a friend of White Fang. It was not unusual, considering both were masters of the blade. "Your father passed away early. I wonder how much of his prowess you have inherited?" Mifune suddenly inquired. "I am ashamed to say, I fear I have not even attained a fraction of my father's skills," Kakashi admitted with humility. "Show me what you can do," Mifune suggested. Kakashi, seeing no reason to refuse, accepted. Mifune was a master of swordsmanship, having even defeated Hanzo the Salamander during the Fourth Great Ninja War. With Mifune's guidance, Kakashi's swordsmanship would surely improve. In a moment of depleted chakra, mastering the blade became another path to enhance his strength. Kakashi moved into the courtyard, amidst the swirling cherry blossoms, and slowly began to perform the Hatake sword technique. The Hatake style, meticulously refined by Hatake Shumo, was profound and extensive. Yet Kakashi clearly had a considerable distance to cover before achieving mastery. A few minutes later, Kakashi completed the entire set of the Hatake sword techniques, patiently awaiting Mitsuba's evaluation. After a moment of contemplation, Mitsuba remarked, "Kakashi, your swordsmanship only captures the form of Shumo, yet lacks its essence. While this is quite commendable for someone of your age, remember that a sword must embody conviction. A blade without belief becomes dull." Kakashi pondered Mitsuba's words and inquired, "What does it mean for a sword to possess conviction?" Mitsuba smiled and replied, "When you discern the reason behind your strikes, you will grasp the essence of a sword's conviction. Your talent is remarkable, and with diligence, I believe you will surpass Shumo." Kakashi sheathed his sword and expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Mitsuba." Mitsuba waved dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. I too have benefited from Shomo's wisdom, and this is merely a small counsel." He then noted, "By the way, I see your White Fang blade has been broken. Do you not intend to forge a new one?" Kakashi responded, "Indeed. I came to the land of crafts with the intent to create a sword that suits me." Mitsuba added, "I happen to know an exceptional blacksmith here. Allow me to take you to him. My katana, Kurosawa, was forged there, and I am confident you will be satisfied." As Mitsuba touched the black hilt at his waist, Kakashi exclaimed, "Really? I am most grateful." In the land of crafts, where Kakashi was a stranger, finding a willing master to forge a blade was no small feat. With Mitsuba's assistance, he would surely save considerable effort. In a blacksmith shop within the land of crafts, an elderly blacksmith was tirelessly hammering a block of iron. Kakashi followed Mitsuba, with Yukino trailing behind. Mitsuba called out, "Roku, we have business." The old blacksmith lifted his head, glanced at Mitsuba, then at Kakashi, and asked, "Is this for the young man?" Kakashi approached and said, "Yes, I wonder if you could assist me in forging a fine blade?" The old blacksmith replied, "Certainly. But the materials must be provided by you." Kakashi produced the broken White Fang blade from his back and said, "Sir, this is all I have. Could you possibly supplement it with additional materials to forge a new blade? Rest assured, I will compensate you fairly." The old blacksmith examined the White Fang, weighing it in his hands, and remarked, "While this blade is composed of rare metal capable of transmitting chakra, it is broken. With only this fragment, I fear I cannot even craft a kunai. As for other materials, I do not possess any rare metal for chakra transmission." Kakashi felt a tinge of disappointment. He had assumed the land of crafts would have such metal, only to find the old blacksmith lacked it. At that moment, Mitsuba retrieved a peculiar ore from his pack and said, "This should suffice." The old blacksmith's eyes lit up at the sight of the ore, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a fine material. Where did you acquire it?" Mitsuba chuckled, "A fortunate find." Kakashi interjected, "Mr. Mitsuba, I feel undeserving of this." Mitsuba reassured him, "It is of no consequence. I already possess Kurosawa, and as this metal can transmit chakra, I have no use for it. Moreover, this is my debt to Shomo. Kakashi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. No need for that. You merely need to inherit the swordsmanship of White Fang and further its legacy. Rest assured I shall. Kakashi replied solemnly. Jiuyan, how long will this blade take? Mitsuba inquired. 3 days will suffice. You can trust in my skills. Naturally, otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance. Then come to collect it in 3 days. I shan't deliver it. The old blacksmith concluded, carrying the iron ore inside to commence his forging. This fellow remains unchanged, Mitsuba thought with a wry smile, shaking his head, before turning to Kakashi and saying, Kakashi, why don't you stay at my home for these 3 days? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Mitsuba. No need for thanks. Xiaoxue also needs your company, Mitsuba remarked, casting a glance at the young girl. Xiaoxue gazed at the two with an innocent expression, looking exceedingly adorable. In the courtyard where cherry blossoms fell, Kakashi practiced the Hatake sword technique with a long blade in hand. Mitsuba observed from the side, nodding occasionally. This long blade was not the one Kakashi intended to forge. Rather, it was a temporary practice sword lent to him by Mitsuba. Once Kakashi concluded his practice, Mitsuba remarked, Kakashi, your swordsmanship can only progress thus far for now. You have grasped the form of the blade, but what remains is the spirit of the sword. Its essence. Kakashi sheathed his sword and expressed gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Mitsuba. Haha, it is only fitting, Kakashi. Allow me to demonstrate a set of techniques. I believe you would find it intriguing, Mitsuba offered. Certainly, Kakashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Witnessing Mitsuba's swordplay would be a moment of enlightenment for him. Mitsuba unsheathed his black blade, gracefully dancing amidst the falling cherry blossoms, his swordplay fierce yet imbued with a sense of benevolence, creating an intriguing spectacle. Mitsuba's footwork was peculiar, his speed astonishing, leaving Kakashi momentarily dumbfounded. He instinctively considered activating his Sharingan to discern the technique, but ultimately refrained. After all, this could be a secret art of his opponent, and to replicate it without consent would be rather improper. If it were an enemy, there would be no second thoughts. But Mitsuba was not only a friend of White Fang, but also a trusted ally. Mitsuba sheathed his sword and queried, Kakashi, what have you discerned? Indeed, Mr. Mitsuba, your swordsmanship is exceptional. It seems to possess a unique spiritual force that accompanies your blade, Kakashi observed. Mitsuba laughed heartily at this. No wonder you are Shomo's child. You are truly gifted. Indeed, that is the essence of the sword. I believe you will soon attain such conviction in your own blade. Thank you for your kind words. Mr. Mitsuba, beyond that, what else have you noticed? Mitsuba inquired. Your footwork appears rather unusual. It seems extraordinarily swift and bears a resemblance to the body flicker technique. Yet it is much more agile. You have keenly perceived it. Indeed, this footwork does share similarities with the body flicker technique, yet it requires no chakra. Do you know who invented this technique? I do not, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. You are quite familiar with this individual. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he asked, could it be my father? Indeed, it is Shomo. He modified the body flicker technique into this footwork suitable for warriors and imparted it to me. Have you never learned it? Mitsuba inquired, appearing somewhat puzzled. Kakashi shook his head with a bittersweet smile and said, No, my father passed away early, leaving many techniques untransmitted to me. The current Konoha swordsmanship I practice is merely learned from the texts. I see. Then allow me to teach you the Shuinpa, for it was crafted by your father. It would indeed be rather strange for you, his descendant, not to know it, Mitsuba remarked. Thank you, Mr. Mitsuba, Kakashi replied. No need for gratitude, just observe closely. This technique is called Shuinpa, Mitsuba said as he demonstrated the footwork once more. Kakashi refrained from activating his Sharingan, choosing instead to rely on his own vision. To ensure Kakashi could see clearly, Mitsuba performed the movements slowly while explaining the principles and pivotal points of the Shuinpa. Once the demonstration concluded, Mitsuba inquired, Kakashi, what do you think? Rather than respond immediately, Kakashi closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of realization illuminating his expression, and smiled. Mr. Mitsuba, I believe I understand. Oh, then give it a try, Mitsuba said, astonished. Could it be that Kakashi truly grasped it from just a single demonstration? Without further ado, Kakashi propelled himself with a flick of his toes, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear 5 meters away in the blink of an eye. Mitsuba stood in stunned silence, utterly amazed that Kakashi had indeed mastered it. Though only a rudimentary understanding, it was undeniable. Such comprehension was nothing short of astonishing. Truly, he was Shiboka's son. Thank you, Mr. Mitsuba. Kakashi expressed his gratitude. Mitsuba waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need for thanks. This is merely a legacy of your family. I am but a vessel for its transmission." Shuinpa, regarded as a form of physical technique, would become increasingly formidable as one's physical prowess grew. Kakashi was merely at the threshold of this art, and even Mitsuba had yet to reach mastery. How terrifying could true Shuinpa be? Could it rival the legendary Shunshin of Shursui? Yet, as it stood, Shursui was likely just a 7 or 8-year-old child at present. His unique body technique perhaps still undiscovered. 3 days later, Kakashi gazed at the long blade in his hand, approximately 1 meter in length, single-edged, with a silver sheen. He swung it gracefully a couple of times, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The old blacksmith, Jiuyan, remarked, "This blade was forged from your previous broken sword, and the iron ore provided by Mitsuba. It took me 3 days to complete, and I consider it the pinnacle of my life's work in crafting ninja tools." "Thank you, esteemed sir," Kakashi said as he sheathed the long blade. "No need for thanks. This is my profession. I simply hope that you will make this blade's name resonate throughout the ninja world, thus justifying my efforts in crafting it. By the way, you should give this blade a name," Jiuyan suggested. "Let it be called Qianting," Kakashi replied casually. "Very well, having forged this blade, I feel my life has no regrets," Jiuyan said. "Jiuyan, do not lack ambition. One should strive forward. You must believe that you can create even more exceptional ninja tools," Mitsuba encouraged. "Ha ha ha, you are right," Jiuyan laughed heartily. "Mr. Mitsuba, I have been here for several days. It is time for me to return to the village," Kakashi stated. "Indeed, go ahead," Mitsuba replied. "In a few days, I shall depart from here and return to the Land of Iron. Do visit me when you have the chance, and know that Xiao Shui will miss you as well," said Mitsuba. Today, Xiao Shui did not accompany him but remained at Mitsuba's home, perhaps sensing the atmosphere of parting and reluctant to come. "Very well. If I pass through the Land of Iron in the future, I shall pay you a visit," Kakashi replied. With that, he turned to leave. This mission had consumed nearly half a month, and it was time to return to Konoha. However, the rewards of this endeavor were significant. He had engaged in combat with the formidable Jonin, Wolf Fong Avalanche, gaining invaluable experience. He also learned Mitsuba's instant step technique and ultimately acquired the chakra blade, Qianting. Kakashi was quite satisfied with these gains, and he anticipated a week of rest upon his return, a time to reflect on his learnings. Moreover, he was close to mastering the 4-symbol seal, which would likely resolve the issues regarding his Sharingan. Kakashi planned to learn the unsealing technique before sealing away his Sharingan. Otherwise, in times of peril, its absence would be a great misfortune. After all, a significant portion of Kakashi's strength relied on the Sharingan, which was indeed an extraordinary tool. Just the ability to replicate ninjutsu alone proved immensely beneficial, saving considerable effort. With such thoughts in mind, Kakashi felt no urgency. His swordsmanship had reached a plateau, and any further breakthroughs would depend on opportunity. Only upon comprehending the essence of the sword would his skills truly flourish, allowing him to wield many powerful techniques within the Hatake sword style, each rivaling the might of 1,000 birds, some even possessing S-rank secrets. Kakashi longed for these techniques dearly. 3 days later, Kakashi finally returned to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, he addressed the third Hokage, "Sir, the mission to the Land of Snow has been completed," as he presented the scroll summarizing the task. The third Hokage took the scroll, glanced through it, and remarked, "Well done, Kakashi. You may take your leave to rest. In a week, I shall assign you another mission." "Yes, sir," Kakashi replied before departing. He had performed admirably on this mission, and he felt somewhat transformed. The previous air of despondency seemed to have lifted. Had he truly emerged from the shadows? The third Hokage felt a sense of joy, unaware that the Kakashi before him was no longer the same. Although his memory remained intact, the prevailing thoughts were now shaped by another's influence. Upon returning home, Kakashi shed his gear and reclined on his bed. The journey had taken a toll, even on his robust physique. Exhaustion soon enveloped him, and he quickly slipped into a deep slumber. When he awoke once more, the moon had begun to rise. Kakashi, clutching his rumbling stomach, sat up, tousled his silver hair, and lazily rose. With no one at home for half a month, there was naturally no food available. Thus, he dressed and resolved to venture out for a meal. Outside, significant changes have unfolded since Kakashi's departure. Over 20 days have passed since the tumult of the Nine Tails, and many houses within the village have been restored. Being ninjas, their efficiency in such matters is notably high. Kakashi roamed the streets in search of an open eatery. Before long, his attention was captured by a quaint establishment, Ichiraku Ramen, affectionately dubbed by netizens of a past life as the finest delicacy in Konoha. A faint smile emerged beneath Kakashi's mask. How could he not indulge in this culinary delight upon his rebirth in Konoha? "Welcome," greeted the cheerful chef clad in a white uniform. The chef appeared considerably younger now, and behind him trailed a small girl, Shobu, no older than 7 or 8. "Hello, could I please have a bowl of miso ramen?" Kakashi requested. "Certainly, just a moment," replied the chef. The broth at Ichiraku Ramen was pre-prepared, requiring only the noodles to be cooked and plated, thus the wait was brief. Kakashi settled into a chair. The ramen shop was empty, having long passed the mealtime rush. "Your miso ramen is ready. Please enjoy," announced the chef. "Thank you. I shall," replied Kakashi, taking a sip of the broth, which was indeed exquisite. "Delicious," he remarked. "Haha, it is. This broth is a secret recipe I have refined over many years, and the noodles are crafted using a unique technique, yielding remarkable elasticity." The chef beamed at the praise for his creation. "You are truly a magnificent chef," Kakashi expressed sincerely. This conclusion was not merely based on the ramen. In the early days of the series, it was the chef who had never turned Naruto away, often allowing him to eat on credit. Kakashi admired this unwavering kindness. Naruto's fondness for Ichiraku Ramen likely stemmed not only from its delightful flavor, but also from the warmth and compassion embodied in the chef's offerings. "Thank you for your kind words. I remember you. You are the disciple of the 4th Hokage, aren't you?" The chef suddenly recalled. Indeed, Minato had once brought Kakashi and his companions here for ramen. Unfortunately, Minato and Rin had perished, and Obito had succumbed to darkness, leaving Kakashi as the sole survivor. "Oh, I do miss those days," Kakashi reflected wistfully. The chef seemed to realize the weight of his words and promptly apologized. "I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories." "It's all right. I finished my meal." "Goodbye, chef," Kakashi said, finishing the last bite and placing the payment on the table before turning to leave. "Daddy, who was that big brother in the mask?" Shobu inquired curiously. "Ah, Shobu, that big brother is simply a pitiable soul," the chef replied with a meaningful tone, lifting Shobu into his arms. Meanwhile, within Kakashi's abode, he sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by an array of strange seals. To anyone knowledgeable, it would be evident that this was the 4-symbol seal. Kakashi sat with his eyes closed, lost in thought, surrounded by an array of flickering candles that lent an eerie ambience to the room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, one a normal hue, the other a vivid scarlet Sharingan. Glancing around, he murmured, "It's nearly time. I have prepared adequately. Now, I must seal the Sharingan. I am truly sorry, Obito." With swift movements, he performed the hand seals and declared, "For symbol seal." In an instant, a peculiar force suppressed the malevolent energy residing within Kakashi's Sharingan. He felt the chakra that had been infused into his eye rapidly withdrawing, while his own chakra surged within him. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds. When the 4-symbol seal completely contained the Sharingan, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the oppressive sensation in his mind vanished entirely. The sealing was complete. Kakashi experienced a newfound clarity in his mind, and sensed the chakra within him once more, elation bubbling in his heart. His chakra had increased tenfold. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, a sensation so intense that it nearly rendered him disoriented. Is this the feeling of abundant chakra? Is this the quantity I was meant to possess? Truly, living up to the title of genius, this is the standard of chakra I should wield. At this level, not only would performing Chidori twice be effortless, but even 20 times would pose no challenge. Kakashi now understood the extent of the chakra drain caused by his Sharingan. The eye consumed an exorbitant amount of mental energy. If the Uchiha clan expended 1 unit of chakra to use the Sharingan, Kakashi expended 10. The disparity was terrifying. Even more alarming was the fact that Kakashi's Sharingan could not be deactivated, leading to a continuous drain on his chakra reserves. Previously, he would cover his Sharingan with his forehead protector, both to protect it and to slightly mitigate the chakra consumption. Now, having completely sealed his Sharingan, he realized the extent of his chakra increase. While still not at the level of a Hokage, he was certainly close. If my total chakra can continue to grow, I might even qualify to practice sage techniques. With this thought, Kakashi's eyes sparkled with hope. The fundamental requirement for mastering sage techniques is a vast chakra reserve, which had previously been his shortcoming. However, with the sealing of his Sharingan, the chakra that had sustained it was now liberated, and Kakashi's formidable chakra reserves were unleashed. Moreover, at just 14 years of age, his chakra had the potential to grow even more rapidly. Clenching his fists, Kakashi felt a surge of anticipation for the future. Gently touching the already sealed Sharingan, Kakashi lowered his forehead protector to conceal it, not only to prevent others from discovering that he had sealed away the Sharingan, but also because the sealed eye was entirely blind to the world, rendering its visibility pointless. Although the Sharingan was sealed, it did not signify Kakashi's abandonment of its power. After all, it was a formidable weapon, particularly the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kimui, which pertained to space-time ninjutsu, a divine skill Kakashi could never forsake. However, at this juncture, the Sharingan presented more disadvantages than advantages for him. Kakashi pondered how to mitigate the Sharingan's toll, striving for a state where he could wield it normally. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss. To pursue a natural integration of his bloodline, as depicted in the original narrative where Kakashi spent 17 years without notable improvement, was evidently a futile path. Thus, he was compelled to consider alternative methods. The absence of a solution at present did not imply a perpetual lack of options. Kakashi firmly believed that every quandary possessed a resolution, albeit one he had yet to uncover. It would be remiss to say he had no potential avenues. Senju Hashirama's cells presented a possibility, yet Kakashi was inherently averse to such matters, and the risk of exposure would render him unwelcome in Konoha. Thus he dismissed it from consideration. Setting aside this thought for the time being, Kakashi felt an uplift in his spirits after sealing the Sharingan. He drew the Chidori blade from his bedside and leapt into the courtyard, executing the Konoha sword techniques. Each familiar move seemed to resonate with heightened power in Kakashi's hands. He could feel the terrifying physical strength surging from his chakra, as if each strike could cleave mountains asunder. Kakashi understood that this was merely an illusion born from his amplified strength. He had yet to reach such levels of prowess. After repeating the motions countless times, sweat soaked through his garments, and after several hundred repetitions, Kakashi finally paused, panting heavily. His remaining right eye showed no signs of fatigue, instead brimming with an exhilarating vigor. What did it matter that he lacked the Sharingan? Could the son of White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, not forge his own legacy? The Chidori blade in his right hand radiated a brilliant light of thunder, and Kakashi called out, "Chidori blade!" In an instant, the blade became enveloped in an overwhelming surge of lightning chakra, its original 1 meter length extending to over 5 meters, accompanied by the resounding cry of the Chidori. Kakashi remained unfazed, silently observing the transformed blade, illuminated by the electric glow, his visage taking on an enigmatic quality. In this moment, he was not Kakashi of the Sharingan. He was Hatake Kakashi, the Kakashi of the Hatake clan. A quarter of an hour later, the lightning dissipated from the Chidori blade, and Kakashi, clad in black, knelt on the ground. The continuous drain of chakra was becoming unbearable. Even with the recent surge, he struggled to sustain such expenditure. Yet, kneeling there, Kakashi felt no trace of exhaustion. Rather, he was invigorated, brimming with eagerness. From this day forth, who could dare claim that Hatake Kakashi was merely 50-50? The myriad of peculiar ninjutsu, the terrifying instinct for combat analysis, and the abundant chakra. How could Kakashi still be deemed a weakling? Kakashi firmly believes that, given time, even against the formidable Uchiha Obito, he could stand his ground and perhaps even emerge victorious. Everything is set to commence tonight, a seemingly tranquil yet extraordinary evening, as the newly reborn Kakashi takes his first step down a path divergent from the original narrative, marking the onset of a destiny transformation. Beneath the village of Konoha lurks a sinister organization known as Root. While Konoha basks in the sunlight, Root struggles in the shadows. Presided over by a man who commands the darkness, Danzo. His body is largely swathed in bandages, with one eye similarly bound. Surrounding Danzo are several Root ninjas, their heads bowed in anticipation of his orders. After a prolonged silence, Danzo speaks. "You lot, tomorrow you will assassinate the third Hokage, who intends to petition the daimyo for the reinstatement of his position. The village is withering under his leadership. He must not regain the title of Hokage." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The ninjas respond in unison, as if they were mindless puppets. unflinchingly accepting the task of eliminating their own village's leader. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi finds himself face to face with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi, tomorrow I will go to the daimyo's residence to seek reinstatement as Hokage and manage the affairs of Konoha. I hope you can lead the Umbu to escort me. Kakashi is momentarily taken aback, sensing a striking familiarity in this scenario. Indeed, this mirrors Danzo's plot to assassinate the third Hokage. Why hasn't Danzo sought him out for this mission? His momentary distraction prompts the third Hokage to inquire, "What troubles you, Kakashi? Is there an issue?" And no, it's nothing, Lord Third. While it is commendable that you wish to reclaim the Hokage position, I fear that nefarious individuals may attempt to ambush you along the way. Perhaps we should split our forces. I could impersonate you along the main road while you take a safer route. This way, should anything go awry, it won't delay your meeting with the daimyo. After contemplating Kakashi's suggestion, the third Hokage acknowledges its wisdom. You make a valid point. Let us proceed as you propose. Understood, Lord Third. I will make the necessary arrangements, Kakashi replies. Thank you for your efforts. The third Hokage responds appreciatively. With that, Kakashi swiftly departs the Hokage's office in a blur. As Kakashi watched the departure of Kakashi, the third Hokage revealed a smile. Oddly enough, why had Danzo not sought him out? Kakashi found it peculiar. According to the original narrative, Danzo should have attempted to sway him. What had changed? Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Danzo had indeed harbored intentions to do so, but after recent observations of Kakashi, he had abandoned this plan. The Kakashi of the present was markedly different from the one portrayed in the original tale. He was no longer as sinister, nor did he dwell in shadows as deeply. Naturally, Danzo would not attempt to manipulate such a Kakashi, as failure was inevitable and his own schemes would be laid bare. Thus, Kakashi became a casualty of Danzo's withdrawal. Perplexed, Kakashi chose to dismiss the matter. If Danzo had no desire to provoke him, then so be it. He had no inclination to engage with Danzo either. If one were to identify the most detested character within the realm of Hokage, Danzo would undoubtedly reign supreme, irredeemably stained by his actions. Under the guise of serving Konoha's best interests, he had inflicted considerable harm upon it, with many tragedies within the Hokage's history being directly attributable to his machinations. Therefore, Kakashi resolved to adhere to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict with such a figure. The following day, Kakashi, adhering to the plan, utilized transformation jutsu to assume the guise of the third Hokage and set off with the Umbu. The journey was marked by silence. And just as Kakashi contemplated whether Danzo had indeed relinquished his assault, a group of masked ninjas emerged. The accompanying Umbu swiftly engaged these adversaries, only to be led away by them. Observing this, Kakashi heightened his vigilance. If his instincts served him correctly, he was about to encounter Yamato. As anticipated, a masked young ninja suddenly appeared, fixating his gaze upon Kakashi, who was disguised as the third Hokage. With hands forming seals, the boy declared, "Would release." Great force technique. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Indeed, this boy was Yamato, the only individual in this era capable of wielding would release. Kakashi promptly dispelled his transformation, summoning Chidori to his hand, and with a swift thrust, shattered the wood release technique, simultaneously delivering a kick to Yamato's chest. No, at this moment, he should be referred to as 10. Chidori crackled with energy, illuminating Yamato's youthful eyes. Kakashi murmured, "Would release? Who are you?" Although he knew Yamato would not respond, he felt compelled to ask to avoid revealing his disguise. Noticing Yamato's silence, Kakashi withdrew the still crackling Chidori and said, "You should leave. One day, Konoha will need you." Unlike the conjectures of his original self, this Kakashi was genuinely aware of Yamato's future significance to Konoha. Yamato appeared momentarily stunned, yet he quickly fled the scene, his instincts warning him that this individual, only 3 years his senior, was formidable, and he was no match. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had returned from an audience with the daimyo and had regained his position. Lord Third, among the assassins, there was a ninja capable of using wood release. Although not particularly powerful, it is undoubtedly wood release. Kakashi remarked. Oh, the third Hokage was taken aback, surprised that there still existed individuals capable of wielding wood release. Kakashi, I am aware of this matter. You may leave, he finally stated after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Lord Third. The third continued, Kakashi, I have noticed your transformation and take great solace in your swift emergence from the shadows. Keep striving. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a comment from the third. He bowed his head and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Third. I am doing well." The third smiled. "That is good to hear. Go on. Konoha needs young talents like you to support its future." Kakashi felt a sense of astonishment at the weight of such words from the third Hokage. "You flatter me, Lord Third," he responded, feeling both honored and surprised. As Kakashi exited the Hokage's office, his thoughts wandered. While he was not surprised by the third's regard, the directness of his words caught him off guard. Nevertheless, Kakashi resolved to focus on enhancing his own strength. Today, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru had returned to Konoha. At this point, Orochimaru had yet to defect, but Kakashi recalled that the time of his betrayal was drawing near. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was a figure Kakashi greatly admired in his previous life. He was also a character of significant stature in the hearts of countless Naruto fans. When Jiraiya passed away, the entire community of fans was cast into a state of mourning, a testament to his immense popularity. Thus, whether motivated by the relationship between his former self and Jiraiya or his previous admiration for him, Kakashi decided to pay a visit to this ninja who had dedicated himself to the path of the shinobi. With a swift leap, Kakashi vanished from his location, and upon halting, he found himself at the doorstep of Jiraiya's abode. Although Jiraiya had been away from Konoha for an extended period since the end of the Third Shinobi World War, no one dared to disturb his residence. After all, it belonged to one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya's return was prompted by the death of Minato. He had come to pay his respects. His mood was anything but joyful, for the loss of his most devoted pupil, whom he had trained with utmost care, was a blow he could hardly bear. Yet, since reaching adulthood, Jiraiya had learned to conceal such sorrow, adopting a carefree facade to face the world. When Kakashi arrived, he found Jiraiya seated by the window, perusing some questionable magazines. "Lord Jiraiya," Kakashi called from the tree beside the window. Jiraiya glanced up briefly before returning to his reading. "Ah, Kakashi, what brings you here today? I recall you serve in the Umbu. You must have numerous missions," he remarked. "I just completed a mission and have a few days to rest." "Oh, do you seek me for something? Perhaps to consult this sage?" Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "Lord Jiraiya, I would like to inquire about Sensei Minato." Kakashi directly posed his question, disregarding Jiraiya's joviality. Upon hearing the name of the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya's demeanor grew markedly serious. He set aside the inappropriate magazine in his hands and turned his gaze towards Kakashi, inquiring, "What do you wish to convey regarding Minato?" "Master Jiraiya, Teacher Minato sacrificed everything to protect Konoha, yet his child's fate has turned out this way. Do you believe such a sacrifice was worthwhile?" Jiraiya's eyes flickered with a scrutinizing intensity, locking onto Kakashi, who felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. In that moment, he nearly drew his blade in self-defense. However, after a brief interval, that oppressive sensation dissipated as Jiraiya withdrew his piercing gaze, stating, "Kakashi, Minato sacrificed himself for the village. He was a hero. The way the village treats his son is indeed excessive. Yet, there is no other way. Naruto bears the burden of the Nine Tails. That is his destiny. When Minato chose Naruto as the Jinchuriki, he must have considered this. But do you understand why he still opted for Naruto in that role? Is it not due to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? That is but a fragment of the truth. Minato had faith in his child, believing that Naruto would one day accomplish what he could not. The Nine Tails was a safeguard bestowed upon Naruto, and all that transpires now is merely a test set forth by Minato." "A test?" Kakashi inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, only those who have traversed the shadows of this world can truly appreciate the light, and only one who comprehends the darkness can illuminate it. Yet, is this not too much to ask of Naruto? Does Master Minato not fear that Naruto may succumb to the darkness?" "Kakashi, you fail to grasp. Minato believes in Naruto. Simply because he is his son, nothing more. Is it merely belief that justifies such treatment of one's own child? I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse." Kakashi replied with a wry smile. Though Kakashi was aware of Naruto's eventual fate, he found it difficult to reconcile with Naruto's current circumstances. Rest assured, with the third Hokage around, Naruto will not be led into darkness. Jiraiya laughed heartily, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor. "Let us hope so," Kakashi mused, questioning the fairness of Naruto's plight. Despite Naruto being newly born, Kakashi understood that even the caretaker showed little kindness towards him, and that certain villagers harbored hostility. Had it not been for the Umbu dispatched by the third, Naruto might have already met with dire consequences. "Kakashi, You seem different, Jiraiya remarked unexpectedly. Kakashi felt a jolt of surprise, uncertain why Jiraiya would make such a comment. Was his transformation truly that apparent? Both the third Hokage and Guy, as well as Jiraiya, had remarked upon his change. You would not have asked such questions in the past. You would have likely embraced a life of indifference. Now, you express concern for others. You have begun to emerge from that darkness, Jiraiya observed with a smile. Kakashi fell silent. After all, he was not the true Kakashi. Although he had inherited all of Kakashi's attributes, he was ultimately not Kakashi himself. Thus, the darkness that had once characterized Kakashi had vanished the moment their souls intertwined. Perhaps it is precisely due to this that, despite inheriting everything from Kakashi, these individuals still discern the changes within him. Presently, you may resemble the son of Shomo even more. Furthermore, that sword at your back suggests that you have indeed embraced Shomo's swordsmanship. Upon seeing the Chidori behind Kakashi, Jiraiya was momentarily transported back to the image of that formidable man, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Yes, I shall ensure that my father's swordsmanship shines anew in the world of ninjas, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. Excellent, I eagerly await that day. Seeing you in this manner would surely bring comfort to Shomo. With a sudden shift in topic, Jiraiya added, well then, since you are in my good graces today, I shall teach you a ninjutsu. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's unexpected enthusiasm. Ninjutsu? He echoed in astonishment, unable to fathom Jiraiya's keen interest. Indeed, I have observed that your techniques predominantly focus on offense, lacking in defense. The ninjutsu I will impart to you is called Needle Earth Store. It enables you to defend yourself using your hair, and I believe you will find it quite practical. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi replied, not wishing to be overly formal. This particular ninjutsu was something he genuinely needed, and he saw no reason to decline. No need for thanks. As a disciple of Minato, you are my grand student. It is only fitting that I teach you a thing or two, Jiraiya responded with a smile. After departing from Jiraiya's quarters, Kakashi returned home. He had not anticipated that a mere visit would yield a new ninjutsu, especially one as practical as a defensive technique. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by Jiraiya's generosity. Nonetheless, it signified a promising omen, indicating that Jiraiya was not averse to imparting his knowledge. Should Kakashi desire to learn sage arts in the future, there was a chance that Jiraiya would acquiesce, potentially alleviating many complications. However, for the time being, Kakashi set aside thoughts of sage arts, primarily due to his chakra limitations. Even liberated from the constraints of the Sharingan, his chakra reserves had yet to meet the requirements for training in sage arts. Based on Kakashi's assessment, the prerequisites for learning sage arts likely demanded a chakra level equivalent to that of a Kage, a benchmark he had yet to reach. Setting aside sage arts, Kakashi once again unrolled the scroll to study its contents. He had not fully mastered sealing techniques, and the remaining material required his gradual comprehension, an endeavor that could not be rushed. Kakashi's ambition was to attain complete mastery over sealing techniques, thereby gaining absolute control over the Sharingan, allowing him to activate or seal it at will, enabling him to utilize it like any ordinary Uchiha clan member. However, this necessitated an exceptionally strong command over chakra and an unwavering grasp of sealing techniques. Both requirements were not tasks that could be accomplished in a short span of time. Yet, another matter weighing on Kakashi's mind was Orochimaru's defection. With the exposure of Deo, it indicated that Orochimaru's betrayal was imminent. At this juncture, the third Hokage had likely already set his sights on Orochimaru. After Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya would also depart, plunging Konoha into a period of decline. When the Uchiha clan perished, Konoha would experience its most profound nadir in history. Nonetheless, Konoha's strength remained formidable, even in its lowest moments. It stood on par with other ninja villages. Were it not for this formidable power, it would likely have been trampled by the other villages long ago. Kakashi harbored no animosity towards Orochimaru, nor did he possess any undue affection. He merely regarded him as a scientist, albeit one with a rather deranged disposition. Orochimaru's boundaryless scientific experiments contradicted Konoha's moral values. Thus, he could not thrive under Konoha's son, making him more suited for the rude organization. Unfortunately, in Danzo's eyes, Orochimaru was merely the disciple of the third Hokage. Regardless of their conflicts, their relationship remained that of master and pupil. Hence, Orochimaru's departure from Konoha was an inevitable conclusion in Danzo's understanding. Orochimaru himself had no intention of lingering in Konoha. With his current prowess, the world was vast, offering countless destinations. There was no need to hang upon this one tree. If there was anything Konoha would regret losing, it would likely be the third Hokage and Jiraiya. However, a person like Orochimaru would hardly be constrained by such sentiments. Therefore, from Kakashi's perspective, his defection was merely a matter of time. Ignoring the tumult outside, Kakashi sat alone in his room, silently examining the scrolls, completely oblivious to the prospect of confronting Orochimaru. If there were anyone in the shinobi world deemed nearly impossible to kill, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. Kakashi had little desire to engage with such an individual, especially since he was no match for Orochimaru in his current state. Pursuing a confrontation would serve no purpose. However, Kakashi's thoughts were evidently not to be fulfilled. The following evening, he received a summons from the third Hokage. Outside the Hokage's office, a throng of Umbu ninjas awaited. And Kakashi was no exception. Clad in Umbu attire and a peculiar mask, he appeared rather enigmatic. The third Hokage, draped in his Hokage robe, emerged and announced, "Everyone, Orochimaru has officially defected from Konoha and is now designated as an S-rank rogue ninja. Your mission is to bring him back. Orochimaru possesses numerous critical secrets of Konoha. Should he succeed in his defection, it would represent a grave loss for our village. Do you understand?" Upon hearing of Orochimaru's defection, the Umbu ninjas were somewhat taken aback. He was a pillar of Konoha, and it was unexpected for him to betray the village. However, they swiftly set aside their surprise, for the shinobi's fate was to execute their missions. Thus, all the Umbu responded in unison, "Yes, Lord Third." In an instant, the entire Umbu unit vanished from sight, pursuing Orochimaru. As Kakashi leaped through the forest, he felt a distinct lack of motivation. The third's directive to send the Umbu after Orochimaru seemed akin to delivering a meal to a predator. The third was undoubtedly aware of Orochimaru's caliber. Presently, the only individuals in Konoha capable of contending with Orochimaru were likely Danzo, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. With Danzo and the third refraining from action, and Tsunade absent, it fell solely to Jiraiya to pursue Orochimaru. Given Jiraiya's personality, he would undoubtedly refrain from exerting his full strength against Orochimaru, much like Naruto did with Sasuke. How could a Jiraiya, not utilizing his utmost power, possibly stand as a worthy opponent to Orochimaru? At this moment, the third Hokage appeared to dispatch Umbu to pursue Orochimaru. Yet in reality, it was merely a facade after allowing Orochimaru to escape. Otherwise, the latter would have been eliminated by the third during the time spent in the laboratory. Kakashi walked on, exhibiting no signs of urgency. "Kakashi-senpai," a voice called from behind. Upon turning, he recognized the purple-haired figure adorned with a similar mask, none other than Yuzuki Yueying, one of the Umbu members. "Yueying, what brings you here?" "Kakashi-senpai, I heard that Lord Orochimaru has defected, so I came to assist in the pursuit," she replied. Kakashi scrutinized Yueying, surprised by the fervor displayed by the young girl. "Kakashi-senpai, please do not underestimate me. I am quite capable." Noting her displeasure at his gaze, he hastily responded, "All right, I understand. Let's go together. It will be beneficial to have each other's support." "Yes, Kakashi-senpai," Yueying exclaimed, elated at the opportunity to accompany the renowned Sharingan wielder on a mission, a rare experience that promised to yield invaluable insights. Kakashi fell silent, suddenly accelerating. With a companion now in tow, the notion of merely observing could not be realized. Otherwise, it would pose a challenge to explain to the third. "Indeed, this is Kakashi-senpai," Yueying thought, quickening her pace to match his. "Kakashi-senpai, do you know where Orochimaru might be?" Yueying inquired with curiosity. Kakashi shook his head, replying, "I do not know. I can only follow this direction. Moreover, given our current abilities, we cannot possibly confront Orochimaru. If we encounter him, we shall rely on our luck." Yueying felt a tinge of disinterest at Kakashi's lack of enthusiasm, yet considering the formidable opponent they were pursuing, even the greatest zeal would likely dissipate. Nevertheless, Yueying was a prodigy. Despite her reverence for someone like Orochimaru, she did not believe herself to be inferior. The unseasoned are often unafraid of the mighty, which emboldened Yueying to step forward at this moment. "Kakashi-senpai, although Orochimaru is renowned, you are not to be underestimated. Even if you may not match him, I believe the gap is not insurmountable." Kakashi cast a surprised glance her way, pondering the source of her unwavering confidence in him. "Yueying, you truly overestimate me." He chuckled wryly. At present, Kakashi likely possessed no more than half of Orochimaru's strength. How could he possibly stand against such a formidable foe? You are mistaken, Kakashi-senpai. I have faith that you can prevail. The evening blossom of April, Yujetsu Yuin, seemed to possess an unsettling confidence in Kakashi, her gaze piercing and intense, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Suddenly, an ominous feeling surged within Kakashi, prompting him to halt his steps and exclaim, "Hold on." Yujetsu Yuin, perplexed yet compliant, came to a stop. "Kakashi-senpai, what is the matter?" she inquired with curiosity. Kakashi managed a wry smile, stating, "I fear we must prepare for a hasty retreat." Before he could elaborate, a figure emerged from the dense foliage ahead. It was none other than the robed ninja, Orochimaru. "Ah, two little mice," Orochimaru remarked, a sly smile curling upon his lips, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a serpent that had spotted its prey. In an instant, Yujetsu Yuin assumed a defensive stance, her long blade gripped firmly, recognizing the formidable presence before her. This individual was one of the legendary Sannin, hailed by the third Hokage as a genius ninja, a talent that graced the world only once in several decades. It was in this moment that Yujetsu Yuin truly grasped the vast chasm that separated her from the Sannin. Orochimaru appeared to have no immediate intent to obliterate the two ninjas before him. Instead, he regarded them with a mocking gaze, his golden pupils sending shivers down their spines. Both Kakashi and Yujetsu Yuin were drenched in cold sweat. They could sense the oppressive killing intent. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi unleashed a surge of chakra within him, dispelling the terrifying aura that enveloped them, thus regaining his mobility. "Oh, you managed to break free? How intriguing," Orochimaru observed, a hint of surprise flickering across his features, evidently not anticipating that this young boy could withstand his menacing presence. "Orochimaru," Kakashi gasped, his eyes fixed intensely upon the rogue ninja. "With your silver hair? You must be Kakashi. I hadn't expected Shomo's son to have grown so much. How amusing. I wonder how many of your father's skills you have mastered?" Orochimaru mused, his excitement palpable, as if the matter of his defection had been momentarily sidelined. In an instant, Orochimaru's aura intensified. Kakashi felt as though he was not facing a mere individual, but rather a ferocious serpent, with himself cast as its prey, poised to be devoured at any moment. Drawing his sword, the Chido, Kakashi held it horizontally before him, his remaining eye unwaveringly focused on Orochimaru. As for Yujetsu Yuin, paralyzed by the oppressive aura, Kakashi had no time to spare for her. Moreover, it was clear that Orochimaru was far more intrigued by Kakashi than by a minor character like Yujetsu Yuin. Indeed, that grip on the blade resembles the vigor of Shomo in his prime, Orochimaru remarked, his excitement growing, his gaze towards Kakashi brimming with anticipation. Kakashi tightened his grip on the Chido, his chakra whirling within him, fully aware that if he did not achieve a decisive strike with his first blow, he might never have the opportunity to unleash a second. Thus, that singular strike represented both an opportunity bestowed upon Kakashi by Orochimaru and a chance for Kakashi to seize his own fate. Following that strike, Kakashi's life and death would rest solely upon Orochimaru's whims. The entirety of his chakra coalesced within his right palm, the sound of thunder reverberating as it gathered above him. Blue arcs of electricity dancing incessantly upon the blade. "What is this?" Orochimaru mused, his expression tinged with confusion, yet overshadowed by astonishment, as if it were beyond belief that such a technique would manifest once more in this realm. "Dance of Thunder," Kakashi called out, and in an instant, his blade, Chidori, transformed into a serpentine dragon of lightning, entwined with countless bolts, exuding an overwhelming presence. Witnessing the spectacle materializing from Kakashi's weapon, Orochimaru's eyes glinted with incredulity, tempered by a surge of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yugao stood utterly stunned by the scene before her. Is this truly the prowess of my senior, Kakashi? Wasn't his most formidable technique supposed to be Chidori? What, then, is this swordsmanship? The aura emanating from it instilled within her a profound sense of peril. It is far too dangerous. This was the singular sentiment that coursed through Yuzuki Yugao's mind. She could vividly sense that should she fall victim to this strike, her demise would be inevitable, without exception. Disregarding the complex emotions swirling within the two, Kakashi swung his blade, his form moving like a shadow, the man and sword appearing as one, propelled by the might of thunder. Dance of Thunder, an ultimate technique within the Hatake swordsmanship. It demanded immense chakra and mastery of swordplay, infusing the long blade with lightning chakra, and through the art of swordsmanship, conjuring the thunder dragon flow, resonating with the roars of dragons. Confronted with this monumental strike, Orochimaru chose not to evade but to confront it head-on. A closer inspection would reveal a flicker of excitement in his cold golden eyes. He sensed a surge of warmth in his once cold blood. It was a visceral thrill, reminiscent of the fervor he felt in the past when witnessing Shumo wield this very technique to vanquish countless formidable foes. That blade, that figure, evoked a sense of nostalgia and fervor. Yet, nostalgia aside, the terrifying instincts honed on the battlefield compelled Orochimaru to respond swiftly. He bit into his left hand, retreating rapidly, his hands forming seals at an astonishing speed. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Instantly, 3 colossal metallic gates, as if emerging from a sinister abyss, materialized before Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils constricted, realizing with surprise that Orochimaru had opted to employ this technique. The Triple Rashomon, each gate boasting defenses more formidable than the last, rendered Kakashi's Dance of Thunder incapable of complete destruction. With a thunderous crash, the first Rashomon gate disintegrated as if made of paper. Yet the second stood like an insurmountable chasm before Kakashi. The blue arcs of chakra leapt incessantly, the second Rashomon completely nullifying the power of the Dance of Thunder, leaving Kakashi frozen in position, gasping for breath. Damn it! How could it be thwarted? He muttered under his breath. The Dance of Thunder, though a skill Kakashi has only recently begun to grasp, already surpasses the ordinary Chidori in power, becoming his most formidable attack at present. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi unleashed this technique, hoping to inflict injury upon Orochimaru, thus providing an opportunity for both himself and his companion to escape. However, to his astonishment, Orochimaru managed to react swiftly enough to counter the assault. The Triple Rashomon, a technique belonging to the first Hokage, reaches its zenith with the five-fold Rashomon, which was employed exclusively by Hashirama Senju, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities. It is among the most esteemed defensive ninjutsu in the Naruto universe, specifically designed to withstand large-scale ninjutsu assaults. Kakashi speculated that Orochimaru must have acquired the Sealing Techniques book, as both the Edo Tensei and Rashomon are techniques documented within its pages. It was evident that Orochimaru had gleaned knowledge from it. Given that Orochimaru is a disciple of the third Hokage, Kakashi found it unsurprising that he had access to such a tome. At this moment, curiosity about the Sealing Techniques book piqued Kakashi's interest. A scroll containing thousands of forbidden techniques was certainly captivating. The ninjutsu contained within it are not merely those that Kakashi could replicate through his Sharingan, and their potency should not be underestimated. A fleeting thought crossed Kakashi's mind, but the pressing matter was still the formidable Orochimaru before him. Should he fail to take this seriously, it could very well lead to his demise today. His journey through this new life had only just begun, and Kakashi was not inclined to see it end so swiftly. Emerging from behind the Rashomon, Orochimaru surveyed the second gate, nearly shattered by Kakashi's attack, and remarked with a sinister smile, "Impressive power. While it may not even reach a tenth of Sasuke's, it is commendable." His tone was dispassionate, as if he were merely instructing a younger counterpart. Yet, the aura of menace surrounding him had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. "Such an intriguing little thing," he mused. "I find myself looking forward to your future. I once thought the burden of that Sharingan would lead to your downfall, but it appears you have embarked upon a different path. Quite remarkable, indeed." Orochimaru regarded Kakashi with an excitement akin to discovering a new toy, sending a chill down Kakashi's spine, as if he were to be dissected. Kakashi tightened his grip on the Chidori, feeling a surge of tension yet devoid of fear, even tinged with exhilaration. This was Orochimaru, a powerhouse of the Shadow Realm. The experience gained from battling such an opponent transcended mere learning. His previous reluctance to confront Orochimaru stemmed from trepidation, but now, Kakashi harbored no fear. With the Chidori in hand, he felt a sovereign presence. What of Orochimaru? Given time, he would ultimately become just another defeated foe. Observing the fiery resolve in Kakashi's eyes, Orochimaru was taken aback, surprised that this young man had found such fighting spirit at this moment. Truly rare. "Ah, a commendable gaze. I hope you will surprise me even further," Orochimaru declared, as he unleashed several long serpents from his right hand, their menacing fangs bared. Orochimaru's distinctive snake-style ninjutsu, though repugnant in appearance, undeniably possesses remarkable power. Kakashi, undeterred, unleashed his Chidori, a surge of lightning cleaving through the oncoming serpents, leaving none untouched. Yet, this was merely the prelude. With a forceful exhalation, Orochimaru unleashed a gale, akin to a Category 10 hurricane, wreaking havoc as trees were uprooted and scattered. The sheer ferocity was terrifying. Kakashi struggled against the tempest, nearly unable to open his eyes. This cannot continue. The movements of my opponent are obscured. It appears I must activate the Sharingan. With a swift push of his forehead protector, the crimson Sharingan materialized upon Kakashi's visage, rendering his previously blurred vision strikingly clear. The black tomo spun mesmerizingly, exuding an eerie allure. Oh, you've resorted to the Sharingan. Have you? A mere outsider, you must be nothing more than a burden. Orochimaru scoffed, his disdain for the bloodline limit palpable, though a hint of reluctance lingered beneath the surface. Kakashi, however, had no time to ponder Orochimaru's complex emotions. After braving the fierce wind, he closed his right eye, relying solely on his left eye's Sharingan to scrutinize Orochimaru. Sensing his chakra rapidly depleting, Kakashi hesitated not. At this rate, in no more than 10 minutes, his chakra would be entirely exhausted. In an instant, he activated his body flicker technique, his training culminating in a burst of speed that brought him beside Orochimaru before the latter could react. With a swift sweep of his blade, blood erupted. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he clutched his left arm, a deep wound marring his skin. He was injured. Yet, Kakashi felt no elation. The murderous intent radiating from Orochimaru was almost palpable. Body flicker? I can't believe you've mastered Shoma's technique. You've truly surprised me, Orochimaru said, his tone laced with a chilling mirth that sent shivers down Kakashi's spine. Were it not for the raging lightning chakra coursing through him, Kakashi might have doubted his ability to continue. In the distance, Yuzuki Yugao watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded. Her senior, Kakashi, had truly wounded Orochimaru. Faced with the formidable presence of Orochimaru, her instinct was to flee, yet Kakashi had managed to strike a blow against the legendary figure. A newfound sense of reliability emanated from Kakashi's seemingly fragile frame. Gazing at the blood staining his left arm, Orochimaru's countenance shifted to one of profound disappointment. How long had it been since he had bled? He had forgotten, and never did he anticipate being bested by a junior today. A surge of fury consumed Orochimaru's mind, extinguishing any remnants of his earlier demeanor. In his golden eyes, true malice began to unfurl. The immense pressure emanating from Orochimaru enveloped the atmosphere, causing cold sweat to bead on Kakashi's forehead. The already immobile figure of Yuzuki Yugao grew even more sluggish, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru's fist collided with Kakashi's face, sending him hurtling through the air with an overwhelming force. Such speed was astonishing. In that moment, Orochimaru demonstrated the prowess befitting one of the legendary Sannin, far surpassing Kakashi's capabilities in physical combat. Kakashi was thrust 10 meters away, yet the ordeal was far from over. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals. Serpent's Wrath. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing several colossal serpents encircling Kakashi, who, propelled by the force of the blow, had no means to regain his footing. He could only watch helplessly as the monstrous snakes bared their gaping maws, roaring menacingly beside him. Orochimaru sneered, commanding, "Explode." Kakashi's pupils dilated as he perceived the chakra within the giant snakes igniting intensely, signaling imminent detonation. A deafening explosion obliterated Kakashi's silhouette. "Kakashi-senpai!" The desperate cry of Yuzuki Yugao pierced the chaos. Orochimaru, unfazed by her distress, gazed into the swirling smoke with his golden eyes, sensing Kakashi's lingering presence amidst the debris. As the haze dissipated, Kakashi was enveloped completely by his silver hair, leaving no trace of vulnerability exposed. Witnessing this, Orochimaru involuntarily uttered a name, Jiraiya? As a longtime comrade of Jiraiya, he was intimately familiar with this technique. In that critical moment, Kakashi had employed the recently learned Needle of the Earth God, and to his astonishment, its efficacy was remarkable, rendering him entirely unscathed by the explosion's formidable force. As his silver locks receded, Kakashi emerged, disheveled yet unbroken. "I can't believe that fool Jiraiya actually taught you this technique." Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet Orochimaru's. "You possess keen eyesight, but alas, at the end of the day, you remain a mere imposter." Orochimaru's tone dripped with regret and a hint of mockery. Suddenly, A katana swung toward Orochimaru from behind. Yet he didn't even spare a glance. A serpent ensnared the assailant without hesitation. The attacker was none other than the previously immobile Yuzuki Yugao, who had inexplicably regained her ability to move. Unfortunately, this unexpected strike bore no fruit, and her ambush was swiftly thwarted. The serpent constricted around the struggling Yugao, presenting her before Orochimaru, who regarded her coldly and impatiently stated, "I have no interest in you at present. Do not reappear." A kunai was thrust toward Yugao's neck, and in the next heartbeat, this delicate beauty was on the brink of meeting her demise at Orochimaru's hands. At that very moment, Kakashi sprang into action. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he hurled his Chidori toward Orochimaru, aiming directly at him. How naive, Orochimaru scoffed, dismissing the attack as he effortlessly deflected the Chidori. Yet, the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before him. With a resounding crack, the Thousand Thunder transformed into Kakashi, a surge of azure lightning manifesting in his hand, the Chidori resounding. The Crimson Sharingan fixated intently on Orochimaru as Kakashi pressed the Chidori against his chest. However, something felt amiss. Kakashi withdrew his right hand, sweeping his long blade to sever the serpent coiling around Yuzuki Yugao, retreating with her in his embrace. The Orochimaru struck by the Chidori transformed into a mass of yellow earth. Earth release. Substitution technique. At the last moment, Orochimaru executed the earth substitution, rendering Kakashi's assault null and void. Just as Kakashi utilized the needle Kazashi to shield himself, he simultaneously employed shadow clone and transformation techniques, morphing his true form into the Thousand Thunder, allowing the clone to wield it. The objective was to close the distance to Orochimaru for a close-range strike. Regrettably, the tactic succeeded, yet Orochimaru's adaptability in combat was truly formidable. He managed to evade what Kakashi believed to be a certain hit in such a brief span of time. High atop a grand tree, Orochimaru's figure re-emerged, prompting Kakashi to pivot swiftly in his direction. "I have indeed underestimated you. It must be said, you are truly the son of Soma. Your acumen in battle is frighteningly sharp." Despite Kakashi's acknowledgement of Orochimaru's prowess, he felt no joy. All his strategies had been unveiled. Yet beyond a minor wound on Orochimaru's left arm, he sustained no damage. This sense of impotence was deeply irksome to Kakashi. Touching his left eye, he recognized that it concealed a technique potent enough to alter the tide of battle, but he was presently incapable of utilizing it. Though their souls had nearly fused, their mental energies had not fully merged. He lacked the strength to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he could, it would demand considerable time he simply did not possess. Orochimaru would not afford him such luxury. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but now Orochimaru was in flight, evidently unwilling to squander time on such matters. "Well, the time is nigh. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. It seems I shall send you to meet Soma," Orochimaru stated coldly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Kakashi, cradling the unconscious Yuzuki Yugao in one arm while gripping the Thousand Thunder in the other, felt his chakra dwindling to its last reserves. Bitterly, he mused that he had encountered a truly aberrant foe, one he could not triumph over. Multiple snakes of the shadow. Orochimaru's assault surged forth once more. But Kakashi found himself bereft of strength to defend. Damn it, could this truly be my end? Fire release. Fireball. A wave of searing flames erupted from Kakashi's rear, incinerating Orochimaru's multiple snakes of the shadow, the immense blaze surging toward him. With a sharp contraction of his golden pupils, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth barrier. Rapidly rising clumps of earth intercepted the flames, both forces dissipating swiftly into nothingness. Kakashi turned around, and a magnificent figure appeared before him. Kakashi's expression brightened, realizing that he had been saved today. "Lord Jiraiya," Kakashi respectfully called out. Jiraiya merely replied, his face bearing an unprecedented seriousness. His gaze was not directed at Kakashi, but rather at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you fool, you still came," Orochimaru remarked, seemingly unfazed by Jiraiya's arrival, his tone remarkably relaxed. "Indeed, I have come. How could I not, when my own teammate has defected?" Jiraiya's anger was palpable as he confronted Orochimaru. "Why did you betray us? Even if there were misunderstandings with the old man, this is too much." Jiraiya's face was filled with incredulity, his frustration evident. "Jiraiya, how could a fool like you comprehend my ideals? I seek to grasp the truth of this world. How could I be shackled by such a trivial village as Konoha? Orochimaru, have you forgotten Tsunade? Do you not recall the bonds we shared? Jiraiya's heart ached as he faced the reality of his once dear friend's transformation into an adversary. It was a truth he found utterly unbearable. Tears shimmered in Jiraiya's eyes, a rare sight for a man who would not shed tears even in the face of great injury. At that moment, he struggled to contain his emotions. Orochimaru, noticing this, let out a cold snort, his expression fleetingly shifting before returning to its previous mask. Jiraiya, you fool, you truly know nothing about me. Orochimaru's words pierced Jiraiya's heart like a steel blade. Decades of camaraderie reduced to such a statement filled Jiraiya with bitterness. Regardless of your words, this time, by any means necessary, I will bring you back, Jiraiya exclaimed fiercely. With what strength? Orochimaru's tone dripped with disdain. Though the tension in his hands revealed he was not as untroubled as he pretended to be. Having been comrades for many years, Orochimaru was well aware of Jiraiya's prowess. Even someone as talented as Orochimaru had to concede that Jiraiya's strength was formidable. The balance of power between them was now finely poised, and the outcome would depend on who could strike harder. Kakashi, take Yuzuki Yuin and leave at once. I will engage Orochimaru and cannot concern myself with you, Jiraiya commanded without looking back. But, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi's protest was abruptly cut off by Jiraiya's harsh interruption. Enough. Just go, Jiraiya bellowed. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Be careful, Kakashi replied, hoisting the unconscious Yuzuki Yuin and beginning his retreat. Orochimaru cast a glance at Kakashi but made no attempt to stop him, merely observing as Kakashi departed. He had no intention of killing Kakashi, whether out of consideration for Konoha or his friendship with Shizune, both reasons preventing him from taking such an action. As Kakashi left, Jiraiya exhaled in relief. However, Orochimaru chuckled softly and remarked, Jiraiya, Kakashi truly resembles Shizune, both in appearance and demeanor. It is quite nostalgic. Uncertain as to why Orochimaru suddenly uttered such words, Jiraiya instinctively responded, Ah, indeed, Kakashi bears a striking resemblance to Sasuke. With the hindrances now departed, the matter at hand lay solely between them. But Jiraiya, are you truly capable of taking action against me? Orochimaru brandished a kunai, extending his elongated tongue to taste it, revealing a sinister smirk. I certainly can. Jiraiya raised his voice, though the uncertainty in his words was palpable. Heh, you really are a fool. Orochimaru taunted as he simultaneously hurled a kunai, which clashed mid-air with a resounding clang, marking the commencement of their fierce confrontation. Kakashi, carrying Yuzuki Yuin on his back, distanced himself from the battlefield of the two combatants, yet an unease lingered in his heart, lowering his forehead protector to obscure his crimson Sharingan. He found a secluded spot to gently place Yuin down, allowing for a brief respite. In the distance, the battlefield erupted with thunderous roars, a testament to the intensity of the clash between these elite shinobi. Kakashi sighed, recognizing that with Jiraiya's strength, defeating Orochimaru would necessitate the use of Sage Mode. Otherwise, they were evenly matched, and Jiraiya lacked the resolve to deliver a lethal blow, rendering victory nearly impossible. Thus, Kakashi understood that this battle was destined for Jiraiya's defeat. In a contest where both sides possessed comparable prowess, the one willing to strike with ferocity would prevail, and it was evident that Jiraiya would not be that one. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Kakashi brushed a wet spot from his face and looked up. Was it raining? Was the heavens weeping for the rift between them? A bitter smile crossed Kakashi's lips. Such dramatic ruptures were all too common in the world of Naruto. He carried Yuin into a nearby cave, leaving a shadow clone to watch over her, and resolved to return to the battlefield. Though he knew Orochimaru would not kill Jiraiya, Kakashi felt compelled to see for himself. After engaging in battle, Orochimaru would surely be weakened, and Kakashi had regained enough strength to make an escape if necessary. Moreover, it was likely that Orochimaru, after clashing with Jiraiya, would lack the will to continue fighting. Even the most resolute of individuals can harbor lingering emotions. Kakashi understood that their confrontation could only yield one outcome. Jiraiya would be injured, and Orochimaru would flee. As the trees whizzed past, Kakashi swiftly navigated through the forest, soon arriving at the site of their duel. However, by the time he reached the battlefield, the clash had concluded, leaving behind a solitary, desolate figure sprawled on the ground. Disheveled, yet devoid of any blood. It was none other than Jiraiya. His once white hair now appeared soiled, a mix of dirt clinging to it. and his forehead protector bore a chipped edge, clearly a casualty of the recent skirmish. Kakashi halted, standing before Jiraiya, and softly called out, "Jiraiya-sama." Hearing his name, Jiraiya lifted his head, bloodshot eyes glistening with a hint of pain, evoking sympathy. "Ah, Kakashi," he murmured. Jiraiya forced a smile, striving to project his former nonchalance. "Lord Jiraiya, let us return," Kakashi gently suggested, without inquiring about the outcome or saying anything further. A faint, bitter smile graced Jiraiya's lips as he replied, "Kakashi, do you think I am truly a failure? After pursuing Tsunade for so many years, I have met with nothing but disappointment, and I have been cast aside by Orochimaru, a friend of many years. Am I really the fool that Orochimaru claims I am? Lord Jiraiya, you are simply yourself. Why concern yourself with the opinions of others? In my eyes, you are undoubtedly a great ninja," Kakashi asserted. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to be held in such high regard by Kakashi. "Huh, who would have thought that I, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, would have an admirer like you? I suppose I am not a failure after all," he chuckled heartily, the shadows in his heart seemingly dissipating. Kakashi smiled quietly, saying little more as he helped Jiraiya to his feet. "Lord Jiraiya, I believe your path as a ninja is commendable. There is no need for self-doubt." "Ah, you are right. A ninja should never doubt himself," Jiraiya replied, once again donning a familiar smile that reassured Kakashi. This was the true Jiraiya, the valiant Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Light rain fell gently at the edge of the Land of Fire, where a weary Orochimaru leaned against a tree, his already pale visage now even more ashen, devoid of any color. He chuckled softly, a single tear streaming from the corner of his eye. Whether it was rain or sorrow remained unclear. "I must let the tears flow now. Otherwise, it will become troublesome later," Orochimaru murmured to himself, his expression enigmatic before he swiftly turned and departed. His destination unmistakably the land of rice. Kakashi supported Jiraiya until they reached the cave where Yuzuki Yugao lay. After gently setting Jiraiya down, Kakashi gathered some twigs and ignited them with fire release, instantly dispelling much of the cave's chill. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya had been drenched by the rain, and they needed the warmth of the fire to dry their clothes. However, considering that Yuzuki Yugao was nearby, neither of them shed their garments. They simply leaned close to the fire, allowing the flames to gradually dry their attire. Fortunately, as ninjas, their physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, alleviating any concerns of catching a cold. Jiraiya, having emerged from the earlier melancholy, glanced at Kakashi, who sat beside the fire. Kakashi felt somewhat perplexed under Jiraiya's gaze, unsure of why he was being observed so intently. "Kakashi, seeing you in this state brings me comfort. Though it is a pity that Minato did not have the chance to witness it," Jiraiya suddenly said, his tone laced with nostalgia and regret. "I had once strayed from the right path, causing my sensei to worry. Now, I have gained clarity and will not falter as I did before." Kakashi understood the sentiment behind Jiraiya's words, as the emotions of his original self resurfaced at that moment. Previously, Minato harbored concerns regarding the overwhelming darkness within Kakashi, which weighed heavily on his heart. Regrettably, he departed this world without witnessing Kakashi's liberation from his inner shadows. This remains a poignant sorrow. As Minato's mentor, Jiraiya perceived this with clarity. Seeing Kakashi in his current state brought Jiraiya immense joy for Minato, yet a profound sense of loss for the fact that Minato could not behold this transformation. At this moment, Kakashi, in Jiraiya's eyes, bore a striking resemblance to that once proud figure, the same silvery hair and the same consideration for his comrades. "It is indeed a relief that you have emerged from that shadow. Upon my return, I may embark on a journey far from Konoha. The matters of the village will then rest upon the shoulders of you young ones," Jiraiya exclaimed with a hearty laugh, revealing his impending departure. Kakashi was not taken aback. Jiraiya's return had been prompted by Minato's demise. Having paid his respects, and with Orochimaru's betrayal looming large, Jiraiya was naturally disinclined to linger in Konoha. Jiraiya, by nature, could never remain in one place quietly. He was a wanderer, imbued with a spirit of freedom, which also explained his reluctance to assume the mantle of Hokage. With Orochimaru now gone, Jiraiya sought to uncover Orochimaru's true intentions while simultaneously exploring the world in search of answers regarding peace. Additionally, the matter of the Child of Destiny weighed heavily on him. With Minato deceased, who truly was the Child of Destiny? Such answers could only be found beyond the confines of Konoha. Jiraiya's decision to depart was resolute, yet he could not help but worry for Konoha. Though the third Hokage remained, it was undeniable that this formidable ninja was gradually succumbing to the ravages of time. Perhaps in a decade or so, he would become a frail old man. Konoha needed a new pillar of strength to rise, and Jiraiya believed Kakashi to be that individual. While Kakashi may have previously lacked the requisite qualities due to his temperament, Jiraiya now felt that Kakashi was more than adequate. Given a few years, Kakashi could certainly catch up to Jiraiya and his peers. After all, Kakashi's prodigious talent astonished even Jiraiya. Minato held Kakashi in high regard not solely because he was his disciple, but also due to Kakashi's exceptional abilities, which compelled Minato to cultivate him as a vital ally. "I will do my utmost," Kakashi affirmed, his words imbued with unwavering determination. The village of fire, Konoha, was it not a place that his past self had cherished deeply? Now reborn here, what could be more noble than to protect it? Haha, splendid. I hope you do not disappoint me. When we next meet, if your abilities garner my approval, I shall impart to you something intriguing, Jiraiya remarked, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Kakashi felt a flicker of curiosity. What could this intriguing thing be? Perhaps it was that book, Makeout Paradise, from the original storyline? Yet, that seemed unlikely, as Jiraiya had not yet penned that work. It was a birthday gift he had presented to Kakashi on his 18th birthday. This implied that the book would not be completed for another 3 years. What exactly is it? Kakashi wanted to inquire, but seeing Jiraiya's expression, it was evident he had no intention of divulging the information, so Kakashi refrained from pressing the matter further. At that moment, Jiuyan finally awoke from her stupor. Upon seeing Jiraiya and Kakashi before her, she quickly regained her composure, sitting up and exclaiming, "Lord Jiraiya, Senior Kakashi." "Oh, the young lady has awakened," Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Kakashi merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. How could Lord Jiraiya be here? What of Orochimaru? Jiuyan scanned the surroundings, failing to locate the missing figure of Orochimaru, and curiously questioned. At the mention of Orochimaru, Jiraiya's gaze darkened momentarily. Kakashi promptly interjected, "Orochimaru has fled. Thanks to Lord Jiraiya's timely arrival, otherwise, we would have met our demise." Jiuyan was taken aback and quickly expressed her gratitude to Jiraiya. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya." "Oh, no need for that. Once the rain ceases, we shall report our mission's events to the third Hokage," Jiraiya casually replied, clearly unwilling to continue on this topic. Although Jiuyan found it peculiar, she possessed the discernment to realize that it was best to remain silent at that moment. Thus, she obediently closed her mouth and sat cross-legged on the ground, attempting to restore her dwindling chakra. Observing this, Kakashi also refrained from further conversation, sitting down to recuperate his own chakra. Having just experienced a battle, Kakashi was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Compared to his vivid clash with the avalanche of Wolf Fong, his encounter with Orochimaru felt entirely oppressive. Had Orochimaru not shown restraint, maintaining a teasing demeanor, Kakashi would have long since met a grim fate. Despite Kakashi's strategic prowess, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming might he faced, underscoring the reality of his insufficient strength. Kakashi felt compelled to accelerate his training. Having been reborn for over a month, the improvement in his abilities was still far from conspicuous. So, Orochimaru has indeed escaped? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage murmured as he listened to Kakashi and the others' reports. A mixture of emotions stirred within him. He felt a twinge of relief, coupled with a sense of loss, for ultimately, he could not bear the thought of Orochimaru meeting his end so abruptly. "Very well, I understand the situation. You may all leave now, except for Jiraiya." Upon hearing this, the Yanbu ninjas promptly departed. "Old man, why do you want me to stay?" Jiraiya boisterously inquired. The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback by Jiraiya's demeanor. He had not anticipated such a swift recovery. After all, when news of Orochimaru's betrayal had first reached him, Jiraiya had dashed out in a frenzy. "You seem rather unaffected, having bounced back so quickly," the third Hokage remarked with curiosity. "Orochimaru has his own path to tread. Since I cannot stop him, there is little more to say," Jiraiya responded nonchalantly, though the third Hokage perceived that he was not as unfazed as he pretended. "Well, as long as you are at peace with it, what do you intend to do next? Continue your travels?" "Of course, I still have much research to conduct." Jiraiya laughed heartily, exuding a sense of exuberance. "Will you not stay and assist me, my friend? The village of Konoha is currently in a state of frailty." The third Hokage gazed at Jiraiya with a glimmer of hope. Among his 3 disciples, Tsunade's spirit had been shattered, and she suffered from hemophobia. If her emotional wounds remained unhealed, she would never reach her full potential. The most promising of his students, Orochimaru, had succumbed to a twisted psyche and defected. Thus, the only one left to aid the third was this seemingly unreliable companion, yet more dependable than anyone else, Jiraiya. Alas, Jiraiya was destined to disappoint the third. I apologize. Old man, you know my nature. I am incapable of such endeavors, Jiraiya said apologetically. A flicker of disappointment crossed the third's eyes as he sighed. Although he had anticipated this response, hearing it still brought a pang of disillusionment. Very well. It seems I must rely on this old body of mine to hold the fort. The third sat in his chair, exuding an aura of profound loneliness and weariness. There is no need for such despondency. Shino and Asuma have grown up and will become your worthy successors, Jiraiya reassured him. The father of Konohamaru remains undocumented. Thus he is referred to as Sarutobi Shino in accordance with online consensus. Shino is relatively stable. Asuma, however, has been quite the headache for me, the third remarked, rubbing his head, clearly burdened by Asuma's rebellious nature. Children will be children, entering their phase of defiance. It is quite normal, Jiraiya observed, feeling an unexpected sense of relief at the third's troubled demeanor. You, my friend, the third chuckled, bemused by Jiraiya's amusement. That Kakashi fellow is quite remarkable as well. He will surely become a towering figure in Konoha. Jiraiya seamlessly shifted the conversation to Kakashi. Kakashi, you say? The third pondered, stroking his pipe, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. Ever since Minato's passing, he seems like a different person altogether. Indeed, upon our recent reunion, I, too, was taken aback. However, he seems to have found clarity. Once he unravels his inner turmoil, his future is boundless. Old man, you must nurture him well. Not just for the sake of compensating for Shikamaru. He deserves your guidance. The third's gaze sharpened as he looked intently at Jiraiya, then sighed. As for Shikamaru, let it be. He is no fool. He chose this path without regret. If he had wished otherwise, with his strength, he would not have yielded. Ultimately, Konoha has wronged him, and we cannot afford to let Kakashi suffer the same fate. After a prolonged silence, the third finally spoke. I understand. The son of a hero must be treated with respect. Rest assured, I shall not neglect Kakashi. That is reassuring. I believe Kakashi will emerge as Konoha's new jewel. Until then, I leave it in your capable hands. Should there be any matters, inform me, and I shall return. The third laughed heartily, saying, very well. Just do not return too late. Never fear, Jiraiya replied, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding and laughter. Indeed, the sensation of being cared for, no matter the distance, was profoundly comforting. In Kakashi's home, he sat on his bed with an ashen complexion, beads of sweat cascading down his face and soaking his garments. With his eyes tightly shut, he appeared to be in excruciating agony, clutching his head as if it might split apart. Within the depths of Kakashi's consciousness, 2 souls were in a relentless clash, one being the original Kakashi's soul, manifesting in white, while the other, his current soul, was shrouded in black. The fusion of these 2 forces had reached its final stage. If he could endure this trial, Kakashi's mental prowess would experience a significant enhancement, allowing him to wield the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, should he falter, both the original Kakashi and the present incarnation would face annihilation. Success promised immense power, while failure foretold death. At this moment, Kakashi gritted his teeth, struggling as the chakra within him surged uncontrollably, the 3 black tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, exuding an aura of terror. He could not suppress a series of low growls. Fortunately, no one was around to hear his agonized cries, or else the peculiar state he found himself in would be difficult to explain. The white and black souls began to intertwine, gradually merging into a singular entity, reminiscent of the principles of Tai Chi, spiraling together until they formed a perfect Tai Chi symbol. Yet, this emblem soon dissipated into nothingness, and at that moment, the fusion was flawlessly completed. The newly born soul was neither white nor black, but a brilliant silver, akin to the color of Kakashi's hair. An indescribable sensation flooded Kakashi's mind, a newfound clarity illuminating his thoughts, as if his intellect had surged to unprecedented heights. His comprehension of ninjutsu seemed to have ascended to a higher echelon. Kakashi's body was utterly exhausted. The recent turmoil had left the bed linens in disarray, stained with sweat. He slowly managed to rise, his body swaying unsteadily. Yet, in contrast, he felt an extraordinary lightness. As he touched the scar over his left eye, he gradually opened his crimson Sharingan. As ever, the three tomo spun rapidly, morphing into a dart-like black pattern, his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, after merely a brief moment of activation, Kakashi closed his Mangekyo Sharingan. In that fleeting instant, he could distinctly feel the significant depletion of chakra within him, as well as a considerable drain on his mental energy. No wonder the Kakashi from the original story succumbed to death due to excessive use of the Mangekyo. It was not merely the exhaustion of chakra, but also the overexertion of mental strength that compounded to seal his fate. Kakashi murmured to himself. He adjusted his forehead protector and ran his fingers through his silvery hair, wearing an expression of resigned acceptance. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that using Kimui once would likely be the limit of Kakashi's Mangekyo utilization. Fortunately, this is merely the beginning. Once one becomes adept, repeated usage will pose no challenge. Moreover, with the passage of time, both mental fortitude and chakra will continue to flourish, thus increasing the frequency of usage. However, the kaleidoscope possesses a significant drawback. It cannot be employed for practice, as excessive utilization may lead to blindness. This implies that each occasion of use is invaluable, rendering practice an egregious waste. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the eternal kaleidoscope or possessing Hashirama's cells can one wield it without limitation. Now that the kaleidoscope has been activated, a crucial trump card for survival has been secured. By hastening its application, one can catch even formidable foes off guard. Kakashi harbors confidence that, even against shadow-level adversaries, he could sever their heads with Kamui. The four symbols seal reemerges, fully sealing the Sharingan, while a surge of chakra envelopes Kakashi's being. His repeated use of the four symbol seal has rendered him exceedingly proficient. Sealing and unsealing has become a trivial task. Under the moonlit sky, Kakashi unsheathes his blade, Chidori, and leaps into the courtyard, wielding it with exquisite finesse, devoid of any chakra expenditure. Should one observe closely, they would notice that Kakashi's swordsmanship has evolved from its original form, exhibiting less ferocity and more agility. Each strike is swifter than the last, leaving behind fleeting afterimages and stirring the air, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, presenting a scene of profound desolation. The following day, Kakashi arrives early at Guy's doorstep, only to find that Guy is also preparing to depart. Spotting Kakashi, Guy exclaims with delight, "Kakashi, have you completed your mission? Let us engage in a youthful duel." Kakashi nods with a smile. His intention for visiting Guy today is indeed to refine his taijutsu, yet a duel beforehand seems a splendid diversion. "All right, Kakashi, what shall we compete in this time?" Guy queries eagerly. Since the Ninetales incident, Kakashi has ceased to evade their bouts, instead approaching their duels with earnestness, which greatly satisfies Guy. Although unaware of the reasons behind Kakashi's transformation, Guy remains unconcerned. Furthermore, given Guy's intellect, it is likely he wouldn't arrive at an answer even if he pondered. Let us battle at Training Ground 7 today, afterward. I have a favor to ask of you." "All right, let us go," Guy exclaims, racing off toward the training ground, momentarily disregarding Kakashi's request. Kakashi, feeling somewhat exasperated, quickly follows suit. Thus, early in the day, the villagers of Konoha witness two figures, a black and a green, dashing through the village. The green figure runs while laughing heartily, leading onlookers to suspect he may be somewhat unhinged. Kakashi instinctively distances himself from Guy, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Truly, you are my eternal rival, Kakashi. I shall accelerate," Guy shouts, indeed quickening his pace. A slight smile graces Kakashi's lips as he responds. How swift you are. I shall not fall behind." The two individuals raced side by side, swiftly arriving at the number 7 training ground. Such is the essence of youth. To my surprise, this battle ended in a draw. Come, let us engage in a fervent clash to determine the victor. With that, Guy launched a powerful punch towards Kakashi. As Kakashi halted, he turned to see Guy's fist hurtling towards him with tremendous force, certain that a direct hit would leave a bruise on his face. In an instant, he sidestepped to evade the ferocious blow. "Hey Guy, at least give me a warning before you strike." "Well, Kakashi, when does an opponent ever announce their move? Besides, I distinctly stated my intent just now." "Fair point." I find myself unable to retort. Kakashi had no time to respond further as Guy, seizing the moment, lifted his right leg for a flying kick. Kakashi, dismissing any further conversation, resolved to finish the battle first. Leaf Whirlwind. As Guy's iron-like legs swept towards him, Kakashi did not evade but instead seized the kick, pivoting to leverage the force and hurl Guy away. Impressive. Truly worthy of being my eternal rival. He effortlessly neutralized my Leaf Whirlwind. Let us see how he fares against my next technique. Leaf Gale. A powerful gust swept past Kakashi's ear, and with a focused gaze, he noted the strength of Guy's spinning kick. Body Flicker Technique. Utilizing an unusual propulsion method, Kakashi vanished from sight in an instant. Guy, missing his target, looked around in confusion. Where did that guy Kakashi disappear to? Just as Guy pondered this, Kakashi's teasing voice echoed from behind him. The Hidden Leaf's Body Technique Secret. 1,000 Years of Pain. Guy gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What is this secret technique? I have never heard of it." Before he could finish, Kakashi positioned his fingers in a tiger seal behind Guy and applied force, targeting his rear. Guy could only emit a horrified scream as he was sent flying. Kakashi wore a smirk, relishing the success of his cunning tactic, glancing at his fingers and internally acknowledging, "This technique is indeed quite effective." Meanwhile, Guy clutched his backside, appearing utterly devastated, and looked at Kakashi, inquiring, "Kakashi, what is this secret technique? I've never heard of it, and its power is astonishing. 1,000 Years of Pain. What a commanding name. Is this a technique you created?" "One could say that," Kakashi replied casually. "Truly, my lifelong rival. This is the essence of youth. I never imagined you had developed your own technique. How infuriating. I remain stagnant while you advance. No, I must intensify my training." As he spoke, a fiery passion for youth ignited in his eyes. "Hey, Guy, there's no need to be so agitated," Kakashi said, ruffling his hair with a hint of exasperation. However, it was evident that Guy had tuned out all distractions, fully immersed in his own world of youthful exuberance. Observing the spirited demeanor of Guy, Kakashi hesitated to interrupt him. However, he realized that if he did not intervene, Guy would likely disregard him entirely and plunge into his training, possibly vanishing without a trace. Such a scenario would thwart Kakashi's purpose for visiting today. The next opportunity for Kakashi to meet him could be uncertain, as there were numerous Umbu missions that could summon him at any moment. Thus, Kakashi resolutely interrupted Guy's exuberant display of youth. "Guy, hold on a moment." Kakashi's loud call finally brought Guy back to reality. Kakashi, did you call for me? What is it?" Noticing Guy's bewildered expression, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. His friend was indeed single-minded. "This time, I emerged victorious in our duel, and thus I wish to request your guidance in learning the 8 Gates of Death." Guy was taken aback, surprised that Kakashi would seek his instruction in this formidable martial art. "Kakashi, the 8 Gates of Death is not easily mastered. After years of practice, I have only managed to unlock up to the 6th gate." Guy's expression turned unusually serious, reflecting the gravity with which he regarded the matter. "I understand, but I am still asking for your assistance," Kakashi replied earnestly. His decision was not made hastily. It stemmed from careful contemplation. The 8 Gates of Death is not only the pinnacle of physical techniques within the realm of shinobi, but also an unparalleled method to enhance one's physical prowess. Without a robust physique, one cannot hope to unlock the 8 gates. Kakashi particularly valued this aspect, for only through the fusion of a powerful body and a strong mental fortitude could one wield formidable chakra. Given that Kakashi's 2 souls had now merged, his mental strength surpassed that of the average person significantly. If his physical condition were to improve, his chakra would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, when the 8 gates are practiced to a certain extent, one can utilize its power without opening the 8th gate, which could serve as a formidable weapon. In the future, many adversaries would possess the ability to absorb chakra. Thus, physical techniques could emerge as a critical countermeasure. Examples include the likes of 6 Paths Pain, Kisame Hashigaki, Uchiha Abido, and Madara Uchiha. A sufficiently powerful martial art would also greatly assist Kakashi in executing the Konoha sword techniques. Taking all these factors into account, pursuing the mastery of the 8 gates became an exceedingly wise choice. Presently, among the inhabitants of Konoha, the only person Kakashi knew to have mastered the 8 gates was Guy. Given the camaraderie between Kakashi and Guy, it was unlikely that Guy would withhold his knowledge. Hence, Kakashi sought out Guy's assistance. Recognizing the seriousness in Kakashi's demeanor, Guy understood that this was no jest. He then flashed a bright smile, revealing his gleaming teeth, and struck a youthful pose. "Truly, you are my eternal rival, possessing the same unwavering resolve as I do. Very well, from this day forth, we shall train together in the 8 gates of death." Thank you, Guy. No need for thanks. In that case, Kakashi, I would also like you to teach me the secret techniques of Konoha, particularly that incredible technique you just performed, the 1,000 Years of Death. Its power is simply astonishing. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Guy had an interest in the 1,000 Years of Pain technique. His gaze towards Guy shifted to one of peculiar curiosity. Very well, I have no objections. How splendid. I never expected to learn such a formidable taijutsu, Kakashi mused, as a crow seemingly flew past, cawing in a mocking tone. Kakashi, I shall now reveal to you the secrets of the 8 gates. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, intent on absorbing the wisdom of the most powerful taijutsu in the Hokage's repertoire. The 8 gates consist of 8 specific points that, when unlocked, release the body's chakra limitations, granting immense strength instantaneously. However, unlocking all 8 gates simultaneously would yield catastrophic power at the cost of one's life. My father, upon opening the Death Gate, was able to vanquish 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, yet he too ultimately perished, Guy said, a hint of sorrow clouding his expression, as this was a recent and profound loss for him. Nevertheless, true to his jovial nature, Guy quickly emerged from his melancholic reverie. Noticing the change in Guy's demeanor, Kakashi understood the source of his sadness but chose to remain silent, recognizing that words of comfort would be futile, simply being there was sufficient. Guy, ever the resilient spirit, soon regained his enthusiasm and continued. The 8 gates are known as opening, rest, life, injury, dying, view, shock, and death. Each gate unlocked increases the strain on the body, yet simultaneously amplifies one's strength exponentially. In truth, the first 3 gates impose minimal damage on the body. The true essence of the 8 gates begins from the 4th gate onward. The opening gate releases the constraints of the brain, enabling one to unleash 100 of their physical capabilities, significantly enhancing attack power and speed through overexertion. The rest gate alleviates physical fatigue, allowing one to push their body's energy to recover stamina, countering the fatigue induced by the opening gate. The life gate further enhances attack and speed, causing the body to engorge with blood and emit a green energy, marking the last safe zone of the 8 gates. The injury gate elevates attack and speed further, inflicting damage upon the body and transitioning into the perilous territory of the 8 gates. These 4 gates are relatively safe. However, upon reaching the 5th gate, the dying gate, the body incurs substantial harm. Without sufficient training, one may sustain severe, possibly fatal injuries, thus caution is paramount. Kakashi listened intently, soon grasping the advantages of the 8 gates. After a period of training, utilizing the first 3 gates would not pose a significant risk to his physical well-being, potentially even less than the strain from a single use of the Sharingan. In essence, mastering the first 3 gates would herald a brief, yet powerful surge in Kakashi's abilities. Indeed, the 8 gates are truly remarkable. Kakashi, do you comprehend? Yes, I have a general understanding. It's perfectly fine if you don't. I can explain it again. What? You claim to understand. Guy looked at Kakashi in disbelief, clearly unable to accept that Kakashi had grasped the concept so swiftly. It was worth noting that when Guy's father had elucidated this to him, it had taken numerous repetitions for him to fully comprehend. Yes, I understand. Kakashi nodded, presenting an air of harmlessness. Upon hearing this, Guy was moved to tears. Oh, Kakashi truly lives up to his reputation. He is indeed my lifelong rival. Kakashi smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. Very well, let us commence our training in the 8 gates. Kakashi understood that the true essence of their endeavor lay ahead, the legendary body technique of the Hokage, and at this moment, he finally glimpsed its enigmatic veil along with the terrifying power that lay beneath it. In the 7th training ground, Kakashi and Guy engaged in the same rigorous exercise. Hey, Kakashi, we're down to the last 100. Let us push ourselves, Guy exclaimed, his energy undiminished as he shouted. The two were incessantly performing push-ups at such a rapid pace that only a blur remained in their wake. Beads of sweat cascaded from their foreheads, soaking their garments, while the ground beneath them became drenched in perspiration. The November sun cast a gentle warmth, yet the intensity of their exertion caused their bodies to heat up, sweat pouring down in torrents. Last one. Yoshi, we did it. 10,000 push-ups, Guy bellowed, springing to his feet, gasping for breath. Kakashi also rose, standing tall, though his hands trembled slightly, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Kakashi, now by circulating the method of the 8 gates, You can swiftly alleviate fatigue and enhance your physical condition," Guy remarked, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. Kakashi, panting, nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, he did not possess Guy's exuberance. Completing 10,000 push-ups was indeed a formidable challenge. Kakashi felt an overwhelming weariness emanating from within. It was as if every cell in his body craved nourishment. With his eyes closed, he began to circulate his chakra according to the method of the 8 gates, nurturing his cells in a unique manner. An indescribable sensation of relief nearly escaped his lips in a sigh. As the chakra within him gradually depleted, the cell's thirst seemed to wane. Chakra is drawn from the cells. And now, as it was returned, the experience felt entirely different, akin to water transforming into ice, exquisite and sublime. After a brief moment, Kakashi opened his right eye. Astonished yet elated, observing his hands, he distinctly felt that the prior fatigue had vanished, and he appeared to possess greater strength than before. Is the effect of the first training session truly this pronounced? Kakashi, how do you feel? Guy inquired. I feel splendid. The results seem quite promising. The initial results of the 8 gates training are typically the most remarkable, but subsequent progress tends to slow. It is a gradual endeavor, one that cannot be rushed. Kakashi lightly nodded in understanding. If the 8 gates were so easily mastered, few would have undertaken its rigorous training. Reflecting on his teammates, neither Lee nor Niji had learned the 8 gates, which underscored the difficulty of its practice, not only due to its side effects, but also because mastering the 8 gates of Duinjia is a slow and arduous journey. Niji possesses the Byakugan and practices Gentle Fist, while the 8 gates requires a more forceful approach. Hence, Niji refrained from pursuing it. A girl like Tenten would undoubtedly struggle to endure such hardships. In the original work, Lee managed to unlock 5 gates after just 1 or 2 years of training, showcasing his innate talent for physical combat. However, after 3 additional years, he could only open 6 gates, indicating that the difficulty of mastering the 8 gates escalates as one progresses. Dai took 2 decades to fully master the 8 gates formation, and Guy spent a similarly lengthy period. Nevertheless, Kakashi still has time. It is reasonable to believe that by the time the narrative commences, he will have at least grasped the 6th gate. This is the most conservative estimate. Given nearly 12 years, Kakashi is confident that he could attain the 6th gate. Should he dedicate himself entirely to the training of the 8 gates, Kakashi believes he could unlock not only the 6th, but potentially the 8th gate as well. However, Kakashi's pursuit of the 8 gates is merely supplementary. He does not aspire to become a taijutsu-oriented ninja. His extraordinary talent in ninjutsu renders the path of physical combat a considerable waste of his abilities. Moreover, the terrifying power of the 8 gates exacts a price that could cost one's life, and Kakashi has no desire to gamble with his own existence. Ninjutsu and Kenjutsu constitute his primary focus, although he will not neglect the 8 gates. Only by progressing in tandem can he forge his strongest self. The 3 ninja arts, ninjutsu and taijutsu, are not a cause for great concern at present, while illusions are not something Kakashi intends to pursue deliberately. His formidable mental strength grants him immunity to illusions below A rank, and he possesses significant resistance against those above A rank. Coupled with the Sharingan, it is likely that only powerful Genjutsu, such as Tsukuyami, could affect him. As for the strongest Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, Kakashi does not possess the same confidence. Fortunately, both Shursui and Itachi are currently mere students at a ninja academy, granting Kakashi ample time. They are still 8 years away from unlocking their Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing Kakashi to temporarily dismiss concerns about facing their Genjutsu. Kakashi expressed his most sincere gratitude to Guy, reflecting on the time spent in this world. Undoubtedly, Guy has provided the most significant assistance to him, whether in the initial training sessions or in teaching the 8 gates. Guy has selflessly shared his training methods, which deeply moves Kakashi. Had it been someone else, Guy might not have been so generous. It is Kakashi's unique status that prompts such magnanimity. This illustrates that Guy genuinely considers Kakashi a friend, a lifelong companion. Kakashi feels a tinge of guilt, as he had previously relied heavily on Guy. After all, upon his arrival in this world, much was unfamiliar to him, and even with Kakashi's original memories, he could not help but feel disoriented. Thanks to Guy, Kakashi has mastered his original abilities and can confidently face battles that once seemed unimaginable. Therefore, Kakashi is filled with gratitude towards Guy, and a sincere friendship has blossomed between them. What reason could one possibly have to not cherish such a friend? What justification could there be for failing to protect him? Rest assured, Kai, I shall never allow you to suffer the fate of a lifelong disability due to the final battle, Kakashi silently vowed within his heart. The bond forged with Kai represented Kakashi's first friendship since arriving in this world, a source of warmth that he deeply appreciated. Ah, Kakashi, you are far too gracious. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, let us engage in a duel. I cannot forgive myself for losing in that recent taijutsu contest. This time, I must reclaim my honor. Kakashi smiled and replied, very well, let us compete. Ah, splendid. This is the essence of youth. Kai exclaimed with hearty laughter. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated, and soon the two figures swiftly intertwined. Prepare yourself. Leaf's Gale of Fury. Kakashi, how have you been resting? Asked the third Hokage. A smile gracing his face as he inquired, clearly in good spirits. Quite well. Do we have another mission today? Indeed. As you know, our village is currently short-staffed, necessitating your assistance with numerous tasks. Understood. The third Hokage nodded, tossing a scroll to Kakashi while stating, this mission involves protection. You are to safeguard a merchant transporting goods from the land of fire to the land of wind. The land of wind? Kakashi was taken aback, surprised by the location. Yes, the land of wind. While we maintain a friendly relationship, it is currently fraught with danger, the third Hokage murmured. What is the situation? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. The host of the One Tail, Fu, is nearing the end of his life, and I imagine Sunagakure is quite troubled regarding the next Jinchuriki. Thus, they have heightened their security. I see, Kakashi comprehended. Given that it was nearly December, and remembering that Gaara was born in January, it meant that in 2 months' time, Shikaku would be sealed within the newly born Gaara. Therefore, during your journey to the land of wind, maintain a low profile and avoid crossing their security lines to prevent unnecessary complications. Understood. The specifics of the mission are detailed within the scroll. Take care and return swiftly. The village needs your strength, the third Hokage said gently, his words imbued with concern. Thank you, Lord Hokage. With that, Kakashi vanished in an instant. The third Hokage lowered his head and resumed reviewing the towering stack of documents. It must be said that leading a village is no easy task. Had Kakashi not been left with no other options, he would certainly not have taken on such a burdensome duty, given his inherently laid-back disposition. Upon returning home, Kakashi meticulously examined the contents of the scroll before putting it aside. He stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. The task involved protecting a merchant named Ryazaki along with his caravan and goods, journeying from the city of Matsuke's in the land of fire to the city of Sunagakure in the land of wind. According to the speed of the caravan, the journey would approximately take half a month. The difficulty of the task is rated A, indicating that there are already ninja watching over this shipment. Based on the description of the cargo, it consists of some precious, heavy metals, likely rare materials. Along this route, the nearest location is a small nation known as the Land of Gold, which hosts a small ninja village called the Gold Ninja Village. Thus, it seems that the ninjas from this village have their eyes set on the shipment. The Gold Ninja Village is quite impoverished, making it plausible that they would target such valuable goods. However, how did this merchant come to know of it? Generally, tasks involving the protection of caravans are rated no higher than B, yet this merchant has offered an A-level reward, which is rather uncharacteristic for a merchant. Why would he spend such an excessive amount unless he deemed it absolutely necessary? Therefore, this merchant, Ryazaki, appears to be quite the enigma. Kakashi briefly analyzed the situation, standing up with the realization that this task might not be straightforward. Having recently mastered the 8 Gates technique, he had experienced a slight enhancement in strength, and with his Sharingan awakened, he could utilize Kamui. Below the level of a Kage, Kakashi felt he possessed the means to handle the situation, even against a Kage-level opponent. With Kamui at his disposal, escaping would not pose a significant issue, unless he encountered a truly monstrous adversary. However, during this period, it seemed unlikely that he would come across such formidable ninja. With that in mind, what was there to fear? He could treat this as a trial for himself, while also taking the opportunity to observe the landscapes of this world. With his mind made up, Kakashi set out to procure some supplies needed for the mission. As he passed by Jiraiya's home, he paused briefly, noticing it was empty, with a sign indicating that the owner was away on business. It appeared that Jiraiya had embarked on yet another journey around the world. Kakashi felt a twinge of regret at not being able to bid farewell to the white-haired elder, but such was the life of a ninja. The time spent together was always eclipsed by the time apart. Kakashi silently resolved that their next meeting would surely leave Jiraiya in awe, at which point he could make a few requests. After all, Jiraiya's teaching prowess could be considered unparalleled among Hokage. None of Jiraiya's disciples were to be underestimated. Even the third Hokage likely did not match Jiraiya's instructional caliber in this regard. The following morning, Kakashi packed his belongings, sealing them within a scroll, slung his weapon, the Thousand Thunder, over his back, and departed from Konoha with the pass provided by the third Hokage. Matsuke's was not far from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi hastened his journey and reached Matsuke's before the sun dipped below the horizon. Using the methods documented in the mission scroll, he quickly located the merchant named Ryuzaki. Ryuzaki stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, similar to Kakashi's height, clad in a grayish-white robe, and appeared to be in his 30s. With a gentle smile, Ryuzaki was seated in a tavern, leisurely sipping from a small jug of sake, accompanied by a plate of sashimi. He seemed to indulge in the moment, savoring a piece of sashimi followed by a sip of sake, embodying a sense of tranquility. Kakashi confirmed that this individual was indeed the client for this assignment, and thus took a seat across from him. Longchi displayed no hint of surprise, sipping his sake before speaking. "Are you perhaps the esteemed ninja from Konoha?" "Indeed. You are the one who commissioned this mission, Longchi Yamaichi, correct?" "Indeed, that is I. I did not expect such a young ninja to be entrusted with an A-rank task." "You are truly a prodigy," Longchi Yamaichi remarked with a slight smile, though his expression bore no trace of astonishment. Kakashi's heart tightened. It was apparent that this man was no ordinary person. An average individual would likely assume that a youthful ninja lacked capability. "You flatter me, Mr. Longchi," Kakashi responded modestly. "Ah, I beg your pardon, esteemed ninja. Would you care to indulge in a drink or two?" Longchi Yamaichi raised his cup in invitation. "Thank you, but I abstain from alcohol during missions." "I hope you understand," Kakashi politely declined. "I see. What a pity. The sake here is quite exquisite." Longchi Yamaichi expressed regret before downing his own cup. Kakashi furrowed his brow, perplexed by this man's intentions. However, he had already foreseen that this mission would likely prove to be more complex than anticipated. Yet, Kakashi felt no fear. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. "Jinting, whose blood will you stain this time?" "Well then, esteemed ninja, I assume you must be weary after your long journey. Allow me to escort you to my lodgings. We shall depart early tomorrow morning," Longchi Yamaichi said, finishing his last sip of sake and rising, gesturing for Kakashi to follow. Kakashi had no objections. Though hunger gnawed at him, attending to matters at hand took precedence. As he trailed behind Longchi Yamaichi, he quickly discerned something amiss. This Longchi was not an ordinary man. He was a ninja. Despite his efforts to conceal his chakra fluctuations, Kakashi could perceive through Longchi's gait that he was indeed a ninja, and likely of a high rank, perhaps even a jonin. Yet, Kakashi refrained from exposing him immediately, for no rule prohibited a ninja from hiring another ninja for tasks. Even revealing that Longchi Yamaichi was a ninja held no significance. Better to feign ignorance and observe what this Longchi truly intended. After walking through Matsuching in silence for some time, they soon arrived at a small inn, evidently reserved by Longchi Yamaichi, with two of his men stationed at the entrance. "Lord Longchi, you have returned," the guards greeted him respectfully upon his arrival. "Ah, I appreciate your efforts. This is the esteemed ninja who will accompany us on our journey tomorrow." Longchi Yamaichi gestured towards Kakashi for introduction. The guards exchanged curious glances at Kakashi. "Lord Longchi, is it wise to entrust a ninja so young with this task?" "Rest assured, the ninjas dispatched by Konoha to undertake missions are undoubtedly capable of fulfilling their tasks." Ryuzaki, with a smile, elucidated this, seemingly brimming with confidence in Kakashi. This confidence was rather perplexing. Kakashi found himself unable to comprehend it. Did this fellow truly know himself? Otherwise, why would he possess such unwavering faith in his own abilities? Upon hearing Ryuzaki's words, the two guards immediately fell silent, respectfully bowing to Kakashi. Kakashi couldn't help but admire the decorum exhibited by Ryuzaki's retainers. "Honored ninja, please, enter," one of them gestured. "Very well." Acknowledging Ryuzaki's warm demeanor, Kakashi felt it inappropriate to maintain a stern expression. As they stepped into the inn, the two took their seats once more. "Mr. Ryuzaki, although I have perused the mission scroll, there are certain matters I must inquire about." "Please, honored ninja, go ahead." "This mission entails ensuring the merchant convoy reaches the Sand City in the Land of Wind, correct?" "Indeed. Such a task would suffice as a B-rank request." I am curious as to why Mr. Ryuzaki has opted for an A rank. Do you perhaps anticipate that ninjas will attempt to seize your goods along the way? Kakashi inquired, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his remaining eye as he fixed his gaze upon Ryuzaki. However, Ryuzaki appeared oblivious to the depth of Kakashi's stare, chuckling softly as he replied, "What do you think, honored ninja? Mr. Ryuzaki, by issuing such a request, you ought to clarify the mission's details. Otherwise, we in Konoha will find ourselves in a most challenging predicament." Kakashi's demeanor turned serious as he regarded Ryuzaki, an implicit pressure weighing upon him. Sighing at the situation, Ryuzaki remarked, "You truly live up to your reputation as the Sharingan Kakashi. Your powers of observation and analysis are indeed formidable." Kakashi's pupils narrowed, his body tensing as he questioned, "You know of me?" "Of course. Silver hair, a concealed eye, and at such a young age. A jonin. There is but one person in all of Konoha who fits that description. Hatake Kakashi," Ryuzaki stated calmly, as if merely stating an unremarkable fact. "Indeed. It appears you are a ninja after all. Oh, you have discerned my true identity." Ryuzaki expressed mild surprise, for he held considerable confidence in his concealment techniques, never anticipating that Kakashi would see through them so swiftly. "Now, may I inquire about your intentions?" "Mr. Kakashi, my true aim is merely to deliver this cargo to the Sand City in the Land of Wind. I was indeed a ninja in the past, but I no longer serve that role. This shipment consists of rare metals, which the 5 great nations overlook. However, certain small ninja villages have set their sights on this cargo." "The Gold Ninja Village?" Ryuzaki was taken aback, not expecting Kakashi to mention that particular village. "Indeed, it is the Gold Ninja Village. Previously, I sheltered a grievously injured ninja from that village, instead of gratitude. He relayed information about my shipment of rare metals to his village, prompting them to attempt a heist. Fortunately, I discovered his treachery on the spot and, in a fit of rage, eliminated him. Yet the word has still managed to spread." Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly weighing the veracity of Ryuzaki's claims against the possibility of deception. "Mr. Kakashi, I am acutely aware that if the hidden gold village were to arrive, they would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. In light of this potential threat, I sought assistance from Konoha." After listening to Ryuzaki's explanation, Kakashi felt a flicker of belief stirring within him. After all, Ryuzaki himself boasts the caliber of a jonin. If he had not requested an A-rank mission to bolster his strength with additional jonin support, the value of this assistance would be significantly diminished. "Thank you for your elucidation, Mr. Ryuzaki. I now grasp the situation better. I shall endeavor to fulfill this mission to the best of my abilities." "I truly appreciate your willingness, Mr. Kakashi," Ryuzaki replied with a satisfied smile upon seeing Kakashi's concession. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Please summon me when you are ready to depart tomorrow." "Certainly. I will have someone escort you to your room." "Thank you." Kakashi followed the attendant to the designated room, then left the inn to procure some sustenance. After a long day of travel, he found himself quite famished despite having replenished his energy with a light meal earlier. Meanwhile, Ryuzaki sat in his room, eyes closed, murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated that the visitor would be the Sharingan Kakashi. Though still a youth, he must not be underestimated. After all, he is the son of the White Fang. His prowess should be commendable. I wonder if this mission will proceed smoothly." Rising from his seat, Ryuzaki opened the window and gazed into the distant night sky. "Ah, Hidden Gold Village, it has indeed been a while since we last crossed paths. The grievances between us have reached a point where they must be resolved." A faint smile graced Ryuzaki's lips, tinged with nostalgia and a hint of animosity, revealing the complexity of his emotions at that moment. After dinner, Kakashi returned to his quarters. He refrained from training that evening, recognizing the necessity of being in peak condition for the mission ahead. The fatigue from rigorous practice could potentially hinder his performance and even jeopardize his life, an error Kakashi could not afford to make. The objectives of the mission were twofold: to earn a reward and to accumulate invaluable experience. The lessons gleaned from real combat would greatly enhance his training, leading to greater efficiency. Moreover, the terror of life and death could catalyze significant breakthroughs. It was akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable disaster. What connection exists between Ryuzaki and the Hidden Gold Village? Kakashi furrowed his brow, pondering the relationship between the two. Yet he found scant clues and could not draw any conclusions. Nevertheless, he was certain that the bond between Ryuzaki and the Hidden Gold Village was far from ordinary. When the Hidden Gold Village was mentioned, A fleeting change crossed Ryazaki's expression, swiftly masked, but Kakashi had noticed. He had been intently observing Ryazaki, ensuring he missed not a single nuance of his countenance. Although the precise nature of the situation eluded him, Kakashi sensed that the following days would herald a significant conflict. The fact that a Jonin felt uncertain in facing the ninjas from the hidden gold village, necessitating assistance, was indeed highly suspect. According to Kakashi's understanding, the number of ninjas in the hidden gold village is quite limited, totaling no more than 100, with perhaps only 3 elite Jonin and fewer than 10 Chunin among them. The remainder are merely genin. Given the strength of such a village, attempting to rob a merchant convoy protected by an elite Jonin seems exceedingly unwise. They would need to deploy at least 2 elite Jonin to have a reasonable chance of success. Otherwise, the outcome of a one-on-one confrontation remains uncertain. Of course, if one possessed extraordinary strength, the situation would be quite different. However, in a lowly village like the Hidden Gold, even an elite Jonin would likely rank at the bottom of their tier, rendering the prospect of extraordinary prowess improbable. There are undoubtedly deeper layers to this situation that Kakashi has yet to contemplate. Drawing his sword, the Chidori, and gently wiping it with a white cloth has become a habitual practice for Kakashi. This blade has accompanied him for nearly a month, having only tasted the blood of Orochimaru. The very essence of such a formidable adversary marks a high starting point. Kakashi has been pondering the meaning of the sword's intent and the philosophy behind wielding it, yet clarity eludes him, though he does have some inklings. As he casually swung the Chidori, he questioned the purpose of his blade. Is it to protect his comrades? To safeguard himself? Or perhaps both? Kakashi is uncertain. His current objective is merely to gain the strength necessary for self-preservation. Unable to resolve these thoughts, he shifted his focus to studying sealing techniques for a while before lying down to rest, aware that the next day would bring a demanding journey with uncertain rest conditions. Early the following morning, Kakashi rose, finding the merchant convoy of Ryazaki Sanichi already assembled and loading their cargo. Ryazaki Sanichi was directing the operations and greeted Kakashi upon noticing him. "Mr. Kakashi, have you awakened? I hope you slept well last night." "Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ryazaki," Kakashi replied. "That's splendid. Please, do have breakfast. We shall depart shortly thereafter," Ryazaki Sanichi said with a smile. "Very well. After breakfast." The merchant convoy, along with Kakashi, comprised a total of 21 individuals, embarking on their journey to the Sand City in the Land of Wind. Throughout the journey, Kakashi maintained a vigilant demeanor, mindful of potential unforeseen events. This type of assignment was a novel experience for him, prompting careful consideration of every aspect to facilitate his gradual growth. Kakashi would not overlook any opportunity for development. For instance, while appearing to sit motionless atop a cargo crate, seemingly resting with closed eyes, Kakashi was diligently honing his perceptive abilities. Every 5 minutes, he would release a small amount of chakra to sense his surroundings. However, due to the lack of a specific technique, his range of perception was quite limited, roughly extending to 10 meters. This distance is easily observable with the naked eye, thus rendering the likelihood of surprises minimal. Therefore, Kakashi continually endeavored to expand this range. By releasing small amounts of chakra, he could maintain his physical condition while simultaneously enhancing his control over chakra, achieving a harmonious balance. Kakashi had long since mastered the art of water treading and tree climbing, rendering these methods ineffective for him. He now had to consider alternative approaches. His exceptional chakra control possessed a multitude of applications, whether in the execution of ninjutsu, the utilization of medical ninjutsu, or the intricate techniques of forbidden arts and sealing jutsu, all of which demanded precise chakra control. Thus, mastering his chakra was of utmost importance. Moreover, Kakashi was attempting to sense the natural chakra from the outside world, known as sage chakra. However, he was unable to perceive anything at present. Without the assistance of the oil from the toads of Mount Mayaboku, surmounting this threshold proved exceedingly challenging. Even if he were to sense it, Kakashi hesitated to absorb it indiscriminately. The consequences were uncertain. Time passed languidly during this leisurely training, and after a few days, they reached the border of the Land of Fire. The group quickened its pace, and after traversing a grove of trees, they would soon enter the territory of the Land of Wind. Ryazaki Yamato called out loudly, alerting the entire caravan. "Mr. Kakashi, the terrain ahead is highly conducive to ambush. I fear the ninjas from the Gold Ninja Village may be approaching. We must remain vigilant." As Ryazaki Yamato approached Kakashi, he spoke in hushed tones. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Regarding Ryuzuki Yamato with a favorable impression after their days together, the gentle demeanor of this middle-aged man was evidently genuine, a reflection of his inherent refinement. Puzzled by Kakashi's scrutiny, Ryuzuki Yamato inquired, "Mr. Kakashi, is something amiss?" "Ryuzuki-san, I am aware that this mission is far from simple, and I suspect your intentions are not entirely straightforward. If I am not mistaken, your real target is the ninjas from Gold Ninja Village who are coming to seize goods. Correct?" Ryuzuki Yamato was taken aback. "How did you know?" "There were indeed suitable locations for ambush in the past few days, yet you appeared remarkably at ease. Now, however, you seem anxious and are aware that ninjas from Gold Ninja Village are on their way, which indicates a familiarity with them. Surely, among those individuals, there is an informant of yours?" Ryuzuki Yamato fell silent. Observing his demeanor, Kakashi continued, "However, this is not my concern, and I prefer to remain uninvolved. Just refrain from engaging in such matters in the future. The ninjas of Konoha are not tools for your vendetta. I hope you understand this." "Mr. Kakashi, you are indeed impressive, deducing so much from such a small clue." Ryuzuki Yamato exhaled deeply, visibly relaxing. "Indeed, I am seeking revenge against these individuals. But I understand that Konoha would not undertake a mission to confront ninjas from another village. Even if they did, the commission would be beyond my means. Which is why I chose this method." Kakashi nodded. Konoha would indeed not accept such tasks. Engaging with ninjas from another village, regardless of its size, constituted an act of war. In the current state of Konoha, weakened as it was, they would not proactively instigate conflict, no matter how minor. However, should one encounter the obstruction of a ninja during the course of a mission, eliminating them is entirely justifiable. Indeed, a contractor akin to Dasna. Previously, Kakashi had presumed the hired hands to be of a higher caliber, but it now appeared they were, in fact, of a lesser grade. "What of your undercover intelligence? How many have come this time?" Kakashi inquired. 2 jonin and 5 chunin, was the response. Kakashi was internally astonished, yet he maintained an impassive exterior. Longshi Mountain, observing Kakashi's unchanging demeanor, was somewhat taken aback. Not expecting such composure at such a young age, wondering if it was a matter of suppressed emotions or confidence in dealing with these individuals. The presence of 2 jonin and 5 chunin clearly indicated that the majority of the combat strength from Kainan Village had been mobilized. It seemed that Kainan Village was not merely after the rare minerals. They were evidently aware of the existence of the jonin Longshi Mountain. "Your informant is a chunin?" Kakashi asked. "Indeed, he is among the 5 chunin. He is a trusted confidant I have secretly nurtured, and I never anticipated he would prove useful now." "You are from Kainan Village?" Kakashi queried again, his gaze reflecting a deeper certainty. Longshi Mountain was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know?" Kakashi explained. If a ninja were to be accepted from outside, they would undergo a rigorous selection process. Even if one were to pass, many significant missions would not be assigned to them. The current task involving 2 jonin is evidently of great importance. Thus, this chunin could not be an outsider, but rather someone who has risen through the ranks internally. Ascending to the level of chunin from within requires no less than a decade of dedication, unless one is a prodigy. To have cultivated a confidant such as you, it could only have transpired within Kainan Village, confirming you must be one of them. Considering your current predicament, there seems to be animosity towards Kainan Village, suggesting you are now a rogue ninja. Thus, it appears you are entangled in internal strife. Moreover, I have assessed your capabilities, which should be at the jonin level, indicating you were previously positioned at the center of power within Kainan Village. Individuals from the power center do not simply leave. It seems the discord stems either from ideological differences or collusion among other jonin to oppress you. If it were merely ideological, your temperament would not likely breed hatred. Consequently, it seems that 3 other jonin have conspired against you, perhaps even hunting you down. Your elaborate efforts to lure them here indicate that the situation is far more complex than mere pursuit. Indeed, have they taken someone of significance from you? Kakashi's series of deductions were seamlessly interconnected, causing Longshi Mountain to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, Longshi Mountain's mind was tumultuous, staring in disbelief at Kakashi. Astonished that a mere statement and a few clues had led Kakashi to such an accurate conclusion, it was nothing short of terrifying. "From your expression, I must have hit the mark," Kakashi sighed, gaining a deeper understanding of the world of ninjas, where such hatred was undoubtedly prevalent. Lankishin took a deep breath and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you truly embody the legacy of White Fang. Indeed, I was once one of the 3 elite Jonin of the Hidden Gold Village. Recently, the other 2 Jonin, Yamakawa and Shueli, conspired to take my life due to a certain matter. Fortunately, I sensed their intentions in time and escaped with my life. Yet my wife and child were tragically slain by them. Such enmity cannot go unpunished. I am determined to exact my revenge. However, the strength of those 2 is on par with mine, making it impossible for me to confront them simultaneously. Thus, I have resorted to this desperate measure, seeking your assistance. Kakashi-sensei, I understand. This is your personal vendetta, as well as a matter concerning your village. I will not intervene, Kakashi replied. Upon hearing this, Lankishin's expression shifted. Realizing that if Kakashi refused to assist, his plan to lure the snake from its hole would instead lead him into the tiger's den. Kakashi-sensei, I implore you. Should I succeed in my vengeance, I will serve you loyally at your command. Lankishin cast out his final bargaining chip, for he had nothing else to offer. Kakashi regarded him for a moment before stating coolly, my mission is to protect all members of the merchant convoy and their goods. If any ninja comes to kill or steal, I will intervene. With that, Kakashi leaped onto another cargo vehicle. Lankishin felt a surge of joy. It seemed Kakashi had agreed. Suppressing his excitement, he discreetly withdrew to make his final preparations. Had it not been for the Sharingan revealing that Lankishin's chakra showed no abnormal fluctuations, confirming his honesty, Kakashi might have been reluctant to assist. However, loyalty from a Jonin was indeed a valuable proposition. Moreover, should the 2 Jonin perish, the Hidden Gold Village still had many Chunin to nurture, potentially yielding a wealth of formidable warriors in a few years. Kakashi murmured to himself in a barely audible tone, ensuring that no one but he could hear. Thus, his plans were set in motion. This world is one that consumes. Besides possessing formidable strength, having a powerful influence is also essential. In the Leaf Village, fostering friendships is vital, yet forming factions is rather imprudent. For now, Kakashi lacked the strength to embark on such endeavors. Therefore, he must confine his actions to the outskirts of the village. Originally, Kakashi had not intended to cultivate influence so soon, yet with this opportunity presenting itself, he would not be remiss. Ultimately, this situation arose from a moment of whimsy on Kakashi's part. Otherwise, upon learning the truth, he could have chosen to withdraw. After all, should a client misrepresent the task, the mission could be voided without consequence to Kakashi. However, on one hand, he did not wish to forfeit this chance for growth, while on the other, he found a favorable impression of Lankishin and was inclined to assist him. Thus, the time to prepare for battle had arrived. Kakashi sat silently upon the cargo vehicle, channeling his chakra and restoring himself to the peak of his condition. The caravan gradually entered the grove, and at that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects. Kakashi abruptly opened his right eye and shouted, "Everyone halt! Be cautious, there are ambushes." The members of the caravan immediately came to a stop, their faces heavy with concern, clearly aware of the impending danger that could cost them their lives. Such palpable hostility could be sensed even by a low-ranking ninja, let alone Kakashi. However, the assailants seemed disinclined to conceal their presence. Stepping out from behind the towering trees, 2 Jonin and 5 Chunin formed a surrounding circle, trapping the caravan in the center. Where did this little brat come from? Quite perceptive, aren't you? Miyazaki, from where did you summon these allies? At this moment, Kakashi refrained from wearing the Leaf Village forehead protector to avoid revealing his identity. Thus, the ambushing ninjas failed to recognize him. Suetun, you dare to show your face here? Upon encountering his nemesis, Miyazaki's eyes burned with fury as he glared at the speaker. Ah, Miyazaki, are you angry? What is there to be upset about? When I took the lives of your wife and children, they certainly did not express such outrage. They welcomed me with open arms, but alas, I sent them straight to hell, one by one. Suetun laughed heartily, as if recounting the most amusing tale. Miyazaki clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in fury. At the same time, a chill radiated from Kakashi's eyes. Such a deranged individual held no value in surviving. In his heart, Kakashi had already issued a death sentence to the Jonin named Suetun. Enough, Suetun. Stop wasting time with him. Finish him off swiftly, urged a companion standing beside Suetun. Yamashita, why the rush? Miyazaki is but a fish in a barrel now. What is there to fear? Together, we can surely eliminate him, Yamashita replied with a shrug. You speak truthfully. Miyazaki is as good as dead. If we do not exchange a few parting words now, We may never have another chance, Suetun said. Glancing back at the furious Ryuzaki, surprised, aren't you? Did you think that by hiding within this caravan, we would lose track of you? Ha ha ha, how naive. Suetun laughed boisterously, his mood evidently buoyant, and he reveled in Ryuzaki's rage. Suetun Yamashita. We grew up together in the Hidden Gold Village, even as part of the same team. Why then do you seek to annihilate me now? Ryuzaki bellowed in anguish, a question that had long plagued his mind. The bond among the three was once strong, their talents comparable, and their ascension to Jonin occurred in close proximity. They had always supported one another, their friendship profound. Yet, to his astonishment, a month prior, Suetun and Yamashita had suddenly turned against Ryuzaki with a madness he could not comprehend. In his shock, Ryuzaki could only flee hastily. Upon returning home, he discovered his wife and children had met a tragic fate, and in that moment, even the usually mild-mannered Ryuzaki was consumed by a tempest of rage. However, the typically composed Ryuzaki maintained his clarity and refrained from seeking immediate vengeance against the two. Instead, he chose to depart from Kinshin village to meticulously plan his course of action. Meanwhile, Yamakawa and Mizuchi mistakenly believed that Ryuzaki fled out of fear, entirely oblivious to the fact that they were ensnared in a scheme. The Chunin they brought along were loyal subordinates of Yamakawa and Mizuchi, yet unbeknownst to them. One of these individuals was, in fact, a confidant of Ryuzaki. Their previous interactions had not been particularly amicable, they were merely acquaintances. However, Ryuzaki had once saved this Chunin's life, leading to an unwavering loyalty from him. At that time, Ryuzaki had not contemplated appropriating his friend's subordinates. Thus he did not consent to the request. Nevertheless, this Chunin remained steadfastly loyal, and when Ryuzaki reached out, he readily agreed to assist. Notably, this Chunin disapproved of many of Mizuchi's actions, which prompted him to forsake Mizuchi in favor of the more benevolent Ryuzaki. This gesture deeply moved Ryuzaki, highlighting the stark contrast between individuals. Some are akin to ungrateful wolves, while others embody gratitude. Upon witnessing Ryuzaki's bewildered expression, the two burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Ryuzaki. You truly are adorably naive. From the very beginning, we never regarded you as a friend. You are simply not of our ilk. Did you not notice that every time perilous missions arose, it was you who led the charge? In an instant, enlightenment struck Ryuzaki, piecing together the fragments of his past. It was no wonder that he returned from each mission with more grievous injuries than the two, nor that he consistently received the least rewards. The puzzle of their synchronized arrivals for every assembly unraveled before him. Why? Why do you continue to deceive me? Ryuzaki demanded, fury igniting within him. Indeed, if you had persisted in your ruse, perhaps my wife and child would not have perished. Why? The answer was starkly simple. You obtained a scroll of secret techniques, but refused to share it with us, leaving us no choice but to eliminate you to seize it. Secret techniques? Ryuzaki's face contorted in confusion. Do not feign ignorance. During our last expedition to that ancient relic, you procured a stone tablet scroll. That scroll was blank. As you saw, was it not? Ryuzaki questioned, bewildered. We did see it, but how could the scroll from the ancient relic be blank? You must have memorized its contents and erased them to prevent us from discovering the truth, correct? Ryuzaki, how cunning you are. Mizuchi retorted, evidently aggrieved by Ryuzaki's actions. What capabilities do I possess? You would murder my entire family over such trivial conjecture? Ryuzaki exclaimed, incredulous. He could scarcely fathom that these two dear friends would resort to such extreme measures over this matter. Ha ha, cease your pretense and surrender the scroll tablet, along with the secret techniques. For the sake of our past camaraderie, we shall spare you a complete corpse. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a grave without a resting place. Shuei Li seemed to have lost interest in conversation, directly issuing a harsh ultimatum. Upon hearing this, Long Qi felt neither anger nor sorrow. Instead, he burst into laughter, leaving those present bewildered. Ha ha ha, very well. Today, I have come to understand that it is my folly that has led me to be deceived by you for so many years. Since that is the case, there is nothing further to discuss. Today, it will be either your demise or mine. Come forth. With that, Long Qi brandished his kunai. Kakashi leaped to Long Qi's side and whispered, Long Qi, you handle those Chunin. I will take on the two Jonin. Once you have dealt with the Chunin, come to assist me. Are you sure, Kakashi? Those two are formidable opponents. Long Qi expressed his concern. As a teammate of Shan Chuan and Shuei Li, he was well aware of their capabilities, but he remained uncertain about Kakashi's strength and whether he could withstand their assault. Rest assured, I am confident. Prepare for battle. Kakashi replied, exuding self-assuredness, prompting Long Chi to withhold further doubts. He resolved to swiftly deal with the Chunin so he could aid Kakashi. With their gazes locked, the battle was on the verge of eruption. Kakashi's intent to confront the two Jonin stemmed from a desire to assess his current prowess, coupled with the uncertainty surrounding the identity of the infiltrating Chunin, fearing collateral damage. Kakashi's eye fell upon Shan Chuan and Xue Li, his sole visible eye reflecting a grave seriousness. The chakra emanating from the two Jonin felt formidable. He brushed his left eye, the four-symbol seal perfectly containing his Sharingan. This time, he had no intention of utilizing it. Previously, his adversaries had been overwhelmingly powerful, forcing him to unseal and employ the Sharingan. However, this situation was different. Although his foes exuded strength, they did not reach the caliber of Orochimaru. Thus, he pondered whether to forego the Sharingan and discover the extent of his own abilities. The elusive Kiki swordsmanship, the ever-changing application of ninjutsu, and the rapid Shunshin technique combined left Kakashi confident that he could contend with the two Jonin before him. His right hand gently grasped the hilt of his sword, poised for action. Xue Li and Shan Chuan found it peculiar that Long Chi would tackle the Chunin while allowing a mere child of around 14 to confront them. Long Chi, you coward. Too afraid to face us yourself, instead sending a child to deal with us. What a worthless fool you are, Xue Li taunted shamelessly, clearly dismissive of Long Chi's tactics, with Shan Chuan echoing similar sentiments. Yet, Long Chi paid them no mind. After all, he was pitted against 5 Chunin, one of whom was his own undercover operative. In the realm of ninjas, a moment's lapse can lead to unforeseen calamity. Both Mizuki and Yamakawa, sensing that Longzaki had chosen to ignore them, turned their attention towards Kakashi. You unfortunate little brat, Mizuki taunted, you've crossed paths with us. Don't expect Longzaki to come to your aid. In an instant, you shall meet your demise here. Kakashi, upon hearing these words, chuckled softly as he drew his sword, Shintian. I indeed do not anticipate Mr. Longzaki's assistance, for before that ever occurs, I shall deal with you both. Mizuki's fury ignited at Kakashi's audacity. You insolent brat, he bellowed, clearly incensed by Kakashi's words. Yamakawa, on the other hand, bore a scowl that matched the gravity of the situation. You seek death, do you? Kakashi sneered, bemused by those who, despite their lack of skill, incessantly boasted. In a fleeting moment, Kakashi activated the Shuinpa technique, a skill he had acquired from Mitsuba. He found himself increasingly fond of this maneuver. It required no chakra and offered remarkable speed, making surprise attacks a breeze. As Mizuki and Yamakawa watched Kakashi vanish in an instant, their astonishment was palpable. Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, Kakashi reappeared before Mizuki, delivering a horizontal slash. Despite Kakashi's swiftness, Mizuki, being a seasoned jonin, managed to react, albeit a fraction too late. The blade grazed his chest, producing a sound akin to steel-piercing flesh. Blood erupted as Shintian carved a gash across Mizuki's torso, yet it was not deep. He narrowly evaded a fatal blow, sidestepping at the last moment. Kakashi, shaking the blood from his blade, wore an expression of disappointment. Had he been a fraction quicker, Mizuki might very well have been a lifeless form upon the ground. You insufferable brat, Mizuki shouted, clutching his wounded chest. The injury, while significant, was not crippling, yet it left him feeling utterly humiliated. As a proud jonin, to be successfully ambushed by such a young opponent was a source of great shame. Kakashi chose to disregard Mizuki's rage. A ninja who loses their composure inches ever closer to their demise. Yamakawa leaped to Mizuki's side, inquiring, Are you all right, Mizuki? I'm fine, merely a superficial wound. It's nothing to fret over. That wretched brat possesses commendable speed, but as long as we remain vigilant, we shall prevail. Rising to his feet, Mizuki found the injury manageable, having staunched the bleeding with chakra, thus retaining his combat efficacy. Kakashi remained silent, gripping Shintian, seemingly lost in contemplation, no longer inclined to initiate an attack. You may have momentarily bested me, but your luck will soon run dry, Mizuki proclaimed, still seething with anger. Yet Kakashi paid him no heed. Mizuki felt as though his efforts had struck nothing but air, a disconcerting sensation. Yamakawa, stay here. I shall swiftly put an end to this brat. Mizuki, do you believe you can handle this? Mountains and rivers were enveloped in skepticism. For Kakashi's recent actions had redefined the impression that the mountains held of this youthful boy. The boy's prowess was formidable, exhibiting a composure that belied his tender years. He was certainly no ordinary child. At the very least, the mountains conceded that they had possessed no such tranquility at Kakashi's age. Observing the mountain's doubt, Shui Li's ire intensified. What? Am I incapable? Just give me a minute. With that declaration, Shui Li departed abruptly, launching a powerful punch towards Kakashi without waiting for further words from the mountains. The mountains, caught off guard, refrained from intervening. Although they felt that Kakashi was no simple adversary, they still doubted his ability to triumph over Shui Li. After all, Kakashi appeared far too youthful to possess the strength of a jonin. Yet, both the mountains and Shui Li overlooked a crucial truth. There exist individuals in this world who cannot be judged by conventional standards, geniuses. As Shui Li advanced, Kakashi remained unperturbed. In terms of physical combat, Kakashi found himself in need of a sparring partner at that moment. The clash of fists and palms resonated, creating a symphony of combat. Shui Li's martial arts were commendable, with each move executed with precision, though ultimately, he was merely a ninja from a small village. Mere moments into their engagement, Kakashi seized upon a moment of vulnerability and delivered a swift kick to Shui Li's chest. Bam! Shui Li was propelled backward. The mountains, witnessing this, gasped in surprise and immediately rushed to catch Shui Li, halting their descent upon a towering tree. A minute had long since elapsed. Kakashi's calm voice echoed in the air, piercing the ears of both Shui Li and the mountains. That was a minute already. Curse that little brat. Shui Li's hands clenched, veins bulging, clearly infuriated by Kakashi's words. However, this time, Shui Li refrained from charging forward. The recent encounter had enlightened Shui Li to the extraordinary nature of the boy before him. Damn it! Where did Ryuzaki find such an ally? Shui Li pondered resentfully. Shui Li, do not act rashly. This boy appears far from ordinary. We should confront him together. Lest we stumble in the mire, the mountains advised. Shui Li scoffed dismissively, yet he did not argue further. Despite his doubts about defeating the boy, he felt it imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. Otherwise, if Ryuzaki concluded his business, the situation could become dire. Furthermore, the Chunin were the strength in their hands, and they were reluctant to sustain excessive losses. After all, the village required guardians, and relying solely on the two of them would prove insufficient. Noticing that both had finally adopted a serious demeanor, Kakashi resolved to reveal a fraction of his true capabilities. For Kakashi's greatest strength did not lie in physical prowess or the weaponry skills he had recently acquired, but rather in ninjutsu. The title of copy ninja was not bestowed lightly. Although he had not yet memorized 1,000 techniques, he was well versed in 100. However, no fool would attempt to practice such a multitude of ninjutsu, as mastery and mere familiarity were vastly different. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, revered as the professor of ninjutsu, would not dare claim mastery over all techniques, but rather professed a mere acquaintance with them. These ninjutsu techniques may serve as extraordinary moves, yet they are not suitable for daily combat. After all, human energy is finite. Even prodigies like Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha rely on a limited repertoire of jutsu. The essence lies not in the quantity of techniques, but in their application. There are no invincible moves, only invincible practitioners. Kakashi shares this sentiment, and the jutsu he values most is his original creation, Chidori. The derivatives of Chidori are numerous. In the original narrative, Sasuke developed a series of techniques based on it, including the formidable Kirin, often touted as the strongest lightning release. As its creator, Kakashi has since developed one of Chidori's advanced forms, Raikiri, although he feels it falls short. While Raikiri is classified as an S-rank technique, Kakashi perceives its power as insufficient. Moreover, when compared to another S-rank technique, the Raisin Shuriken, Raikiri pales in comparison. After all, while a single Raikiri claimed 1 life, a Raisin Shuriken extinguished 3. Considering the catastrophic techniques that emerged later, a mere Raikiri indeed seems inadequate. The Kamui Raikiri might be more formidable, yet Kakashi is currently unable to utilize it. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Kakashi understood that his journey ahead remains long, especially compared to his 2 exceptionally gifted students. With a flick of his Chidori, electricity crackled around him. Seeing this, Mizunari and Yamakawa exchanged solemn glances, and suddenly, they both formed hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Projectile, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Having grown up together, Their coordination was impeccable. Although their techniques did not amplify each other's attributes, they still possessed significant destructive power. A pincer attack? Kakashi murmured to himself, and in the next moment, countless stone spears erupted from the ground, piercing Kakashi's body with multiple holes, while flames engulfed him. Kakashi had no time to utter a cry before being reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha, I expected a formidable opponent, yet you were so easily dispatched. I doubt there's even ash left of you now. Mizunari cackled, releasing his earlier frustration. Mizunari, something feels off. Yamakawa was not as careless. He keenly sensed something amiss. Huh, what? Mizunari followed Yamakawa's pointing finger and saw that what lay before them was not Kakashi, but merely a wooden log. Substitution jutsu. How is this possible? Mizunari exclaimed in astonishment. He had not seen Kakashi perform any hand seals. How could he have executed the substitution jutsu? Failing to recognize the substitution jutsu. It truly is a miracle that you two have achieved the rank of Jonin. Kakashi's voice echoed from behind them, startling both. They quickly attempted to evade. But what awaited them was Kakashi's jutsu. This is how ninjutsu is executed. With hands forming seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The same great fireball technique. Yet in Kakashi's hands, it was undeniably more potent than when Mizunari had wielded it. The scorching heat rendered the surrounding air arid. The potency of ninjutsu is profoundly intertwined with the purity of chakra. Thus, the same technique can manifest varying degrees of power in the hands of different individuals, which serves as the primary rationale behind this phenomenon. Kakashi's chakra purity is evidently far superior to that of the two adversaries. After all, he is renowned as a prodigy. Faced with the terrifyingly formidable Great Fireball, Suetun could not help but mutter a curse. Damn, how can such overwhelming power exist? Earth release. Earth flow wall. Unable to evade the oncoming assault, he hastily employed a defensive technique. A stone wall surged forth from the ground, effectively intercepting Kakashi's Great Fireball. Well done, Shanchuan. Suetun exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon witnessing the stone wall thwart the menacing fireball. However, Shanchuan was devoid of such elation. The sheer ferocity of the attack suggested that this young boy likely possessed at least the strength of a jonin. Troublesome indeed. Kakashi evidently did not expect this single strike to secure victory. It was more of a probing maneuver. As it stands, Suetun appeared to be a fire-type ninja, while Shanchuan was of the earth type, though one could not discount the possibility of their opponent mastering dual elemental transformations. After all, as a jonin, it was not inconceivable to wield two types of chakra. The absence of water here posed a challenge for fire techniques. Yet even without that advantage, what could be done? As for earth techniques, Kakashi had honed his lightning techniques to an impressive degree. A faint smile crept upon his lips. It seemed that things were becoming interesting. Suetun, show your true prowess. This boy is formidable, perhaps even surpassing us, Shanchuan stated gravely. Understood, Suetun replied. No fool, having learned not to underestimate Kakashi after their brief encounters. Suetun, utilize that technique. What? Must we resort to that? Suetun appeared taken aback. No time for hesitation, resolve this swiftly. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Nor do we know the situation with Ryuzaki, Shanchuan urged. After a moment's contemplation, Suetun conceded. All right. Observing their whispered consultation, Kakashi refrained from interrupting. Intrigued by the technique they discussed, he had a good grasp of their strengths and was confident that no mishaps would occur. Thus his curiosity regarding this so-called ninjutsu was piqued. Suddenly, both moved in unison, for fists surged towards Kakashi simultaneously. Indeed, as a jonin, their prowess in taijutsu was commendable. However, it was not long before Suetun retreated a step from the fray. Kakashi sensed something amiss, yet was ensnared by Shanchuan and unable to extricate himself. Shanchuan, I am ready, Suetun shouted. Upon hearing this, Shanchuan conjured 3 shuriken in his hand and launched them at Kakashi, retreating swiftly. Kakashi hastily deflected the shuriken with his blade. You brat, perish! Suetun bellowed, fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Following his evasive maneuver, Shanchuan also formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Kakashi's pupils constricted at this sight. The wind would bolster the flames. Indeed, a combined ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fire dragon breakthrough technique. The terrifying fire dragon surged towards Kakashi, mere meters away, its searing heat threatening to singe his hair. The fusion of 2 elemental attributes in their ninjutsu created a formidable force, rivaling that of an S-rank technique. Kakashi was taken aback by the unexpected combination of their skills, a testament to the profound synchronization required to execute such a technique. Of course, if one party possessed a deep understanding of ninjutsu, they could still collaborate effectively. The merging of their techniques resulted in a colossal amplification of power, a devastating weapon for a counterattack. With the scorching flames before him, and escape impossible, Kakashi resolved to confront the challenge head-on, undeterred by fear. His spirit ignited with an indomitable will to fight. An S-rank technique? Who does not possess one? With nimble fingers, he formed hand seals, summoning blue lightning to his right hand. This time, however, there was no chorus of chirping birds, only the faint crackle of electricity. Raikiri, the ultimate secret of S-rank ninjutsu. An upgraded version of Chidori, boasting greater ferocity without the necessity of a thrust to enhance its power. Thus, even without the Sharingan, Raikiri could unleash tremendous might. While using Chidori, the Sharingan was not strictly required. After all, the target was directly in front of him, making it impossible to miss. What technique is this? I can actually see the solidified chakra. Water Power exclaimed in disbelief. What a terrifying technique, echoed Mountain River, equally astonished. Kakashi had no time to indulge their astonishment. The flames loomed before him, and with a sudden surge, he unleashed the lightning from his right hand. Raikiri, the blue lightning erupted in a brilliant flash, resembling a legendary blade, sharp beyond compare. Under this lethal edge, the red fire dragon was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu, shattered in an instant. With a fierce roar, Kakashi propelled himself forward. A silver figure, grasping the lightning, pierced the fearsome fire dragon from head to tail, the flames parting as if to clear a path for him. Ultimately, the fire dragon vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, and the blue lightning in Kakashi's hand was now nearly expended. He steadied himself, shaking his weary right hand. The power of that fire dragon was no trivial matter. Even after forcibly shattering it with Raikiri, Kakashi felt the fatigue in his arm. Seeing Kakashi unscathed, Water Power and Mountain River exchanged incredulous glances. The deadly technique they had relied upon was so effortlessly dismantled by Kakashi, and in such a forceful manner? What an extraordinary individual he was. Their shared gaze reflected mutual fear, and they swallowed hard. Who are you? Water Power stammered in trepidation. Kakashi chuckled softly, remaining silent as he slowly approached them. It was evident that their options had been exhausted. Thus, this game was about to conclude. Silver hair shrouding a single eye, wielding the blue thunderous ninjutsu. Indeed, you are Kakashi, the wielder of the Sharingan from Konohagakure. Yinchuan finally recalled Kakashi's identity and shouted aloud. Kakashi halted in his tracks, gazing at Yinchuan with some surprise. I never expected you to know my name, though it seems you recognized me a tad too late. It was indeed too late. Had Yinchuan and Shui Li realized from the outset that it was Kakashi, they might have fled without a second thought, avoiding this dire predicament altogether. You are a ninja from Konoha. You cannot kill us. Shui Li exclaimed, as if grasping a lifeline. Why ever not? Those who obstruct my mission have forfeited their lives. That is the nature of the ninja world. As you ought to know, Kakashi replied with a cold smirk, finding Shui Li's naivety somewhat amusing. The two fell silent. For his words held truth. Once one became a ninja, their life was often deemed expendable. If that is the case, then farewell. Kakashi murmured, and the two, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee, but it was too late. Chidori. Kakashi's blade crackled with blue lightning, extending over 5 meters in an instant. Ack! Two cries of despair echoed as the azure blade pierced through Yinchuan and Shui Li. A glimmer of reluctance shone in their eyes. They could hardly believe that a moment of inattention had led to their demise at Kakashi's hands. Regret coursed through their hearts, the wounds on their chests sizzling with electricity, sending waves of numbness through their bodies. As the light in their eyes dimmed, they could utter no final words before their breaths ceased forever. Observing the scene, Kakashi withdrew his chakra, causing the blue electric brilliance to fade. Gazing at the lifeless bodies before him, an unsettling feeling washed over Kakashi, in a sense. This was his first act of killing, and it was not without discomfort. Yet, having inherited the bloodied hands of his predecessor, he quickly acclimatized to the grim reality. Initially contemplating incinerating the corpses with fire techniques, he reconsidered, deciding it was best for Ryuzaki to handle them, given their ties to the Gold Ninja Village. Kakashi raised his gaze. During the battle, the conflict had spread out, and he was unaware of Ryazaki's current situation. Sensing the surrounding environment and confirming that no one was watching nearby, Kakashi moved toward Ryazaki's battlefield. The scene there was stark. Of the 5 Chunin, only 3 remained. Ryazaki stood alongside one of them, presumably the undercover operative he had mentioned. Shortly after the skirmish commenced, the infiltrator had seized the opportunity to eliminate one Chunin, while Ryazaki had swiftly dispatched another amidst their momentary distraction. Thus, the current situation had unfolded. "You scoundrel! Ichiyu! You traitor! How dare you betray Lord Yanchuan?" a Chunin shouted, his voice laced with fury. Naturally, Ichiyu was the undercover Chunin. Following Shui Li and Yanchuan, the Gold Ninja Village is destined for ruin. Those 2 fools. The shameless traitor declared, his tone self-righteous. "Prepare to meet your end." The Chunin, filled with rage, clearly intended to eliminate Ichinari swiftly. "Calm down. The current situation is unfavorable for us. We should retreat to Lord Suiryu as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril," another Chunin advised with composure. "Damn it. We have no choice but to comply," the enraged Chunin replied, though he was not foolish and soon reached a consensus. "Huh? You think it will be that simple for you to pass?" Ryazaki interjected, blocking their path with a low voice. "There is no need for you to proceed. Those 2 have already perished, and your efforts would be futile." Kakashi's calm voice echoed, startling everyone present. The appearance of Kakashi astonished the crowd. It had only been a mere 5 minutes since the confrontation began. Could it be that this silver-haired youth had escaped from the ambush? It seemed implausible that he would have fled, yet here he stood, nonchalantly. Was it true, then, that this boy had indeed vanquished Suiryu and Yamakawa? "You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Where are Lord Yamakawa and Lord Suiryu?" one of the Chunin demanded. Kakashi chuckled coldly. "Why inquire if you do not believe? Their corpses lie over there. If you doubt my words, go and see for yourself." After speaking, Kakashi approached Ryazaki and remarked, "Mr. Ryazaki, I have taken care of those 2 for you. The remaining matters are for you to resolve." "Is what you say truly the case, Kakashi?" Ryazaki asked, excitement evident in his voice. After all, they were his enemies, and if Kakashi had indeed dispatched them, it would serve as a form of vengeance for Ryazaki. Though he hadn't exacted the revenge himself, the satisfaction was still palpable. "Indeed, it is true. They are dead, and the battle now holds no further significance. You should attend to their remains," Kakashi affirmed. "Very well, I shall go and see," Ryazaki responded, beckoning Ichinari to accompany him. Kakashi, of course, would not remain behind, and the 3 of them proceeded to the location where Yamakawa and Suiryu had met their demise. The 2 Chunin exchanged glances and followed suit. For if Suiryu and Yamakawa were indeed dead, then they had lost all reason to continue the fight. Moreover, should the 2 truly be deceased, Ryazaki would be the only remaining pillar of support for the Kinnin village. They were not dull-witted and understood what actions were prudent to take. Ultimately, the village held greater significance to them than their leader. It was where their families and friends resided. The distance was not far, and with a ninja's speed, it would take less than a minute. The merchants from earlier had long since fled when the skirmish ensued. They were individuals Ryazaki had summoned, and he had instructed them to run at the onset of conflict. They had heeded his words with utmost seriousness, fleeing swiftly and without hesitation, leaving the area devoid of others. Upon encountering the corpses of Yamakawa and Suiryu, Ryazaki first erupted into laughter, only to be followed by a quiet sob. Despite having grown up together, the bond shared among them was tainted by betrayal, as they had exploited Ryazaki and even taken the lives of his wife and children. Nevertheless, Ryazaki harbored lingering feelings for them. As the 2 fell, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, yet it was overshadowed by an inescapable sorrow. Ayasu, upon observing their lifeless bodies, was taken aback. A closer inspection revealed their fatal wounds, slight charring at their chests, indicative of a devastating lightning strike from an extraordinarily powerful jutsu. In that moment, Ayasu could not help but feel a newfound respect for Kakashi. What a formidable youth! He reflected on his own past at Kakashi's age, when he was merely a low-ranking ninja, realizing that comparisons between individuals often highlight an insurmountable disparity that can be quite disheartening. The 2 remaining Chunin, upon witnessing the bodies, found themselves at a loss for words. The tragedy of comrades from the same village turning against each other was a bitter tale to tell. They sighed, knowing their fate now rested entirely with Ryazaki. Meanwhile, the masked, silver-haired boy across from them did not seem to be an ordinary presence. previously dismissed. It was now evident that this boy was the crux of the conflict. Regrettably, no one had recognized this sooner. Otherwise, events might have unfolded differently. But where in this world is there room for foresight? Kakashi silently observed Ryuzaki, his laughter, his cries of despair, yet his own heart remained surprisingly tranquil. It was as if he was witnessing a reflection of himself. In the depths of his memories, he recalled weeping for Rin, feeling a similar heaviness upon believing Obito had perished and mourning for Minato-sensei. While Kakashi could empathize with Ryuzaki's sorrow, he understood that experiencing pain does not equate to comprehending another's anguish. Even the finest healer cannot cure their own wounds. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, punctuated only by Ryuzaki's weeping, as the others stood frozen, observing. Ultimately, Ryuzaki, a seasoned ninja accustomed to life and death, soon regained his composure. He cast a glance at Kakashi, hesitated not, and knelt, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I, Ryuzaki Yamai, pledge my allegiance to the leader. His declaration astonished everyone present, except for Kakashi, as they were unaware of the pact between Ryuzaki and him. Ieyasu exclaimed, Ryuzaki Dano, how can you pledge loyalty to him? You are the leader of our Kinnin village. His urgency was palpable. Though the boy was powerful, what would become of Kinnin village if Ryuzaki bent the knee? A village without a Jonin would be vulnerable to annihilation, a fate Ieyasu could not bear to witness. It was his home. The other two Chunin shared his sentiments. For Ryuzaki was the sole Jonin left in Kinnin village. Ignoring Ieyasu's protest, Ryuzaki merely stated, the leader shall avenge me. My life is now his. Long ago, Ryuzaki of Kenjutsu village had perished, and now he existed merely as a homeless wanderer. Lord Ryuzaki, have you forgotten Kenjutsu village? It still yearns for your presence. He leaped forward. I apologize, but this is my vow. I must fulfill it. Ryuzaki's resolve was unwavering, for a promise held immense significance for him. Such was Ryuzaki's nature. Once he pledged his word, he would not waver, even if it were a misguided commitment. Furthermore, he did not perceive it as erroneous. Thus, despite his deep desire to return to Kenjutsu village, he felt compelled to honor his promise first. Iue, feeling somewhat helpless, turned his gaze towards Kakashi. For this young man was the linchpin of the entire situation. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Iue's glance. Instead, he assisted Ryuzaki to his feet. I accept your loyalty, but I have no immediate use for you. For now, return to Kenjutsu village. When I require your services, I shall seek you out. Kakashi's words brought a sigh of relief to Iue and the other two Chunin, for it meant that Ryuzaki still belonged to Kenjutsu village. Ryuzaki was momentarily taken aback and subsequently moved. Kakashi understood that although Ryuzaki's loyalty was intact, he still held a deep attachment to Kenjutsu village. Thus, Kakashi was reluctant to force him into a difficult position. Moreover, even if he were to take Ryuzaki away, Kakashi had no means to accommodate him. So he opted to leave him in Kenjutsu village, perhaps to cultivate a potential ally. Thank you, leader. With his vengeance fulfilled, the task of delivering goods to the land of wind was naturally nullified, as it had merely been a ruse to ensnare the unwary. Consequently, Kakashi need not expend further time journeying to the land of wind. After all, Ryuzaki had already submitted the letter confirming the completion of the mission. With 10 days remaining before the deadline, Kakashi did not intend to return directly to the village, for that would be difficult to explain. Should he recount the events in their entirety, there would inevitably be complications with the third Hokage. As privately amassing power outside the village was not the conduct of one who cherished Konoha, Kakashi harbored no ill will towards Konoha. This incident was indeed an unforeseen circumstance. Yet some matters were difficult to articulate. Rather than inciting suspicion, it was preferable to act as if nothing had transpired. Thus, Kakashi resolved to keep this incident concealed. After all, it was neither a trivial matter nor a monumental one. He was not particularly concerned about the potential for this information to leak, as Kenjutsu village was merely a small settlement, unlikely to attract much attention. Even if it did, few would connect the day's events to Kakashi, for his mission was simply to protect the merchant convoy, and those two were merely unfortunate bandits. With no intention of returning to Konoha immediately, Kakashi also did not plan to visit Kenjutsu village. After all, doing so would inevitably leave traces, and Kakashi preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Instead, he resolved to dedicate his time to training. Having bid farewell to Ryuzaki, who was returning to the village, Kakashi sought a secluded spot within the forest. preparing to engage in several days of rigorous training. In a particular corner of the forest, Kakashi was fervently immersed in his exercise. Although the chill of winter had set in, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and he was clearly straining with every breath. The body, seemingly unaware of fatigue, continued to perform the same motion relentlessly. Exhaustion was accumulating, and Kakashi felt himself teetering on the brink of extreme weariness. At that moment, he came to a halt, his chakra swirling rapidly in accordance with the flow of the 8 gates. With his eyes closed, he sensed an increase in his power. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his right eye and uttered a commanding, "Open, gate." It felt as though a switch within him had been flipped, and clarity washed over him. His physical capabilities appeared to have undergone a significant enhancement. Moments later, however, Kakashi felt a wave of weakness wash over him, leading him to half-kneel on the ground. The first gate had finally been unlocked, and he marveled at the substantial improvement in his physical condition, as well as a noticeable boost in his chakra. Indeed, enhancing one's physical prowess could greatly amplify chakra reserves. After training under Guy in the 8 gates, Kakashi had successfully opened the first gate in just a few days, an accomplishment that would surely evoke a complex mix of emotions from Guy, who had taken 2 months to master it. It is clear that what makes this world formidable is not merely the existence of genius, but the relentless effort of those geniuses. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to recuperate. After a quarter of an hour, his stamina gradually restored, and his chakra began to coalesce once more. Although he had not fully regained his strength, he was now capable of movement. Rising to his feet, Kakashi brushed off the dust from his clothes, satisfied that he had achieved his goal of opening the first gate. With time still remaining, he considered pursuing other endeavors. Running his fingers through his silver hair, he reflected on his increasing pursuit of strength since arriving in this world. But could he afford to abandon this pursuit? Absolutely not. In a world devoid of power, one not only becomes a pawn, but also risks losing their life. Kakashi, at least for now, harbored a fear of death. He retrieved his sword, the Cheeto, from his lower back and danced with the wind, executing strikes that sliced through the air. Compared to the person he had been upon his arrival, he had undoubtedly matured. After delivering his final blow, Kakashi casually plunged the Cheeto into the earth. He felt a subtle tremor in his meridians, sensing a shift within his body's chakra points. Kakashi paused, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. This sensation seemed to signal that he could attempt a particular technique. Resolute, he formed hand seals, summoning a blue lightning that crackled in his grasp, akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds. The Chidori, the technique he was most familiar with and one he had originally conceived, was something he understood better than anyone else in this world. Kakashi recognized that the Chidori was merely a prototype, much like the Rasengan, imbued with limitless potential. The Raikiri served as evidence that the Chidori could indeed be elevated to greater heights. Yet, Kakashi was aware that the Chidori could serve not only as an offensive maneuver, but also as a defensive one, embodying a perfect synthesis of attack and defense. Chidori Stream. Kakashi, having traversed to this present time, had previously attempted this particular ninjutsu, albeit unsuccessfully. This technique, though not inherently complex, is based on the Chidori, enveloping the user's entire being to diminish offensive capabilities while simultaneously enhancing defensive effects. It is also classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, and when executed unexpectedly, it proves to be exceedingly useful. However, this technique necessitates the coordination of specific chakra points. While not as comprehensive as the Hyuga clan's ability to channel chakra through all points of their bodies, it still requires the collaboration of certain key points. After all, releasing Chidori from the entire body demands more than merely having it in one's hands. Kakashi had previously been unable to utilize it due to his chakra points being insufficiently developed. Yet, the unlocking of the gates seemed to have induced some peculiar changes. Despite most chakra points remaining dormant, a select few had awakened. These points were adequate for the manifestation of the Chidori flow. As Kakashi wielded the Chidori, he quietly attuned himself to the flow of chakra coursing through his body. This sensation, yes. This was precisely the feeling. With a soft exclamation, Kakashi declared, "Chidori flow." In an instant, the Chidori in his hand rapidly diminished until it vanished, only for the next moment to find his entire being enveloped in a radiant blue lightning. Illuminated by the azure glow, Kakashi appeared akin to a god of thunder. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. This marked the first occasion since his arrival that Kakashi had successfully created a ninjutsu through his own abilities. The call of birds resonated throughout the desolate forest, swarming past as if bearing witness to the birth of a lightning sovereign. Kakashi clenched his right fist, causing the Chidori flow to dissipate. Though merely an A-rank ninjutsu, it held profound significance for Kakashi, instilling him with newfound confidence. It was time to return. Kakashi murmured to himself, preparing to head back to Konoha. However, he now possessed a greater sense of assurance than before. As he gathered his belongings, he initially intended to return to Konoha, yet a thought crossed his mind, leading him to decide to meander through the Land of Wind for a brief exploration. This was not merely for the sake of experience, but to gather intelligence. Should the third Hokage inquire about the situation in the Land of Wind upon his return, it would be rather awkward to be caught unawares. Although it was not guaranteed he would be asked, Kakashi preferred to be prepared for any eventuality. Caution is the mother of safety. Furthermore, as this location lies at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, a day's journey would suffice. And he had no fear of wasting time. Resolute in his decision, Kakashi, not one to dawdle, set forth to the Land of Wind to gather information. Although Sunagakure is situated within a desert, the Land of Wind is not solely composed of sandstorms. Under such harsh conditions, ordinary people struggle to survive, leaving only ninjas to endure such adversity. Kakashi, opting not to visit Sunagakure, naturally avoided experiencing such harshness himself. At this moment, clad in black attire, he had sealed his Chidori blade within a simple sealing technique on his wrist, as carrying it on his back would be rather conspicuous. Kakashi intended to proceed with utmost discretion in his current endeavors. Naturally, the first item to conceal was his forehead protector, which he wrapped in cloth, ensuring that any unexpected revelations would remain hidden. In this chaotic world, it is not uncommon for individuals to lose an eye. The Sand Village has indeed fortified its defenses against the Wind Country, yet their effectiveness is rather limited. For the elite, such vigilance bears little significance. After all, those tasked with surveillance are seldom jonin, rendering their efforts largely ineffectual. Jonin are invaluable assets to the village's combat strength and cannot be squandered on such duties. Typically, those assigned to reconnaissance possess heightened sensory abilities. For instance, Konoha frequently employs the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans for such purposes. Kakashi effortlessly navigated through the security measures, meandering through the Sand Village for an entire day, gathering all necessary intelligence. Presently, there was little of note in the Sand Village. The monk, Bunpoku, was nearing the end of his life, yet he lingered for another couple of months. The current Kazekage was Raza. The third Kazekage had long been transformed into a puppet by Sasori of the Red Sand. It is, indeed, rather disgraceful that the so-called strongest Kazekage was vanquished by a mere 15-year-old puppeteer. While Sasori is undoubtedly a genius, one would expect a Kazekage to possess similar brilliance. It must be said, the third Kazekage's failure is quite remarkable. A flurry of chaotic thoughts briefly flickered through Kakashi's mind before dissipating. There was little worth dwelling upon. He resided in Konoha, where he could enjoy at least another 12 years of security, rendering such matters trivial. With his inquiries complete, Kakashi felt no inclination to linger. This was foreign territory, and though it was an allied nation, the locals were on high alert, making it prudent to avoid causing any disturbances. Thus, Kakashi departed the Wind Country without a trace. As he traversed the forest, Kakashi suddenly halted upon spotting an individual clad in Konoha's Umbu attire. The figure appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered them before. In a moment, recognition struck him. It was Yamato. What was he doing here, and was he alone? Kakashi felt a twinge of curiosity, yet since their paths had crossed, he saw no harm in extending a greeting. "Hey!" Kakashi called out, startling Yamato, who turned to see him and thought, "It's him." Kakashi leaped in front of Yamato and inquired, "You are the Mokutan ninja, aren't you? What brings you here?" "Mission." Yamato replied simply. He held a certain impression of Kakashi, recalling how their previous attempt to assassinate the Hokage had failed due to Kakashi's unforeseen involvement, preventing them from even laying eyes on the Hokage. Sensing Yamato's reluctance to divulge more, Kakashi chose not to press further. After all, a ninja's missions are shrouded in secrecy, and even comrades from the same village are not privy to such information. An awkward silence ensued, and just as Kakashi prepared to take his leave, a small girl came running toward them. "Tianzong, something terrible has happened. Orochimaru seeks to annihilate our kin." Dei's pupils contracted in surprise, and upon glancing at Kakashi beside him, He sensed the gravity of the situation. If Kakashi were to learn of this, explaining the circumstances would prove difficult. In that moment, Day's mind raced, desperately searching for a plausible explanation. Kakashi, taken aback by the presence of the young girl, wondered if she was Yuki Iburi. Wasn't this the very scenario that unfolded during Orochimaru's defection? Yet, it had been over 2 weeks since that betrayal. How could the situation still persist? Could it be a consequence of his own butterfly effect? Kakashi felt a surge of confusion, sensing that events were spiraling beyond control. At that moment, Yuki noticed Kakashi and, with a puzzled look, inquired of Dai. "Tianzong, who is this person?" "He is my friend," Dai stated unexpectedly. Kakashi shot Dai a surprised glance. After all, they were merely fellow villagers at best, and to claim friendship at this stage felt premature. "Excellent. Your friend must be quite formidable. Let us join forces to rescue our kin," Yuki exclaimed, believing that an additional ally would enhance their chances of success. Dai turned to Kakashi, asking, "What do you think? Shall we investigate?" Kakashi, seemingly unfazed, acknowledged that despite Orochimaru's formidable reputation, he now possessed the power to contend with him, though he knew he could not overpower Orochimaru. Escaping was certainly within his capabilities. His Mangekyo Sharingan was not to be taken lightly. Kakashi's primary concern lay in discerning where the narrative had diverged, hoping the repercussions would not be too severe. Dai was somewhat taken aback by Kakashi's agreement. After all, this was Orochimaru they were discussing, and Kakashi displayed no signs of fear. Dai began to perceive the silver-haired youth in a new light. Was he perhaps a fearless novice, or did he possess genuine confidence? Dai had no inkling that Kakashi had once battled Orochimaru. Had he known, his astonishment would have deepened. Though surprised by Kakashi's consent, Dai did not hesitate further. Having spent half a month with the Iburi clan, he had developed a bond with them, and if there was a chance to rescue them, he would not falter. Thus, the trio set forth together. On the way, Kakashi's curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire about the situation. "What exactly is going on?" he asked. "My name is Jia. Please refrain from addressing me as Hei," Dai replied before answering Kakashi's question. Kakashi paused, then responded, "I am Hatake Kakashi. I am aware of your reputation. You are quite well known within the roots." This revelation caught Kakashi off guard, but it was not the time for such considerations. "Why are you here? What is Orochimaru's involvement? And what exactly is this clan?" In pursuit of the truth, Kakashi posed 3 questions, for at that moment, the narrative had taken an unexpected turn, and he could not guarantee that what he had witnessed in his previous life represented the veracity of the current situation. Thus, he sought clarity. The voices of the two were hushed, and Yukimi, separated from them by a distance of 5 meters, was aware of their exchange yet remained oblivious to its content. Presuming they were merely deliberating a plan for rescue, Daiwa glanced at Yukimi and spoke. "After Orochimaru's defection, Lord Danzo dispatched me here, indicating that this is Orochimaru's secret stronghold. I was instructed to investigate, and should I uncover any trace of Orochimaru, I am to report back to Lord Danzo." "Why are you still here? More than half a month after Orochimaru's defection?" "The investigation is far from concluded. There exists a peculiar group known as the Iburi clan, who possess the ability to transform their bodies into smoke and manipulate others. However, their control is frail. Should they transform in windy conditions, they risk being dispersed and perishing. Orochimaru aided them in mastering this ability, thereby extending their lifespans. They hold deep gratitude towards him, which leads me to believe that Orochimaru will return to seek them out. Hence, I have remained to continue my investigation." "And how do they trust you?" "The girl trailing us is called Yukimi. She mistook me for her missing brother, Tenzu, which facilitated a bond with these individuals." What Daiwa refrained from disclosing was that during their interactions over the past weeks, he had formed a connection with Yukimi. Today, upon hearing her express that she had never witnessed the beauty of the outside world, his heart softened, prompting him to take her for a stroll. However, Yukimi suddenly sensed something amiss and dashed away. Daiwa, caught off guard, failed to keep pace, and unexpectedly encountered Kakashi. He could scarcely anticipate that when Yukimi reappeared, she would bring news of Orochimaru's intent to massacre the Iburi clan. This revelation bewildered Daiwa. Were they not under Orochimaru's command? Why would he seek to annihilate them? Yukimi had vanished moments ago, drawn by the presence of her kin, only to find the Iburi leader, Utai, on the brink of death, where she learned of Orochimaru's plans. Utai urged Yukimi to flee, yet she insisted on returning to rescue her people. After hearing Daiwa's explanation, Kakashi pondered deeply. Aside from his initial involvement, the narrative remained largely unchanged. However, he was perplexed as to why Orochimaru, who had successfully escaped the Land of Fire, would return. The Iburi clan seemingly held no significant value to him. Regardless of Kakashi's musings, they soon arrived at the location of the Iburi clan. The dark cave loomed ominously, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Kakashi and Daiwa stood at the cave's entrance, awaiting Yukimi. For allowing her to venture alone would be far too perilous. After a brief moment, a breathless Yukimi arrived at the cave's mouth. Tenzu, let us enter swiftly. Indeed, as Kakashi and his companions ventured into the cave, they were soon enveloped by an overwhelming scent of blood. The stench was so potent that it suggested numerous lives had already been extinguished. Kakashi furrowed his brow, realizing that, as history foretold, the Iburi clan was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of Orochimaru. He glanced at Yukimi behind him, uncertain if this girl would share the same fortune. After a brief walk, they stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of the Iburi clan members. Yukimi gasped in horror, rushing to the fallen corpses, exclaiming, "Everyone, what has happened? Wake up!" Alas, no matter how fervently she called, the departed Iburi clan members would never respond again. Ah, where did this little mouse come from? From the shadows emerged a figure, startling Kakashi, who instinctively summoned his Chidori. Yamato also heightened his vigilance. Before them stood a middle-aged ninja clad in a white robe. With striking blue hair, clearly not Orochimaru. Kakashi frowned. "Where is Orochimaru? Who are you?" You need not concern yourself with my identity. It seems you are ninjas from Konoha, not of the Iburi clan. Thus, this young girl must belong to them, the figure replied. Kakashi and Yamato instinctively shielded Yukimi behind them. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Yamato demanded, his voice laced with authority. Yukimi had become a crucial bond for Yamato, and the revelation that this individual targeted her clearly struck a nerve. "Though I would prefer not to divulge my identity, I shall tell you so that you may die with some semblance of clarity. I am Daibosha, a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru. My purpose here is to collect the blood of the Iburi clan for my master's research." How despicable, treating lives as mere trifles. Yamato's anger was palpable, given the deep connections he had forged with the Iburi clan over the past fortnight. Kakashi, however, remained composed. The world of ninjas was indeed one of survival of the fittest, where the weak had no voice. It appeared that Orochimaru had not returned, but merely sent a minion. Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Although he no longer feared Orochimaru, he had no desire to confront this perverse creature. He had no interest in facing a monster that could not be killed. Haha, what a naive fellow you are. Are you truly a ninja? Daibosha's tone dripped with mockery, finding amusement in Yamato's words. Yamato, having grown up in the roots, a place steeped in blood and darkness, understood the law of the jungle well. Yet his inherent kindness prevented him from succumbing entirely to moral decay. Enough of this idle chatter. Hand over that girl, and I may allow you to live, Daibosha insisted. Not a chance. Yamato's resolute voice rang out, as he resolved to protect the girl with his very life. He swiftly formed hand seals. Would release. Great forest technique. Yamato's arms transformed into towering trees, crashing towards Daibosha. Would release? The great shark was taken aback. Had not this ninjutsu vanished since the demise of the first Hokage? How could it possibly resurface? Could this individual belong to the Senju clan? At this moment, thoughts of retreat began to surface within the great shark. The shadow of the tree, the name of the man, the unparalleled god of ninjas, Would Release still held immense renown in the ninja world, even decades after his death. However, despite his astonishment, the great shark reacted swiftly. Water release. Iron bullet. With his hands rapidly forming seals, he unleashed a water projectile from his mouth, shattering the immense wooden structure conjured by Yamato. The great shark was momentarily stunned, his desire to flee halted. Had it truly been destroyed? He had thought merely withstanding the attack would suffice, yet he had not anticipated the ninjutsu being nullified entirely. Was this truly the wood release that once dominated the ninja realm? Casting a glance at Yamato's youthful frame, the great shark realized he was merely a child, likely around 10 years of age. At such a tender age, what potency could his wood release truly possess? Confidence surged within the great shark, and he scoffed disdainfully. Is this the wood release? Pathetic. His taunts failed to incite anger in Kakashi and Yamato. Both were composed individuals who would not be provoked by such words. Did you kill all the members of the Iburu clan? Kakashi, who had remained silent, suddenly inquired. After all, extracting blood would be troublesome if they were to resist. Rather than deal with that inconvenience, it would be simpler to eliminate them, facilitating my blood collection. Their blood did not appear particularly promising, likely due to their advanced age. That young girl behind you seems to be a far more suitable subject for experimentation. Kakashi tightened his grip on his sword, the Chidori, feeling a surge of indignation. Although he understood this world regarded lives as expendable, witnessing such blatant disregard for others' existence was difficult for him to bear. Would release. Thorned killing technique. Yamato struck again, intent on swiftly dispatching the great shark to protect Yukimi. His arms transformed into vines, rapidly ensnaring the great shark, and he pressed his palms together, amplifying his chakra output to attempt to strangle the great shark to death. TCH. The great shark scoffed disdainfully, his muscles swelling as blue chakra erupted, effortlessly breaking free from the vines. Your level of wood release cannot possibly harm me. Accept your demise. Damn it. Yamato pounded the ground with his right fist, blood seeping from his knuckles in frustration. He had never felt such deep despair at his own impotence. Observing this, Yukimi quickly crouched and reassured him. Tenzu. Don't be like this. I'm sorry, Yukimi, I'm useless. Yukimi gently shook her head. Tenzu, you are not useless. You must believe in yourself. Yamato paused, nodding in agreement. Yes, I will not give up. A truly touching scene. Yet the great shark interjected. How moving, but you shall still perish. He laughed heartily, exuding arrogance. At that moment, Kakashi resolved to cease his idle chatter. All necessary knowledge had been gathered, and it was time to confront the individual before him. A water-release ninja. Is it? My utmost favorite is to engage in battle as a water-style ninja. With the 1,000 birds in hand, I swing my blade with great force. Seeing this, the great tyrant shark brandished his kunai to fend off Kakashi's strike. What remarkable arm strength! The great tyrant shark marveled, astonished that this seemingly slender youth possessed such impressive power. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to such accolades. The praise from an unknown individual held little significance. With a swift kick of his right foot, he unleashed the leaf hurricane. The great tyrant shark's eyes widened in fury. Such incredible speed. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by a single kick, crashing against the cave wall and leaving a significant crack. Both Yamato and Yukimi were taken aback. How formidable, Yamato murmured, recognizing that this silver-haired youth appeared even stronger than before. Kakashi retracted his right foot, the training of the 8 gates manifesting its effects at that moment. Although he had not opened a gate, the enhancement from the successful cultivation of the first gate still provided considerable physical prowess. This augmentation was closely tied to his inherent physical attributes. Kakashi's martial arts were already commendable, and now his strength had been further amplified. The results of his full-force strike were unexpectedly remarkable. Kakashi stood, sheathing his sword, quietly observing the great tyrant shark. Though the power of this blow was substantial, it was insufficient to defeat this individual, who was, after all, a subordinate of Orochimaru and not to be underestimated. As anticipated, the great tyrant shark quickly rose to his feet. With his silver hair and long blade, he addressed Kakashi. You must be Hatake Kakashi, as mentioned by Lord Orochimaru. It was a grave oversight to have underestimated you. The great tyrant shark coughed a few times, clearly not unscathed by the earlier attack. Kakashi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to discuss him with his subordinates. Could this be a form of acknowledgement? The great tyrant shark felt a sense of foreboding. Facing both a wood-style user and Kakashi, it seemed he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, this was not his territory. There was no water available, a serious predicament indeed. In light of this, perhaps retreat was the wisest course of action. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, who was unaware of the great tyrant shark's intentions to flee, he advanced swiftly, striking once more. The great tyrant shark had already experienced the might of Kakashi's martial arts and was reluctant to engage him in close combat. Water style, multiple water bullets. The great tyrant shark expelled dozens of water bullets from his mouth, instantly raising a cloud of dust from the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Kakashi and his companions were caught off guard and began to choke. What an opportunity! The great tyrant shark squinted his eyes as a syringe appeared in his hand, darting forward to draw blood from Yukimi. Kakashi immediately sensed the danger, rushing to Yukimi's side with even greater speed, delivering another kick. The great tyrant shark, taken aback by Kakashi's rapid response, managed to react in time, blocking Kakashi's kick with both hands. Kakashi smiled faintly. As you draw near, allow me to introduce my new technique. The Thousand Birds Technique. A blue electric arc enveloped Kakashi, exuding an extraordinary aura. Ah! The great tyrant shark screamed in anguish. Struck down by the sudden electric arc, the blue electricity also dispersed the surrounding dust, instantly clarifying the view. Yamato and Yukimi beheld the two individuals in close proximity. The formidable great shark lay convulsing on the ground, clearly rendered incapacitated by the recent surge of electricity. Had they triumphed? Yukimi gazed incredulously at the scene before her, unable to fathom that the once mighty great shark had fallen at Kakashi's feet in the span of mere minutes. The stark contrast left her momentarily speechless. Yamato regarded Kakashi with profound seriousness, acknowledging the terrifying strength of this man. You are truly remarkable, Yukimi expressed with admiration. Her eyes filled with awe as she looked at Kakashi. Yamato felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had just suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the great shark, only for Kakashi to dispatch him effortlessly in less than 2 minutes, employing merely a single ninjutsu. The disparity was indeed striking. Nevertheless, Yamato remained undeterred. Kakashi was over 4 years his senior, and such a gap was to be expected from one hailed as a genius. Kakashi chuckled softly and remarked, "You may deal with this individual as you see fit." Yamato nodded, taking precautionary measures by binding the great shark with wood-release techniques. However, judging by the shark's current state, it seemed unlikely he would regain consciousness anytime soon. Although the power of the Chidori stream was inferior to that of the Chidori itself, it was still formidable. Moreover, as a water-style ninja, the great shark possessed a notably low resistance to lightning techniques, making his sudden fainting far from improbable. What Kakashi and the others failed to notice was that, as the great shark succumbed to unconsciousness, a small snake stealthily slithered from his sleeve and burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight. "Yamato, are you returning to Konoha?" Kakashi inquired suddenly. Yamato was taken aback. The Ibaru clan had perished, and Orochimaru had not made an appearance. Only a subordinate remained. It was clear that their mission had concluded, and Yamato found little reason to linger. Casting a glance at Yukimi, he felt a pang of reluctance. She was the first bond he had forged, the first person he genuinely wished to protect, yet it seemed they had reached a point of inevitable separation. After all, Yukimi could not accompany him back to Konoha, as she was tied to Orochimaru. Even though Orochimaru had forsaken them, that fact remained unchanged. Konoha would never permit someone like her to dwell within its village. Thus, Yukimi could not join Yamato on his return. "Yes," Yamato eventually replied. Kakashi was not surprised by this response, saying, "I shall wait for you outside. Make haste." Understood. With Yamato's agreement, Kakashi exited to await him, understanding that Yamato had words to share with Yukimi and refraining from intruding. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Kakashi sighed softly. A subtle shift in the narrative had occurred, yet it seemed to revert to its original path. Was this the world's innate capacity for restoration? Kakashi was uncertain. If a true transformation had taken place, he could do little to change it, for he could never be the same Kakashi as before. Should any alterations arise, he could only confront them. Indeed, it is only upon attaining absolute strength that one can face the unknown fears with composure. As Kakashi found himself lost in thought, a desperate cry echoed from the cave. "Yukimi! Yukimi! What has happened?" The voice was filled with terror and helplessness. Startled, Kakashi swiftly turned back. The distance was not far, and he soon arrived at the scene he had just left. There, Yukimi was wailing in agony, while Yamato stood by, utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Nearby, the once mighty great white shark lay lifeless, bound and devoid of breath. Upon Kakashi's arrival, Yamato seemed to find a glimmer of hope and urgently inquired, "Kakashi-senpai, please, tell me what is wrong with Yukimi." Kakashi offered no verbal response. Instead, he deftly restrained Yukimi and examined the nape of her neck. Indeed, a cursed seal. Yamato, perplexed by Kakashi's actions, questioned, "Kakashi-senpai? Yukimi bears a cursed seal from Orochimaru, and now it has activated." What is a cursed seal?" Yamato asked. Confusion etched on his face. A cursed seal is a secret technique of Orochimaru. Those afflicted endure immense suffering, and if they survive, there is a slim chance of acquiring a formidable power. However, 9 out of 10 do not survive the ordeal. What, then is Yukimi doomed? Yamato's anxiety escalated. Kakashi remained silent, and Yamato's heart raced. Was he to witness yet another life extinguished before his eyes, reminiscent of the times he had watched his comrades perish during experiments? No, absolutely not. Yamato's inner fury surged. This scenario must never repeat itself. Kakashi observed Yamato quietly, withholding his words. Whether Yukimi would survive hinged upon Yamato's determination. At this moment, Kakashi refrained from speaking further, lest his words inadvertently alter fate. If the original narrative did not end in tragedy, he would not allow a mere utterance to bring about calamity. Yukimi continued to cry out, but soon fell silent, lying still upon the ground. Yukimi! Yamato shouted in horror as he rushed to her side. Yukimi longed to express something, yet lacked the strength to voice it. Her form gradually became indistinct, dissipating into wisps of white smoke that floated upward. No, Yamato could not bear the sight before him. His chakra surged violently. That's right, would release. It is said to be a jutsu capable of bestowing life. It must save Yukimi. With this thought fueling him, he did not cease his movements. Would release. Great trees emerged once more, but this time not for the purpose of attack, but for protection. The wood surged from the earth, relentlessly pursuing the vanishing smoke. Yet it could not catch up. Damn it! Yamato refused to yield, channeling even more chakra, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, the spirits of his fallen clan members began to rise in white smoke, merging into Yamato's would release. Kakashi, witnessing this, activated his Sharingan for a closer examination. What is this? Kakashi pondered, bewildered. Within the white smoke, there was an unusual energy that felt vaguely familiar, yet eluded his understanding. It is the power of the soul. The energy present here bears a striking resemblance to the soul power that Kakashi encountered within his original self's consciousness at the onset of his journey. Contemplating this, Kakashi deactivated his Sharingan. It is no wonder that Yukimi could be resurrected. It turns out that the Iburi clan infused all their departed soul power into Yukimi's body, enabling her to reconstruct her physical form and become the last beacon of hope for the Iburi clan's survival. White smoke enveloped Yamato's would release technique, encasing Yukimi, who had transformed into smoke, and ultimately coalescing into a resplendent tree that radiated golden light, within which Yukimi was granted rebirth. Yamato exclaimed with excitement, "Yukimi!" As Yukimi opened her eyes and beamed with a smile, Kakashi too graced her with a smile, relieved that the conclusion was indeed a fulfilling one. In the heart of the forest, the three stood at a crossroads. Kakashi addressed them, "Yukimi, Kiba, I shall return to the village now. I will act as though none of this transpired. The remainder is for you to resolve." "Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. Thank you, Kakashi-brother. I will carve my own path. I believe in your potential. By the way, Yukimi, come closer. I have something to share." Yukimi felt a twinge of curiosity, but leaned in to listen. Yamato, filled with intrigue, wondered what the two were discussing, yet it was evident that Kakashi intended for Yamato to remain oblivious to their exchange, leaving him entirely in the dark. "I understand, Kakashi-brother. All right, I am departing now." With that, Kakashi left, soon vanishing at the end of the path. In truth, Kakashi had advised Yukimi that if she found herself without a destination, she might consider going to the hidden gold village to seek their leader, Ryuzaki. He assured her that as long as she claimed to be a friend, she would find her place there. Of course, Kakashi refrained from mentioning that they were subordinates. He merely referred to them as friends to avoid unnecessary complications, which he was keen to sidestep. Regarding Yukimi, Kakashi felt nothing more than sympathy, hoping that this gesture might provide her with some assistance. As the scenery whizzed by, Kakashi resumed his journey back to the village. After several days of travel, he returned to Konohagakure. In the Hokage's office, the anticipated inquiries did not materialize. The third Hokage offered a mere compliment before sending Kakashi off to rest. Kakashi was not surprised. His trip to the Land of Wind had merely been a precaution, and it was preferable that no questions arose, lest he overlook any potential issues. After completing his mission, Kakashi decided to indulge in a hearty meal at Ichiraku Ramen. He had seemingly developed a fondness for this comforting fare. And Ichiraku Ramen offered generous portions, with both meat and vegetables, providing commendable nutrition, a splendid choice indeed. Kakashi was already skilled in the culinary arts, and his previous life had honed his skills further. However, since his rebirth, he had seldom taken the initiative to cook. The reason was simply to conserve time for training. It must be said that Kakashi had been pushing himself too hard since his rebirth. Sitting at the table in Ichiraku Ramen, he appeared lost in thought. "Kakashi, your ramen is ready." The ramen master placed a bowl of steaming noodles before Kakashi, his face beaming with a warm smile. "Thank you," Kakashi said, bringing his hands together in a gesture of gratitude. "Haha, Kakashi, you remain as courteous as ever," the ramen master chuckled, clearly in high spirits. "It's only right. I shall indulge," Kakashi replied, pulling down his mask to savor the ramen before him. Upon glimpsing Kakashi's features beneath the mask, the ramen master couldn't help but be taken aback, even though it was not the first time he had seen the boy's face. "Kakashi, why do you always wear that mask?" he inquired. Kakashi touched the mask resting on his neck and replied, "I suppose I've grown accustomed to it." The original Kakashi wore the mask because, in his childhood, he was teased by White Fang for having a beauty mark. Enraged, the young boy, with his whimsical nature, donned the mask and seldom removed it except for meals. After White Fang's death, the mask became a poignant symbol of remembrance, and thus, Kakashi never took it off. Now, inheriting the memories and sentiments of his former self, Kakashi continued this tradition. "I see. By the way, I haven't seen you around lately. Have you been out on a mission?" "Yes, I was away for a while, which is why I didn't come," Kakashi replied, finishing the last of his ramen. "Thank you for the hospitality." The ramen master was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "You, my friend, still eat at lightning speed. That's because your ramen is simply delicious," Kakashi remarked. "Haha, what a charming boy you are. Very well, consider this meal on the house." Clearly delighted by Kakashi's praise, the ramen master waved his hand dismissively, granting him a free meal. "Thank you ever so much. I must be on my way," Kakashi said, accepting the gesture graciously, feeling no inclination to refuse. "Do come by again when you can," the ramen master called out with a smile. "Certainly," Kakashi replied before turning and making his way back home. The ramen master watched Kakashi depart, smiling quietly to himself before returning to his little shop. At this hour, there were no other patrons present, as it was still too early for dinner. In the days that followed, Kakashi's routine remained unchanged. He diligently practiced, sometimes alone and other times alongside Guy, enjoying the tranquility of his training. Between sessions, he would occasionally contemplate his future or ponder new jutsu. In his mind, Kakashi was aware of numerous powerful techniques, yet he only grasped their potential without knowing how to execute them. Mastery would come only through persistent experimentation. Fortunately, Kakashi's remarkable comprehension assured him that, given time, these techniques would soon be within his reach. However, forbidden techniques were another matter entirely. Lightning release training remained a staple of Kakashi's regimen, yet the current repertoire was limited. Aside from the Konoha sword technique, Kakashi's most formidable offensive move was the lightning cutter. Kakashi was aware that in the original narrative, the most formidable lightning technique was the Kirin. However, the limitations of this ninjutsu rendered it difficult to utilize. If only he could remove these restrictions and wield it at will, it could become a decisive weapon. Yet, Kakashi, at this moment, had not yet devised a method to achieve this, and thus had to set it aside. Nevertheless, the Rasengan was worth contemplating, specifically the consideration of the Rasengan Shuriken. This technique possessed considerable power, but without Sage Mode, its consequences were dire, making it temporarily impractical as well. With a sigh, Kakashi reflected on the daunting nature of high-powered ninjutsu. Indeed, none were easily mastered. Thus, he realized that progress must be gradual. At this stage, Kakashi's primary objective was to strengthen his physical condition, increase his chakra reserves, and diligently practice the Hatake sword techniques, mastering all its profound secrets, while also maintaining his proficiency in lightning techniques. As for other pursuits, they would have to be set aside for the time being. In light of this, the weight of his training responsibilities became apparent. A few days later, Kakashi was summoned to the office by the third Hokage. "Lord Third, what is it that you require of me?" Upon hearing this, the third raised his head from a pile of documents and replied, "Ah, Kakashi, indeed I have matters to discuss with you. Please, instruct me, Lord Third." "Kakashi, the accumulation of tasks in the village has nearly been completed, so you may return to the Umbu to continue your duties. This time, you will be joining the 6th Division, which consists of 3 individuals who were once part of the 4th's bodyguard team. You should be familiar with them." "Understood, Lord Third." At this, Kakashi recalled the faces of the 3 members. "Very well, proceed to the Umbu Hall to meet them." "Certainly, Lord Third." With that, Kakashi made his way to the Umbu Hall. If memory served him correctly, the 4th's bodyguard team comprised of Nara Shikaku, Noira Rin, and Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, these 3 seemed to have been taught the Flying Thunder God technique by his mentor, Minato. Kakashi wondered how proficient they had become. This thought ignited a spark within him. Yes, the Flying Thunder God technique. This spatial ninjutsu was equally formidable and did not carry the severe side effects associated with Kamui. Once mastered, it would place him in an invulnerable position, as long as he did not encounter entities that countered spatial ninjutsu. A surge of excitement coursed through Kakashi as he touched the kunai within his ninja tool pouch, the very special kunai that Minato had gifted him for the Flying Thunder God technique. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Tactical Assassination Unit, was established during the early days of the second Hokage's leadership in Konoha. Its primary functions were to protect the Hokage and defend against external threats. Members donned white animal masks to conceal their identities during missions. The work of the Umbu was monotonous yet rife with bloodshed, and only those with considerable fortitude could gain entry. Naturally, one also needed the trust of the Hokage. It is worth mentioning that within the Umbu, there were two distinct factions, one directly serving the Hokage and the other belonging to Danzo's root. The distinction between the two is stark, with little to no interaction between them, and neither side is inclined to acknowledge the other. The conflict between Danzo and the third Hokage has been a long-standing issue, widely known among the upper echelons. The Dark Chamber is a space reserved solely for the assembly of the Hokage's Umbu. Kakashi is no stranger to this place. Although he had not visited since his rebirth, he had been a frequent visitor in his previous life. The Umbu, who had previously teamed up with Kakashi, perished during the Ninetales incident, prompting the third Hokage to assign him new companions. Kakashi is familiar with these three teammates, as they were once close to his mentor, Minato, and being Minato's confidant, he naturally recognizes them. Upon Kakashi's arrival at the Dark Chamber, he noticed that Noera and Iwasaki were already present. The three had not yet donned their masks, allowing Kakashi to identify them instantly. As Kakashi entered, all three noticed him simultaneously. "Hey, Kakashi, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you," Noera called out. A senbon tucked between his lips as he gestured. "My apologies, I just received the news," Kakashi replied, feeling a tad embarrassed. Regardless of the reason, it is always discourteous to keep others waiting, and an apology is a necessary courtesy. "Well, since that's the case, let's move on swiftly to the task at hand." "All right, what is the mission this time?" Kakashi inquired, curiosity piqued. "Nothing too significant, just some routine assignments. We need to assess the situation at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning and gather the latest intelligence from the sentry personnel there," Noera explained, being the oldest and most composed among them, often tasked with communicating their missions. "Understood. Are we departing immediately?" Kakashi asked. "No need to rush. We have an hour to prepare. We will convene at the village gate after 1 hour, understood?" "Understood. All right, dismissed." With Nohara's command, everyone dispersed. Kakashi returned home to gather the necessary items, sealing them within a scroll. He retrieved his ninja tool pouch, and as he took out a specially designed kunai from within, he momentarily lost himself in thought. "Minato-sensei," Kakashi murmured softly, tracing the intricate seal inscribed upon it, which bore the profound words, "Sword of Shinobi Love." The Flying Thunder God technique is one that each practitioner uniquely formulates, becoming a harbinger of death for their adversaries. Wherever the seal exists, the Flying Thunder God can reach, and it remains eternal. This formidable space-time ninjutsu is, in many respects, even more terrifying than Kamui. Within that seemingly simple seal lies an intricate and profound spatial theory that, even for Kakashi, blessed with exceptional ninjutsu talent, remains perplexing. Minato was not a miserly man. He imparted the Flying Thunder God technique even to his own guard, and naturally, he would not withhold it from his favored disciple, Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi was struggling in the depths of darkness, still not fully liberated, which prompted Minato to ease the situation. Little did he realize that this delay would eliminate any future opportunity to impart knowledge to Kakashi. It is indeed a matter that evokes deep reflection. This technique, which instilled fear throughout the ninja world, thus fell into obscurity. Even if the trio of Inuzuka, Shiranui, and Uchiha could collaborate, it would never embody the true essence of the Flying Thunder God. Perhaps only the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, through Edo Tensei, along with Minato-sensei, could potentially revive the splendor of this ninjutsu. As Kakashi contemplated this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, his fingers gently caressing the unique kunai in his grasp. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This kunai, which should have been icy to the touch, now emanated a faint warmth. Upon closer inspection, Kakashi realized that the heat did not originate from the kunai itself, but rather from the intricate seal inscribed upon it. The black markings were subtly radiating warmth, and chakra appeared to be flowing within. Was this Minato-sensei's chakra? Kakashi was astonished, even in death. The chakra attached to this kunai continued to pulse, a truly remarkable phenomenon. It was no wonder that without even a trace of Minato-sensei's chakra, the Flying Thunder God could not pinpoint specific locations for teleportation. Such a formidable ninjutsu, even after Minato-sensei's passing, remained potent. It is understandable why. Upon being resurrected through Edo Tensei, he could still wield the techniques he left behind. Gazing at the subtly glowing seal, Kakashi felt an irresistible urge to delve deeper into its mysteries. What profound truths did this terrifying space ninjutsu conceal? To comprehend it fully, he knew he must observe it closely. Thus, he activated his Sharingan. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan he had sealed away for so long. The crimson pupils, adorned with 3 rotating black tomo, allowed Kakashi to harness the full extent of his observational prowess, aimed precisely at uncovering the mysteries of the Flying Thunder God. Yet, this sensation felt insufficient. It seemed that the ordinary Sharingan could not penetrate such high-level secrets. Therefore, he had no choice but to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3 black tomo coalesced into a singular form, resembling a black shuriken. Kakashi instantly felt a significant enhancement in the perceptiveness of his left eye. Although he could sense his chakra reserves depleting rapidly. What a fearsome ninjutsu! Beneath its seemingly straightforward facade lay a labyrinth of intricate principles. Under the gaze of the Mangekyo, Kakashi finally glimpsed a mere fragment of the Flying Thunder God's vast complexity, and this glimpse left him in awe. No wonder after Minato-sensei. No one could master this space ninjutsu. Its intricacy was utterly staggering. Only a true genius like Minato-sensei could inscribe such a technique in an instant. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, a sudden surge of warmth coursed through his left eye, and that black shuriken began to spin. A powerful force swirled within Kakashi's left eye, and at that moment, the technique embedded in the special kunai unexpectedly detached and was drawn directly into Kakashi's left eye. Witnessing this phenomenon left Kakashi utterly astonished. What was happening? Upon closing his left eye, he sensed that something new had emerged within the previously crimson orb. This entity was none other than the technique that had just been inscribed upon the Flying Thunder God kunai. Astonishingly, the Mangekyo Sharingan had absorbed the technique. What could this possibly mean? Kakashi found it difficult to comprehend, as the Flying Thunder God bore no apparent connection to the Mangekyo. Or did it? It seemed there might be a link after all. This particular Mangekyo Sharingan belonged to Obito, whose eye possessed spatial attributes. And the Flying Thunder God was also a spatial ninjutsu. Could it be that a resonance had occurred between these 2 similar techniques? Kakashi could not fathom the reason and could only speculate for the time being, for aside from their shared spatial capabilities, they appeared to have little in common. After sealing the Sharingan once more, Kakashi felt a torrent of obscure techniques swirling within his mind. This was indeed the absolute essence of the Flying Thunder God. He suppressed his excitement, astonished that a single special kunai had granted him access to such a powerful ninjutsu. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. However, this exhilaration was soon extinguished. The reason was simple. Kakashi realized the immense difficulty of mastering these techniques. It would likely take him 2 to 3 years to fully comprehend them, and to wield them with proficiency would require at least 5 years of rigorous practice. Most critically, the Flying Thunder God demanded a strict level of physical responsiveness. While Kakashi's reflexes were commendable, he was still far from being able to utilize the technique effectively. Indeed, he needed to train. A reaction speed akin to Minato's would be necessary to truly master the Flying Thunder God. It was likely that 5 or 6 years would pass before Kakashi could genuinely employ this spatial ninjutsu. 5 or 6 years. That was not an unacceptable time frame. Clenching his fist, Kakashi felt a surge of excitement, realizing he had come into possession of this technique so swiftly. Gently caressing the special kunai in his hand, he murmured, "Is this your design, Minato-sensei?" Quickly, Kakashi pulled himself from his reverie and returned the special kunai to his ninja pouch. This was the only item left to him by Minato, and Kakashi would never discard it, even if it were now merely an ordinary kunai. Stealing his emotions, Kakashi departed from his home and approached the great gates of Konoha. He estimated that this mission would take considerable time, as the border was not nearby. Even at full speed, it would require at least 5 days to reach. Soon, the gates of Konoha came into view, where Genin and his companions had already gathered, awaiting his arrival. "Kakashi, you're so slow," Genin complained. Yet, Kakashi was not late. Only a minute remained until the hour was up. The reason for the perception of his tardiness was that Genin and the others had arrived half an hour early for assembly. Kakashi found himself delayed due to the recent Flying Thunder God incident. Otherwise, he would have arrived much earlier. "I apologize. I shall be more mindful next time." As Gunma was about to speak again, Reidu interjected, "It's no matter. We have not yet reached the appointed time. It is we who arrived early." With this remark, Gunma felt disinclined to continue, for Kakashi had indeed not been tardy. Meanwhile, Iwashi remained silent, projecting an air of reticence. In the original narrative, Kakashi was known to be occasionally late, yet he was punctual when on missions. After all, missions were of paramount importance, and tardiness could lead to failure. Kakashi was not one to be reckless. "Well, everyone is here. Let us depart," Gunma declared, and the group unanimously agreed, thus setting off. Among the four, Gunma was the eldest at 16 years. Reidu and Kakashi were around the same age, approximately 14, while Iwashi was the youngest at merely 10. At that time, under the tutelage of Lord Minato, the chosen ANBU members were notably young, yet brimming with potential. Most importantly, many hailed from humble beginnings rather than prominent clans. For instance, the three before him were all of common descent, which fostered a strong sense of loyalty to Minato. Regrettably, Minato passed away before he could fully cultivate their talents. However, being selected for the ANBU was a testament to their formidable abilities, albeit still in their youth, rendering their skills relatively modest. In a true confrontation, Kakashi alone could easily subdue them all. After all, not everyone possesses Kakashi's exceptional prowess, which, even at a tender age, placed him on par with formidable opponents. At this juncture, even when facing the Kakashi from the original narrative, he would feel no trepidation. In fact, there was a strong likelihood he would emerge victorious, especially considering the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the formidable Kimui was unleashed, his strength would amplify significantly. Yet, without employing his Sharingan, victory would be elusive at best. It would result in a stalemate, given the 12 years of experience that separated them. These were mere trifles. Such thoughts quickly faded, as the present Kakashi had far deeper concerns. The four donned their ANBU masks, racing through the woods. Kakashi observed the towering trees around him, filled with curiosity, for these trees were said to have been created by the first Hokage, Hashirama, using wood release. What a formidable power it must have taken to manifest such wonders. The thought was indeed awe-inspiring. It was no wonder he was revered as the god of shinobi. Creation is a far more arduous task than destruction. 5 days later, the quartet arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. "Finally, we have arrived. I am utterly exhausted," Gunma exclaimed as he stood atop a great tree, gazing into the distance while voicing his complaints. After 5 days of monotonous travel, the youthful companions were understandably fatigued. Kakashi, however, felt little weariness, as he had endured similar journeys before. Throughout the trek, Kakashi had gleaned considerable insights. All three had received instruction from Minato, and although their understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique was still developing, they retained the teachings imparted by their mentor. Thus, Kakashi used the exchange of the Flying Thunder God technique as an excuse to engage in discussion with the three individuals, from whom he learned how their teacher, Minato, had elucidated the technique. The trio harbored no suspicions towards Kakashi. After all, he was the disciple of the fourth Hokage, and it was hardly surprising that he had studied the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato had imparted his teachings even to those directly under his command, so it was only natural that he would do the same for his own pupil. Furthermore, through their conversation, they could discern that Kakashi possessed a profound understanding of the technique, albeit they were unaware that his mastery of the Flying Thunder God was recent. Nonetheless, Kakashi came to realize the reason behind Minato's reluctance to cherish the technique too dearly. Mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique could not be achieved merely by knowing the formula. Otherwise, such a formidable ninjutsu would have become universal knowledge, rendering the ninja world devoid of challengers. The requirements for its practitioners are exceedingly stringent. Minato understood that the trio's innate talents likely precluded them from ever mastering the technique individually, yet their combined efforts might yield results, a method of fostering camaraderie among them. Perhaps, Kakashi disregarded Gunma's complaints and stood atop a large tree, gazing towards the watchtower in the distance. This structure served as a border defense base for Konoha, housing dozens of ninjas dedicated to reconnaissance. Should an enemy invade, they would promptly relay this information to Konoha's higher-ups, enabling them to prepare for battle. This duty was monotonous and tedious, leading to personnel changes after a year, as the prolonged tension of such a lifestyle could drive one to madness. Thus, a year-long rotation was deemed quite appropriate. However, Kakashi and his companions were not there to relieve the guards, but rather to transport certain items back while delivering others. Indeed, this necessity was the reason for their presence. Otherwise, sending a messenger hawk with the intelligence would suffice, rendering their journey unnecessary. It appeared they had arrived at their destination, Kakashi remarked. The remaining three nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was my first time here as well. The watchtower, as rumored, was erected only a decade ago. Rado glanced at the distant tower, touching the mask on his face. Let us proceed. Having completed our task, we can return. Agreed. The four reached a consensus and hastened towards the watchtower, towering at a height of 50 meters. Only such an elevation would allow the observing ninjas to maintain a clear view. Before long, Kakashi and his companions arrived at the foot of the watchtower. Who goes there? The guarding ninjas immediately sensed their presence, positioning themselves defensively before the four. Although Kakashi and his companions donned the attire of the Umbu, such garb in these times did not signify much. Genma spoke little, directly producing the command scroll bestowed by the third Hokage. By the orders of Lord Third Hokage, we are to take the recent intelligence and supplies back to Konoha, as well as these provisions for your 3-month needs. As he spoke, he tossed 10 sealed scrolls, containing food and various necessities for the dozens stationed there over the next 3 months. Upon hearing the news, the three ninjas expressed their delight. Indeed, provisions at the watchtower had dwindled significantly, and without further supplies, they would likely be forced to hunt in the vicinity. However, these three ninjas remained vigilant and carefully examined the Hokage's arrow of command handed to them by Jinkan before finally confirming its authenticity, sighing in relief. Brothers, please enter the tower, one of the middle-aged ninjas said as he returned the arrow of command to Jinkan, inviting the four into the watchtower. Kakashi and the others looked to Jinkan, who was the team leader this time. Thus all actions were to be conducted according to his directives. Naturally, this was contingent upon the absence of danger. Should Ginkan's instructions prove erroneous, Kakashi and the others would not hesitate to voice their concerns. Very well, Jinkan replied promptly, not making them wait long. This territory belonged to the Land of Fire and was the border defense of Konohagakure, so there was no cause for doubt regarding safety. It was entirely reasonable to enter the watchtower, as intelligence exchange could hardly be conducted casually in the open. Therefore, the four did not hesitate and followed the three border ninjas into the watchtower. The interior of the watchtower was expansive, with a hall spacious enough to accommodate 1,000 individuals. After all, this watchtower had served as a headquarters during wartime, hence it could not be lacking in grandeur. It was Kakashi's first visit here, and he was filled with curiosity about his surroundings. However, his expression was concealed beneath his mask, rendering it impossible for others to discern his thoughts. Perhaps donning the mask added an air of mystery to one's persona. The reason the Umbu wore masks was twofold: to safeguard their identities and to conceal their emotions. As ninjas, they were expected to remain composed. Nevertheless, amidst the multitude of ninjas in the world, impulsive types inevitably existed. In the Umbu, impulsiveness could jeopardize not just an individual but the entire team, or even the Umbu as a whole. Such behavior was utterly intolerable, making it clear that those lacking composure could not enter the Umbu. The three border ninjas led the way swiftly to the conference room within the watchtower, where over 10 ninjas were already seated. Kakashi focused his gaze, noticing that the leader possessed a pair of pristine white eyes. Indeed, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Yet, it seemed he belonged to the branch family. It was no surprise to see a member of the Hyuga clan in such a place. Their ocular abilities were far too valuable to be wasted as mere scouts. However, it was evident that the Hyuga present could not be from the main house. The rationale was simple: the risks here were too great. Should the Land of Lightning launch an offensive, this location would be the first to suffer, likely resulting in catastrophic losses. The Hyuga clan would not allow the main house to take such a perilous gamble. This is Lord Hyuga Hiyu, the captain here. All intelligence is in his possession. The middle-aged ninja indicated towards the member of the Hyuga clan. Jinkan nodded and said, "Greetings, Lord Hiyu. We come under the orders of Lord Hokage to deliver supplies." and we also require recent intelligence to bring back. We hope for your cooperation." Hinata Feiyu cast a glance at the 4 members of Shinkai, somewhat astonished by the unexpected dispatch of such a youthful team by the 3rd Hokage for the delivery of intelligence. The eldest among them could scarcely be over 17, while the youngest might not even be 10. Was it truly prudent to entrust such a task to a team of this age? "Excuse me, young brother. Did the 3rd Hokage send only you few?" "Indeed," Shinkai replied earnestly, albeit puzzled by Hinata Feiyu's inquiry. "My dear young brother, this intelligence is of utmost importance. It is not a matter of doubting your capabilities, but rather a concern for any unforeseen mishaps along the way. How about this? We shall send 2 more Jonin to accompany you back. Would that be acceptable?" Hinata Feiyu, feeling a twinge of unease regarding the youthful brigade, resolved to dispatch 2 Jonin for added assurance. The absence of 2 Jonin here would pose little disruption. However, it was evident that Hinata Feiyu's well-intentioned offer was not met with approval, particularly from Shinkai and Leitong. Both were young and brimming with youthful fervor. Having gained the attention of the 4th Hokage, and despite their youth, they harbored their own pride. Although Hinata Feiyu did not overtly express disdain for the 4, his arrangements clearly conveyed a lack of faith in their abilities, which irked both Leitong and Shinkai. "Lord Feiyu, please trust in our strength. We will surely ensure the intelligence reaches Konoha safely," Shinkai implored, his tone sincere, yet laced with palpable discontent. Hinata Feiyu hesitated, genuinely apprehensive that these young individuals might falter should any misfortune arise. "Very well, if you can best the individual beside me, I shall allow you to transport the intelligence unaccompanied." The gazes of Shinkai and his comrades turned toward the person Hinata Feiyu had indicated. They beheld a robust figure clad in dark crimson robes, complemented by a green vest of Konoha, and most notably adorned with a family crest. The Akimichi clan. "Humph, underestimated," Shinkai muttered, drawing forth his shuriken, prepared for combat. The individual pointed out by Hinata Feiyu was Akimichi Neru, a jonin of considerable prowess, renowned for his mastery of physical techniques, and a prominent figure within the watchtower. The choice to send such a formidable opponent underscored Hinata Feiyu's genuine concerns regarding Shinkai and his companions. Upon hearing the challenge, Akimichi Neru rose, stating, "This space is too confined for an adequate display of our abilities. Let us proceed outside." Agreed. As the group transitioned, they moved to an open area outside the watchtower. Kakashi, observing the unfolding drama, found himself bemused, pondering why a simple escort mission had escalated to such an extent. Shaking his head, he followed suit, as he was now part of Shuankai's team and could not abandon them. Soon, the group arrived at a vacant space outside the tower, though the necessary vigilance remained intact. The rules were straightforward. Should the 4 of you succeed in defeating Akimichi Neru, I shall acknowledge your capability to escort the intelligence. However, should you fail, Neru will accompany you back to the village. Do you understand? "Humph, understood," Shinkai affirmed, taking the lead. Kakashi observed Ganjian with a peculiar look, for it was expected that Ganjian would be a composed individual. Yet today, his demeanor was strikingly out of character. Such a level of provocation should not have incited such fury within him. Moreover, Kakashi discerned that Hinata Feiyu was not indeed provoking Ganjian. Rather, he was acting out of concern for information security. Kakashi had faith that Ganjian, being a favored pupil of Master Minato, would certainly recognize this, as he was commendable in intellect. So, how could this all be elucidated? "Stay out of this, I can handle it alone," Ganjian suddenly declared, leaving Kakashi and the others momentarily taken aback. Was he truly intending to confront this alone? While Ganjian possessed commendable strength, he was merely at the level of a chunin, leaving a significant gap to the rank of jonin. As Kakashi beheld the burning fighting spirit and excitement in Ganjian's eyes, realization dawned upon him. This was intentional. Ganjian's aim was to engage with these jonin. Kakashi found himself speechless, pondering the sheer intensity of Ganjian's pride, merely feeling slighted by Hinata Feiyu. He sought to challenge the jonin to prove his worth. Exchanging glances, Kakashi and the others did not oppose Ganjian's insistence and took a step back. Akiyato Neru, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "Kid, you plan to take this on solo? You must think highly of yourself." "Humph, how would I know unless I try?" Ganjian tightened his grip on the kunai, revealing that he was not as unfazed as he claimed. He was acutely aware of the considerable gap in strength between himself and the jonin, yet he wished to ascertain just how vast that disparity truly was. His pride demanded that he respond to the slight against his team. In truth, Ganjian understood that having Kakashi step in would be the optimal choice, ensuring a much higher chance of victory, considering Kakashi was the only Jonin among them. The reason Ganjian had been appointed as the leader for this mission, rather than Kakashi, was due to his greater familiarity with the task at hand. Having previously delivered intelligence multiple times, Ganjian was well-versed in the procedures. Initially, he had joined under the guidance of a Jonin leader, yet now he was at the helm himself. Since he was leading, Ganjian would not allow his team to be belittled. Very well, if you are so adamant, I shall oblige you. But do not blame me if you get hurt. Akiato Neru conceded. The Akiato clan was known for their gentleness, and although Neru was displeased by Ganjian's underestimation, he had no intention of employing excessive force. A gust of cold wind swept through, swirling the fallen leaves in the air. Ninjutsu. Partial multiplication technique. Dual hands. Akiato Neru launched the first strike, his hands suddenly expanding to an enormous size. Then he clasped them together and struck downwards with force. So swift, Ganjian thought to himself. Yet his movements did not falter as he launched the kunai, aiming to pierce through Neru's hands. With a clang, the kunai seemed to strike steel, being repelled with great speed. The Akiato clan enveloped their bodies in chakra while using the multiplication technique. How could a mere kunai penetrate such formidable defenses? Xianjian was acutely aware that Qianbin's dual flesh palms would prove ineffective, and thus, the moment he unleashed Qianbin, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A semicircular stone barrier erupted from the ground, intercepting Akaduji's hands. Yet, within less than a second, it was shattered by the sheer force of Akaduji's strike. The magnitude of Akaduji's strength was astonishing. Xianjian never anticipated that his earth release would crumble so effortlessly before Akaduji's blow. Fortunately, Xianjian had vacated the spot immediately after employing the earth release. Otherwise, he would have likely sustained grave injuries beneath those formidable palms. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, Xianjian felt a weight in his heart. The disparity was too vast. Akaduji's strike had obliterated Xuanjian's confidence. Yet with the arrow knocked, he would not concede unless grievously wounded. His pride forbade him from surrendering. Kakashi, witnessing the unfolding scene, shook his head. Already resigned to Xuanjian's inevitable defeat, the strength of Akaduji was far beyond what Xianjian could withstand. Nevertheless, Xianjian appeared resolute, unwilling to yield. Kakashi sighed, preparing for intervention. He did not wish for Xianjian to incur injuries here, as it would impact their return to the village. Time was of the essence for Kakashi. Earth release. Pursuing Fong Qianbin needles. No sooner had Xianjian spoken than numerous Qianbin, crafted from earth, erupted from the ground. With a surge of chakra, they were propelled towards Akaduji at breakneck speed. Akaduji retracted his hands, chakra swirling within him. Ninjutsu meat tank. Akaduji's massive form swelled dramatically, retracting his hands and feet into his expanding body, until ultimately, even his head was engulfed, transforming him into a colossal meatball. Subsequently, this meatball spun wildly, deflecting all the incoming Qianbin. However, Akaduji showed no signs of halting. He continued his rotation, barreling towards Xianjian. How swift! Just as Xianjian intended to flee, his foot was caught by a stone, causing him to twist awkwardly. Xianjian's pupils constricted. It was over. He could not evade. Stop, Ji. Hinata Feiyu, witnessing this scene, felt an ominous premonition. Should they collide, it would surely result in severe injury. The repercussions of injuring a member of the Umbu sent by the Hokage were intolerable for both Akaduji and Hinata Feiyu. Regrettably, Akaduji remained oblivious to the impending disaster, relying solely on his senses to vaguely detect the target's location amidst his rapid spin. It was over. This was the collective sentiment of all present. No. One person remained unconvinced. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The stone barrier rose once more, but this time, it was not Xianjian who cast it, but Kakashi. After Akaduji's meat tank struck the stone wall, leaving a gaping hole, he gradually ceased his rotation, finally realizing the calamity that had nearly unfolded. Hinata Feiyu stared in shock at the wall bearing the dent. It had actually withstood the blow. The same ninjutsu that Xianjian could not employ against Akaduji's attack. Kakashi had successfully countered with an even more potent meat tank. Hinata Hayabusa gazed at Kakashi, who was masked at that moment. However, this facade held no significance in the presence of Hayabusa. If the Byakugan could not penetrate even a mask, it would indeed be a peculiar matter. Beneath the gaze of the Byakugan, Kakashi's true state was laid bare. Hayabusa was astounded. This youth was merely 14 years of age. Yet the chakra within him surpassed even his own. Moreover, there was an enigmatic seal upon his left eye, the nature of which remained a mystery. Yet it exuded profound complexity. Sensing Hayabusa's scrutiny, Kakashi turned to look, prompting Hayabusa to swiftly retract his activated Byakugan. After all, prying into another's affairs was hardly commendable, particularly when that person was a comrade. No one relishes the sensation of being observed, unless they possess a peculiar disposition. Kakashi cast a cold glance at Hayabusa, who found himself unconsciously breaking into a cold sweat. Such an intimidating aura. Hayabusa was utterly taken aback, realizing that Kakashi, at such a tender age, possessed this terrifying presence. It finally dawned upon him why the third Hokage had entrusted this quartet with the mission of escorting the information. Kakashi shifted his gaze from Hayabusa to Akimichi Neru. "Senpai, allow me to experience your techniques," he stated as he dispelled the earth-style wall and positioned himself before Genkan. "Kakashi, you've injured your ankle. Allow me to handle the remainder," Genkan replied. Kakashi turned back with a smile, though the mask rendered his expression inscrutable. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Although Genkan felt some reluctance, he recognized that his combat effectiveness had been significantly diminished. Previously, during his prime, he was no match for Akimichi Neru. In his current state, he was even less of a contender. Watching the earth-style wall that had just fallen, a myriad of emotions surged within Genkan. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity between himself and Kakashi, despite knowing that Kakashi had attained the rank of Jonin 2 years prior. Genkan, being older than Kakashi, had presumed that the passage of time would narrow the gap, yet it had only widened. With a rueful smile, Genkan began to comprehend that true prodigies existed in this world. "I truly owe you my gratitude, young brother. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake," Akimichi Neru expressed with a sincere smile, his chubby visage endearing him to others. "No need for thanks. He is my comrade, and it is my duty to assist. Is it not? Haha, indeed. Protecting one's comrades is paramount. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment, young brother," Neru laughed heartily, clearly resonating with Kakashi's words and growing increasingly fond of him. The ninjas of Konoha predominantly cherish peace and value their comrades, a principle that has been passed down since the era of the first Hokage, embodying the will of fire. It is this very sentiment that has allowed Konoha to flourish. Alas, the emergence of Danzo has led to an ever-worsening internal factionalism. From once being the mightiest of the 5 great nations, they have now found themselves in such a predicament. It is evident that the tragedies within the Hokage's history can largely be attributed to either Danzo or Kagaya's machinations, with Danzo bearing a far heavier burden of blame than Kagaya. It is uncertain what contributions such a character has truly made to the village of Konoha. Regardless of the rationale, those who can stand idly by during a crisis that threatens their village are utterly contemptible. This is not the first instance of Danzo engaging in such reprehensible behavior. During the Nine Tails incident, Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, and Pain's assault on the village, Danzo's absence was conspicuous. On several occasions, he even appeared to assist the enemies in their attacks against Konoha. Although some may claim that Danzo has discreetly aided the village in numerous ways, the public perception remains that he is merely a self-serving individual who cloaks his ambitions in the guise of noble intentions. He speaks of righteousness while condemning others from a moral high ground, labeling those who disagree with him as aberrant or malevolent. Such a person, once in power, cannot lead to peace. That aside, the majority of Konoha's ninjas possess a profound love for peace and camaraderie. Thus, senior, let us commence. Akimichi Choji did not immediately acquiesce, but instead turned to Hyuga Niji, who nodded in agreement, evidently supportive of the decision. In truth, Niji had already consented to allow Kakashi and his team to return with the intelligence, yet his curiosity about Kakashi's abilities prompted him to encourage Choji to test them. There was no ulterior motive, merely a sense of intrigue. Choji, embodying the kindness and simplicity characteristic of the Akimichi clan, grasped the task at hand upon receiving Niji's direction. "All right, little brother, let us engage in a friendly match," Choji declared. Kakashi nodded, understanding Niji's intentions. However, he recognized that one Akimichi alone would not suffice to accurately gauge his own strength. With a cold smirk, Kakashi refrained from utilizing his lightning blade or Sharingan. Since he had the privilege of facing a member of the Akimichi clan, he could not resist the opportunity to spar in taijutsu. In Konoha, The foremost practitioner of taijutsu is naturally Guy, followed closely by Tsunade. Beneath them, both the Akimichi and Hyuga clans exhibit remarkable prowess in this discipline. While the Hyuga clan targets unseen internal organs and meridians, the Akimichi clan's techniques are characterized by their overwhelming power. With a fervent spirit, Kakashi pondered whether the taijutsu he had diligently trained and would manifest its true potential in this encounter. Ninjutsu. Multiplication technique. Right foot. Kakashi's right eye gleamed with a radiant light, showcasing a formidable strength that was indeed formidable. Although Kakashi held confidence in his physical prowess, he doubted his ability to withstand the subsequent blow. Only Tsunade's monstrous strength could rival such an attack. Realizing he could not match force with force, he decided to evade the confrontation. As Choji's right foot descended towards Kakashi, he swiftly dodged, propelling himself underneath Choji, who was still recovering from his strike. Kakashi narrowed his remaining eye and softly remarked, "Too slow." With his body firmly planted, Kakashi launched a punch upward, targeting the chin of Akimichi Niji. A resounding crack echoed as Kakashi's fist struck Niji's jaw with tremendous force, sending the formidable figure of Niji soaring through the air. Although Niji was propelled skyward by Kakashi's blow, the latter did not relent. With a swift step, Kakashi vanished and reappeared behind Niji. In midair, Niji found himself without leverage, and despite catching sight of Kakashi, he was unable to retaliate, hindered by his own massive frame. Konoha Rinnegan. This technique was a modification of Sasuke's Lion's Barrage from the original work, both techniques stemming from Guy's martial arts, making it relatively straightforward for Kakashi to execute. Grasping Niji's belt, Kakashi spun and hurled him downwards, resulting in a thunderous crash as Niji's body created a substantial crater upon impact with the ground. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Kakashi pivoted in the air, unleashing a fierce kick. A piercing cry escaped Niji's lips as Kakashi's foot connected with his abdomen. With a fluid motion, Kakashi leapt back 3 meters. "My apologies, it appears I am the victor." The audience gasped in astonishment. Taijutsu. Merely taijutsu. In a mere 3 moves? Consisting of unremarkable techniques, Kakashi's overwhelming speed and strength left Niji, a seasoned jonin, utterly unprepared. His mastery of combat rhythm was terrifyingly precise. The trio from the Hyuga clan was equally astounded. Possessing a deeper understanding of Kakashi's prowess, they knew that his true strength lay not in taijutsu, but in ninjutsu. If Kakashi could defeat a jonin with just 3 moves of taijutsu, what then was the extent of his actual capabilities? The onlookers swallowed hard, their gazes towards Kakashi filled with reverence. A strong individual commands respect, regardless of the setting. Moreover, this is a world that venerates strength. Hinata Feiyu was taken aback, unable to fathom how effortlessly Kakashi had vanquished Niji. Although Niji was slightly weaker than him, Hinata Feiyu mused that he could never hope to defeat Niji with such ease. Thus, despite a twinge of reluctance, he had to concede that this silver-haired youth was far more formidable than he had anticipated, perhaps even surpassing his own abilities. Reflecting on this, Hinata Feiyu couldn't help but smile ruefully. The comparison was disheartening. At his age, he had barely attained the strength of a chunin. "Young brother, your prowess is remarkable. I shall defer to you for this escort mission. I no longer oppose." "Thank you." At this moment, Niji had risen from the ground. After all, they were from the same village, and Kakashi had refrained from using excessive force. Although that kick appeared devastating, Kakashi had tempered his strength at the last moment. Therefore, while it seemed severe, Niji had sustained only minor discomfort, merely feeling pain, and was now recovering. Aikido Naoya gently rubbed his ample belly, which effectively cushioned the impact of Kakashi's kick. "Ouch, that really hurts, little brother. Your strikes are quite heavy," he complained. Kakashi merely chuckled in response, saying, "My apologies. This minor injury is nothing, but I must commend your impressive skills. Your physical prowess has truly reached remarkable heights." Naoya sighed in admiration. Being a member of the Aikido clan, his martial prowess was indeed formidable. The primary reason he was swiftly taken down by Kakashi was largely due to his underestimation of him. Thus, when Kakashi unleashed his speed, Naoya was caught completely off guard. Had he taken the matter more seriously, even in defeat, it would not have been so swift. However, defeat is defeat. Naoya was not one to make excuses. Furthermore, losing to a comrade did not strike him as shameful. It must be said, the Aikido clan is inherently gentle and kind-hearted. "You're too kind, senior," he replied. "Please, just call me Naoya," he added with a hearty laugh, showing camaraderie towards Kakashi. Kakashi did not refuse, calling out, "Senior Naoya." "Really? Why do you keep calling me senior?" Naoya teased. "You are over a decade older than him. How else should we address you?" Hinata Hiyu interjected, somewhat exasperated with Naoya's simplicity. "Hee, all right," Naoya said, scratching his head and smiling bashfully. Kakashi, however, shifted his focus to Hinata Hiyu. "Senior Hinata, can we receive the intel now?" he inquired. "Certainly, here is the information," Hinata replied, retrieving a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossing it to Kakashi. Upon catching it and inspecting the unique seal, Kakashi confirmed its authenticity before placing it into his own pouch. "Thank you, Senior Hinata. We won't impose further. Farewell." Hinata and his companions did not insist on keeping them, as the quicker the intel was delivered, the better. "Take care on your journey," Hinata advised. "We will be cautious," Kakashi affirmed, returning to Jinjin and the others. Jinjin's sprained ankle had already been restored to normal through chakra manipulation, as it was not a significant issue. Observing how Kakashi had adeptly resolved the matter, Jinjin and the others exchanged glances filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Among their peers, Kakashi had already forged ahead, and the distance between them felt insurmountable. Kakashi produced the scroll and handed it to Jinjin. "Jinjin, this is for you." "Yet." Jinjin shook his head, saying, "You keep it." Kakashi paused in surprise, responding, "But you are the captain. Your strength is superior. It is safest with you," Jinjin reasoned. "Fair enough, you make a valid point. I shall keep it," Kakashi conceded. Kakashi, not one to indulge in sentimentality, carefully returned the scroll to his ninja tool pouch. "Let us depart," he stated. With a collective nod, the four of them resumed their journey back to the village, moving swiftly as is customary for ninjas, often too hurried to appreciate the beauty of their surroundings. Perhaps it is only upon reaching the level of someone like Jiraiya that one can truly behold the wonders of this world. Hinata Feiyu glanced towards Kakashi with a faint smile, recognizing the promise of this exceptional young man. In 10 years, he would undoubtedly carve out a place among the elite of the ninja world. Beneath the leaves of Konoha lies the root. In a dimly lit chamber, an elderly man with a grave demeanor leaned on a cane, listening intently to the report from a nearby ninja. "Are you saying that Kakashi managed to defeat a Kimichi Choji solely through taijutsu?" The elder's tone conveyed astonishment, yet a shadow of darkness lingered beneath the surface. "Indeed, Lord Danzo." This man was none other than Shimura Danzo, often referred to as the darkness of Konoha. "I see. You may leave now." The ninja dissipated at his command. Danzo closed his remaining left eye, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he sighed, his somber voice echoing softly in the chamber. "Kakashi Hatake, is it? I did not expect him to have reached this level. He truly is the son of Hatake Sakumo. However, I cannot afford to focus on him just yet. The Uchiha clan poses a far more pressing threat." With a heavy thud, his cane struck the ground, shrouding the room in darkness, as if everything that had just transpired had never happened. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, who had already returned to the village, he was now on Danzo's mind. Had he been aware, it is likely that he would have found it difficult to find rest that night. The escort mission had progressed without a hitch, and the group returned to Konoha with ease. After reviewing the intelligence, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and subsequently dismissed Kakashi and the others. Kakashi, choosing not to inquire further, understood that he was not yet suited to navigate the intricacies of political affairs. Rather than concern himself with such matters, he resolved to dedicate more time to his training. The conclusion of the mission allowed Kakashi to return to his rigorous training regimen. He felt his strength growing daily, prompting him to train even more diligently. To intensify his training, he borrowed weights from Guy, though they proved to be quite burdensome. The moment he strapped them on, he felt a significant increase in his weight. Kakashi opted to wear the weights only during training, removing them for missions, as the Umbu tasks carried considerable risks. Should he encounter trouble while weighed down, it would be a tragic waste of life. All of his training progressed methodically, and Kakashi gradually adapted to the lifestyle of both this world and the Umbu. Life in the Umbu was undeniably mundane, dominated solely by missions, most of which involved bloodshed. Initially resistant to this reality, Kakashi eventually found himself acclimatizing to it. Whether it was the influence of his previous life or simply the nature of becoming accustomed to witnessing blood over time, he could not tell. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi has now spent 3 years in this world, and in that span, he has matured into a 17-year-old young man. Over these 3 years, Kakashi has made remarkable strides in his abilities, having finally mastered the 5th gate of the 8 gates of might, slightly surpassing expectations. Of course, the sweat and toil he invested during this journey are beyond measure. Kakashi is still immersed in the study of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he has yet to wield it, he has nearly completed his research. What remains is a continuous process of comprehension. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique transcends mere study of the technique itself. It necessitates a certain sensitivity to space, an elusive quality that is more readily felt than articulated. Regrettably, Kakashi has not yet developed the formidable spatial sensitivity required. However, for Kakashi, who possesses the Kimui, it is anticipated that such sensitivity will naturally emerge after utilizing Kimui a few times. For now, though, he has yet to employ this powerful ability, as there have been no missions that necessitated such a formidable weapon. Since each use diminishes its availability, Kakashi has opted to refrain from using it until a solution is found. In the present, Kakashi has established himself as a significant figure within the Anbu. His formidable prowess has secured him a place among the elite in this covert organization, leading to his appointment by the 3rd Hokage as a captain of an Anbu team, overseeing 3 squads comprising 3 squad leaders and 12 Anbu members, totaling 15 individuals. While his position may not be grand, it nonetheless reflects the trust the 3rd Hokage has in Kakashi. This also grants Kakashi some measure of influence within the organization. To elucidate the hierarchy of the Anbu, it ranges from Anbu member to squad leader to team captain to division leader and finally to the minister of the Anbu. On this particular day, after successfully completing an assassination mission with his team, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office. 3rd Hokage, we have successfully completed the mission. Here is the report, Kakashi stated, handing over the meticulously prepared scroll before stepping aside. The 3rd Hokage nodded with satisfaction, accepting the scroll and examining it closely. Before long, he set the scroll down, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Well done, Kakashi. Thank you for your kind words, 3rd Hokage," Kakashi replied with a dignified demeanor. The 3rd Hokage gazed at the 17-year-old Kakashi before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. In these 3 years, Kakashi had undergone a significant transformation. The previous gloom had vanished entirely. While he may not yet be vivaciously cheerful, he had certainly improved immensely. Moreover, his growth in strength was strikingly evident. According to the descriptions of the Anbu who had accompanied him on missions, Kakashi's swordsmanship was exceptional, his lightning techniques were exquisite, and his taijutsu was equally commendable. Few targets could withstand even a few minutes against Kakashi, as most were dispatched within a minute. This terrifying prowess has propelled Kakashi's reputation within the Anbu to new heights. As he observed the silver-haired youth before him, the 3rd Hokage found himself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscent of a once reliable figure from his past, bearing the same silver hair, exhibiting the same remarkable swordsmanship, and demonstrating equally refined lightning techniques. However, the 3rd Hokage soon regained his composure. "You all may withdraw, but Kakashi shall remain," he proclaimed suddenly. In an instant, the Anbu who had accompanied Kakashi exited the office. "What is your command, Lord 3rd? Kakashi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Having just completed a mission, could it be that the 3rd Hokage had further tasks for him? "My apologies, Kakashi. Although you have just finished your assignment, I cannot allow you to rest just yet. The Anbu have uncovered a hidden base belonging to Orochimaru, and I wish for you to investigate the situation. After all, sending others from the Anbu would serve little purpose. You are the most suitable candidate." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Am I the only one?" "Indeed, just you. A larger group would only hinder your movements." "I understand, Lord 3rd. This is the mission scroll. Depart promptly." "Yes, Lord 3rd." Meanwhile, in the route, Danzo rubbed the bandages covering his right eye. "Damn it, this Sharingan. Perhaps I should seek a replacement?" he muttered to himself before exiting the room, where 2 ninjas knelt at the entrance. "Lord Danzo," they both exclaimed in unison. "The target is Hatake Kakashi. The objective is his Sharingan. Do you understand?" One of them hesitated momentarily, but responded, "Yes, Lord Danzo." "Be thorough." "Yes." Outside the village, in the forest, Kakashi was sprinting at an astonishing speed. Years of weighted training had elevated his velocity to a formidable level. Even Guy might struggle to match him. Having received the mission location, he wasted no time in setting off. Kakashi harbored a profound curiosity about Orochimaru's research base. It seemed this individual had establishments scattered far and wide. It must be said that Orochimaru was indeed a genius, albeit an eccentric one, with ambitions purer than many. Kakashi held no significant disdain for Orochimaru. Rather, he found himself intrigued by such a character, pondering the multitude of secrets he must possess. Among the legendary Sannin, it was evident that none were to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, he was being tailed by two shadowy figures. Due to the distance, he did not sense their presence. These two were none other than the root ninjas assigned by Danzo. Senpai, Kakashi is incredibly fast. Indeed, he is renowned as a top-tier Umbu, so his prowess is to be expected. We must exercise caution. Should we be exposed and engage him directly, our chances of success would be severely diminished. Understood. Let us maintain our distance. Do not draw too close, as it would be easy to be detected. Fortunately, we are aware of our destination, so we need not worry about losing him. Yes, Senpai. Kakashi raced onward, swiftly arriving at Orochimaru's secret base, which resembled a cavern with a large entrance approximately 1 meter in diameter. Peering inside, he found an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by the faint light at the entrance. Ruffling his hair, Kakashi felt a sense of resignation. Forget it, let us venture inside. From the pouch of ninja tools at his side, Kakashi retrieved a sealing scroll, unbinding its seal to reveal an oil lamp. He ignited it and promptly leaped into the cavern. In less than a second, Kakashi felt a firm grounding beneath his feet. As he surveyed the surroundings, he discovered that this space was indeed quite expansive, with a stone door looming ahead, its purpose unknown. Upon taking a few steps forward, he noticed a sealing tag affixed to it. Upon closer inspection, Kakashi realized that while the sealing tag appeared to be an ordinary seal, seemingly easy to dismantle, it concealed a detonating mechanism that would trigger an explosion upon contact, simultaneously unleashing a fire release. This Orochimaru truly possesses a dark sense of humor. Even an abandoned experimental base is adorned with such traps at its entrance. Were an unsuspecting individual to wander here, they might very well fall victim to such malice, potentially facing a fiery demise. After reflecting on Orochimaru's wickedness, Kakashi casually dismantled the sealing tag. Over the past 3 years, he had not been idle. His studies in sealing techniques had never waned. He had mastered the fundamentals entirely and even learned how to combine 2 4-symbol seals into an 8-trigram seal. In terms of sealing prowess, Kakashi was likely only slightly inferior to the 3rd Hokage, who could perform the corpse demon-consuming seal. Otherwise, he had no rivals. Thus, this level of sealing technique posed no challenge for him. Once the sealing tag was removed, Kakashi tore it off and discarded it aside, subsequently incinerating it with a fire release. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a vast corridor shrouded in darkness, with visibility exceedingly low. Illuminating the path with his lamp, Kakashi noticed numerous candles adorning the stone walls. So, this Orochimaru fellow does possess sharp vision, yet he chooses not to illuminate the space. It turns out they were unlit. Forming hand seals, he performed the fire release, lamp lighting technique. A burst of flames erupted from Kakashi's mouth, transforming into countless sparks that cascaded onto the wicks of the candles. In an instant, all the candles ignited, flooding the corridor with brilliant light. This makes things much more convenient. As Kakashi traversed the corridor, he reached a door at its end. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped inside. Outside the experimental base, 2 root ninjas stood guard. "Senior, what shall we do now? Kakashi has entered. Surely he will emerge again. If we venture in, we may accomplish little in the darkness. Instead, let us set a trap and capture him in one fell swoop. Is that truly wise, Senior?" Kakashi Hatake is a leaf ninja, a trusted confidant of the Hokage. If we were to slay him, the orders from Danzo are not without reason. We need only to fulfill our mission. Do you understand? Yes, Senior. The ninja known as a hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, though his eyes betrayed an inner conflict. Jia, once a comrade of Hatake Kakashi, had also taken the life of his own companion, leaving no room for hesitation. What? Jia gasped, unable to fathom that Kakashi could be such a person. The individual was Rin Noera, a teammate of Kakashi during his days as a genin, who ultimately met a tragic end at Kakashi's hands. How could this be? Jia's face reflected disbelief, though the mask obscured his expression. Thus, one must trust Lord Danzo, he said through gritted teeth. I understand now. Let us commence our operation. Indeed, within the confines of the base, Kakashi meticulously examined a scroll. After a considerable time, he lifted his head, There were indeed numerous fundamental medical ninjutsu techniques contained within, alongside some data on human anatomy, likely trivialities that Orochimaru deemed unworthy of his attention. Nevertheless, it would not hurt to peruse them. Perhaps they might aid in the development of ninjutsu. Currently, the method for enhancing the body with lightning release showed no promise at all. With a sigh, Kakashi sealed away the scrolls containing basic medical knowledge. These materials held little value, so he was not concerned about being discovered with them. He continued his exploration, surveying the surroundings for anything else of interest. Upon entering another chamber, he encountered large cylindrical containers, many of which lay shattered, save for the two in the center, which remained intact but were shrouded in a thick layer of dust, obscuring their contents. This must have been the site of Orochimaru's human experiments. The broken containers likely housed the remains of those who had perished within. As Kakashi ventured forward, he soon stood before one of the unscathed vessels. This container piqued his curiosity, having survived unscathed. What could lie within? Wiping away the dust, Kakashi was soon confronted by a horrifying sight. A massive serpent. A serpent with hair? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. How reminiscent it was of Orochimaru's true form, the white phosphorus serpent, from the original narrative. Yet, something felt amiss. The aura was too weak to belong to Orochimaru. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Orochimaru would never subject himself to cultivation within such a container. What then was this creature? Why did it appear thus? Was it mere coincidence? The odds seemed too fortuitous. Speaking of which, how did Orochimaru's summoning beast come into existence? A family heirloom, perhaps? It seems plausible. The original tale offered little clarification, and now it was impossible to ascertain, likely only known to the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The summoning beasts of the legendary three ninjas appeared to be equal in might, categorizing them among the most powerful in the Naruto world. Among the myriad of summoned beasts, they stood alongside the tailed beasts as the most formidable. Mount Myaboku, the land of earth dragons, and the Whetbone Forest are heralded as the three great sanctuaries of the shinobi world, with the toads of Mount Myaboku being particularly legendary. Having once instructed the Sage of Six Paths, truly impressive indeed. However, like the three great sacred places, both the Earth Dragon Cave and the Whetbone Forest evidently possess a legacy of mystical arts, each exhibiting unique techniques that invite curiosity about their distinctions. The original text does not explicitly state whether the Whetbone Forest harbors such arts, yet it is well acknowledged that the first Hokage indeed mastered these techniques. Moreover, as the dwelling of Tsunade's summoning beasts, it is plausible that the first Hokage acquired his mystical arts within the Whetbone Forest. Given that the three sacred places are on equal footing, it would not be surprising if the Whetbone Forest also held such arts. Should the opportunity arise, Kakashi would be eager to explore the differences in the mystical arts of these three revered locations. However, it is still premature, as Kakashi has yet to grasp even a single technique. As Kakashi pondered, the large serpent within the solution-filled container suddenly opened its eyes. Kakashi, taken aback, leaped backward, bracing himself for the unexpected. Had it awakened? In the next moment, the great serpent opened its maw and let out a furious roar, crashing directly against the container with a resounding bang. The vessel shattered instantly, and the green liquid gushed forth. Kakashi leapt back once more, wary of the peculiar liquid. What if it were toxic? Simultaneously, the Thousand Thunderblade, sealed within his right wrist, emerged into his grasp. The situation had become quite apparent. Tranquility was no longer an option. The serpent coiled its body, its cold, reptilian gaze fixed upon Kakashi, inducing a sense of discomfort within him. This creature was truly repulsive. Kakashi drew a kunai with his left hand, spinning it briefly before launching it at the serpent's vital spot. However, the anticipated impact never materialized. Kakashi had missed entirely. It was not due to a lack of aim or the serpent evading the attack, but rather the place he struck transformed into a void, allowing the kunai to pass through before promptly restoring itself. What was this? Kakashi was taken aback, contemplating the bizarre nature of this skill. The serpent offered Kakashi little time for contemplation, suddenly manifesting numerous smaller snakes that surged toward him with alarming speed. How could one describe this scene? A writhing mass of serpents slithered across the ground, evoking revulsion. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Flames erupted from Kakashi's mouth, a blazing inferno 3 meters in diameter radiating intense heat, incinerating the smaller snakes completely. Indeed, Such abominations ought to be eradicated by fire. As the flames dissipated, the great serpent lunged at Kakashi with remarkable agility. Body flicker technique. Kakashi deftly dodged, the thousand thunderblade crackling with lightning energy. The Chidori blade was released, roaring through the air as it drove the serpent's head into the ground, leaving it no chance to retaliate. A mournful cry echoed as the serpent fell still, its eyes closing. Kakashi stood by, observing intently, confirming that the great serpent had indeed perished. Its strength was rather mediocre, lacking any real lethality. Approaching the serpent, Kakashi began to examine it closely. Kakashi soon discerned something peculiar. This colossal serpent was unlike any ordinary snake, possessing a strange chakra, though it was but a trace. Kakashi's keen senses detected it. What could this signify? As ordinary vision proved inadequate, he resorted to his Sharingan. Removing his forehead protector, the crimson Sharingan emerged once more, its three tomos spinning incessantly, revealing the serpent in a vivid scarlet hue. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Kakashi noticed a sphere of white chakra emanating from the serpent's head. This sensation resembled that of sage chakra. Kakashi was astounded. Did this serpent harbor a hint of sage chakra? What exactly was this creature, and why had it appeared here? It appeared to be one of Orochimaru's experiments. Had Orochimaru already been experimenting with sage techniques? Kakashi was not surprised by Orochimaru's pursuit of sage arts. After all, the Dragon Cave was known for its legacy of such practices. The original narrative had hinted at the presence of sage chakra within Orochimaru, albeit he had never demonstrated sage techniques. One could argue that he had, in a manner, as the curse seal could also be considered a form of sage technique. Thus, was the sage chakra within this serpent a result of Orochimaru's experiment to conceal sage chakra within its being? It was certainly a possibility. Kakashi's eyes brightened. This sage chakra must originate from the Dragon Cave, as at this moment, Yugo was likely only 5 years old, and 3 years prior, merely 2. Evidently not yet discovered by Orochimaru. Given that this was sage chakra from the Dragon Cave, its research value was immense. Without further hesitation, Kakashi retrieved a sealing scroll from his back. With swift hands, he began the unsealing process. Mysterious symbols manifested around him, extracting the sage chakra from the serpent's head and sealing it within the scroll. Once completed, a character representing sage appeared on the scroll. This acquisition was indeed significant. While it might not yield a method for cultivating sage techniques, it would at least provide a glimpse into its mysteries. Kakashi approached the still-closed cylindrical container, wiping away the dust that cloaked its exterior, only to find it entirely empty. Curious, he wondered why there was nothing inside. He had anticipated finding another serpent akin to the previous one. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that aside from the nutrient solution, there was naught else, and he dismissed the matter. This location was the final vestige of the entire laboratory. It was evident that Orochimaru had abandoned it, having either destroyed or removed anything of value. The serpent he had encountered was likely a remnant, a miracle that it had survived to this day. After conducting a thorough examination and confirming the absence of any further items, Kakashi decided not to linger. The damp, chill atmosphere of the place was only suited for creatures like Orochimaru, and Kakashi had no affinity for such an environment. Having gathered sufficient information for a report to the third Hokage, he took his leave. Retracing his steps, it wasn't long before he spotted the circular opening above, sunlight cascading down from above. Kakashi leaped forth, standing at the entrance, employing a technique to bury the entryway. This was hardly a place worth preserving. It served no purpose. Should anyone inadvertently stumble upon it, danger could ensue. Thus it was best left entombed beneath the earth. As he observed the collapse of the laboratory's opening, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Yet, as he turned to depart, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. The silence was unsettling. Kakashi grounded himself, casting a wary glance around. Moments before entering, he had been able to hear the melodious calls of birds and the chirping of insects. Now, an eerie stillness enveloped the area, indicating that the creatures had retreated. Animals possess keen instincts. They flee at the slightest hint of danger, and it was evident that such a phenomenon was occurring now. An ambush was afoot, Kakashi concluded in an instant. How intriguing. Who could be lying in wait for me? Am I being followed? Thoughts raced through Kakashi's mind. While he could not yet ascertain the identity of the stalkers, it was clear that uninvited guests were present. However, their concealment was remarkably adept, as he could not detect their precise location. In that case, he would have to flush out these intruders. Gently biting his thumb, he drew blood, forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding poof, a small ninja dog materialized before Kakashi, adorned in a blue outfit and wearing a forehead protector of the hidden leaf. This was one of Kakashi's own trained ninja dogs, having honed its abilities under his guidance over the years. Hey Kakashi, what is up? Park. I suspect there are individuals lying in ambush around us, but I cannot pinpoint their location. Could you investigate? Understood, leave it to me. The ambushing Anbu and another root ninja exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had sensed trouble when Kakashi paused, and now, witnessing him summon his ninja dog. It was clear their cover had been compromised. Although their concealment techniques were commendable, they had not entirely masked their presence. While a ninja might detect them, it was unlikely a dog would overlook their aura. Thus, it appeared that a direct confrontation was inevitable. Regrettably, their previous preparations would likely go to waste. Kakashi. There are two individuals behind those two trees. Park swiftly identified the concealed root ninjas, directing Kakashi's attention. Ah, thank you, Park. I'll take it from here. Upon learning the enemy's location, Kakashi instantly sensed their presence. Be cautious, Kakashi. Their aura is formidable. Do you doubt my strength? Better safe than sorry. Understood. Park, witnessing Kakashi's unwavering confidence, refrained from further commentary. Having fought alongside Kakashi for 3 years, he had witnessed his significant growth and strength. He was no longer the same as before. Although the two adversaries before him were competent, they posed little threat to Kakashi. With a resounding bang, Parker transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Kakashi paid it no mind, remarking, "My dear friends, it seems you have already revealed yourselves. You might as well come out. Lingering in the shadows serves no purpose." No one responded to Kakashi, and just as he was about to take action, suddenly, two colossal trees erupted from the ground with a deafening roar. Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Would release." The two massive trees, seemingly imbued with life, ensnared Kakashi in their grasp, tightening their hold ever more. Kakashi suppressed his astonishment, and a radiant blue light enveloped him. Chidori. The azure arcs of electricity shielded Kakashi completely, while simultaneously obliterating the two enormous trees into splinters. Just as Kakashi freed himself from the entanglement, a massive fireball hurtled towards him. TCH, they really don't allow for a moment's respite. In an instant, he wielded his blade and struck down at the fireball with great force. The ferocious edge cleaved the fireball in two, annihilating it entirely. How could this be possible? Although Kakashi was aware that the fireball posed little threat to him, he had not anticipated it being extinguished by a mere slash. Did such a technique truly exist? One capable of negating ninjutsu? There was no room for doubt. Kakashi demonstrated through his actions that it was indeed real, and right before them. At that moment, Kakashi finally caught sight of the two figures. One stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, with long hair and wearing an umbu mask. The other was significantly taller, also adorned with an umbu mask. Disregarding the taller individual, Kakashi directed his gaze towards the shorter figure with long hair. "Jia, why did you ambush me?" Kakashi questioned, perplexed. Though he had not seen Jia since the Aburi clan incident 3 years prior, they had shared a bond that should not have led to such an attack. Kakashi felt an eerie familiarity with the current situation, but could not quite place it. Damn it, the plot of the original story had become somewhat hazy. After 3 years, Kakashi's memories of his past life had indeed grown murky, particularly regarding these ancillary details. It was clear that he should have documented the important events. Kakashi resolved to write down the plot he remembered upon his return, lest he forget. Mission. The cold, unfeeling word escaped Jia's lips, leaving Kakashi somewhat resigned. It was evident who would assign such a cursed task. Danzo, has he already set his sights on me? Kakashi mused internally, though he felt little concern. As long as the third Hokage remained, Danzo would not dare to act openly against him. Kakashi truly did not regard the involvement of such figures as a threat. How could there be a mission to kill one's comrades? Such tasks are fundamentally wrong. Kakashi spoke softly, as if elucidating a simple truth. Jia remained silent. But the other individual spoke up. What right do you have to voice such sentiments about killing your own classmates? Have you forgotten the fate of Lin Yuyuan at your hands? A seemingly ordinary response, yet the mention of an extraordinary name imbued it with grave weight. At this moment, the emotions concealed within Kakashi's subconscious suddenly erupted. What do you know? I have never considered killing her. Kakashi's roar took both individuals by surprise. The usually unflappable Kakashi displayed such fury? Regardless, when a person is consumed by anger, vulnerabilities inevitably surface. One of them said to the other, Jia, seize this opportunity while Kakashi is exposed. Together, we shall bring him down. Indeed, Jia replied nonchalantly, yet within, a tempest was brewing. Had Lord Danzo erred? Memories churned in Jia's mind, alternating between his departure from Orochimaru's laboratory and his gradual ascent under Danzo's command, his expression growing increasingly complex. The root ninja, however, had no such contemplations. He swiftly hurled 3 shuriken while frantically forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique of shuriken. With a sharp exclamation, the 3 shuriken multiplied into hundreds, hurtling towards Kakashi. Too many. There was no evasion. Despite his fury, Kakashi retained his composure. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. His silvery hair surged forth, enveloping him and deflecting every single one of the ferocious shuriken. This defensive technique, taught by Jiraiya, had long been mastered by Kakashi. Dealing with these shuriken posed no challenge. The root ninja momentarily froze, astonished that Kakashi could withstand his assault in such a manner. The fleeting opportunity seemed to slip away. And why did this technique appear so familiar? However, Kakashi offered him no time for further contemplation. It became evident that before engaging in a dialogue with Jia, he first needed to incapacitate this troublesome foe. Kakashi withdrew his hair, and the next instant, wooden stakes erupted from the ground, aimed directly at his chest. Yet another strike. The wood shattered like cardboard beneath Kakashi's blade. TCH, incessant. Let's deal with one first, Kakashi mused inwardly. He then executed a swift step, vanishing in an instant. Both individuals were taken aback by his astonishing speed, his form entirely undetectable. After 3 years of practice, Kakashi had honed his instantaneous movement to perfection, perhaps rivaling the speed of Shursue's renowned technique. However, speaking of Shursui, he must be around 12 or 13 by now, likely nearing his entry into the Umbu. These chaotic thoughts flickered through Kakashi's mind before he reappeared behind the root ninja. You are quite troublesome. It's time for you to rest. What? When? The root ninja gasped, astonished to find Kakashi suddenly behind him, entirely unaware of his presence. By the time he heard the voice, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Kakashi had struck him unconscious with the hilt of his sword. After all, he was a leaf ninja. Though affiliated with Root, the true fault lay with Danzo, and the Root members still fought for the love of their village. Senpai, Kakashi, what have you done to your senior? Upon witnessing the root ninja collapsed beneath Kakashi's blade, Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Nothing of consequence, merely found him a nuisance, so I allowed him to take a brief slumber. Rest assured, I bear no intent to harm the shinobi of Konoha, Kakashi elucidated. Jia's countenance visibly softened, despite being obscured by a mask. Yet, as Jia contemplated launching an assault, Kakashi swiftly appeared before him once more, restraining his hands poised to form seals, his gaze cold and piercing. Jia, are you truly serious? We have fought side by side. Would you truly strike me down? For a ninja, the mission is paramount. Jia retorted. Is that so? Yet, in this world, there exists no mission that necessitates the slaying of one's comrades. A ninja may be devoid of a task, but never without companions. A ninja who fails to cherish their comrades is less than worthless. Kakashi's words pierced Jia's heart like a barrage of steel needles, leaving him momentarily bewildered. His hands, once ready to form seals, fell to his sides. Then why did you kill Noira-rin? Upon hearing that name once more, a ripple of turmoil surged within Kakashi. Rin sacrificed herself for the village, colliding with my Chidori. I never wished for her demise. She chose to perish at my hands, allowing me, as her friend, to accompany her on her final journey, Kakashi explained calmly, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner unrest. Inheriting the emotions and memories of his former self, Kakashi now embodied a duality. These sentiments resonated within him. Observing the melancholic expression upon Kakashi's face, Jia realized that this man was not the heartless individual who would willingly slay his comrades. Understanding this, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over Jia. Kakashi released his grip on Jia's hands, stating, "Let this matter rest for now. I hope for no recurrence. Wood release holds profound significance for Konoha, and I believe your role within the roots pales in comparison to that in the direct service of the Hokage. I urge you to contemplate my perspective. I am confident that the Hokage would be most receptive to your return." Jia, taken aback by Kakashi's sudden proposition, found himself at a loss for words. Sensing Jia's hesitation, Kakashi did not press him for an immediate decision. Well then, I have said all I needed to say. This individual is now in your care. I must return to attend to my duties and shall refrain from prolonging our conversation. With that, Kakashi turned and departed. As Jia watched Kakashi's retreating figure, he murmured, was Danzo truly in the wrong? What constitutes a companion? What is the essence of companionship? Yukimi, can you enlighten me? Regrettably, the Yukimi that Jia yearned for was lost to the winds, wandering far from his reach, or perhaps finding solace in the hidden gold village. After much contemplation, Jia found himself without answers. Shaking his slightly throbbing head, he glanced at the root ninja still sprawled on the ground. Let us return. There are matters that can only be clarified in the presence of Lord Danzo, Jia muttered, hoisting the root ninja onto his back and setting forth on the path back to Konoha. This return, however, felt markedly different from the usual. Jia had steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The leaf and the root, after all, exhibit significant differences. Kakashi traversed through the forest, a peculiar sensation lingering in his heart. Why did he feel that something was amiss? Yet he could not quite grasp what it was. Never mind. I shall return to the village, Kakashi murmured to himself. And with a sudden burst of energy, his speed intensified. The scenery before him blurred past, yet Kakashi's brow remained furrowed. Before long, familiar sights came into view, easing the tension on his forehead. Here, there was always a sense of returning home. Slowing his pace, Kakashi presented his pass to the gatekeeper and then hurried towards the Hokage's office. On the other side, Sai rested with the root ninjas. Sai was lost in thought when he suddenly produced a small vial of solution, using wood release to create a fake Sharingan and placing it inside. I must personally seek out that answer, Sai whispered to himself, then roused the unconscious root ninja. What happened to me? The root ninja exclaimed, clutching the back of his neck. Senpai, you're awake. Ah, it's Sai? Right. I remember we were battling Kakashi Hatake. How did I end up here? The root ninja gasped, scanning the surroundings, but finding no trace of Kakashi. Senpai, I have succeeded. Kakashi's body has been disposed of at Orochimaru's laboratory. Disguised as a trap-related death, the Hokage's people will discover it. Oh, is that so? I didn't expect you to be this competent, Sai. I thought this mission would fail. Initially skeptical of Sai's claims, the root ninja's doubts dissipated upon seeing the Sharingan in Sai's hand. Kakashi was careless. Let us return to Lord Danzo. All right, let's go. With renewed vigor, the duo made their way back to the root. In the pitch-black room, the two knelt before Danzo, who held the Sharingan encased in the vial. Suddenly, Danzo's expression soured, and he forcefully smashed the vial against the ground. With a resounding crash, the vial shattered, and the Sharingan transformed into a withered branch. Sai, Yui, what is the meaning of this? You dare to deceive me with such petty tricks? Danzo's fury was palpable, clearly incensed by their actions. Yui stared at the withered branch in astonishment, glancing towards Sai, who met Danzo's gaze directly. Lord Danzo, why must we eliminate Kakashi Hatake? Is he not one of us? Sai's inquiry darkened Danzo's countenance further. Sai, the ninjas of Root are only companions of Root. Are not the Root ninjas part of the leaf? Danzo's voice resonated with authority. Root exists independently. The ninjas of Root have no past, no future, no emotions, no names. Only my commands. Only the mission. Danzo's proclamations stirred a tempest within Sai. No emotions? No names? No, that is not me. I have emotions. I have a name. Suddenly standing, Sai proclaimed, no, I am a ninja of the leaf. Not merely a root ninja. I have feelings. I have a name. My name is Tenzo. Having uttered these words, Jia appeared to have exhausted all his strength, panting heavily. Tuanzong was taken aback. What did you say? What on earth did Kakashi tell you? Cursed be. With that, Tuanzong hastily removed the bandage from his right eye and subdued Jia with a genjutsu. Jia immediately fell unconscious. Beside them, he caught Jia, and Tuanzong commanded, take Jia away. It seems we must reinforce the seal. Yes, Lord Tuanzong, he replied, as he carried the unconscious Jia away. Tuanzong's expression was exceedingly grim. That detestable Kakashi, what has he done? Indeed, the Hatake clan is a menace. Meanwhile, Kakashi was traversing the paths of Konoha, glancing at the umbu mask in his hand when suddenly, a spark of brilliance ignited within him. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, Jia is in danger. With this thought, Kakashi hastened towards the Hokage's office. At that moment, the third Hokage was practicing calligraphy, while Yuzuki Yugao stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Kakashi rush towards her, she quickly blocked his path. "Kakashi-senpai, what's the matter? Why the haste? Is the Hokage inside?" Kakashi inquired, not pausing to explain. Although Yuzuki Yugao did not comprehend the urgency behind Kakashi's demeanor, she responded, "Yes, he is." Without further ado, Kakashi bolted inside. "Wait, Kakashi-senpai. If you wish to see the Hokage, I must report first," Yuzuki Yugao shouted, but Kakashi paid her no heed. After all, if he delayed, Ja could face dire consequences, which would have far-reaching repercussions. Kakashi rushed in and found the third Hokage, with Yuzuki Yugao following closely behind. The third Hokage, surprised by Kakashi's sudden entrance, asked, "Kakashi, what brings you here in such a hurry?" "Lord Third, while investigating Orochimaru's research facility, I encountered the wood-release ninja I mentioned to you before. He is from the root and was sent by Tuanzong to eliminate me, but he failed and fled." "What? That scoundrel Tuanzong?" The third Hokage's displeasure was evident. He had not anticipated Tuanzong would take action against Kakashi. "Lord Third, the crux of the matter is that the wood-release ninja has returned to the root. He may face execution for his failure, which would be a significant loss for Konoha. I implore you to intervene and save him." The third Hokage regarded Kakashi with keen eyes and replied, "Kakashi, give me a reason." "Lord Third, my teacher's child is nearly 4 years old, and the wood-release ninja could prove invaluable to him. Furthermore, the significance of wood release to Konoha cannot be overstated. Lastly, the wood release ninja is my comrade. A comrade of Konoha." The third Hokage sighed as he looked at Kakashi, acknowledging the validity of his points. Indeed, since the first Hokage, Konoha had seen no wood release users. If this ninja possessed such abilities, he might very well become a pillar of support for the village in the future. Ordinarily, matters concerning the root would not warrant my involvement, but this instance is an exception. "Yugao, summon Tuanzong to see me," the third Hokage instructed her. "Yes, Lord Third. Wait a moment. I shall accompany you," Kakashi suddenly remarked. Yuzuki Yuin hesitated, glancing at the third Hokage. "Let him accompany you." The third Hokage nodded in agreement. With the third's approval, Yuin had no objections. The two dashed forth towards the root. "Kakashi-senpai, you are too swift. I cannot keep up," Yuin exclaimed. "I shall proceed ahead. Hasten your pace. I fear we may be late," Kakashi declared, vanishing in an instant before Yuin could respond. "Kakashi-senpai is truly formidable." Yuin marveled at the spot where Kakashi had just been, acknowledging his legendary status within the ANBU. Root, the shadowy underbelly beneath Konoha, lay perpetually cloaked in darkness, fostering malevolence. This malignancy stemmed from Danzo, whose insatiable ambition gradually led him into the abyss, transforming him into a being neither fully human nor ghostly. Kakashi sprinted towards the entrance of Root, confronted by two guards. "Halt! Who approaches?" they demanded. Kakashi paused, brandishing the summons from the third Hokage. "The Hokage seeks Danzo." The guards exchanged glances. "Danzo is not present. We shall relay your message upon his return." "Humph! I have no time for your delays. What do you intend to do?" Kakashi ignored their obstruction and attempted to push through. "Impudent! How dare you intrude upon Root?" The guards prepared to act, but their speed was woefully inadequate. With a swift motion, Kakashi struck both guards at their necks. Suddenly sensing something, Kakashi scanned his surroundings but soon charged inside again. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed Kakashi through a crystal ball, witnessing the earlier events unfold. A wry smile crossed his face. Kakashi truly presents a conundrum. It seems I must personally visit Root, lest today's troubles escalate significantly. Remarkably, Kakashi's perceptiveness has sharpened. He even detected my scrutiny. I wonder what level he has attained now. As the third Hokage rose to depart, he reflected on Kakashi's recent encounter with his gaze. It had emboldened him to charge in alone. Confronting the entirety of Root would be no trivial feat, despite Kakashi's confidence in his abilities. Furthermore, as fellow villagers of Konoha, he would refrain from using excessive force, unless provoked. According to the original narrative, Kira should currently be in a chamber akin to a sealing room. The state of affairs there remained uncertain. Kakashi, though unfamiliar with Root, possessed a fair understanding of its layout, as he was now a captain within the ANBU. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the sealing chamber. Before the stone door, Kakashi wasted no time and unleashed a Chidori, shattering the barrier. As the dust settled, he discovered Mato Guide bound to the altar, prepared for sealing. At last, Kakashi felt a surge of joy. He had finally found him. Without hesitation or contemplation about the absence of guards, Kakashi rushed forward to liberate Guy from his restraints. Guy? Wake up. Huh. Guy opened his eyes, beholding a silver-haired figure. Kakashi? You finally woke up. Let us hurry, Kakashi urged, aware that this was no place for leisurely visits and that danger could arise at any moment. You came to rescue me? Of course. Did you think I was here for a vacation? Kakashi replied with a hint of irritation. Thank you. Enough chatter, let us go? Once we reach the Hokage, we'll be safe. Right. They exchanged no further words and dashed out of the sealing chamber. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted in Danzo's room. Lord Danzo, Hatake Kakashi has intruded into the route. What? Such audacity. Gather all the ninjas en route and intercept him. We must not allow Kakashi to escape unscathed. Yes, Lord Danzo. The ninja promptly sprang into action. Danzo's expression was as cold as ice, his voice laced with malice. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi and Guy sprinted forward, soon detected by the route ninjas. They're here. Quick, pursue them. Kakashi, they're closing in. Kakashi glanced back, noting at least 10 ninjas in pursuit. Don't mind them. Let us move swiftly. Understood. Before long, they reached the entrance of route. Kakashi, we've arrived. Guy exclaimed with delight, but Kakashi felt a distinct unease. He sensed a formidable presence awaiting them at the threshold, likely belonging to Danzo himself. So I have finally encountered him, Kakashi thought silently. Indeed, as they burst through the door, Danzo stood at the entrance, flanked by dozens of route ninjas. Lord Danzo, Guy gasped in astonishment, never expecting Danzo to be guarding the exit. Without uttering a word, Danzo began forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere, a current of air surged, and a terrifying pressure coalesced at Danzo's mouth. A colorless wind projectile rapidly took shape, hurtling towards Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi was taken aback. This technique was no trifling matter. In an instant, his Chidori manifested in his right hand, enveloped in a blue lightning aura. White fang of the moon, the azure crescent, accompanied by the roar of thunder, surged towards the colorless wind projectile. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the two forces collided, sending a shockwave that hurled nearby ninjas aside, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Danzo's pupils constricted. He recognized the technique. That move. It belongs to him. Guy stared at Kakashi in astonishment, aware of the strength of Danzo's attack, having been trained by him. He could hardly believe that Kakashi had managed to withstand it. As Jia gazed at Kakashi, his eyes were filled with awe. Kakashi, holding his Chidori, felt his blood simmering with intensity. Is this the man named Danzo? Truly formidable. Kakashi, how dare you trespass into the root base and attempt to abduct its shinobi? Are you plotting a rebellion? Lord Danzo, your hat is indeed too grand. I did not intrude. Your guards informed me you were absent, compelling me to seek you myself. It appears you are still here. Kakashi fearlessly retorted, unfazed by Danzo's threats. You wretched fool. You shall not leave here unscathed. Capture Kakashi alive. Lord Danzo. Kakashi, Jia's words were abruptly cut off by Danzo's interruption. How dare you speak? I shall deal with you shortly. Jia was at a loss for words. Attack. With a mere command from Danzo, a dozen ninjas swiftly surrounded Kakashi and Jia. Kakashi braced himself, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. The root ninjas were not to be underestimated. In a one-on-one confrontation, Kakashi had no fear, but against such numbers, even he had to take the matter seriously. This is quite troublesome. Third Hokage, please hurry. Otherwise, I might lose control of my urge to kill. Kakashi's remaining eye glimmered with murderous intent. Kakashi, you should leave. Don't sacrifice yourself for me, Jia urged, looking at Kakashi. Rest assured, I will rescue you. I cannot remain here, Kakashi replied, gripping his Chidori tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching root ninjas. Kakashi's words warmed Jia's heart. Is this the feeling of camaraderie? It is indeed vastly different from the atmosphere of the root. What an arrogant brat, daring to disregard us at the root. One of the root ninjas, clearly infuriated by Kakashi's words, fumed. Since the establishment of the root, no one had dared to intrude as boldly as Kakashi. If he were to escape, the root would lose all face. Kakashi paid no heed to the ninja's taunts. Engaging in such trivialities was not worth his effort. You insolent child. The root ninja, enraged by Kakashi's indifference, prepared to strike. In an instant, upon Danzo's command, 5 or 6 swift root ninjas closed in on Kakashi, evidently leading the charge, their speed indicating expertise in taijutsu. Taijutsu ninjas? Kakashi had often faced opponents of this caliber. Guy's taijutsu was no mere boast. having grown accustomed to Guy's fierce techniques. The attacks from these individuals felt akin to a child's play in Kakashi's eyes, failing to pique his interest. As Kakashi contemplated, the 6 ninjas had already closed the distance. In a heartbeat, 3 fists and 3 right feet surged towards him. Kakashi smirked coldly. Am I so easy to approach? Chidori. In that instant, the unleashed blue lightning erupted as the 6 approached, surging through their bodies and paralyzing them, causing them to collapse to the ground, utterly incapacitated. One strike. 6 root ninjas were defeated. The remaining ones gazed at Kakashi with a newfound gravity. Danzo's expression darkened significantly, as if contemplating whether he should intervene. Who could have anticipated that the Hatake scion had matured to such an extent? Infuriating. Indeed, he should never have been allowed to survive. Now he has become a menace. Witnessing Kakashi's displayed prowess, Danzo's heart brimmed with regret. Ja, safeguard yourself. Leave the rest to me, Kakashi said with a light chuckle, exuding unparalleled confidence. What of the root? What of Danzo? Ja, observing Kakashi's silhouette, suddenly felt a sense of reliability emanating from him. Having such a companion was truly reassuring. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of insects suddenly erupted from one of the root ninjas, soaring toward Kakashi. The Oil Woman clan, I presume? Kakashi murmured. The parasitic insects that devoured chakra were indeed troublesome. They would consume chakra unless it possessed a special attribute. Otherwise, they were quite formidable. If it were chakra as aggressive as that of the 9 tails, those parasitic insects would likely perish upon ingestion. Unfortunately, Kakashi's chakra was only marginally pure, otherwise, it bore no distinction from ordinary chakra. However, being insects, they must surely fear fire, he mused. With this thought, Kakashi formed hand seals. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire Technique. A dragon-shaped flame erupted from Kakashi's mouth, enveloping the insects and incinerating them utterly. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning insects. The Oil Woman clan member felt a profound sense of loss. These insects had been nurtured with great care, only to be obliterated by Kakashi in an instant. This was a suspended corridor, where large-scale ninjutsu could not be employed. Otherwise, the root base would likely face annihilation, thus only smaller-scale attacks were permissible. Yet, such minor assaults were utterly ineffective against Kakashi, who had not relinquished his prowess in taijutsu and kenjutsu. In this confined space, he was a force to be reckoned with. Lord Danzo, Kakashi is the Hokage's man. If this continues, it may not bode well with the Hokage, one of the root ninjas beside Danzo suddenly remarked. Hearing this, Danzo furrowed his brow and replied, even if he is from Hizashi, anyone daring to cause a ruckus in my root shall not leave unscathed. Ha, Danzo, you remain as impulsive as ever. Startled, Danzo turned toward the voice, and there descended the 3rd Hokage, landing before him. At the same time, the Hokage's elite umbu dispersed around, rendering the situation rather peculiar. Kakashi, realizing the 3rd had arrived, ceased his assault. There was no need to continue fighting now. Hizashi, what is your intention? Danzo called out. Hizashi, I understand your grievances toward Kakashi, but that does not justify the execution of Konoha's esteemed ninja, the 3rd Hokage responded. Danzo glanced at the 3rd and said, I harbor no grievances against Kakashi. It is he who intruded upon the root, and thus I must subdue him. Oh, indeed. It was merely a misunderstanding. I had instructed Kakashi to seek you out at the root, yet you falsely claimed to be unavailable. In his eagerness to fulfill the directive, Kakashi was compelled to intrude. The 3rd Hokage regarded Danzo with keen eyes, momentarily transforming back into the formidable master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rather than appearing as a frail elder. It appears to have been a genuine misunderstanding. I had never heard of such an occurrence. Observing the 3rd Hokage's demeanor, Danzo realized that retaining Kakashi was now an impossibility and thus graciously chose to step down from his stance. After all, the Hokage is the true leader of the village. Let us set aside the matter of Kakashi for now and discuss the summons that brought you here. The 3rd Hokage approached Kakashi. Turning to address Danzo, you are aware of the significance of wood release to Konoha, with the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails gradually maturing. The importance of wood release has only intensified. I had not anticipated that you would harbor a wood release ninja. Danzo, this is something you ought not to conceal. Hiruzen, are you suggesting that you intend to recruit Yamato into the Hokage's direct umbu? Danzo replied with a tone of resentment. Yamato was Danzo's own protege. Wielding the original wood release, and the prospect of losing him with a mere statement from the third Hokage felt like a visceral wound to Danzo. Although I recognize the immense effort you have invested in nurturing would release ninjas, their presence in Root pales in comparison to their potential within the Hokage's direct umbu. Therefore, I implore you to relinquish your cherished possession so that it may serve a more significant purpose. The third Hokage's gaze bore into Danzo, while the umbu operatives surrounding them seemed poised for action, clearly applying pressure on Danzo. Should he refuse, the ensuing complications could be troublesome. Kakashi sensed the palpable tension in the air, aware that Danzo would likely acquiesce, yet remained vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. Danzo closed his eyes, his mind racing as he weighed the pros and cons. Moments later, he opened his eyes and declared, "Very well. Yamato is yours." With Danzo's concession, Kakashi exhaled in relief. It seemed that today's matters had reached a satisfactory resolution. Yamato, however, felt a peculiar mix of emotions, excitement intertwined with reluctance. He was exhilarated at the prospect of finding what he perceived to be comrades, yet saddened at the thought of departing from the only home he had known for as long as he could remember. He still held affection for Root. "Excellent, Yamato. You may accompany us." Kakashi turned to Yamato, who merely smiled but said nothing further. Sensing Yamato's subdued mood, Kakashi chose not to press on. He understood the bittersweet feeling of leaving a familiar place. "Danzo, I am truly grateful for your sacrifice." The third Hokage, now shedding the earlier aura of authority, appeared once more like the amiable elder he had always been. However, Danzo no longer shared this sentiment. Having previously believed the third Hokage to be a fading figure, he now recognized the lingering formidable power that remained. It seemed that for at least 5 or 6 years, he would have to tread carefully. Tobirama felt somewhat powerless. It was truly disconcerting that this individual remained so formidable even now. However, to prevent any potential leakage of secrets from the Root, I had placed an unbreakable seal upon them. It mattered little, for he was still a Leaf Village ninja and would not divulge the secrets of Root. The third Hokage was indifferent to this. His decision to allow Kakashi to join the direct ANBU was not motivated by a desire to confront Root. Hence, he would not inquire about Root matters, rendering the seal's status largely irrelevant. "In light of this, you may take your leave," he said, nodding slightly before walking past Tobirama. Kakashi followed suit, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Guy also moved to join them. As Guy passed by Tobirama, the latter softly uttered a remark, "Be a diligent ninja in the sunlight." The words were so faint that Guy questioned whether he had truly heard them. When he turned to look back at Tobirama, the latter maintained his usual stoic expression, as if the words had not emerged from his lips at all. A faint smile graced Guy's face as he offered a deep bow, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Tobirama." He then hastened to catch up with Kakashi. Kakashi, having observed Tobirama, realized that the latter's words had likely gone unheard by anyone but Guy. However, Kakashi's heightened senses, a result of the amalgamation of two souls, had allowed him to discern Tobirama's utterance. It seemed that Tobirama was not entirely devoid of warmth. Just as this thought began to settle in Kakashi's mind, it was swiftly dispelled. The nature of Tobirama's character was of little consequence to him, for the true power in this world lay far beyond a mere figure like Tobirama. Outside of Root, a ray of sunlight graced Guy's face, as if an invisible shackle had been loosened, imparting a sense of relief upon him. Kakashi patted Guy on the back, smiling. "How do you feel, Senior Kakashi?" "I'm not quite certain how to articulate it, but I suddenly feel significantly lighter," Guy replied. "Ah, that's wonderful," Kakashi remarked, his right eye forming a crescent smile, exuding warmth. Guy couldn't help but respond with a soft "Senior Kakashi, you were far too reckless, charging directly into Root like that. Had it not been for Lord Hokage's arrival, we would have been in quite the predicament," admonished Yuzuki Yakina, who appeared from seemingly nowhere. Kakashi felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, his actions had been somewhat rash. "My apologies, Yakina. The situation was urgent, and I didn't think it through," he replied. "Nevertheless, you're truly remarkable, Senior. I witnessed how you defeated so many Root ninjas. Your strength is awe-inspiring," Yakina exclaimed, her admiration evident. Kakashi bashfully ruffled his silver hair. "By the way, Guy, this is Yuzuki Yakina, also part of the Hokage's direct ENBU. From now on, we shall all be comrades." Guy, initially focused on the two, was caught off guard by Kakashi's sudden introduction. "Please take care of me." Guy bowed deeply, his eagerness palpable. "Ah, There is no need for such formalities. We are of similar age, so it hardly qualifies as care. Kakashi-senpai is truly our role model. Oh, Yuin, please do not say that, Kakashi replied, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. The way you blush is utterly adorable, Yuin teased, eliciting a deeper flush from Kakashi. Had he truly been shy just now? Surely not. A glance at the scene before him, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Is this the essence of camaraderie? Indeed, it is a beautiful thing. The shinobi from the root do not experience such daily life. In that moment, he began to grasp the true meaning of warmth and sunshine. At that moment, the third Hokage approached, saying, Kakashi, come with me. There are matters I need to discuss with you. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied. Your actions today were reckless. Do not repeat such behavior, the Hokage admonished. Yes, Hokage-sama, I acknowledge my mistake. With that, the third Hokage departed, taking Kakashi and a group of Anbu with him. Senpai, I shall take my leave as well, Kakashi remarked. Very well. Soon, everyone had exited, leaving Kakashi alone. Ah, that matter is finally resolved. I should return home, he mused, stretching before heading back to rest. In the Hokage's office, after conferring with Kakashi, the third Hokage turned to him and said, You will be assigned to Team 6 under Kakashi. You will accompany him on missions. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's heart soared. He was unfamiliar with the Hokage's direct Anbu. Having no acquaintances apart from Kakashi, so following him was an ideal choice. Kakashi-senpai? Understood. Thank you, Hokage-sama. There's no need for thanks. I have arranged accommodations for you. Just follow the others, the Hokage replied. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The next day, in the Hokage's direct Anbu hall, Kakashi arrived alone and murmured. So this is the base of the Hokage's direct Anbu. It is indeed vastly different from Root. After a moment of reflection, he quickly located the room for Team 6. And with a heart full of trepidation, he pushed open the door. As the door swung open, a dozen pairs of eyes turned to him. Kakashi felt a surge of nervousness, yet he soon spotted a familiar figure, the silver-haired youth. Hello everyone, I am Kakashi, newly transferred from Root. I look forward to your guidance. The Anbu members greeted him with warm smiles, instantly dispelling his anxiety. This truly is a place brimming with sunshine. Kakashi smiled. Already aware of the news of Kakashi's arrival and his team from the third Hokage, given that Kakashi was new and unfamiliar with everything, it was only natural for him to rely on the one he knew best. Ah, it's Kakashi. However, Kakashi is merely your code name from Root. In the Hokage's direct Anbu, you shall henceforth be known as Tenzo. Kakashi paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended. A smile spread across his face as he declared, Yes. Anbu ninja of the Hokage's direct division. Tenzo reporting for duty. The arrival of Tenzu in the Anbu sparked a certain degree of commotion, for the wood release technique is exceedingly conspicuous, rendering any attempts at discretion futile. Soon, the name wood release Tenzu circulated within the ranks of Konoha's Anbu. Kakashi, however, was not particularly surprised. The significance of wood release to Konoha is immense, and given that the village is currently in a weakened state, the emergence of a wood release user, while not necessarily augmenting Konoha's strength, undoubtedly serves as a substantial morale booster. Yet, these notions remain theoretical. In the realm of ninja combat, no matter how high the morale, it crumbles before absolute power, much like the confrontation between the 5 Kage and Uchiha Madara. Kakashi continued his duties within the Anbu, diligently honing his skills during moments of respite, leading a life that was both tranquil and thrilling. One day, after completing a mission, he strolled along the streets of Konoha when the sky suddenly darkened ominously. Oh, is it going to rain? Kakashi mused, glancing up, only to soon feel raindrops upon his face. Ah, caught off guard, I see, he remarked, quickening his pace to seek refuge in a nearby shop. Ah, it's Kakashi. What brings you here today? A familiar voice called out. Looking up, Kakashi recognized it as the voice of the ramen shop owner, Uncle Handcrafted. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into Ichiraku Ramen. The shop was eerily empty, devoid of patrons, with the rain falling and not being mealtime. Even the renowned Ichiraku Ramen was experiencing a lull. Ah, just finished a mission, and then the rain starts, Kakashi reflected. March weather is unpredictable, it changes in an instant. Come, have a bowl of soup to ward off the chill, Uncle Handcrafted said, ladling a bowl of soup and presenting it to Kakashi. The broth, crafted with care by Uncle Handcrafted, was delectable even without the noodles. Kakashi, feeling quite at home after 3 years of familiarity, accepted the soup gratefully. Thank you, Kakashi replied, settling into a seat and savoring a sip. His previously cold body began to warm considerably. No matter how many times he had tasted it, the flavor remained exquisite. Uncle Handcrafted's culinary skills were indeed timeless. Ha. Indeed, Uncle Handcrafted chuckled, delighted by the compliment, especially regarding his specialty. The two engaged in a casual conversation, as if discussing matters of home. Daddy, who has come? A soft voice emerged from the kitchen. Kakashi turned to see the voice's owner, Uncle Handcrafted's daughter, Ayam. Now 8 years old, Ayam was capable of assisting her father with many tasks, and he was no longer as busy as he once was. Ayam, it's Kakashi. Uncle Handcrafted replied. Kakashi and you're here. Do you have any exciting stories to share with me today? Ayam exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident as she rushed out to greet him. Kakashi chuckled at the comment. Previously, while dining at Ichiraku Ramen, he had shared a few anecdotes from his past life with Shobu, not expecting the little girl to become so enamored with them. Consequently, every time she encountered Kakashi, she would eagerly implore him to recount more tales. Whenever he had the leisure, Kakashi would oblige her with additional stories. Today, with the rain pouring down, it was evident that little else could be done. So Kakashi was more than willing to entertain Shobu with another narrative. The gentle patter of the spring rain created a somewhat chilly atmosphere outside, yet within Ichiraku, the three of them exuded warmth and camaraderie. Is it true that Snow White ended up with the prince? Shobu inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, they lived a life filled with happiness and joy. How wonderful. I too wish to find a handsome and capable husband, she declared, her gaze brimming with infinite hope. Kakashi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. These children were indeed precocious, contemplating such matters at such a tender age. Beside them, the cheerful Uncle Tucci appeared unfazed, likely dismissing it as mere childish banter. However, should Shobu truly find such a partner, Uncle Tucci would undoubtedly be overjoyed. As the trio shared this harmonious moment, Kakashi suddenly felt an instinctive urge to glance towards the entrance. His motion caught the attention of both Tucci and Shobu, prompting all three to turn their gaze towards the door. There stood a solitary figure, with bright yellow hair and 3 distinct whisker-like markings on each cheek, his sky-blue eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. The dampness of his hair indicated that he had braved the rain to arrive. Kakashi was taken aback. Was it Naruto Uzumaki? It was indeed his first sighting after more than 3 years. How much he had grown. Teacher, your child has grown, he thought to himself. Naruto, what brings you here? Why are you out in the rain without an umbrella? Come inside. Uncle Tucci exclaimed as he stepped forward, grabbing a clean towel to vigorously dry Naruto's hair. Naruto offered no resistance, instead wearing a look of contentment. Uncle, he spoke in a soft voice, though a hint of hesitation lingered. What is it, Naruto? Uncle Tucci asked. Puzzled, Naruto lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Tucci, sensing something amiss, was about to inquire further when a loud rumbling sound emanated from Naruto's stomach, causing him to bow his head even lower. It dawned on Tucci, and with a smile, he said, Ah, I see. Naruto, you're hungry. Come, have a seat. I'll make you a bowl of your favorite miso ramen, all right? Naruto's head shot up, his expression brightening momentarily before dimming again as he replied, But uncle, I don't have any money. Tucci paused for a moment, then broke into a grin, saying, No worries, consider it my treat. In an instant, Naruto's previously dull eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Uncle Tucci, asking, Really, uncle? Yes, really. Just take a seat for now, and the noodles will be ready shortly. Shobu, come in and help me with the preparation. All right, Dad. Tucci and Shobu then headed into the kitchen, leaving Kakashi and Naruto alone in the dining area. At this moment, Naruto also noticed that there was another person nearby. Curiously, he scrutinized the peculiar figure before him, a man with silvery hair, pondering why he concealed his face and left eye. This inquiry was the first to spring to Naruto's mind upon encountering Kakashi. However, he soon discovered a delightful revelation. The gaze of this individual towards him was devoid of the disdain that others often exhibited. This realization filled Naruto with exuberance. For over the past 3 years, he had only encountered the absence of contempt in the eyes of the third Hokage, Iruka, and Sakura. The rest had been uniformly dismissive. Could it be that today he would meet a fourth individual who did not harbor disdain for him? With this thought, Naruto's spirits soared. Hey, hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. What about you? His radiant smile seemed to possess an infectious quality, embodying the essence of Naruto. Kakashi's right eye crinkled into a crescent as he replied with a smile. Ah, I am Hatake Kakashi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Teacher, I apologize for only now formally meeting your child. Upon hearing Kakashi respond to his question, Naruto's excitement intensified. Big brother, do you come here often? Why haven't I seen you before? Kakashi scratched his silvery hair and replied, I do come here quite often. Though I haven't been around lately. Do you visit frequently? Indeed, I come here often. Whenever I have money, I rush over. The ramen here is simply extraordinary. The best I have ever tasted. Naruto exclaimed, as if he had suddenly found someone to confide in, eager to share his thoughts. Is that so? I also find this ramen quite delicious, Kakashi remarked with a smile. Right. I knew Big Brother had good taste. The ramen here is superb, possessing a unique flavor. Hearing Kakashi's endorsement of the ramen made Naruto's gaze even more fervent. Yes, it has a distinctive taste. Kakashi's statement was not unfounded. The ramen crafted by the elderly chef indeed bore a unique flavor and warmth. Such food, prepared with genuine care, naturally held a comforting power. Naruto, your ramen is ready. At that moment, the elderly chef approached, presenting a bowl of ramen before Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto's appetite surged. He declared, I'm about to dig in, and swiftly grabbed his chopsticks, shoveling the noodles into his mouth with fervor. He was famished. The monthly stipend from the hidden leaf was woefully inadequate for Naruto, and he had long since exhausted it. He had endured 2 days of hunger. Today, he had mustered the courage to come here, fearing that if he didn't eat soon, he might actually starve. The only sources of food he could rely on were the third Hokage and the elderly chef. Recently, the third Hokage had been swamped with duties and had momentarily forgotten to check on Naruto. Without the third Hokage seeking him out, Naruto had no means of finding him. Did one think that entering the Hokage's office was a simple matter? Under duress, Naruto sought out the ramen master, only to be caught in an unexpected downpour that left him drenched. He contemplated turning back halfway, yet the pangs of hunger compelled him to persevere. As he savored the bowl of ramen, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Indeed, ramen was the most exquisite of delicacies, and the ramen master was the most benevolent of souls. As he continued to eat, tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably. Why? Why did everyone loathe me despite my innocence? Why would no one play with me? Why would no one sell me anything? Why would no one offer me a smile? What have I done wrong? Who are my parents, and why do they neglect me? Little Naruto's heart brimmed with bitterness, yet only the warmth of the ramen provided him a flicker of solace. Noticing Naruto's tears, the ramen master was momentarily taken aback. Naruto, what troubles you? Is the ramen not to your liking? Quickly wiping his tears, Naruto flashed a radiant smile and replied, No, uncle. Your ramen is the best in the world, so delicious that it brings me to tears. Observing Naruto's feigned strength, the ramen master understood the underlying sorrow. What a pitiable child. He sighed inwardly. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, felt a pang in his heart. This was the child of the fourth Hokage, the hero who sealed the 9 tails for the sake of Konoha. Why was he subjected to such treatment? Was this what Jiraiya referred to as the suffering of humanity? It was cruel to impose such burdens on a child so young. There were many like him in this world, and the fate of Jinchuriki was similarly grim, with childhood memories that could hardly be described as joyous. Was it the world that was at fault? Kakashi could not say. In a frenzy, Naruto swiftly consumed a bowl of ramen along with its broth. Thank you, uncle. That was truly delicious, he said as he set down his chopsticks. Kakashi observed Naruto, noticing his tongue still licking his lips while his hands rested on his belly, clearly still unsated. Kakashi was uncertain how long Naruto had been hungry, but recalling Naruto's infamous appetite from the original story, it was evident that he had barely eaten enough. Indeed, Naruto was not full, yet he dared not voice it, fearing the ramen master might perceive him as greedy and grow to resent him. Although he knew that the ramen master would undoubtedly offer him another bowl if he spoke up, Naruto was too afraid to take that risk. He feared losing this precious meal, the sole glimmer of hope he had found in the darkness. Seeing Naruto's expression of unsated hunger, Kakashi felt a twinge of compassion. Oh, Naruto, is it? Upon hearing his name, Naruto quickly turned to Kakashi and replied, Yes, I am Naruto. Upon our first encounter, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to treat you to a bowl of ramen. How does that sound? Really? Brother White Hair, exclaimed Naruto with enthusiasm. Brother White Hair? Kakashi responded, somewhat speechless. Naruto, could you refrain from bestowing nicknames so casually? Ah, it's true. But please, don't call me Brother White Hair. You may refer to me as Brother Kakashi, Kakashi corrected him. However, Naruto seemed oblivious to Kakashi's request and turned to the ramen chef, saying, "Uncle, Brother Whitehair is treating me to ramen. I want a gigantic bowl of miso ramen." "All right, I'll prepare the largest bowl of miso ramen for you," the chef declared, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his biceps, clearly eager to get started. "Dad, let me help you," said the little girl, Shofu, standing nearby. "Oh, what a considerate daughter. Let us work together," he replied. Kakashi, seated nearby, appeared somewhat exasperated. It seemed Naruto had not heard his words. What was this absurd Brother Whitehair moniker? Who would desire such a title? "Sensei, your child has indeed inherited your penchant for naming, though thankfully not with names as lengthy and difficult to remember as yours," remarked another. "Brother Whitehair, are you a ninja? I see you wear a headband," Naruto pointed out, gesturing toward Kakashi's forehead protector. Kakashi sighed internally, realizing there was no escaping this nickname. "Indeed, I am quite an accomplished ninja," he replied. "Really? Brother Whitehair, could you teach me ninjutsu?" Naruto asked, his eyes sparkling with fervent anticipation. "Ah well." Kakashi prolonged his response, causing Naruto's heart to race with uncertainty. Would he indeed be turned down? Seeing Naruto's disappointment, Kakashi felt an unexpected pang in his heart. "Of course, I can teach you," he said with a smile. Really? I thought I would be refused," Naruto exclaimed, visibly astonished. "Of course it is true," Kakashi reassured him. "That's fantastic." Naruto jubilantly leaped from his chair. Kakashi smiled at the energetic lad. What a spirited child he was. "Naruto, your enormous bowl of miso ramen is ready," the chef announced as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl that seemed almost comically large. Naruto's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ramen, and without hesitation, he took a hearty sip of the broth. "Ah, this flavor is simply exquisite." "Indeed, warm ramen is undeniably delightful," Kakashi agreed. As the rain gradually subsided, Naruto consumed the colossal bowl of miso ramen, emitting satisfied sounds. What a splendid day. To be full is to be content. Moreover, today Naruto encountered someone who did not harbor disdain for him, which made the day even more remarkable. Kakashi watched in bemusement as Naruto polished off a bowl nearly the size of a basin. Where did the chef procure such a large bowl? I've never seen one before. Additionally, was Naruto's appetite akin to that of a scion? After all, they both shared golden hair. My heartfelt gratitude goes to you, Brother Whitehair and Uncle Shouta. Naruto clasped his hands together in a gesture of appreciation. "Oh, there's no need for thanks. After sharing my noodles, we are friends now," came the reply. Naruto paused, pondering the term friends, a word both yearned for and foreign to him. "What's the matter?" Kakashi inquired, noticing Naruto's moment of hesitation. "It's nothing," Naruto replied quickly. "I see. Well, are you full now?" "Yes, I am," came the enthusiastic response. "Shall we go?" "Go. Where?" Naruto asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Kakashi tapped Naruto lightly on the head and said, "How silly. Didn't I just say I would teach you ninjutsu?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned in closer. "Really? Right now?" "Of course. If you wish to learn ninjutsu, follow me," Kakashi declared, striding forward with such speed that Naruto scarcely had time to react. "So fast. Amazing. I must learn this." Naruto exuded determination as he sprinted after him. "Brother Whitehair, wait for me." Uncle Shouta watched the two depart, a smile gracing his face as he murmured, "What a fateful encounter indeed." At that moment, Ayam tugged at her father's sleeve. "What is it, Ayam?" "Daddy, it seems Kakashi brother didn't pay." Her innocent voice prompted a shift in Shouta's expression. "What a scoundrel. How dare he dine and dash. I will make sure to reclaim that next time." In truth, Kakashi had simply forgotten to pay. He had no intention of evading the bill. Moreover, it was Naruto who had consumed the noodles, despite Kakashi's promise to treat him. Outside, the two figures were engaged in a playful chase. Kakashi appeared to be moving swiftly, yet he deliberately maintained a pace that allowed Naruto to see him while remaining just out of reach. Before long, Naruto was panting heavily. After all, how much stamina could a 4-year-old child possess? Even in the world of ninjas, one so young would naturally tire quickly. With hands on his knees, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, splattering onto the ground. Darn it, why can't I catch up? No, I absolutely cannot give up. If I do, this opportunity may slip away. With renewed determination, Naruto lifted his head and dashed forward. And how could such a minor obstacle deter me? I must earn Brother Whitehair's acknowledgement. In the distance, Kakashi smiled at this display of tenacity, thinking to himself, indeed, It's no wonder he is Naruto Uzumaki. Such perseverance is rare. In the rain-soaked Konoha, the duo, one tall and one small, continued their spirited dash, sending sprays of water flying. After a considerable time, Kakashi finally came to a halt in a place of great significance, the 7th training ground. Turning around, Naruto finally caught up, though his clothes were damp and disheveled. His once radiant golden hair now dulled. Yet, his striking sky-blue eyes shone with an intensity that was hard to ignore. "I've caught up to you, brother Whitehair." Naruto gasped heavily, feeling an intense heat in his chest, as if it were about to burst. "Well done. Welcome to the 7th training ground," Kakashi remarked. His hands tucked into his pockets, the crescent shape of his right eye shining once more. Naruto glanced around, observing only trees and 3 wooden stumps in the center, leaving him perplexed about Kakashi's intentions in bringing him here. However, he refrained from questioning, feeling utterly drained of energy. Even speaking was a challenge. At such a young age, possessing this level of stamina is commendable, but becoming a ninja is no simple feat. "Are you prepared?" Kakashi inquired. "Absolutely. I will succeed." Despite his exhaustion, Naruto remained steadfast to his vow, determined to express himself verbally, even if his body faltered. Such admirable spirit. "Now, let us commence our first lesson." "What is it?" Naruto asked eagerly, having often witnessed other ninjas perform extraordinary feats, yet remained oblivious to their methods, which filled him with envy. "For our first lesson, let's discuss the concept of the ninja way," Kakashi stated, lifting his gaze to the recently washed blue sky. "Ah, how beautiful it is." "Ninja way? What is that?" Naruto's youthful eyes brimmed with confusion. "How to explain this?" "It pertains to one's beliefs and convictions." Kakashi's slightly languid voice drifted, momentarily captivating. "Beliefs? I have those." Naruto quickly responded, seemingly grasping Kakashi's words. "Oh, you have them already? What might they be?" Kakashi asked, intrigued, not expecting such maturity from one so young. "Perhaps shaped by a harsh life." "Of course. If beliefs equate to the ninja way, then my ninja way, Naruto Uzumaki's, is to move forward with unwavering determination." "I mean what I say?" In that moment, Naruto's small frame seemed to radiate an immense energy. A seemingly simple declaration profoundly astonished Kakashi. So, Naruto had already established his ninja way at such a tender age. He truly was remarkable. "That is a commendable ninja way, Naruto. You will become an extraordinary ninja," Kakashi affirmed. "Really? I believe so too," Naruto exclaimed, proudly scratching the back of his head and laughing heartily. His demeanor was charmingly naive, yet there was something endearing about it, dedicated, innocent. "Now that you have your ninja way, let us begin your ninja training. The first thing you must understand is the importance of chakra." As the sun began to set, the 2 figures in the 7th training ground continued their discussion. One spoke earnestly while the other listened intently, creating a gentle atmosphere. In the glow of the twilight, their shadows elongated and intertwined, with Naruto's small silhouette entirely overshadowed by Kakashi's larger form. The fledgling eagle has yet to learn the art of flight. It must find solace beneath the protective wings of its mother to gradually mature, does it not? Well then, this is the essence of chakra cultivation. You must diligently practice. For when you have successfully harnessed your chakra, I shall impart to you a fascinating ninjutsu. "What ninjutsu, you ask?" Upon hearing the possibility of learning such a skill, Naruto's excitement surged. "Ah, you shall discover that in due time. Remember, when cultivating chakra, focus is paramount. Otherwise, success will elude you." "Brother with the white hair, I still don't quite understand," Naruto confessed bashfully, scratching his head. Kakashi sighed, finding Naruto's comprehension rather disheartening. "If words fail to resonate, then let us engrave the knowledge in your body." Kakashi placed his palm on Naruto's back and instructed, "Naruto, remember the sensation that follows." Before Naruto could grasp Kakashi's intent, he felt a rush of warmth emanating from his back, spreading throughout his body and converging in his lower abdomen. The entire experience lasted but 5 fleeting seconds. Releasing his hand, Kakashi inquired, "Did you remember?" "Yes, I remember," Naruto replied, a hint of exhilaration in his voice. While his intellectual understanding may falter, his physical intuition was undeniably sharp. "Very well. The day is waning. It is time to return home." Kakashi glanced at the darkening sky, realizing how swiftly night had fallen. At these words, Naruto's previously radiant expression dimmed. Must he return to that cold, unwelcoming abode? No, it could hardly be called a home, merely a house. Observing Naruto's change in demeanor, Kakashi refrained from saying much. This was Naruto's journey, one he must navigate alone. He could offer support, yet he could not shield him from all adversity. The path of life must be traversed by oneself. Naruto, I shall await you here at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I hope by then you will have acquired your chakra. With that, Kakashi executed a body flicker technique, vanishing into a cloud of smoke. Yet Naruto did not appear disheartened. Instead, a smile broke across his face, and his small fists clenched with determination. I will succeed. Wait for me. The prospect of meeting Kakashi again the following day banished his earlier despondency in an instant. It seemed he had truly found a friend, albeit a rather peculiar one and significantly older. But what did that matter? Naruto hurried back to his home, embarking on his path of training. Encountering Naruto was a pleasant surprise for Kakashi. In the 3 years since, he had been preoccupied with his own training and the affairs of the Umbu, leaving little time to seek out this child of destiny. However, now that their paths had crossed, he could not simply stand by. While he could not entirely alter Naruto's tragic childhood, he could at least light a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. With that thought, Kakashi returned home. The hour was still early, and he had no intention of resting just yet, nor did he wish to practice his swordsmanship. As Kakashi has reached a certain level of proficiency in his techniques, a mere daily review suffices. Any further strenuous practice seems to have lost its significance, giving way instead to moments of sudden enlightenment. From the pouch at his back, he retrieved a scroll, unfurling it to reveal the character for Sage inscribed upon it, accompanied by intricate and profound runes. This scroll contained the Sage Chakra that Kakashi had sealed using the sealing technique during his time in Orochimaru's laboratory, likely derived from the legendary Sage Chakra of the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great Sage realms. Kakashi, harboring immense interest in this advanced skill of Sage techniques, has made it one of his aspirations. However, he feels that the opportunities to obtain Sage powers from Myaboku Mountain may be greater than those from the Dragon Cave, given that Jiraiya is far more approachable than Orochimaru. As for the Sage techniques of the Wetbone Forest, Kakashi is quite uncertain how to broach the subject with Tsunade. Nonetheless, Jiraiya remains the most promising option. After all, Kakashi can be considered a disciple of Jiraiya, which establishes a favorable premise for learning Sage techniques. Yet, Jiraiya has been elusive, having vanished for 3 years, leaving Kakashi without a single encounter. However, Kakashi remains patient, recalling that the cherished book he had come to adore, Paradise of Affection, was a birthday gift from Jiraiya when he turned 18. If calculations hold, Jiraiya should reappear in no more than 6 months. 6 months, a half-year's wait, Kakashi finds quite bearable. The 3 years of diligent training have significantly enhanced Kakashi's chakra, making the pursuit of Sage techniques seem entirely feasible. He has mastered the sealing of his Sharingan to an exceptional degree, ensuring that, under normal circumstances, he is not adversely affected by its power. Nevertheless, utilizing the Sharingan in battle results in considerable chakra expenditure, a predicament Kakashi finds himself unable to remedy. Indeed, it is a demanding endeavor. Gazing at the scroll before him, Kakashi deftly extracted a small portion of Sage chakra. A wisp of white chakra materialized in his palm, exuding an eerie aura. Is this truly Sage chakra? It is evidently distinct from ordinary chakra, imbued with the serpentine essence characteristic of the Dragon Cave. The white chakra flickered like a wavering candlelight, uncertain and unstable. Kakashi attempted to sense it with his own chakra, only to be repelled without surprise. Indeed, Sage chakra is not easily approached. Suddenly, Kakashi realized that he had no means of discerning its mysteries, unable to penetrate its depths. Wait, when it comes to probing, is there a more suitable tool than the Sharingan? Lowering his forehead protector, the crimson hue of his left eye began to whirl once more, rendering the white chakra completely visible. This sensation is undeniably intricate. The white chakra resembled a labyrinth. Even with the aid of the Sharingan, it remained somewhat elusive and indistinct. Kakashi, undeterred by superstition, intensified the output of his ocular prowess, and in an instant, black shurikens re-emerged. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I see. So it is. The ocular power swiftly receded, and Kakashi replaced his forehead protector. Indeed, Sage chakra is fraught with peril. Such a complex composition could easily transform one into a monstrosity with the slightest misstep. It seems my training has been overly ambitious. It appears I must journey to Mount Myaboku for further enlightenment. Should I master the Sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, Then the sage arts of the dragon cave shall hold no secrets before me. Kakashi felt a surge of excitement at this thought. What might transpire if the sage chakra from the two great sanctuaries were to meld together? Kakashi found himself filled with anticipation. After sealing the sage chakra within a scroll, Kakashi placed it in a secure box within his chamber. Should anyone other than Kakashi trigger this box, it would incinerate immediately. Within lay all of Kakashi's secrets, including the Hokage diary inscribed in a language not of this world. In the changing room of the Umbu's sixth squad, Tenzo, now clad in Umbu attire, addressed Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I heard there will be a new recruit today. Oh, another newcomer? Kakashi replied nonchalantly. The arrival of new members in the Umbu was hardly newsworthy. It was not a matter of great surprise. But this one is different, Tenzo added, noting Kakashi's lack of interest. How so? This newcomer belongs to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? Kakashi was taken aback, never expecting a member of the Uchiha to join. The Uchiha clan oversees the Konoha police force. An entry into the Umbu has always been staunchly opposed by the Hokage lineage. Who, then, could this newcomer be? Itachi Uchiha? No, that would be too soon. He is still at the Ninja Academy. Who could it possibly be? A name suddenly flashed in Kakashi's mind. Shursui Uchiha? Hey, Kakashi-senpai, have you heard of him? Tenzo, surprised by Kakashi's mention of the name, had initially thought Kakashi was unaware of this individual, but it appeared he was well informed. I have heard of him. He seems to be a remarkably formidable ninja. Indeed, he is said to be the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. However, I did not anticipate that a member of the Uchiha would be permitted into the Umbu. Has the third Hokage relented? Kakashi murmured to himself. If memory serves, Shursue's entry into the Umbu marked the commencement of the Uchiha's ambitions. Would this herald yet another unavoidable bloodshed? Kakashi sighed, contemplating this grim reality. Regarding the tragedy of the Uchiha, Kakashi felt powerless to intervene. Neither the upper echelons of Konoha nor those of the Uchiha clan would heed his perspective. Were he to choose sides, Kakashi would align with the Hokage lineage. The Uchiha's inherent sense of superiority was far too extreme. If such an attitude were to dominate Konoha, the outcome would be all too predictable. Even individuals with a broad perspective like Itachi and Shursui are unable to alter the fate of their entire clan. If memory serves, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, is a concealed master possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. The most alarming aspect is that Kakashi is utterly oblivious to the capabilities of this Mangekyo Sharingan. Encountering it would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, such an encounter is likely improbable, as Kakashi has no direct ties to Fugaku Uchiha, the only connection being Obito's Sharingan. In the past, to preserve this Sharingan, Kakashi, along with Minato and the third Hokage, had to endure a considerable amount of scrutiny from Fugaku. After all, for the Uchiha, the presence of their clan's legacy in the hands of outsiders is a profound shame. Yet, circumstances are often beyond individual control. With the backing of the third Hokage and Minato, Fugaku ultimately had to accept this bitter reality. Consequently, the members of the Uchiha clan harbor a certain disdain for Kakashi. Fortunately, Kakashi has been engaged in Umbu operations, which has minimized any potential conflicts with the Uchiha clan. Sensei, what are you daydreaming about? Tenzo inquired, waving his hand in front of Kakashi, who seemed lost in thought. My apologies, I was a bit distracted, Kakashi replied. Really, Sensei? It's early in the morning to be so absent-minded, Tenzo remarked with a hint of annoyance. Let's not dwell on trivialities. By the way, where is everyone today? Kakashi observed the empty locker room with a sense of curiosity. Well, Sensei, today is a day off, so naturally, no one is here. Have you forgotten? Oh, is that so? Then what brings you here? Sensei, I'm on duty this week, Tenzo responded, his expression reflecting a mix of exasperation and disbelief at Kakashi's apparent lapse in memory. I see. It seems age is catching up with me. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The thoughts of the Uchiha clan weighed heavily on his mind. At that moment, a knock echoed from the locker room door, drawing the attention of both Kakashi and Tenzo. Come in, Kakashi called out. The door creaked open to reveal a youth clad in a dark high-collared short-sleeve shirt and triangular protective gear, paired with matching trousers and leg wraps, carrying a small tanto. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am the newly assigned Shursui Uchiha. I look forward to your guidance. The boy bowed deeply, exuding an air of politeness. What a remarkably courteous young man. It is hard to imagine such humility emanating from the Uchiha clan. Is this truly Shisui Uchiha? Kakashi mused internally. The one hailed as the strongest Jinjutsu user is, at this moment, merely a fledgling, yet he possesses an extraordinary aura. Even without having attained the level of a Jonin, he is not far from it. At the very least, he surpasses Tenzo beside him significantly. As Kakashi scrutinized Shisui, the latter too was observing Kakashi. Prior to joining Team 6, Shisui had conducted thorough research on the team, for intelligence is an essential component for any ninja. Moreover, since the third Hokage approved Uchiha Shisui's entrance into the 6th division, it is only natural that he would provide Shisui with some resources. However, what piqued Shisui's interest in the 6th division was not the wood release, which was a hallmark of his ancestor Uchiha Madara, but rather the famed Sharingan of Kakashi Hatake. Within the Uchiha clan, Kakashi was not particularly well regarded, yet Shisui was an exception to this sentiment. Kakashi's Sharingan was a gift from Obito, and this was no secret among the Uchiha. Upon realizing this, Shisui felt no resentment regarding the Sharingan's dissemination. Instead, he was moved by the friendship shared between Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi's reputation within the Umbu was formidable, and Shisui had certainly heard of him. At that moment, witnessing Kakashi, Shisui could only feel an overwhelming sense of strength. Even standing still, Kakashi exuded an aura that conveyed pressure. He was a true powerhouse, a sensation Shisui had only previously experienced in the presence of the clan leader. As for the third Hokage, he was typically reserved and never displayed any formidable presence. Is this truly the legendary ninja Kakashi Hatake? He is indeed impressive, and it would be a privilege to serve under him. Shisui's heart brimmed with excitement. As a ninja, it is a rare fortune to follow a captain of such remarkable prowess. Welcome to the 6th division of the Hokage's direct Umbu. I am Captain Kakashi Hatake. It is a pleasure to have you on board, Kakashi said with a smile, his crescent-shaped eyes crinkling. Uchiha Shisui, is it? Such a poignant name. There was an undeniable warmth in Kakashi's demeanor, quite contrary to the cold-blooded reputation that surrounded him. Shisui looked at Kakashi and thought to himself how amiable he seemed. That smile was genuine, a heartfelt welcome that Shisui could truly feel. Thank you, senior. However, your timing is somewhat unfortunate. Today is a day of rest for the 6th division, and only Tenzo and I are present. I understand. The third Hokage had informed me, Shisui replied. I see. Generally, your sub-team leader would guide you through the workings of the Umbu, but since they are absent today, I shall take on that role, Kakashi explained. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. It's nothing of consequence. Tenzo, you may continue your duty. Shisui will be in my care. Yes, Kakashi-senpai, Tenzo nodded in agreement. Shisui, follow me, Kakashi beckoned. Yes, senpai. Shisui trailed behind Kakashi as they departed from the changing room. Kakashi-senpai seems rather unusual today, taking the initiative to guide a newcomer. He must be in a good mood, Tenzo remarked, shaking his head. Typically, Kakashi delegated such tasks to his sub-team leader. Given his laid-back nature, he tended to avoid responsibilities unless they involved training or missions. It was no wonder Tenzo sensed that Kakashi was in high spirits today. As Kakashi walked ahead, Shisui followed quietly. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, causing Shisui to pause as well. What is it, Kakashi-senpai? Shisui inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something, Kakashi replied. What is it? Shisui asked, still somewhat confused. Kakashi turned slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, as the captain, it is imperative for me to understand the abilities of my team members. I wonder if you would mind engaging in a spar with me? Shisui paused momentarily, scrutinizing Kakashi. Upon confirming there was no malice emanating from him, Shisui replied. I don't mind at all. It is only fitting that as a captain, one should be well acquainted with the strengths of their subordinates. Splendid. Let us proceed to the Umbu training room, Kakashi suggested. Very well, senpai, Shisui responded, feeling a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Kakashi with his Sharingan. How potent would that power be in his hands? Kakashi's motivation for challenging Shisui stemmed largely from a fleeting whim. He was curious about the true strength of this character, who merely flickered through the pages of the original tale. And he wondered just how swift the so-called Shunshin Shisui could be. Of course, Shisui's reasoning played a part in this as well. The Umbu training room was not far, and soon they stood at its entrance. The training hall, approximately 500 square feet, was typically reserved for the combat practice of Umbu ninjas, though it was primarily frequented by newcomers. At that moment, the room was devoid of any occupants, providing the perfect setting for their duel. Fortune favors us. The space is empty. Now, let us commence, Shursui. Do not hold back, for it is only through your full strength that I can gauge your true capabilities. Kakashi's languid tone shifted to one of slight seriousness. After all, he was a ninja renowned for possessing the most formidable jinjutsu, and even in his incomplete form. Kakashi approached this with caution. Without activating his Sharingan, jinjutsu remained his weakest area. Understood, Kakashi-senpai, Shursui declared, grasping the small tanto at his back. His eyes transformed, shifting from a deep black to a vivid crimson, with 3 spinning tomo adorning each side. The 3 tomo Sharingan. Achieving such prowess by the age of 12, truly, he was worthy of the Uchiha name. Kakashi, impressed yet undeterred, summoned his weapon, the Chidori, which he held firmly in his right hand. Noticing Kakashi had not removed his forehead protector to utilize his Sharingan, Shursui inquired, Senpai, will you not use your left eye? Kakashi replied casually, that eye unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to employ it. The energy expenditure is too great. Despite the years that had passed, Kakashi had yet to resolve the issue of his Sharingan's considerable drain. Shursui, accepting this explanation, tightened his grip on the tanto, his expression growing more serious. Then let us begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shursui decisively hurled 2 shuriken. Kakashi prepared to deflect them, only to find Shursui launching another pair with even greater speed, striking the first 2 shuriken. Uchiha style, shuriken manipulation. The 4 shuriken accelerated simultaneously, approaching Kakashi from 4 distinct directions. A smile crept onto Kakashi's lips. This was intriguing. Such mastery in shuriken manipulation was a skill reserved solely for the Uchiha clan. With a sudden flash of lightning from his left hand, 4 bolts of thunder coalesced into 1,000 projectiles that shot forth, severing the 4 shuriken in twain. Chidori Senbon. What an extraordinary ninjutsu, capable of materializing real Senbon. Shursui was momentarily taken aback, yet his body did not falter. In an instant, he vanished from his position. Kakashi felt a tightening in his body. Where could he be? Suddenly, a chill ran down Kakashi's spine. There he is. Kakashi swiftly turned, only to be confronted by a blazing inferno. Uchiha style, Gale Blade. The crimson flames coalesced upon Shursui's short blade, slashing fiercely towards Kakashi. Such swift movement. Such formidable swordsmanship. Despite his astonishment, Kakashi remained composed, his right hand enveloped in lightning. Hatake style sword technique, Reijetsu, with a decisive stroke. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sounds rang as Reijetsu clashed with the short blade 3 times, the collision of thunder and flame igniting a myriad of sparks. As their blades met once more, the 2 locked eyes. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei is remarkably strong. In that brief encounter, Shursui sensed Kakashi's tenacity. Confident in both his swordsmanship and body flicker technique, Shursui was nonetheless thwarted by Kakashi's prowess. Moreover, Kakashi's expression conveyed a sense of ease, devoid of struggle. With that, the crimson Sharingan began to whirl. Enchantment. Kagen technique. A wave of ocular energy emanated from Shursui's Sharingan, and Kakashi felt as if his limbs were ensnared by nails, rendering him immobile. Kakashi's complexion suddenly grew pale, as if he had sustained a grave injury. Sensei, you were careless. Oh, is that so? Kakashi chuckled lightly, his pallor vanishing in an instant. Shursui was taken aback. How could this be? Had he broken free? In less than 3 seconds, Kakashi did not grant Shursui the opportunity to react. He struck Shursui's abdomen with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Ah! Shursui cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground. Shursui, it is you who were careless, forgetting that I too possess a Sharingan. I am no stranger to the illusions of the Sharingan. Kakashi's calm voice reached Shursui's ears, stirring a sense of regret within him. Indeed, Kakashi also bore the Sharingan. How could he be unaware of the dangers of direct eye contact? He had not fallen to the illusion at all. It was merely a ruse. With this realization, Shursui could not help but smile wryly. All right, rise. Such a minor setback should not hinder you. Of course, let us continue, sensei. Oh, you seem quite eager. Then bring it on. Shursui rubbed his abdomen and stood once more. Though Kakashi's punch was forceful, it was merely a fleeting pain and would not impair his combat capabilities. The battle reignited, and Shursui's figure once again moved at high speed. Oh, not just any body flicker technique, and what astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, Kakashi caught Shursui's punch from behind. So quick, Failing to land his strike, Shirzue disappeared once more. Truly, Shirzue's body flicker is remarkable at such a young age. He has already attained such swiftness. Uncertain whether the teacher possessed such a level of body flicker technique at this age, Kakashi's mind suddenly conjured this thought. Although Minato gained fame through the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique, prior to mastering the latter, his body flicker technique was equally swift. Thus, Kakashi was curious about who excelled more in body flicker technique, Shirzue or Minato. Is it true that individuals with water in their names inherently possess superior flickering abilities? Observing Shirzue's form continuously vanish, Kakashi felt his own fighting spirit ignited. While he could not match Shirzue in body flicker technique, speed of movement was not solely defined by it. Body flicker. Activate. With a complete explosion of physical strength, Kakashi's form similarly disappeared. In an instant, Shirzue lost sight of his target. What is happening? Where did the senior go? Shirzue exclaimed internally, his eyes Tomo spinning wildly. Not ahead. Not to the left. Not to the right. Not above. It must be behind. There. Kakashi's calm voice resonated from behind Shirzue, startling him. Kakashi's kunai had already appeared before Shirzue's throat. The two halted. Gazing at the cold kunai, mere inches from his throat, Shirzue felt a tinge of bitterness. A complete defeat. He had lost in every aspect: swordsmanship, jinjutsu, and body flicker technique. Shirzue sensed an overwhelming pressure, and throughout the encounter, Kakashi had scarcely initiated any offensive moves, primarily focusing on defense, yet Shirzue still succumbed. Most importantly, Kakashi had not even employed his Sharingan. The first loss could be attributed to carelessness, but the second time, Shirzue accepted his defeat with grace. He had always held strong confidence in his body flicker technique, even believing it could rival that of the fourth Hokage in his prime. But now it appeared he still had a considerable distance to cover. Clearly, Shirzue presumed Kakashi's body flicker was taught by the fourth, as Kakashi was his disciple, a fact that was hardly a secret. Retrieving his kunai, spinning it in his hand before placing it back in his ninja tool pouch, Kakashi remarked, "Let us conclude here. I believe I have gleaned sufficient understanding. I apologize, senior. I have disappointed you," Shirzue said, filled with regret. Kakashi paused, then smiled. "Shirzue, that is not the case at all. On the contrary, your prowess astonishes me. In terms of jinjutsu, swordsmanship, and body flicker technique, you have no peers among your contemporaries. Yet I still lost to you, and it was a thorough defeat," Shirzue replied, his head bowed. But I am 5 years your senior. It is only natural for me to be a tad stronger. When you reach my age, you will undoubtedly surpass me," Kakashi reassured. "Really, senior?" Shirzue's earlier disappointment vanished. His gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. "Whether this is true depends on your own efforts," Kakashi replied. "Yes, senior, I understand," Shirzue said, bowing deeply once more. "Well then, let us conclude this duel. I will now take you to receive your umbu attire and the code of conduct." Kakashi, resuming his languid demeanor, proceeded ahead. Behind him, Shirzue gazed at Kakashi's retreating figure, a surge of aspiration welling up within him. "I must surpass this man. Hey, Shirzue, why aren't you moving?" "Oh, I'm coming right away, Kakashi-senpai," Shirzue replied, hastening to catch up. After retrieving their belongings together, Kakashi instructed Shirzue to delve into his studies alone, reminding him to formally report for duty the following day. Shirzue, of course, readily agreed. Upon completing these tasks, Kakashi realized there was little to occupy him in the umbu, especially since today was a holiday. How leisurely, he mused, suddenly recalling an important matter. He ran his fingers through his silvery hair. As if an epiphany had struck him. He had promised Naruto to meet at the 7th training ground, though it seemed rather early still. With nothing pressing to attend to, Kakashi retrieved a medical scroll from his ninja pouch, embarking on a study of medical ninjutsu. Such techniques proved immensely beneficial, whether for healing or enhancing one's abilities. Mastering them would certainly be a commendable pursuit. Speaking of which, where is Tsunade now? Still gambling, perhaps? If she were to return, he could seek her counsel. For the time being, he resolved to visit the Konoha hospital and consult the director. Time slipped by swiftly during his studies, and Kakashi, closing the scroll, murmured, "It's about time to head to the 7th training ground." Meanwhile, Naruto had arrived at the training ground early. This marked his first appointment with someone since birth, and he was determined not to be late. He even arrived at dawn. The excitement bubbling within him was something most could hardly comprehend. The previous night, Naruto had hardly slept, not due to insomnia, but because his chakra training kept him awake. For the Uzumaki clan, chakra cultivation was not particularly challenging, as they naturally possessed immense chakra reserves. Naruto progressed rapidly in his training, yet he remained unaware of the volume of chakra he had cultivated, relentlessly pushing himself until exhaustion claimed him. Fortunately, with the nine tails within him, such fatigue was hardly a concern. By the time Naruto awoke, the sun was high in the sky. He dashed to the training ground, anxious not to miss Kakashi. I wonder if the chakra I've trained is sufficient. My white-haired brother will surely be pleased, he pondered, tilting his head in thought. Hey, Naruto, you're already here. A familiar voice jolted him back to reality. White-haired brother, you've arrived. Look, I've already cultivated chakra. As Naruto spoke, he eagerly formed hand seals, and a visible surge of blue chakra enveloped his body in an instant. Kakashi was taken aback, marveling at the formidable chakra. Has he truly cultivated so much chakra in just one day? Such a terrifying talent. Indeed, the physique of the Uzumaki clan is enviably remarkable. Hey, brother with white hair, is this enough? Naruto looked at Kakashi with anticipation. Ah, it's sufficient. To reward you for your chakra cultivation, today I shall teach you your first ninjutsu, Kakashi replied. Really? What ninjutsu is it? Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. The shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique? What is that? Naruto asked, puzzled. Being uninitiated in the ninja academy, he was naturally oblivious to such concepts. Even if he had attended, given Naruto's tendency to ignore lectures, he would likely still be uninformed. Kakashi, however, was not surprised and prepared to explain. Ah, the shadow clone. It is a B-rank ninjutsu, quite powerful indeed. What is a B-rank ninjutsu? Naruto scratched his head, clearly still confused. Alright, let me explain from the beginning. The essential energy for a ninja is chakra, as I mentioned to you yesterday. The methods of attack employed by ninjas can be categorized into three types: ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. These methods are further classified into several ranks: C rank, B rank, A rank, and S rank ninjutsu. The technique I am going to teach you is a B rank one. Do you understand? B rank? That doesn't seem very impressive. Do not be greedy, Naruto, Kakashi said with a mischievous glint in his eye, causing Naruto to tense up and obediently respond. Alright, I'll learn this. That's more like it. Now watch closely. The shadow clone technique works like this. Kakashi then formed the necessary hand seals, and the chakra within him began to flow in a peculiar manner. With a puff of smoke, another Kakashi materialized amidst the haze. Naruto, did you see that? At this moment, Naruto was utterly astonished, his speech faltering. Wow, that's amazing. There's another brother with white hair. Now, do you understand? Kakashi asked again. Maybe? Should I give it a try? Naruto replied uncertainly. Even though it seemed simple, it felt more complicated than it appeared. Naruto sensed something was off, yet he still wished to attempt it. Alright, then try it, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto with eager anticipation. It remained uncertain whether Naruto could master this signature ninjutsu of his. Encouraged by Kakashi's expectant demeanor, Naruto bit his lip, silently motivating himself. Naruto, you can do this. After mentally affirming himself, he shouted, Ah, shadow clone technique. In that instant, Naruto was surrounded by a dazzling blue chakra, but the intensity of the chakra exceeded what was necessary to perform the shadow clone. It was too much. Consequently, the technique would not be successful. Indeed, with a resounding bang, a white humanoid figure materialized beside Naruto, plunging the scene into an abrupt silence. A gentle breeze wafted through as Naruto clutched his head, exclaiming, Ah, how could this happen? How could I fail? Kakashi sighed, pondering whether Naruto's youth was the reason for his overexertion, misinterpreting Kakashi's sigh as disappointment in his performance. Naruto felt a surge of anxiety. No, I cannot disappoint my elder brother with white hair. Otherwise, I will be alone again. Absolutely not. Brother with white hair. That was just an accident. I can still do this. Just wait a moment. As he spoke, Naruto formed the sign of the serpent again, his chakra surging throughout his body. Ah, bang. Another white object appeared before them. Ah, how could this happen? In a state of despair, Naruto held his head, clearly feeling helpless. Kakashi, however, narrowed his right eye, realizing that during Naruto's attempt to unleash his jutsu, he sensed the chakra of the Nine Tails pulsating from Naruto's seal. I see, he concluded. The Nine Tails is already influencing Naruto. Alright, Naruto, stop trying, Kakashi said, restraining Naruto, who was eager to attempt again. Brother with white hair. I'm sorry, but I can do this. Please give me another chance. With reddening eyes, Naruto appeared on the verge of tears. Kakashi felt a pang of emotion. He had not anticipated that Naruto would feel such a profound connection after merely meeting him the day prior. The thought that Naruto was so distressed out of fear of disappointing him tugged at his heartstrings. Naruto, it is not your fault. Just wait a moment. Huh? What? Naruto gazed at Kakashi with his sky-blue eyes, bewildered by Kakashi's intentions. Kakashi then pushed aside his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan, which began to whirl. As soon as Naruto beheld the Sharingan, he fainted, collapsing into Kakashi's embrace. Rest well, Naruto. I shall take care of the rest. Within the seal lay a structure reminiscent of a sewer. Is this where my teacher sealed the Nine Tails? Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, noting the dismal environment, which made him wonder how the Nine Tails had endured here for so many years. With water pooling beneath him, Kakashi infused chakra into his feet, walking upon the surface. Soon, a massive cage loomed before him. Is this my teacher's seal? Kakashi marveled at the towering cage, reaching heights of 100 meters. At that moment, a pair of eyes, large as lanterns, emerged in Kakashi's view. A human? How intriguing. It has been ages since anyone has come here. Human, step forward. Following the command, Kakashi took a few steps closer. Yes, that's it. Move a bit further. When he approached within 5 meters of the cage, Kakashi suddenly halted and declared, Kurama. This illusion has no effect on me. The Nine Tails narrowed its eyes, not due to Kakashi's ability to break its illusion, but rather because Kakashi uttered its name. Human, who are you? How do you know my name? The Nine Tails roared, unleashing a tremendous whirlwind within the ceiling space, while a colossal claw emerged through the gaps in the railing. It was no surprise that the Nine Tails was agitated. Aside from the other 8-tailed beasts, only Sage of Six Paths possessed such knowledge. The fact that this person before it was aware of its name was utterly incomprehensible to the Nine Tails. Oh, that is of little consequence. Can you quiet yourself and listen to me? Kakashi stated, as his left Sharingan began to rotate, transforming into a black shuriken shape. Observing this, the Nine Tails calmed slightly, its voice now cold and indifferent. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, are you of the Uchiha clan? How is this possible? Is there truly another who has awakened the kaleidoscope? Though its tone was frigid, a hint of fear lingered within. The Nine Tails could never forget the terror it once experienced under the command of the Sharingan. The man named Uchiha Madara treated it as a mere pet. Beastly torment. The name of this jutsu was the greatest insult to the Nine Tails. Had it not been for you, I could not have entered here. Kakashi stood casually with his hands in his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Despite the Nine Tails' ferocity, it could stir no chaos within this seal. Teacher Minato's 8-trigram seal was exceedingly robust. Kakashi could not comprehend why Teacher Minato chose the Reaper Death Seal to bind the Nine Tails. As there were other sealing techniques available, even the singular 8-trigram seal would suffice. Yet, why did Teacher Minato opt for the Reaper Death Seal? After much contemplation, Kakashi concluded it must be due to Minato's profound love for Kushina, unable to bear the thought of her embarking on this journey alone. Otherwise, with Minato's prowess, he could have easily sealed the Nine Tails within himself using the 8-trigram seal. As the Hokage, he would certainly master the technique to seal tailed beasts. When Uzumaki Mido and Kushina sealed the Nine Tails, they utilized this very technique, presumably the 8-trigram seal. Having grasped the 4-symbol seal, Kakashi had gained some understanding of the 8-trigram seal's potency, deeming it sufficient to bind the Nine Tails. Regarding Teacher Minato's demise, Kakashi could only feel a profound sense of regret. All he could do now was care for Naruto. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Kakashi gazed at the imposing Nine Tails before him. The aura it emanated was indeed terrifying, the strongest of the tailed beasts. This was not without reason. Wait, your eyes do not belong to you. You are not of the Uchiha clan. Oh, you disowned that rather quickly. Moreover, the pattern of your kaleidoscope seems familiar, the Nine Tails said, lost in contemplation, as if trying to recall something. Kakashi swiftly realized why the Nine Tails might have encountered it before. That fateful night, was it not this very Sharingan that orchestrated the chaos? Obito, how could you lay waste to Lord Minato and Lady Kushina? 3 years ago. It was this very eye, no, this right eye, that ensnared me, compelling me to relive the terrors of decades past. This humiliation shall not be forgotten. It is etched in my memory, indelibly so. The gifts of old friends, they hold little significance now, even if I were to divulge such truths to you. What could you possibly accomplish? My purpose in approaching you is simply to converse. Converse? Is it for this little brat? At that moment, the Ninetales regained its composure. Kakashi was indeed correct. Against the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Ninetales felt utterly powerless, for otherwise it would not have been subjected to repeated domination. The oppression of the wood release wielded by Hashirama was more bearable than the subjugation by the Sharingan. Indeed, as Naruto's Jinchuriki, it would be wise for you to cultivate a better rapport with him. Ha ha ha, what a jest. You humans have sealed me here and expect me to foster a relationship with the Jinchuriki? Do you take me for a mere pet? I deeply apologize, but, Kurama, there are matters that require the strength of your tailed beast. Thus, I cannot grant you freedom just yet. However, in no more than 14 years, you shall be liberated. What matters? The Ninetales was not blinded by the so-called freedom, but instead captivated by another revelation. I cannot disclose this matter to you now. I can only say that if it were to transpire, you would encounter the one you have long wished to meet, the one I have long desired to see. The Ninetales was initially perplexed, but then its eyes widened in realization. You mean, indeed, it is the one you are thinking of. You know their whereabouts? So they have not perished. The Ninetales felt a surge of excitement. Ah, one might say they are not quite dead. Who are you? How do you possess such knowledge? The Ninetales fixed its gaze upon Kakashi, seeking answers within. I am simply who I am. You should have encountered me before. I am a disciple of Lord Minato. Kakashi met the Ninetales' murderous gaze with unwavering resolve. You are the fourth disciple? Ah, I recall. Kushina seemed quite fond of you. Memories poured forth like a flood, unlocking a treasure trove of recollections. When within Kushina, the Ninetales indeed crossed paths with Kakashi, but at the time, it went unnoticed. Little did it anticipate arriving at such a juncture. The ability of an outsider to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan is truly astounding. Even among the Uchiha clan, few can attain such mastery. I never imagined you would develop the Sharingan to this extent. The Ninetales regarded Kakashi with a mocking smile. Kakashi paid no heed to this, uninterested in the Ninetales' sentiments, and continued to inquire. So, have you considered my proposal? Even if what you say is true, why should I cultivate a relationship with this brat? Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. The Ninetales was indeed quite obstinate. He could not continuously exert control over it with his Mangekyo Sharingan, not to mention the immense strain it would impose. How could he foster understanding between the Ninetales and Naruto after harboring such animosity? Perhaps when you come to realize who your Jinchuriki is, your perspective will shift. Who is it? The Ninetales inquired with curiosity. Have you not sensed the familiar essence of Naruto's chakra? Kakashi responded enigmatically. Familiar essence of chakra? The Ninetales was momentarily bewildered. How could that little brat's chakra possess any semblance of familiarity? You should be aware that he has two sons. The Ninetales was taken aback. This silver-haired youth seemed to possess considerable knowledge. What are you implying? Perhaps if you attentively discern Naruto's chakra, you will grasp the meaning behind my words, Kakashi replied. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. With that, he vanished from before the seal. Damn it! Clarify your words. The Ninetales roared. But Kakashi paid him no heed. He had expended too much ocular power, and if this continued, it would adversely affect his health. With Kakashi having truly disappeared, the Ninetales found himself unable to vent his mounting fury. That infuriating fellow, only speaking in half-truths. How utterly vexing. The Ninetales closed his eyes, earnestly attuning to the dwindling chakra of Naruto. Indeed, there was a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it long ago. When could that have been? Suddenly, the Ninetales' eyes widened in shock. It was him, Ashura. Exiting the confines of the Ninetales seal, Kakashi readjusted his forehead protector over his left eye. There was little more he could do. It remained to be seen whether the Ninetales would temper its demeanor. Upon discovering that Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura, perhaps the Ninetales would regard him with newfound respect. As for the Ninetales' opinion of him, Kakashi was not particularly concerned. The Ninetales was sealed within Naruto. Even if it had thoughts, it could not express them. Furthermore, given the Ninetales' proud nature, how could it engage in such discussions with a human? With his task complete, Kakashi dispelled the Genjutsu cast upon Naruto. Soon, Naruto regained consciousness. Huh, where am I? He mumbled as he groggily rose from the ground, evidently without any recollection of the recent events. Awake, are we? Naruto turned to see Kakashi. Brother White Hair, why did I fall asleep? Perhaps you were simply too fatigued. Ah, that makes sense. I didn't sleep well last night. Naruto sheepishly ruffled his golden hair. Very well, let us attempt once more. Kakashi wished to see if the Nine-Tails would exhibit any restraint after hearing his words. If the Nine-Tails truly did temper its disposition, then the shadow clone technique would undoubtedly be within Naruto's grasp. Naruto nodded resolutely, declaring yes. I will succeed. With fingers intertwined, chakra surged forth. Huh. Bang. A wisp of smoke materialized out of thin air, and Naruto gazed at it with eager anticipation. Yes, I have succeeded. Ha ha ha. I knew I could do it, he exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. The Nine-Tails, sealed within, could not help but snort derisively, murmuring, this temperament is strikingly reminiscent of Ashura. Old man, I have waited far too long. What precisely is the true power you spoke of? Where is this so-called guidance? I hope this little brat can unveil the answers. With that, the seal once again succumbed to darkness. Kakashi observed Naruto's successful execution of the shadow clone technique, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the Nine-Tails harbored unusual sentiments towards the Sage of Six Paths. Now that the Nine-Tails recognized Naruto as the reincarnation of the Sage's son, perhaps it would treat him differently. Brother with white hair, look, I did it, Naruto exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he sought praise from Kakashi. Well done, Kakashi replied. Indeed, I am quite impressive. Right? Naruto beamed. Ah, yes, Kakashi said, ruffling Naruto's soft hair. Naruto paused momentarily, then broke into a radiant smile. The sensation was truly delightful. Naruto, there is something I must tell you, Kakashi suddenly said. What is it? Naruto inquired curiously. The ninjutsu I taught you cannot be used until you graduate from the Ninja Academy, unless absolutely necessary. Why not? Naruto asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. It is not convenient to explain now, but Naruto, can you promise me this? Despite his perplexity, Naruto readily agreed, given Kakashi's authority. All right, brother with white hair. I will not use it. Good. Then, Kakashi replied. His reluctance to allow Naruto to employ the ninjutsu stemmed from a desire to avoid altering the storyline excessively. After all, until Kakashi reached a level of power where he could disregard all consequences, he had to tread carefully. If any unforeseen events occurred, it could lead to significant complications. Now, let us proceed with teaching you physical techniques, Kakashi continued. Yes, Naruto enthusiastically replied, eager for more instruction. The sun shone brightly that day, and Naruto's spirits soared. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of recognition, and the experience of having a mentor was utterly delightful. Brother with white hair, I am so glad to have met you. Kakashi imparted the fundamental physical techniques to Naruto, recognizing that, given Naruto's current state, advanced techniques were beyond his reach. Thus, they would take it step by step. Great edifices rise from the ground up, journeys are made one step at a time, and meals are consumed one bite at a time. After an afternoon spent practicing the foundational techniques, they covered nearly all the basic moves. Breathless, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, clearly exhausted. How are you holding up, Naruto? Can you continue? Of course. Let us keep going, brother with white hair, Naruto declared, rising once more. Though it was evident that he was pushing himself to the limit. Kakashi is not one to overlook the balance between effort and rest, especially when it comes to training. For excessive exertion may not only yield minimal results, but could also lead to physical harm, rendering the effort futile. All right, Naruto, let's call it a day for training, he said. Yes, big brother with white hair, Naruto replied. Having trained for an entire afternoon, Naruto must surely be famished. Let us dine together. How about a generous serving of Ichiraku ramen? Kakashi affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. Absolutely, he exclaimed, and just then, his stomach audibly chimed in agreement. It is worth noting that Naruto had not eaten anything all day, not for lack of desire, but simply due to the absence of food. Then let us go? The pair, one tall and one small, made their way to Ichiraku ramen. Welcome. Oh, it's Kakashi and Naruto, exclaimed the ramen chef. I'm back again. I would like a supersized bowl of miso ramen, Naruto shouted excitedly. Certainly, but Kakashi, it seems you forgot to pay yesterday, the chef said, his expression turning slightly menacing. Kakashi paused, realizing he had indeed forgotten to settle the bill in his haste. Embarrassed, he ran his fingers through his hair and chuckled. Ah, I completely overlooked that. My apologies. I will make it right today. The chef's demeanor softened. That's more like it. Naruto, just a moment. Your ramen will be ready shortly. All right, chef. Naruto could hardly contain his excitement as he gripped his chopsticks. Naruto, I have a mission in the coming days, so I want to be able to train you. Can we resume once I return? The excitement on Naruto's face vanished momentarily, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I'll be back before you know it. Fine, big brother with white hair, he conceded. However, during my absence, your training must not falter. I will assess your progress upon my return. If it does not meet my expectations, rest assured, big brother, I will give it my all, Naruto declared resolutely, prompting a smile from Kakashi. Ah, that is splendid. Just then, the ramen was served. Here comes the supersized miso ramen. Ah yes, give it to me. Naruto immediately dove into his meal. Kakashi observed Naruto with a mix of amusement and fondness, pondering how his calm sensei, Minato, would react upon learning about his son's exuberant nature. It would surely be a delightful sight. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, there have been some unusual happenings in the Mist Village. Take a few men and investigate the situation. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied. The third Hokage then cast a glance at Kakashi and inquired, by the way, have you seen Naruto? Yes, I have taught him a few things, Kakashi admitted. Knowing that the third Hokage had always dispatched Anbu to safeguard Naruto, making it impossible to conceal his encounters with the boy. However, Kakashi had no intention of hiding it. This is not a matter of shame or secrecy. There is nothing to conceal. What are your thoughts on that child, Naruto? Aside from his golden hair and azure eyes, he bears no resemblance to Lord Minato. Rather, he closely resembles Lady Kushina. Indeed, Naruto's temperament is quite similar to Kushina's, both possessing a penchant for loud outbursts. As the third Hokage spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his gaze. Having watched Kushina grow up, how could he remain unaffected? Third Hokage, I hope you can take something to heart, Kakashi implored. What is it? The third Hokage inquired with a hint of confusion. I am aware that Naruto faces prejudice from the villagers, and while I understand there is little that can be done now, I hope that measures can be taken to ensure his basic sustenance. I cannot bear to see the child of my mentor go hungry. The Anbu missions are numerous, and I cannot provide comprehensive care for Naruto, so I must entrust this matter to you, esteemed Hokage. Kakashi's earnest tone stirred something within the third Hokage. With a slight sigh, he replied, Kakashi, this is indeed my oversight. Despite the multitude of tasks at hand, although I delegated this responsibility, it has faced numerous covert obstructions during implementation. Rest assured, I will assign a trusted individual to handle this matter. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It is my duty. I owe much to Minato. A hint of sorrow crossed the aged features of the third Hokage. I will take my leave to assemble the team. Very well, the sooner, the better. Recently, the Hidden Mist Village has been exceedingly enigmatic, and information seems to be inaccessible, so I appreciate your efforts. Understood, Hokage-sama. With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke from the Hokage's office. Upon Kakashi's departure, the third Hokage softly called out, Aming. A slender figure clad in Anbu attire appeared before him. Hokage-sama, how may I assist you? Aming, you have just overheard the discussion regarding Naruto. From now on, you will be responsible for his finances and meals. Remember, do not let Naruto know of your existence. The ninja named Aming hesitated momentarily before responding, Yes, Hokage-sama. I entrust this to you. It's an honor to serve you, Hokage-sama. Go now. Yes. As Aming vanished from sight, the third Hokage gazed out the window towards Hokage Rock. Minato, your request is truly challenging. A gentle breeze rustled the green leaves, breathing new life into the surroundings. Kakashi materialized in the changing room of the 6th Anbu squad, where all members were present. A new mission. We shall journey to the land of water, specifically to gather intelligence in the Hidden Mist Village, with me as your leader. Accompanying me will be Yugao, Tenzo, and Shursui. The rest will carry out routine tasks. Understood. Captain, you three, come with me. The trio followed Kakashi to another room. This mission is quite distant, requiring us to venture into the land of water, and may even encroach upon the defenses of the Hidden Mist Village, rendering it perilous. Our preliminary work must be executed meticulously. We must ensure that our supplies are ample. At the very least, enough provisions for a month, along with the necessary tools. Do you understand? Understood, Captain, the three responded in unison. Good. Assemble at the gates of Konoha in 1 hour. Dismissed, Kakashi declared, vanishing first. The other three followed suit, departing the Anbu base without hesitation. As Shursui made his way, he clenched his fists, thinking, this is splendid. Having just joined the Anbu, I am already entrusted with such a significant mission. The rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. He hurried home to gather his belongings before turning back. Suddenly, he spotted Itachi practicing kunai throws amidst the trees. Oh, Itachi, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in class at the Ninja Academy? It's Shirzue. What are you doing here? Itachi replied, equally puzzled. Oh, I have a mission that requires me to leave the village, so I returned briefly to gather some supplies. I'll be departing shortly, Shirzue said with a smile. I see, Itachi remarked, producing 5 kunai and launching them at a distant target. In the instant the first set of kunai left his hand, he retrieved another 5 and threw them, striking the original kunai midair. All 10 kunai altered their trajectory, simultaneously hitting the cores of 10 targets positioned at various angles. Shirzue applauded in astonishment. Ah, truly impressive, Itachi. Your kunai techniques have reached such a remarkable level. I still cannot compare to you, Itachi replied coolly. Itachi, you truly lack charm, Shirzue teased. By the way, are you skipping class? No, I have a shadow clone attending for me. Ah, that is not good. If you find the Ninja Academy too tedious, you could apply for early graduation, just like I did. Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Shirzue before gazing skyward, murmuring, Early graduation, you say? Yes, indeed. Who knows, you might even join the Umbu to accompany me. I must tell you, my captain is Kakashi Hatake, that incredibly skilled ninja. Shirzue draped an arm around Itachi's shoulder, seemingly boasting. Kakashi Hatake? The outsider who possesses the Sharingan. Yes, indeed. I assure you, he is remarkably powerful. He defeated me without even using his Sharingan. A flicker of surprise crossed Itachi's usually impassive face. He hadn't expected Shirzue to have lost, especially without Kakashi utilizing his Sharingan. How can you speak of your defeat so nonchalantly? Well, it's not a matter of great consequence, Shirzue replied nonchalantly. You remain unchanged. What else could I be? Well, I shan't linger any longer. I must take my leave, but do consider my suggestion. With your abilities, remaining at the academy is merely a waste of time. With that, Shirzue departed. Itachi watched him go, murmuring, Early graduation, is it? Indeed, I must shoulder my responsibilities. If that is the case, I shall confront them sooner rather than later. At the gates of Konoha, Kakashi had arrived early, and soon, Yugao and Tenzo joined him. Senpai. Yes, we are only missing Shirzue. Here I am, Kakashi-senpai. At last, Shirzue arrived at the gates of Konoha. All right, everyone is present. Let us embark. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. What shall we do this time? Shizuka inquired from behind as they dashed between the trees. This time, we must venture deep into the heart of the land of water to gather intelligence. Therefore, it is imperative that we do not reveal our identities unless absolutely necessary. First and foremost, we must change out of these Umbu uniforms. Furthermore, we shall refrain from addressing one another by our true names. Shizuka, your code name will be Shan. Yuin, yours will be Yin. Tenzu, you shall be called Zong. And as for me, you may refer to me as Jin. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. The group chorused in unison. All right. Upon reaching the border of the land of fire, we will change our attire and prepare for disguise. Remember, do not expose your identity under any circumstances. The situation in Kirigakure is exceedingly perilous. One misstep could lead to a fierce battle. And total annihilation is not out of the question. The three were taken aback by these words. Though they were aware of the mission's dangers, they were surprised to hear such sentiments from Kakashi, a legendary figure within the Umbu. Kakashi's mood was equally somber at this juncture. Kirigakure was indeed a place fraught with peril. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was likely still under Obito's control. If their whereabouts were discovered by Kirigakure, they could be met with a village-wide manhunt. Although Kakashi felt that Obito would not strike against him, one could never be certain of unforeseen complications. Hence, caution was paramount. Sensing the heavy atmosphere among the trio behind him, Kakashi chuckled softly and reassured them, Do not worry. Even if we encounter adversaries, I will ensure that none of you meet your end before I do. I will never allow the enemy to harm my comrades. Warmth spread through the hearts of the three as they gazed at the lean figure ahead, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Indeed, with Kakashi-senpai present, what was there to fear? The trees blurred past them as time slipped away with each leap of their feet. From dawn to dusk, and back again. The Umbu missions were devoid of day or night, only success or failure. Jin, we are approaching the border, Yuin announced. All right, let us halt. The four came to an immediate stop at the base of a large tree. Zong, use wood released to create 4 rooms for us to change our clothes. Yes, Tenzu replied, forming hand seals as chakras surged forth. Would release, for Pillar House. Instantly, for rooms materialized before them. Tenzu's ninjutsu is indeed quite convenient, Shizuka remarked. All right, everyone. Let us go inside and change. If not for Yuin's presence, the three males would have had no qualms about changing in the wilderness, but given the circumstances, decorum was in order. Moreover, it was a simple task. Kakashi particularly enjoyed having Tenzu accompany him on missions, not only for his skills, but also because, with Tenzu around, there was no worry about finding a place to sleep each night. Do you know how touching it is to have a roof over your head after becoming accustomed to sleeping in the open? Soon, the four emerged from their respective rooms. Attired in new garments, Kakashi was clad in a full black outfit, complemented by a dark cloak that accentuated his striking figure. At this moment, Kakashi was not wearing his mask, for it would indeed be rather peculiar for an ordinary individual to don such an accessory. Simultaneously, he had removed the forehead protector from his left eye, revealing the sealed Sharingan. At first glance, it appeared no different from a normal eye. However, a closer inspection would unveil a distinct lack of vitality within it. The scar on his left eye was cleverly concealed, showing no trace of injury. With his handsome visage and tousled silver hair, he resembled a dashing young man. As the trio exited the room and laid eyes upon Kakashi, they were momentarily taken aback. It was their first encounter with his true appearance, and Yuka couldn't help but blush. So Kakashi-senpai is actually this handsome, exclaimed Shirzue in astonishment. I never knew you looked like this, Silver, he added. It's truly the first time I've seen your face. If you weren't so intent on hiding it, you might very well attract the affections of many young ladies, teased Tenzo. Kakashi merely rolled his eyes in response. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us prepare to enter the land of water. We shall disguise ourselves as tourists. Kakashi dismissed Tenzo's banter, for this was no time for frivolity. Indeed, Silver. The land of water is situated in a remote area, surrounded predominantly by water, with land primarily consisting of islands. The Hidden Mist Village is located on a large island at the heart of the land of water. This nation is expansive, ranking third among the 5 great nations, surpassed only by the land of fire and the land of wind. However, while the land of wind is largely desert, the land of water is predominantly ocean, resulting in a scarcity of true land. Additionally, due to its isolated position surrounded by sea, the Hidden Mist Village rarely participates in the great wars of the ninja world. Nevertheless, its strength is undeniable and formidable. Obito's choice to control the Hidden Mist Village stemmed from its secrecy. Information regarding the other 4 hidden villages was scarce here. Furthermore, Obito held the Hidden Mist Village responsible for Rin's death, viewing this as an act of revenge. Following Obito's control, the bloodline clans began to vanish, and the village's power continuously waned. Regardless, the current state of the Hidden Mist Village is fraught with turmoil, a situation that will only change once the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, assumes power. However, if Kakashi's memory serves him correctly, Mei would not rise to her position for another 5 or 6 years, far from the present. Thus, Kakashi and his companions must confront a village steeped in bloodshed. The group arrived at the dock leading from the land of fire to the land of water. To reach the latter, they must board a ship. Traversing the sea solely on foot would be utterly exhausting. Moreover, such an approach could easily attract the attention of patrolling ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, placing them in peril within enemy territory. After changing their attire, Kakashi and his companions blended seamlessly with the ordinary travelers, evading the gaze of any discerning eyes. Kakashi quickly spotted a passenger ship filled with numerous travelers, including merchants and tourists. Mingling among them would render their presence inconspicuous. Although the Hidden Mist Village was embroiled in chaos, the common folk of the land of water remained remarkably untroubled. After all, we are currently in a rare period of peace. The Third Great Ninja War concluded several years ago, allowing nations to recuperate and witness continuous economic development. Consequently, trade among these nations remains remarkably brisk, and the tourism sector is flourishing, attracting numerous visitors. In such circumstances, entering the land of water is not particularly challenging. However, gathering intelligence on the Hidden Mist Village proves to be quite elusive. Over the years, the Hidden Mist Village has maintained a strict blockade, and it is likely that even the daimyo of the land of water possesses scant knowledge regarding the situation there. Kakashi stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the boundless sea, murmuring to himself, "Ah, Hidden Mist Village, I wonder whom I shall encounter this time." His black cloak billowed in the sea breeze, and the silver-haired youth contemplated the endless ocean, lost in thought. The passenger vessel stirred the waves as it advanced towards the shores of the land of water. Inside the cabin, Kakashi and his 3 companions congregated, a hastily drawn map spread across the table as they appeared to be engaged in discussion. With a day remaining until their arrival in the land of water, they planned to disperse and act independently, exercising caution and discretion to avoid revealing their identities. Their primary objective was to gather information in the city of Mizunoto, with the understanding that curiosity about the new experiences of a traveler should take precedence over inquiries into the hidden mist village. The 3 companions nodded in agreement, acknowledging their understanding. After a glance at them, Kakashi continued, "Regardless of how the intelligence gathering unfolds, we shall reconvene here after 1 day." He pointed to a small hill marked on the map, near Mizunoto, labeled Onua Mountain. "Should you encounter danger, signal immediately, and I will rush to your aid. Others must retreat at the sight of the signal to ensure their safety." The 3 were momentarily taken aback, and Jiuyan spoke up, "Kakashi, isn't this unwise? We should face danger together as comrades." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I can handle the rescue alone. Should I become ensnared, it could lead to greater complications. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Furthermore, even if I lose my way, my Rinnegan can track each of you down, so do not fret." Reluctantly, the 3 nodded, recognizing Kakashi as their leader, though it remained uncertain if they would truly heed his instructions when the time came. Mizunoto, a border city in the land of water, thrives economically due to its strategic port, making it one of the few significant cities in the region. The bustling trade here showcases goods from various nations, teeming with merchants and creating a vibrant, albeit chaotic, atmosphere. With the influx of people, the availability of information becomes abundant, though one must rely on their own judgment to discern its accuracy. After several days of life at sea, Kakashi and his companions finally arrived at Mizunoto. All 4 were quite young. The eldest, Kakashi, was merely 17, while Shursui, Tenzo, and Jiuyan appeared to be around 12 or 13. Their youthful features giving the impression of a band of wandering boys united in purpose. However, given the multitude of wars that plague the world, it is hardly surprising to find numerous orphans. Many of these orphans support one another, ultimately forging bonds akin to life and death. "This is the land of water, a place I visit for the first time," mused Shursui. "The land of fire lies at the heart of the continent, surrounded by scant seas, having grown up in Konoha." Shursui had never encountered such a port city. Tenzo and Jiuyan were in a similar situation, while Kakashi, having roamed the land for years, had witnessed a variety of landscapes. Moreover, although this port was commendable, its disparity compared to his past life was not to be measured in mere fractions. Enough of this sentimentality, let us move on. The 4 of them entered Ning-Shui City, dispersing into a small corner to gather information. The city was vast, so they each took responsibility for a different quadrant to ensure the comprehensiveness of their intelligence. Cloaked in black, Kakashi strolled leisurely through Ning-Shui City. It was still early, and there was no need for haste. The years spent in the Umbu had cultivated his calm demeanor. He understood that impatience often breeds complications. Approaching a new place necessitated an examination of the peculiarities of the local populace. If everyone behaved normally, it at least indicated that this was a typical city, devoid of ambushes or dens of thieves. In the world of ninjas, such scenarios were not uncommon. After meandering through the eastern district for a while, Kakashi concluded that there were not many ninjas in this city and felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the oversight of the land of water over this town was not particularly stringent, and it was likely that most of their forces were concentrated in the hidden mist village. Presently, it seemed that Yagura, or perhaps Obito, was in the process of eliminating the bloodline clans within the hidden mist village, necessitating a considerable number of personnel. After all, bloodline clan ninjas were inherently stronger than ordinary ninjas. If a bloodline clan were to be eradicated, it would require a concerted effort from many ninjas. Kakashi discovered a small tavern and stepped inside. Although one must be over 18 to purchase alcohol, Kakashi's appearance belied his 17 years, prompting the tavern owner to serve him a jug of sake. Perhaps due to his prior indulgence in stronger spirits, Kakashi found this lighter sake quite agreeable. Seated alone, he appeared lost in thought, yet his perceptions enveloped the entire tavern. Every conversation reached his ears, though most patrons engaged in idle chatter, yielding little of value. An hour passed, and Kakashi, slightly disheartened, considered moving to a different location. Just then, a conversation between two middle-aged men piqued his interest. Yamamoto, what do you think the Hidden Mist Village is up to lately? Tasks remain unclaimed, and my considerable shipment awaits delivery to the Land of Fire. Alas, Yamabuki, it appears you must relinquish hope. The Fourth Mizukage's enigmatic policies since assuming office have enveloped the entire village hidden in the mist in a shroud of bloodshed. One might as well rename it the Village of Blood Mist. The motives of the Fourth Mizukage are perplexing. It is said that the village is currently engaged in the eradication of the bloodline clans. The bloodline families live in constant trepidation, fearing that any misstep may provoke the ire of the Fourth Mizukage, resulting in their utter annihilation. Who could argue otherwise? Merely a few years prior, the prestigious Mizumizuki clan, brimming with formidable ninjas, was entirely decimated under the orders of the Fourth Mizukage. Such brutality is unfathomable. If this continues, how are we to defend the Land of Water against the onslaught of other nations? Yamamoto glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, I heard that a ninja named Zabuza Momochi attempted to assassinate the Mizukage a few days ago, but failed. He is now on the run, likely facing inevitable doom. Yamabuki was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Someone dared to assassinate Lord Mizukage? Shoo, keep your voice down. This is classified information. Do not speak of it recklessly. And how do you know this? I have relatives in the village hidden in the mist, and a drunken relative divulged this to me the other night. I didn't realize you had such connections. Indeed. The two middle-aged men resumed their trivial conversation, while Kakashi, eavesdropping nearby, felt a flicker of illumination in his eyes. So, that explains the current bizarre circumstances in the village hidden in the mist. It appears that Zabuza has just attempted to assassinate the Mizukage, which implies he might be in the process of taking away Haku at this very moment. With this thought, Kakashi envisioned the boy as pure as snow. If the narrative remains unchanged, in 8 years, he would confront this snow-white youth. Kakashi sighed. These matters could be addressed in due time. Having gathered the intelligence, he chose not to linger in the tavern and departed from Ningxue City, heading to the predetermined rendezvous point, Moyuan Mountain. Kakashi proceeded with a leisurely pace, blending seamlessly into the throng of ordinary citizens. Ningxue City remained vibrant, and despite the ongoing bloodbath in the village hidden in the mist, the common folk were blissfully unaware of the surrounding carnage. Moyuan Mountain, under the cloak of a moonless night, was indeed conducive to clandestine deeds. Kakashi awaited there, shrouded in black attire that rendered him a mere shadow against the night, save for his striking silver hair, which would betray his presence even in the darkest corners. Perched upon a large stone, Kakashi pondered the current state of affairs in the village hidden in the mist. The Mizumizuki clan had been nearly eradicated within a few years, and with Zabuza's failed assassination attempt leading to his defection, it seemed the imminent concern would be a rebellion from the Kagaya clan. Those zealots, consumed solely by the desire for combat, would ultimately meet their doom. Junmaru is likely still imprisoned by the Kagaya clan, while Orochimaru has presumably arrived at the Hidden Mist Village, though his intentions remain unclear. Kakashi rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. The Hidden Mist Village was indeed in utter chaos at this moment. Moreover, the individuals who had come were formidable adversaries. The once invincible Orochimaru, the deranged Obito, the Kagaya clan with their ambitions to overthrow the Mizukage, and the traitorous Zabuza. A direct encounter with these individuals would likely lead to conflict. Zabuza, however, was preoccupied with his defection, and should he cross paths with Kakashi, a confrontation would probably be brief. Kakashi felt little interest in Zabuza at present. As long as Zabuza did not provoke him, Kakashi was disinclined to engage. There would be ample time in the future. Kakashi had contemplated taking Haku with him, but given his current mission, he could not afford to seek her out, especially not knowing her whereabouts. It was also possible that Zabuza had already found her. Given Haku's nature, once she recognized someone, she would remain loyal, a trait shared by many orphans in the world of Naruto. Thus, to acquire specific intelligence, it was imperative to venture into the Hidden Mist Village to ascertain the current situation, which would also provide the third Hokage with a comprehensive report. With this conclusion reached, Kakashi lowered his hand from his forehead. At that moment, a figure appeared in his perception. Is that Shursui? Quite fast indeed. Soon, Shursui materialized before Kakashi. I have returned, Shursui announced. What is the situation? It seems the Hidden Mist Village is truly in disarray, with rampant hunts for those possessing bloodline limits. I have heard that the Kagaya clan is on the brink of rebellion. Kakashi paused at this revelation, subsequently offering a silent tribute to the fate of the Kagaya clan. If even Shursui could uncover such news within a single afternoon of investigation, it was evident that this was no longer a secret in the Land of Water. With information leaking in such a manner, the Kagaya clan was indeed audacious. Truly, they were a group of muscle without intellect. Acquiring specific intelligence outside the hidden mist village seems implausible. The village has sealed off information quite tightly. Aside from rumors, we are unable to gather anything substantial. Understood. We shall discuss matters further once Yen and Zong return. Indeed, the two did not wait long before Yuan and Tenzu returned together. Shun, we are back. What news have you gathered? Yuan and Tenzu exchanged glances, with Tenzu speaking up. We spotted Orochimaru's subordinates in Ningshui City. What? How did you confirm this? Kakashi inquired, somewhat astonished. While he was aware that Orochimaru had likely arrived in the Land of Water, the implications of Tenzu and Yuin's findings suggested that more than just Orochimaru had come. We overheard two individuals quietly discussing him at a hot spring. Upon closer listening, we found they repeatedly referred to him as master, undoubtedly indicating they were his subordinates. What were they discussing? Uncertain, they were merely spies arranged by Orochimaru in the Land of Water, aware only that Orochimaru had arrived in the region, while the rest remained a mystery to them. Kakashi stroked his chin, acknowledging that the situation was indeed murky. The three of them observed Kakashi in silence, awaiting his decision. After a brief moment, Kakashi stated, I surmise that we cannot procure any intelligence from the Mist Village here. Thus, we shall delve deeper into the village itself. However, not all of us need to go. Shun and I possess the swiftest speed, so we shall proceed. Yen and Zong, you two must remain here and prepare to assist us. When we return, we must be able to depart at a moment's notice. Do you understand? Kakashi delivered his commands in one breath, yet Yuan and Taianzo appeared hesitant. Silver, do we not need to go? Taianzo inquired. No, your speed is insufficient for this reconnaissance mission. Shun and I will suffice. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can extricate ourselves swiftly. Reluctantly, Taianzo and Yuan nodded in agreement. A ninja must not be swayed by emotions. It is unbecoming for one to burden others when they are aware of their own inadequacies. Both Yuan and Taianzo had spent considerable time in the Yambu and would not make such a misstep. Even if their hearts protested, they could not jeopardize the mission. This was a cardinal sin for a ninja. Very well, it is settled then. Shun, do you have any objections? Jishui shook his head and replied eagerly. Of course not. Excellent. We shall part ways here. It would be prudent for you two to secure a boat. It may facilitate our swift retreat. Rest assured, Silver. Indeed. Upon concluding his remarks, Kakashi, under the cover of night, swiftly departed with Jishui. Taianzo and Yuan watched the duo leave, with Yuan murmuring, I hope the seniors and Jishui return safely. Have faith, for the seniors are formidable, Taianzo reassured. Indeed. Amidst the forest, two figures darted through the shadows. Kakashi suddenly remarked, Shun, we may find ourselves in a fierce battle this time. Are you afraid? Jishui paused momentarily, then responded with a smile. Why should I be afraid? We have the courage. Fear not. A mere mist village cannot hold us. As Kakashi uttered these words, an intangible aura emanated from him, startling Jishui profoundly. Within the pitch-black cavern, a chilling dampness enveloped the air, as if an endless darkness loomed over all. On the stone walls of the cave, a massive spine-like formation emerged, exuding an eerie and terrifying presence. A boy sat quietly on the ground, his head buried in his knees. His white hair bore a resemblance to Kakashi's, yet his aura was distinctly different. In the boy's hand, a white bone continuously grew, ultimately breaking free to become a bone blade that manifested in his grasp. He lifted his head, revealing a handsome face adorned with two flecks of cinnabar between his brows. Why am I here? What have I done wrong? Why am I trapped in this place? The boy murmured, repeatedly plunging the bone blade into the stone wall. Does this world truly harbor a deity? If such a being exists, why am I ensnared in this place? The youth rose to his feet, seemingly compelled to release his pent-up frustration, driving the bone blade forcefully into the stone wall. At that moment, the prison door of the cavern swung open, casting a beam of light upon the boy's face. Having been deprived of illumination for so long, he instinctively closed his eyes, shielding them with his right hand against the brilliance. Kamaru, step forth, a rugged voice echoed, instilling a sense of confusion within the boy. Yet, upon realizing the opportunity to escape, his heart surged with joy, and he hastily exited the cell adorned with sealing talismans. "Who are you?" the youth inquired. The owner of the voice revealed himself to be a middle-aged man, whose comical hairstyle elicited a brief moment of levity. A flicker of excitement graced the man's features as he proclaimed, "Kamaru, the time has come for you to rise. Fight for the honor of my Kagaya clan. Fight," the boy murmured, and a glimmer of determination ignited in his gaze, as if those two words encapsulated the very essence of his destiny. "Let us proceed, Kamaru." "Yes," In remarked, "it appears we are nearing the village of Mist. Indeed, just ahead lies Mist Village." Kakashi and Shirzue concealed themselves behind a large boulder, surveying the entrance to the hidden village. "Are we to enter?" Shirzue inquired. "Not just yet. Observe that security line. It is unusually stringent. They must be anticipating someone's arrival." "If we were to approach now," Kakashi said, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his crimson Sharingan, gazing intently into the distant blood mist. Shirzue's eyes too shimmered with a deep red hue, the black tomo spinning incessantly. Through Shirzue's vision, Mist Village appeared deceptively tranquil. Yet over 100 ninjas lay in wait at the entrance. A chill ran down Shirzue's spine upon this realization. Had they charged in recklessly, they would surely have been surrounded by those ninjas. In such a scenario, no matter their prowess, they would find themselves in dire straits. Shirzue regarded Kakashi with newfound admiration, marveling at his formidable judgment and keen observation. However, Kakashi remained oblivious to Shirzue's gaze, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The level of vigilance exhibited by Mist Village was clearly not standard. No ninja village would so idly station 100 ninjas at their gate, especially with several elite among them. Thus, it was evident that Mist Village had received intelligence, aiming to capture or annihilate a particular individual. It was inconceivable that they were targeting Shirzue and himself, as their visit to Mist Village for information had merely been a spur-of-the-moment decision by Kakashi, and such intelligence would assuredly remain confidential. Kakashi held unwavering faith in Jiuyan and Yamato. Therefore, these ninjas were likely not here for them. But then, for whom were they lying in wait? The Kagaya clan, perhaps? Kakashi stroked his chin, as this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Given the ambush here, we should retreat, Shirzue suggested. Kakashi nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us ascend that nearby mountain. It offers an elevated vantage point, and should any event transpire, we may gain a clearer understanding." Very well. Thus, the two individuals accelerated with fervor, soon arriving at a precipice atop a lofty mountain. "Be cautious and remain concealed," one instructed. "Understood." Not long after, a figure shrouded in bandages on one side of his face, accompanied by a striking youth, approached from the distance, advancing slowly. Kakashi's pupils contracted. It was Zabuza and Haku. Indeed, Zabuza had found Haku at this moment. Kakashi and Shirzue suppressed their presence so effectively that even Zabuza failed to detect any signs of their existence. Shirzue glanced at Kakashi, seeking guidance. But Kakashi merely shook his head, signaling that no action was necessary. Observing this, Shirzue refrained from further movement, maintaining his concealment. At the edge of the cliff, Zabuza and Haku gazed quietly at the distant Mist Village. "Haku, this beautiful place is where I was born. Unfortunately, I must forsake it tonight, yet I shall return. When I do, I will transform it into my own nation. What I require is not encouragement or consolation. I know that what Mr. Zabuza needs is a weapon that can clear the obstacles before him. Please, Mr. Zabuza, carry me with you, as one would carry a tool." Zabuza regarded the naive youth before him, a flicker of change in his gaze, though it quickly vanished. "Good child, let us proceed." "Yes, Mr. Zabuza." With that, the two departed, leaving Kakashi in a state of profound contemplation. Whether Zabuza and Haku's fates would mirror those of the original narrative remained uncertain. Yet it seemed that their ultimate destinies lay in Kakashi's hands. Shirzue observed Kakashi quizzically, pondering why he displayed such an expression of reflection. Did Kakashi-senpai know those two? Shirzue thought to himself, only to dismiss the notion swiftly. The large sword slung across the youth's back, if he was not mistaken, should be the executioner's blade. Thus, this individual must be the infamous Zabuza Momochi, who had recently failed to assassinate the Mizukichi. It was unlikely that Kakashi would be acquainted with him. Despite the confusion swirling within him, Shirzue maintained his composure. Perhaps Kakashi was merely moved by Zabuza's words. Suppressing his thoughts, Shirzue resolved not to dwell on such matters at present. Shortly after their departure, Kakashi suddenly tensed, his expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness. This chilling sensation, it was him. Kakashi envisioned a figure, directing his gaze toward the distance. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Shirzue turned in curiosity, only to see a silhouette approaching slowly. Clad in a beige kimono and wearing wooden clogs, the figure's pallid visage radiated an aura of malevolence, with golden, serpent-like vertical pupils. Shirzue gasped in astonishment. This individual appeared to be a rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. It seemed that Orochimaru was oblivious to Kakashi and Shirzue's presence. As he ascended the cliff to gaze upon the distant mist village, has the Kagaya clan begun to act? Truly, they are a brainless family, Orochimaru lamented. Remaining motionless atop the precipice, Kakashi and Shirzue remained motionless on a nearby tree, showing no intention of approaching. Kakashi, now confident in his strength against Orochimaru, felt unafraid. Even if he were to falter, escape was a viable option. However, with Shirzue by his side and their proximity to the hidden mist village, Kakashi was cautious not to attract undue attention. If he were to provoke Orochimaru, the ensuing chaos could summon a horde of mist shinobi, which would be too much for him and Shirzue to handle. Just as Kakashi pondered his next move, another figure approached from a distance. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. This cliff was evidently a hot spot, drawing visitors like moths to a flame. With white hair and a bone blade in hand, the newcomer was none other than Kinshiki, just released from captivity. Upon spotting Orochimaru, Kinshiki wasted no time and lunged forward with a strike. But such impulsiveness rendered him no match for Orochimaru. Without a glance, Orochimaru dispatched Kinshiki with a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Undeterred, Kinshiki sprang back to his feet, intent on launching another assault. Wait, Orochimaru interjected. Kinshiki halted at his command. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru remarked, "Your eagerness is palpable. I am not one of this village." His cold, golden eyes fixated on Kinshiki. Kakashi, taken aback, realized that Orochimaru was subtly implanting psychological suggestions in Kinshiki's mind, a form of jinjutsu executed with remarkable finesse, unbeknownst to Kinshiki. Your target lies ahead, pursue it. At this, Kinshiki leaped from the cliff to seek his objective. Such heights posed little challenge for a ninja. It appeared the Kagaya clan had begun to mobilize, a foolish assembly of individuals who only found their purpose in battle. What meaning did their existence hold? Orochimaru mused, gazing at the moon above with contemplation. Come forth. You have lingered in hiding for long enough, he suddenly announced, catching both Kakashi and Shirzue off guard. Kakashi smiled wryly. It was anticipated that Orochimaru, a master of concealment, would uncover their presence. He chided himself for harboring any false hopes. With a resolute demeanor, Kakashi descended from the tree, prompting Shirzue to follow suit. Oh, it turns out to be an acquaintance. Kakashi, Orochimaru remarked, a hint of surprise and curiosity gracing his features. I did not expect to encounter you here. How fortuitous, given your attire. Are you here to infiltrate the hidden mist village for intelligence? The third Hokage remains as cautious as ever, always keen to understand the peculiar happenings in other villages. And what is your purpose? Kakashi replied, focusing intently on Orochimaru's golden slit pupils. Oh, you have discerned my intentions. Indeed, that child possesses potential. The abilities of the Kagaya clan intrigue me greatly, yet whether he is worth my investment hinges on his survival in this war. The purpose that Kakashi had deduced did not particularly surprise Orochimaru. He merely remarked, you seem to be living quite leisurely since leaving Konoha. If you are interested, you may visit my village. Kakashi expressed mild astonishment. Your village? Has Orochimaru already established the Sound Village? That seems rather swift. Indeed. Although it is still in its nascent stages, it is quite a remarkable place, Orochimaru replied. Their conversation resembled that of long-lost friends, while Shirzue observed in confusion, wondering why his senior Kakashi could converse so amicably with a rogue ninja. Shouldn't he have drawn his blade instead? Orochimaru examined Kakashi closely, astonished by his unexpected growth over the past 3 years. He had anticipated that it would take Kakashi at least 5 or 6 years to reach such a level. Yet here he was, having made such significant strides in merely 3 years. Orochimaru refrained from attacking, partly due to the fact that they were in the territory of the Mist Village, and partly because he sensed the formidable power within Kakashi. Even if he did not surpass Orochimaru, he was certainly not far behind. A confrontation would likely draw more attention, which would be counterproductive to Orochimaru's goals. As both parties weighed their concerns, the peculiar situation unfolded. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, Kakashi, Orochimaru said, and with that, he sank into the ground and vanished. Silver, why did you not take action? He is a rogue ninja from Konoha. Shisui asked, perplexed. Kakashi countered, do you believe you can subdue him? The name of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is not to be taken lightly. Given the earlier sensations, Shisui recognized that he was not yet a match for him. We are near the Mist Village. We should avoid unnecessary complications. Orochimaru has his own Umbu to handle matters, and we need not concern ourselves with him. I will report this encounter to Lord Third, Kakashi stated. Understood, Shisui replied, acknowledging that the current circumstances were not conducive to an engagement with Orochimaru. At that moment, a blaze erupted in the distance, originating from the direction of the Mist Village. Kakashi mused, it appears the Kagaya clan has initiated conflict with the Mist Village, such hubris to challenge a whole village with their clan's might. He recalled that a few years later, the Uchiha clan would attempt a similar endeavor, only to be quashed before they could act. The Kagaya clan sought to demonstrate their strength and revel in battle, while the Uchiha clan was driven by survival and their own ambitions. Silver, what shall we do now? Shisui inquired. We have gathered sufficient information. It is time to prepare for our return. Is that so? However, I fear we must request both of you to remain. For the Village of Mist is not a place where one can simply come and go at will. Water release. Technique of mist concealment. A sudden voice echoed around the two, enveloping them in thick fog. Both were taken aback, astonished that someone had approached so closely without their notice. Kakashi chuckled bitterly. He had been completely captivated by Orochimaru and, for a moment, had failed to notice the presence of others. Moreover, it seemed they were now surrounded. This was troublesome. Shun instantly manifested in Kakashi's right hand, who calmly remarked, Shun, it's time to take this seriously. Holding his short blade tightly, Shisui gathered his focus, knowing that a fierce battle was imminent. Affirmative. Kakashi closed his eyes, his keen perception extending within a 10-meter radius. This sensation indicated the presence of 10 adversaries, 5 elite Jonin and 5 Chunin. This was dire. With such formidable strength, it seemed blood would indeed be shed today. Shun, you handle the 5 Chunin. I will take on the 5 Jonin. Look for an opportunity to flee. We are outnumbered, and it is unwise to confront them directly. Less talk. Now is not the time for hesitation. If there is a chance to escape, take it. I'll cover our retreat. You want to escape. The cold voice resounded again, devoid of any emotion. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, Kakashi observed that all 10 figures donned masks, clearly members of the village's Umbu. It was uncertain whether they were dispatched to confront the Kagaya clan or to apprehend Zabuza. It seemed they had unwittingly stepped into a minefield. Cursing his luck inwardly, Kakashi realized that now was not the time for complaints. 5 elite Jonin, 5 Chunin, all Umbu ninja. This was certainly a formidable predicament. In the thick fog, even the Sharingan struggled to discern clearly. Shun, use fire release. The dense fog was disadvantageous for Kakashi and Shisui, so they decided to dispel it first. With sufficient heat, even the thickest fog would dissipate into nothingness. Shisui, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. Fire release was indeed a specialty of the Uchiha clan. He formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Kakashi's left eye activated the Sharingan, and he too formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Combustion of wind and fire. Combined ninjutsu. In an instant, the intense heat evaporated the thick fog, revealing the 10 Umbu hidden within. The Umbu were taken aback, astonished by the overwhelming power of the fire release that had effortlessly dispelled their mist technique. It was truly terrifying. As visibility improved, Kakashi and Shisui's Sharingan were laid bare before the onlookers. The Uchiha clan. The mist Umbu grew tense. The name Uchiha was not one to be taken lightly. Uchiha, state your purpose. What brings you to our mist village? No comment. Kakashi coldly rejected, offering no explanation regarding the Uchiha. Shisui had nothing to clarify, as he was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. It seems we must capture you to obtain the answers we seek. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. 3 elite shinobi joined forces to summon a colossal water dragon in this arid expanse, its fierce presence swirling menacingly before the two. Kakashi felt a surge of unease, not due to the dragon's formidable power, but rather because the magnitude of their display was too conspicuous. Although the majority of Kirigakure's attention was captivated by the Kagaya clan, there was no telling whether any residual forces might arrive. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable their position would become. Swiftly, decisively. Shirzue nodded, drawing his blade to confront the 5 Chunin, effectively blocking their advance. Should the two attempt to flee directly, they would likely fail, leading to a troublesome pursuit. Thus, their immediate objective was to create an opportunity for escape by eliminating several members of the ambush first. Facing 5 elite shinobi, Kakashi sensed a thrill coursing through him. It had been ages since he had fought at full capacity. He wondered how long these shinobi could withstand his prowess. The battle commenced with an overwhelming 5 against 1. Water release. Water whip. A whip of water formed instantaneously and shot towards Kakashi. Unfazed, he raised his hand and severed it with a decisive strike. However, water, being both tangible and formless, was not so easily vanquished. As the whip dispersed, it transformed into a torrent that enveloped Kakashi. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. Another ambush member formed hand seals and unleashed a deluge of water aimed at Kakashi. Kakashi inwardly scoffed at the grotesque nature of this ninjutsu. With a deft leap, he evaded the torrent, chakra surging beneath his feet as he stood atop the flowing water. Water release. Water prison technique. At that moment, a figure emerged beneath the water Kakashi stood upon, encasing him within a spherical prison of water. Kakashi gazed in astonishment at his watery confines, feeling utterly powerless. A member of the ambush thrust a hand into the prison, coldly declaring, "Capture successful." The other 4 ambush members stood by, observing Kakashi's helplessness within the water prison. One remarked, "Is that all there is to it? To dare invade our Kirigakure, how utterly foolish." Shirzue was taken aback, astonished that Kakashi had been captured so swiftly. After all, they were facing 5 elite shinobi. Had they underestimated their opponents? Shirzue hastily sought to rescue Kakashi, but was intercepted by the 5 Chunin. Cursed, he muttered under his breath, fending off their onslaught, but unable to reach Kakashi. Just then, within the water prison, Kakashi erupted in a burst of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Underneath the flowing water, Kakashi's figure suddenly re-emerged, wielding a blade imbued with the might of thunder, cleaving upward in a crescent arc. White Fang Moonslash. The silvery crescent severed the ambush member who had employed the water prison technique in 2, blood staining the water crimson. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the ambush members processed the scene, they could only behold the gruesome sight of their comrades' bisected form. Jisue felt a surge of joy. Indeed, capturing Kakashi was not a simple task. With his mind at ease, he dedicated himself to confronting his adversaries. How infuriating! When did this happen? An Umbu exclaimed angrily. It must have been the very instant the water surged. I never anticipated this individual's speed in forming hand seals, as I could not discern when he completed them. Kakashi regarded the 4 elite shinobi before him with a chilling gaze. He had just taken advantage of their carelessness to eliminate one, yet the forthcoming encounters would surely prove more challenging. But what of it? Water style? Iron water bullets. A rapidly propelled sphere of water erupted from the Umbu's mouth, aimed directly at Kakashi. With a swift push of his toes, he executed the body flicker technique. Kakashi vanished with a ghostly speed, leaving the 4 Umbu momentarily disoriented. He has vanished. The quartet scoured the surroundings, yet Kakashi's presence eluded them completely. How vexing. Where is he? Here. Kakashi swung his blade, only to have it intercepted by the Umbu. You shall not succeed with the same tactic twice, the Umbu declared. With one strike thwarted, Kakashi retreated immediately. Water style? 5 shark jaws. 5 formidable sharks materialized beneath the flowing water, their razor-sharp teeth appearing particularly menacing. Page 89. This is a disadvantageous position. I must devise a strategy. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as a thought swiftly materialized. The 5 sharks swam aggressively through the currents, their water-formed fangs glistening ominously. Kakashi had no doubt that should one of them sink its teeth into him, he would surely lose a chunk of flesh. Above the surface, 4 elite shinobi kept a watchful eye, while 5 sharks lurked below, poised to devour. How perilous this is. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Kakashi tightened his grip on his long blade. Everyone be cautious. This opponent is extraordinary. Do not allow him to close the distance, an Umbu from the mist cautioned. The other 3 Umbu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the warning. Kakashi smirked disdainfully. Is it true that without closing the distance, I am rendered powerless against you? How naive. Meanwhile, Jisue faced off against 5 Chunin, finding it somewhat taxing. At this moment, Jisue had yet to fully mature, possessing only the strength of a newly appointed Jonin. Confronting these 5 seasoned Chunin, he could only defend himself, lacking any opportunity for counterattack. The Tomo in his eyes spun incessantly, tirelessly tracking the enemy's movements. In a one-on-one scenario, Jisue was confident he could eliminate any single opponent. However, with 5 attacking in unison, their coordination left him no chance. Unless Jisue was willing to trade injury for victory. This was evidently unrealistic, as they were positioned at the outskirts of the Mist Village, while Kakashi faced 4 elite shinobi. Should Jisue sustain severe damage, Kakashi would undoubtedly face increased pressure, and both would meet their demise. Thus, Jisue could only bide his time, seeking an opportunity to strike. Otherwise, this standoff would remain unbroken. I must push myself. Kakashi-senpai has already taken down one. How can I fall behind? Jisue thought resolutely, his small blade now radiating even greater ferocity. Uchiha style. Sword leap blaze. The crimson flames clung to the short sword, transforming it into a blade of fire that exuded a terrifying heat, causing the surrounding water to evaporate and rise slowly into the sky. Shirsue's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he accelerated towards a mid-level ninja. The 5 mid-level ninjas dispersed, and upon seeing Shirsue move, they swiftly took action. Water release. Water bullet. Water release. Water dragon bullet. 2 attacks surged towards Shirsue, yet he showed no intention of halting. With deft movements, he wielded the short sword, shattering the water bullets and the water dragon in quick succession, then altered his position to evade the oncoming torrents. In the blink of an eye, Shirsue had closed in on the mid-level ninja. As the Sharingan spun, their gazes locked. A flicker of fear crossed the mid-level ninja's eyes, while Shirsue's body surged upward. Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Under the illusion, the mid-level ninja remained motionless, and Shirsue's short sword struck true, landing a fatal blow to his head. With a crack, the blade, engulfed in flames, cleaved through the face and skull. Blood erupted. Shirsue did not linger, but vanished once more. The remaining 4 mid-level ninjas gasped in shock. The first, Shirsue murmured. Damn it! One of the mid-level ninjas bellowed, fingers flying in a rapid sequence. Water release. 1,000 killing rain needles. Water coalesced into fine needles, shooting towards Shirsue. Without hesitation, Shirsue sheathed the short sword swiftly and formed hand seals. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A massive fire dragon not only vaporized the water needles, but also evaporated a significant amount of water. This clash was so grand that even the elite mist ninjas in Kakashi's team could not help but take notice. That little brat seems rather formidable. I'll deal with him first. You 3 can engage this kid and wait for my return. Understood. Kakashi's heart raced at the thought. Shirsue was already under immense pressure, and adding an elite ninja could spell danger. With a swift motion, he stirred the water beneath him, but before he could advance far, he was confronted by a coordinated assault of 3 long swords. Damn it! Get out of my way! He shouted. You'd best stay right here. Chakra surged violently throughout Kakashi's body, and a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his hand. Hatake sword technique. Lightning moon. The lightning struck, curving like a crescent moon, severing the 3 swords in one swift motion. The trio recoiled in shock, realizing they could not approach him. His swordsmanship was terrifying. As Kakashi shifted his stance, he was met by 3 water dragons. Simultaneously, 5 sharks leaped from the depths, their sharp fangs glinting menacingly under the moonlight. Damn it! Kakashi cursed under his breath, swiftly throwing the lightning forward while forming hand seals. A wall of fire erupted, incinerating the 3 water dragons and 5 sharks. The air filled with swirling mist, obscuring vision momentarily. Just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed through the mist, and before the elite mist ninja's dark division could react, it pierced one man's throat. Ugh! A piercing scream echoed as the misty Umbu member clutched his throat, but alas, he could move no longer. What? The other 2 were astonished, having never anticipated that Kakashi could execute a counterattack at such a critical moment. Just then, Kakashi's figure materialized beside the lifeless Umbu, and without a word, he withdrew his sword and vanished in an instant. This is bad. He has moved. Quick, pursue him. Shirzue was locked in a fierce battle with the remaining Fortunin when an Umbu Jonin rapidly approached. A chill crept down Shirzue's spine as he sensed the danger and immediately evaded. With a hiss, a gash appeared on Shirzue's back. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, yet it left him shaken. Had he been a moment slower, he would have met a grim fate. Oh, you're quite nimble. Your movements, however, are considerably sluggish. Kakashi's ghostly figure emerged behind the Umbu Jonin. What? The Umbu Jonin gasped in shock, attempting to turn around, only to find his world spinning. And he seemed to glimpse his own body. How curious. Why is there a headless corpse? That was his final thought, and he could ponder no more. Silver! Shirzue exclaimed joyfully. Kakashi flickered again, appearing behind Shirzue, their backs now braced against one another in mutual support. Are you all right? I'm fine. These few cannot harm me. That's good to hear. Kakashi squinted, surveying the enemies before him. The earlier Jonin had arrived, and now Fortunin and 2 Jonin confronted them, significantly fewer than before. You 2 scoundrels. How dare you slay so many of our Mist Village ninjas? No matter who you are, you shall not escape the retribution of the Mist. Kakashi felt a surge of determination. It seemed they could not simply depart, for their identities would be exposed, potentially leading to greater chaos, perhaps even war. A murderous intent welled up within Kakashi. It appeared that they must eliminate all these foes. Once they were gone, no one would know of their presence in Mist Village. The air thickened with a palpable tension. Strike, leave no one alive, Kakashi declared as he charged directly toward the 2 Jonin. Shirzue, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate, swiftly moving to confront his own opponent. At that moment, a voice rang out. What an audacious fellow, daring to appear in the territory of Mist Village. Kakashi was taken aback, and as he looked around, he discovered dozens more ninjas had appeared. This is trouble. As expected, the commotion had attracted reinforcements. Without hesitation, the dozens of ninjas unleashed their jutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, numerous water dragons surged toward Shirzue, blocking all possible escape routes. Shirzue was in peril. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the multitude of water dragons before him, feeling a surge of despair. What kind of joke is this? Is this truly how it is played? This is life-threatening. Moreover, their comrades are here. How could they strike? 3 dark nin from the Umbu were swiftly engulfed by the water dragon, scarcely having the chance to utter a cry of despair. Under the leadership of the 4th Mizukage, many ninjas from the Mist Village had become merciless. During his graduation, Zabuza had even exterminated all his peers, earning the infamous moniker of the demon. This highlights the profound darkness that shrouded the Mist Village at that time, and it is not difficult to comprehend why they displayed such indifference towards the lives of their comrades. Nevertheless, ninjas are fundamentally a profession that thrives on teamwork, and thus, there remain several ninjas from the Mist Village who harbored genuine bonds with their companions. The ninjas present here had recently participated in the eradication of the Kagaya clan. With the exception of Kimimaro, the entire clan had been annihilated. The Mist ninjas who had besieged the Kagaya clan, aside from those tasked with transporting the corpses back to the village, had mostly gathered here. After all, the commotion here was so significant that it was impossible to overlook. Kakashi had initially intended for a swift resolution, yet he feared alerting other ninjas from the Mist Village. Unfortunately, time had dragged on, resulting in the current predicament. In a moment of urgency, the water dragon was merely 3 meters away from Shirzue, who found himself with no escape. The speed of the water dragon rendered Shirzue incapable of evasion. There was no opening to exploit. Kakashi, witnessing the dire situation, felt a surge of panic. But the distance was too great for him to intervene in time. Cursed be the circumstances. There was no choice left. He could only resort to his last option. His left eye Sharingan whirled rapidly, the 3 tomo connecting in an instant, revealing a black shuriken pattern within Kakashi's left eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The black shuriken pattern spun relentlessly as Kakashi's gaze fixed upon the multitude of water dragons, his left eye widening in fury. Kamui. Blood streamed from Kakashi's left eye as Shirzue sensed the space before him warping, leading to an astonishing spectacle. The horde of water dragons began to twist in an extraordinary manner, seemingly manipulated by an invisible force. The water dragons emitted mournful cries as their forms were drawn into a spiraling black void, vanishing inexplicably. Silence engulfed the arena. In an instant, the area surrounding Shirzue was left desolate, devoid of anything, creating an eerily tranquil scene. The countless mist ninjas observed this scene in speechless astonishment, their eyes filled with terror. After his initial shock, Shirzue instinctively glanced at Kakashi, for he knew that only Kakashi could save him. There, Kakashi knelt upon the water's surface, gasping for breath, blood trickling from his left eye. As Kakashi raised his head, Shirzue caught sight of the pattern within Kakashi's left eye. What is this? Shirzue's mind raced with astonishment. This was no ordinary Sharingan. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Shirzue's thoughts as he gazed incredulously at Kakashi. Could it be the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? How is this possible? Senior Kakashi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, that was a space-time ninjutsu. Legends spoke of the Mangekyo Sharingan possessing such abilities. At that moment, Shirzue harbored no further doubts. It was undoubtedly the Mangekyo Sharingan. The crisis has been averted, and Shirzue swiftly appeared beside Kakashi. Are you alright? I'm fine. Just exerted myself a bit too much, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Having utilized Kamui for the first time, his current condition was far from optimal. While the depletion of chakra was a secondary concern, the toll on his mental fortitude was more than he had anticipated. Although he was still capable of fighting, Kakashi's strength had dwindled to merely 80%. Facing such a multitude of mist ninja, he feared he might not prevail. It seems we are in a precarious situation, Shirzue remarked with a wry smile. Confronted with this many mist ninja, even at his peak, escape would be challenging, especially now, when Kakashi appeared somewhat fatigued. Trust me, we can make our exit. Kakashi's resolute words momentarily startled Shirzue, instilling a flicker of confidence within him. At that moment, the mist ninja finally regained their composure after their earlier astonishment. What kind of jutsu was that? It completely obliterated the water dragon. Rather than annihilating it, it seemed to have vanished in an instant. How could that be? The unknown jutsu was the most terrifying aspect, which elucidated the critical importance of intelligence regarding ninja abilities. Could it be the legendary space-time ninjutsu? Impossible. Since the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, no one in the ninja world has possessed such skills. Is he from Konoha? Could he be Minato's successor? This remark caused a wave of shock among the mist ninja. The name Minato Namikaze resonated profoundly. He was the youngest Hokage in history, renowned for his extraordinary space-time ninjutsu. His elusive appearance was something no one wished to confront. Some of the mist ninja began to entertain thoughts of retreat, yet they hesitated to act. Ninja were forbidden from fleeing in battle. The two Anbu Jonin stood behind Kakashi and Shirzue, yet they dared not move. They had discerned the ominous nature of the previous display, which was orchestrated by the silver-haired man before them. Such a formidable figure instilled fear, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Do not be afraid. The recent jutsu inflicted considerable damage on that man. Together, we can surely subdue him. Indeed, for the honor of the Mist Village, let us charge together. Fueled by fervor, Kakashi and Shirzue's expressions grew grave. If the situation continued unabated, it was likely they would meet their demise here. In an instant, how much chakra do you have left? Kakashi suddenly inquired. I still have plenty, Shirzue replied honestly, though unsure of Kakashi's intent. We will first retreat to the back, avoiding those two mist ninja, and then you shall unleash your most powerful fire technique. Understood. Kakashi seemed to have devised a plan, and Shirzue refrained from asking further questions. This was not the moment for lengthy discussions. Shirzue held absolute trust in Kakashi. As long as it was Kakashi's plan, he believed success was assured. Hence, their current objective was to cooperate seamlessly. Kakashi rose to his feet and gazed at the somewhat darkened night sky, murmuring, "It should be about time. Shun, go," he commanded as he charged towards the two Anbu Jonin. The Chidori erupted into a dazzling blue light, crackling with electricity. Shirzue followed closely behind. Konoha Blade Technique. White Fan Crescent. A white crescent moon shot forth from the Chidori, hurtling towards the two Anbu Jonin. Startled by the attack, the two Anbu instinctively evaded the white crescent. A smile graced Kakashi's lips as he and Shirzue swiftly broke free from the encirclement. Everyone pursue. Do not let them escape. Dozens of mist ninjas surged forward, racing across the flowing water. Suddenly, Kakashi halted and turned to Shirzue, saying, "Now, strike." In response, Shirzue also stopped, turning to form hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive wall of flames materialized instantly, with Shirzue channeling nearly all of his remaining chakra into this jutsu. Kakashi was not idle either, forming his own hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. The firewall was infused with wind, intensifying its ferocity. The initially few meter-wide flames expanded to several dozen meters. The inferno blazed intensely, its scorching heat seemingly capable of desiccating the very earth beneath them, as the water conjured by the mist ninjas was evaporated by this terrifying combination of fire techniques. The extensive attack range and extreme temperature rendered the mist ninjas hesitant to approach, as they shielded their eyes from the overwhelming heat. What a terrifying fire release! One of the mist ninjas exclaimed in astonishment. The searing heat left their clothing parched, even singeing some. Silver, we should retreat now. Seeing the fire wall obstructing the multitude of ninjas, Shirzue felt a surge of relief, believing it was time to withdraw. However, Kakashi shook his head, replying no. Why not? Shirzue questioned, perplexed. With such a prime opportunity, why stay? This mission was to gather intelligence, yet their identities had been exposed, and they had already slain several mist ninjas. If they allowed any to return, Konoha's reputation for invading the mist would be irreparably tarnished. Shirzue was taken aback, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. What should we do then? A fierce glint flickered in Kakashi's eyes. The peace of Konoha is hard-won. We cannot jeopardize it because of our actions. The only course of action is to eliminate all these mist ninjas. What? Silver. There are dozens of them. Even you cannot manage that. We'll have to try, Kakashi replied. Shirzue, fall back. The jutsu I am about to use is something I cannot fully control, so to avoid collateral damage, you must get far away. But no buts. Execute the order. Understood. Shirzue ultimately acquiesced. Although he was uncertain of the jutsu Kakashi intended to unleash, the very fact that even Kakashi could not fully control it indicated its formidable power. Shirzue also agreed with Kakashi's earlier assertion. Two individuals arrived at the hidden mist village without cause, clashing with its ninjas and resulting in the death of one of their own. This incident raises suspicions of instigating conflict. Should the hidden mist village use this as a pretext to threaten Konohagakure, it is likely that neither party would emerge unscathed. The options seem dire. Either Konohagakure compromises by surrendering Kakashi and Shirzue to quell the turmoil, or a full-scale war erupts between the two villages. Whichever scenario unfolds, it is one that neither Kakashi nor Shirzue wishes to witness. Thus, the only viable resolution appears to be silencing all witnesses. If the mist ninjas are eliminated, no one will know who visited the village today, and consequently, no one will seek retribution from Konohagakure. However, the crucial question remains, can Kakashi eradicate all the mist ninjas? A flicker of concern crossed Shirzue's eyes. This incident was indeed a grave misstep. As Kakashi observed Shirzue depart, he exhaled softly, gazing at the pitch-black sky, where two dark clouds seemed to collide. It appeared that the moment had arrived. As the wall of fire dissipated, the mist ninjas beheld a solitary figure, silver hair, a black cloak, and a thunderous long blade. Oddly, only one remained, perhaps forsaken by his comrades. How pitiful! They laughed heartily. Dozens of mist ninjas erupted in laughter, as if witnessing a most absurd spectacle. Kakashi, however, remained unfazed, calmly surveying the throng of adversaries before him. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never felt such exhilaration, not even during his encounters with Orochimaru. With a resounding crack, he sealed the technique into the symbols upon his wrist, swiftly forming hand signs. In an instant, Kakashi's right hand transformed into a streak of lightning. The sound of chirping birds resonated throughout the night sky, heralding something momentous. The mist ninjas froze momentarily, before one exclaimed, "It's Hatake Kakashi. That technique is Chidori. So it is indeed a ninja from Konohagakure. What business could they possibly have in our hidden mist village? Could it be an alliance with the Kagaya clan? Regardless of his intentions, now that he has set foot in our village, he shall not leave alive. Not even the third Hokage would be spared." In the face of the mist ninja's rabid howls, Kakashi remained undeterred, his focus entirely upon the dark clouds looming above. Suddenly, a mud dragon surged from beneath Kakashi's feet. Earth release. Mud dragon jutsu. Kakashi had executed this technique prior to forming the Chidori hand signs, deliberately delaying its release. Throughout history, it seems that only Kakashi has employed the mud dragon as a means of elevation. Clad in black, with the roaring mud dragon beneath him and Chidori crackling in his right hand, an ominous premonition swept over the mist ninjas. What is he planning? Uncertainty hung heavy in the air, breeding an unsettling atmosphere among them. Abruptly, the Chidori in Kakashi's hand fell silent, as the lightning surged skyward. The Chidori connected with the dark clouds above. In the midst of the mist, an individual involuntarily swallowed hard, a sense of dread emanating from Kakashi. What on earth is that jutsu? Without answering his question, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Towering over 10 meters, the earthen dragon bore Kakashi, who gazed skyward, his Sharingan eye rotating incessantly in search of the opportune moment. From a distance, Shirzue, who had already vacated the scene, was taken aback by the terrifying spectacle. What a formidable presence! What kind of jutsu will Senior Kakashi unleash? Shirzue found himself halting, transfixed by the lean figure riding the earthen dragon. In that instant, Kakashi resembled a god of thunder, wielding boundless lightning. Commencing with the mist technique, Kakashi and Shirzue continuously utilized fire release, the searing heat abruptly elevating the surrounding air, forming two cumulonimbus clouds. This was the moment Kakashi had awaited. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Now was the time. He swung his right hand, Chidori, with fervor. Within the dark clouds, a monstrous roar erupted. Roar, roar, roar. The sound reverberated throughout the cosmos, compelling everyone to glance away. In the distance, Orochimaru observed the terrifying might of the thunder with a look of astonishment. Who could it be? He had never witnessed such a fearsome lightning release jutsu. His golden eyes were filled with shock. Blue lightning flickered as a beast, composed of thunder, emerged from the dark clouds. With the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tiger, body of a moose, scales of a dragon, and a tail of an ox. This was the mythical beast, Jiuyan. Kakashi beheld the colossal thunderous creature, his eyes brimming with solemnity. He activated Chidori once more, targeting the multitude of mist ninjas. Lightning release. Jiuyan. Though it may seem that these actions unfolded over time, they transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment Kakashi coldly uttered those four words, the fates of those individuals had already been sealed. The blue thunderous beast roared forth, striking the ground with a deafening crash. In the terrified gazes of the mist ninjas, it descended with cataclysmic force. Boom, boom, boom. As the Jiuyan landed, not a blade of grass remained. The speed was such that the mist ninjas had no chance to evade. In an instant, the devastation wrought by the Jiuyan unfolded before Kakashi's eyes. The earth was scorched. The mist ninjas were utterly annihilated, their bodies reduced to charred remains, indistinguishable from one another. The earthen dragon beneath Kakashi shattered, and he plummeted from the heavens. Striving to discern the trajectory of the thunder, Kakashi exerted every effort to activate his Sharingan, but the strain was overwhelming, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. His left Sharingan was automatically sealed by the four-symbol seal, its crimson hue fading to a pallid gray. The aftershock of the Jiuyan's rampage hurled Kakashi into a nearby, turbulent river. The swift currents swept him away. From afar, Shirzue witnessed the descent of the thunderous might. Utterly astonished, was this truly a jutsu that a mere human could wield? In that moment, Kakashi's image in Shirzue's mind soared to unprecedented heights, looming grandly. Shirzue felt the immense chasm of disparity between them, akin to an impassable chasm. However, Shirzue did not succumb to despair. Rather, it ignited an unquenchable spirit within him. One day, I shall catch up to you, Kakashi-senpai, he proclaimed, turning back. In his estimation, beneath such formidable ninjutsu, the mist ninjas must have been utterly annihilated. So returning at this moment should pose no issue. Yet, upon arriving at the battlefield, Shirzue found no trace of Kakashi. Amongst the scorched earth lay countless corpses, devoid of any living being. How peculiar! Where could Kakashi-senpai have gone? Shirzue pondered, perplexed by Kakashi's sudden disappearance. A foreboding sensation gripped his heart, prompting him to leave the spot in search of Kakashi's whereabouts. Perhaps he had departed beforehand. However, Shirzue swiftly dismissed this notion. Had he left, he would have certainly seen him along the way, but he had not. Kakashi-senpai, please be safe, Shirzue murmured, then turned to exit the area. It was far too perilous here. The recent commotion would undoubtedly attract attention, compelling him to make haste. Not long after Shirzue's departure, a creature resembling a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, revealing a head of contrasting black and white, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Ah, how terrifying is this lightning technique! I never imagined Kakashi had reached such heights, White Zetsu remarked. Truly worthy of being a former comrade of Obito, Black Zetsu coldly replied. I wonder what Obito would think if he knew of Kakashi's prowess. Perhaps we should inform him. Ah, what a splendid idea. With that, The carnivorous plant submerged back into the earth. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru, adorned in a kimono, arrived at the scene, surveying the charred land. A glimmer of fervor flickered in his eyes. What a powerful ninjutsu! Who possesses such terrifying mastery? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Orochimaru's gaze, and he murmured, "Kakashi, is it you? Truly remarkable. My anticipation for your growth only intensifies." In a desolate space, surrounded by colossal square pillars, a long-haired man wearing a mask sat quietly atop one of the pillars, observing the water flow that had only recently arrived. The man lifted his head, revealing the crimson Sharingan in his right eye. "Kakashi, I never expected you to wield Kimui as well. A true genius indeed. Even without being an Uchiha, you have achieved this level. But what brings you to the Hidden Mist Village? Seeking revenge for Rin, perhaps? Alas, it may be a tad too late." Rising to his feet, his black and red cloud-patterned robe fluttered without wind. "Kakashi, continue your games of ninjutsu. In a few years, my plans shall commence. At that time, I shall join you for a proper game." Upon finishing his words, the Sharingan in his right eye emitted an unusual ripple, forming a vortex of spatial distortion that enveloped his entire being, vanishing into the void. In the Hidden Mist Village, many had witnessed the lightning flash, yet none comprehended the true nature of the occurrence. Under the control of Obito, the impact of this incident was nearly eradicated. No one truly comprehended the events that transpired. Even the Umbu dispatched to retrieve the charred remains from that desolate land were left in the dark. However, this did not deter the speculations among the Umbu. The terrifying force unleashed here suggested that a formidable ninja had executed an overwhelming jutsu, yet the identity of this individual remained elusive. Each member of the Umbu harbored this question in their hearts, but none possessed the answers. Obito, intent on suppressing any repercussions, ensured that the truth of the matter remained concealed from all but a few discerning souls. Kakashi floated along the river's current, carried ashore after an entire night adrift. Fortunately, his years of rigorous training in the 8 gates of Duinjia had bestowed upon him exceptional physical resilience. Otherwise, the sheer force of the water could have claimed his life. Nonetheless, his current condition was far from favorable. A disheveled figure approached from the distance, with white hair, tattered garments, and a visage caked in mud. It was Kimimaro. The entirety of the Kagaya clan had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Upon noticing a figure lying by the riverbank, Kimimaro felt a surge of curiosity. "What a striking individual. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Kimimaro inquired. Yet, Kakashi remained unresponsive, his eyes firmly shut. Growing irate, Kimimaro pressed on. "Why do you not answer? Are you disregarding my presence?" Still, Kakashi did not reply. Kimimaro's frustration escalated, and he swiftly conjured a bone blade, aiming it at Kakashi's neck. Just as he was about to strike, a hand clasped tightly around his wrist. Taken aback, Kimimaro turned to find that the hand belonged to Kakashi himself. At that moment, Kakashi opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the disheveled youth before him. Instincts honed by the precarious dance between life and death enabled Kakashi to sense danger even in his stupor, rousing him just in time. Otherwise, he might have met his end at the hands of this mere child. "You certainly strike with conviction. I seem to have done you no wrong," Kakashi remarked as he sat up, running a hand through his damp hair. "Why did you ignore me?" Kimimaro retorted. "My apologies, I just lost consciousness." "Who are you? And how did you end up here? More importantly, I wonder, Orochimaru, are you not going to reveal yourself?" A sinister chuckle echoed as Orochimaru's figure emerged from behind a large tree. With a cold gaze, clad in a beige kimono, and golden eyes that glimmered with amusement, he bore a smirk that hinted at mischief. Upon sighting Orochimaru, Kakashi maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly, he felt a tightening in his chest, a sense of impending trouble. After utilizing the Kirin technique, Kakashi's Sharingan had taken a toll, leaving him physically burdened. To make matters worse, the relentless battering against the water's current throughout the night had resulted in numerous injuries adorning his body. Though not fatal, it can be said that Kakashi's combat prowess has significantly diminished, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Even his Mangekyo Sharingan is temporarily beyond his reach. With a body in tatters and unable to utilize his Sharingan, confronted by Orochimaru, Kakashi cannot help but smile bitterly within. Is he truly unable to escape this calamity? In the face of the looming specter of death, Kakashi finds himself devoid of overwhelming fear. Instead, an unexpected sense of calm washes over him. The reason eludes him. Yet the dread he anticipated is conspicuously absent. Is it because he has danced with death once before? Kakashi offers a self-deprecating smile. Orochimaru, oblivious to the intricacies of Kakashi's inner world, is nonetheless taken aback by Kakashi's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. While others might fail to discern Kakashi's condition, Orochimaru's keen observational skills, honed by his scientific pursuits, reveal the truth at a glance. Kakashi is in dire straits, and yet, he exhibits no trace of anxiety or fear in the presence of his adversary. Has he surrendered? No, that is not Kakashi's nature. He is not one to concede easily. Orochimaru suddenly realizes that he has never truly grasped the essence of Kakashi. Initially, he regarded him as merely an exceptional junior, and though Kakashi acquired the Sharingan, Orochimaru believed that the young man had likely ruined himself by obtaining something that did not rightfully belong to him. After all, the Uchiha legacy is not easily conquered. However, what Orochimaru did not foresee was Kakashi's resurgence after Minato's death, as if he had been reborn, shaking off his previous despondency and advancing in strength by leaps and bounds, repeatedly surprising Orochimaru. This has instilled in Orochimaru a sense of wariness towards Kakashi. It is this very apprehension that explains why Orochimaru refrained from making a move atop that cliff. The serpent's senses are remarkably acute. Last night, witnessing an event that resembled the arrival of a thunder god, others may remain oblivious to its significance, but Orochimaru knows better. For before the manifestation of that mythical creature, there was a chorus of chirping birds. Only Kakashi possesses the ability to wield such a ninjutsu. Such astonishing talent in ninjutsu. How exquisite, yet terrifying it is. Orochimaru gazes at Kakashi, his eyes filled with rapture, akin to a hunter fixating upon his prey. In the clash of gazes between Kakashi and Orochimaru, Kimimaro feels like a mere bystander, yet he cannot muster the courage to move, not even an inch. The terrifying tension between the two compels Kimimaro to recognize the grave danger at hand. A single misstep could lead to his demise. And this is the singular thought racing through his mind, as beads of cold sweat form upon his pale visage. Who are these two individuals? So, Orochimaru, what brings you here? I originally intended to take this young man with me, but now I find something far more intriguing, Orochimaru replies, extending his tongue to lick his lips. Oh, what could possibly pique your interest so? A sense of foreboding stirs within Kakashi. Those whom Orochimaru fixates upon seldom fare well. Hee, Kakashi, we are both intelligent individuals. There is no need for pretense. You must comprehend my words. Is there anything else here apart from you? Oh, I never anticipated that I would be perceived as an intriguing entity in your eyes. It truly astonishes me. Hee, Kakashi. I too did not foresee that a foreigner like you could wield the Sharingan to such an extent, even developing that terrifying jutsu. Kakashi, I must concede, I underestimated you. You are the most talented person I have ever encountered. Neither I nor Minato can compare to you. Listening to Orochimaru's praise, Kakashi felt no joy, only bitterness. At that moment, he wished more than ever for others not to extol his virtues. Seeing Kakashi remain silent, Orochimaru continued, Kakashi, I grow increasingly eager for your growth. Thus, I shall present you with a gift. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi's pupils constricted, and he was about to respond when Orochimaru had already completed his hand seals. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck slithered like a serpent, revealing his fangs. Kakashi let out a cry as Orochimaru's fangs sank into his neck. It was too swift. With Kakashi's current injured state, he was unable to evade. Nearby, Kimimaro was equally startled. Was this person a monster? Moments later, Orochimaru's head returned to its rightful place. Casting a satisfied smile at Kakashi, who was now crumpled on the ground, clutching his neck, his handsome face contorted in agony. 3 black tomo-like marks appeared on Kakashi's neck. Kakashi, this is the curse mark of heaven. Although it remains incomplete, it is significantly more potent than the one bestowed upon Anko. Now, savor the experience, Orochimaru remarked, wiping drool from his mouth, his expression utterly content. At this moment, Kakashi felt nothing but pain. Disregarding Kakashi, Orochimaru turned and approached Kimimaro, who instinctively took a step back. Bewildered. Hee, my child, have you discovered the meaning of your existence? Kimimaro hesitated, unsure of how to respond, his eyes filled with uncertainty, clearly lacking an answer to such a question. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled and continued, human life is inherently devoid of meaning. However, as long as one is alive, One will invariably uncover fascinating experiences, just as you have discovered him, and I have discovered you. As he spoke, Orochimaru reached out to caress Kimimura's youthful face, causing the latter's cheeks to flush. After a brief moment, Orochimaru turned away, saying, "Come, Kimimaro, let us embark on a quest to seek the purpose of existence." His words seemed to possess an enchanting allure, enticing Kimimaro to follow him. As Kimimaro departed, he cast one last glance at the struggling Kakashi. Is that person truly the intriguing entity I have discovered? Shaking his head, Kimimaro remained uncertain of the answer. Yet he felt that as long as he followed this man before him, he would inevitably uncover the truth. In the days to come, Junmaru would address him as Lord Orochimaru. Darkness. An overwhelming abyss of darkness. Kakashi felt as though he were engulfed in an endless void, unable to see or feel anything, as if he were entirely displaced in another realm of existence. Where am I? Who am I? Kakashi's consciousness wavered, only to be jolted back to awareness by searing pain coursing through his body. Agony. Every muscle trembled, enduring the peak of torment. After a while, the excruciating pain began to subside, leaving behind only a burning sensation at his neck. The suffering, akin to traversing the depths of hell, rendered Kakashi's spirit momentarily languid. Were it not for his unwavering resolve, he might have succumbed to death by now. Kakashi sensed his body becoming weightless, as if it no longer belonged to him. Damn Orochimaru. He actually placed a cursed seal on me. This was the first thought that crossed Kakashi's mind upon regaining consciousness. His eyelids felt heavy, and it seemed he could not open them, yet this did not hinder his ability to ponder. The cursed seal, a mysterious and terrifying entity. Orochimaru's cursed seal could bestow natural power upon an individual, yet it also eroded the body, leading one toward madness. The most dreadful aspect was that once one bore the cursed seal, resistance to Orochimaru was virtually futile. Orochimaru flowed through the body like a parasite. However, these were merely the initial stages of the cursed seal. At present, its effects had not yet reached such extremes. As Orochimaru had not yet encountered Jugo, nor obtained the means to perfect the seal. At this moment, the cursed seal primarily marked the flesh, allowing it to adapt to Orochimaru's chakra, facilitating a smoother reincarnation process. One could argue that, aside from inflicting bodily harm, the cursed seal served little purpose. Perhaps it might momentarily enhance strength during its eruption, but not by much. The cursed seal on Karen was similar. It appeared to have no utility beyond ultimately resurrecting Orochimaru. The so-called Cursed Seal 1 and Cursed Seal 2 were mere fabrications. The seal infused with the Sage of the Dragon Cave's chakra coursed through Kakashi, and the pain brought forth by the ferocious Sage chakra far exceeded his expectations. Even with Kakashi's robust physique honed through rigorous training, the agony was unbearable. For the first time, Kakashi experienced the might of Sage chakra. Indeed, without systematic training, mastering such forces from nature was nothing short of a delusion. Time seemed to stretch into eternity, and Kakashi felt a presence beside him. Kakashi-senpai, how are you? Are you alright? Was that voice Shirzue? Kakashi summoned a flicker of strength from somewhere within and managed to open his eyes, revealing the youthful face of Shirzue before him. Upon seeing Kakashi awake, Shirzue's face brightened, and he exclaimed, "Kakashi-senpai, how are you? What happened to you?" As Kakashi was about to speak, a sudden pang of pain gripped his neck, prompting him to instinctively cover the area. Observing this, Shirzue turned his gaze and noticed 3 black tomo adorning Kakashi's neck. "What is this?" Shirzue inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "This is the work of Orochimaru," Kakashi replied. "What? You encountered Orochimaru?" Shirzue exclaimed, his concern palpable. "Are you alright, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi shook his head, replying, "I am fine. It is merely an inconvenience that Orochimaru has left this on me." "What is it?" Shirzue asked. "It is a cursed seal." Shirzue, please assist me in drawing several sealing symbols. I wish to seal this away and consult the 3rd Hokage for possible solutions. Understood, senpai. Promptly, under Kakashi's guidance, Shirzue began inscribing a multitude of sealing symbols upon the ground. Kakashi, weary yet resolute, seated himself at the center, forming hand seals. "Sealing technique," he called out, and the symbols on the ground began to writhe, burrowing into Kakashi's neck, coalescing into a circular formation around the 3 black tomo. In tandem, Kakashi felt another sharp pain in his neck, and the scant strength he had regained was swiftly depleted, causing his body to slump. "Kakashi-senpai," Shirzue exclaimed, startled. Rushing forward to support him. Shirzue, please help me leave this place and find Tenzo and Yugen. We must retreat. With that, Kakashi succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Shirzue called out to him a couple of times, and in exasperation, he hoisted Kakashi onto his back and departed from the scene. The commotion caused during their visit to the village hidden in the mist had indeed grown too significant to remain. Who knew what further calamities might unfold? Shirzue moved swiftly, even while carrying another, and before dusk settled, he followed the signals left by Yugen and Tenzo to locate them. He gently tapped on the door, causing Yugen and Tenzo inside to become instantly alert. Who is it? The shadow of Munakata. Tenzo and Yugen breathed a sigh of relief. Such a code could only be known to allies. Tenzo opened the door, revealing Shirzue alongside an unconscious Kakashi, who appeared gravely injured. Shirzue, what has happened to Kakashi-senpai? Tenzo asked urgently, his eyes widening with concern. Yugen, equally anxious, turned her gaze to Shirzue. Shirzue promptly recounted the events of the past 2 days to them. Upon hearing the tale, both were left astounded. I cannot believe that the village hidden in the mist is embroiled in such internal strife, and that Kakashi-senpai single-handedly vanquished dozens of formidable ninjas in a single strike. It is truly terrifying. The fact that Orochimaru is also involved, inflicting such malice upon senpai, is utterly despicable. Yugen clenched her fist, clearly outraged by Orochimaru's actions. Now is not the time for discussions. Kakashi-senpai urged us to leave the land of water as soon as possible before he lost consciousness, Shirzue stated. Rest assured, Yugen and I have not been idle these past few days. We have procured a boat and can set sail at any moment. Very well, let us not delay. We must retreat. Agreed. When Kakashi awoke once more, he found his bed swaying as if caught in the throes of an earthquake. Fortunately, the resilience of a ninja's physique prevented him from succumbing to dizziness. Was he aboard a vessel? Kakashi swiftly deduced his location, a small boat. It appeared they were already en route away from the land of water. He exhaled in relief. This journey had proven far more perilous than he had anticipated. Touching the seal on the nape of his neck, he managed a wry smile. This was indeed a significant predicament, and he needed to devise a means to eliminate it. The village hidden in the mist had recently endured an unprecedented string of misfortunes. First, the notorious rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza, attempted to betray his comrades and assassinated the fourth Mizukichi. Although he ultimately failed, he managed to escape. Subsequently, the Kagaya clan revolted en masse, causing chaos. While the impact on the mist ninjas was not catastrophic, they still suffered a loss of strength. Finally, a mysterious ninja appeared outside the village, wielding an unearthly prowess and lightning release, effortlessly obliterating dozens of ninjas without leaving a single intact corpse behind, leaving those who sought to glean information from the remains utterly bewildered. The convergence of these three events left the spirits of the mist ninjas considerably low. The name Blood Mist had circulated for long, and they had not breathed the air of freedom in ages. Under the iron-fisted policies of the fourth Mizukichi, Yagura, the ninjas of the mist lived in dire straits. Father, I believe our village cannot persist in this manner. We must overthrow the fourth's regime. Otherwise, our village hidden in the mist will inevitably perish at his hands. An 18-year-old girl stood tall, her emerald green eyes enhancing her ethereal beauty, while her brown hair obscured her right eye, adding an air of mystery. Yet, this young lady was not indulging in a fit of whimsy. She was fervently discussing rebellion with her father. Xiaoming, we must not act impulsively. Even if you manage to topple the fourth, what then? Without a Mizukichi to govern the village, other nations will seize the opportunity to invade the land of water. Damn it! The girl slammed her fist against the doorframe, exuding palpable anger. Xiaoming, you are the most gifted of our Kagaya clan. As long as you attain the strength of a Kage, combined with the prestige of our clan, you will undoubtedly ascend to the position of Mizukichi. At that time, our village hidden in the mist will be reborn. Do you understand? Yes, father, I shall continue to strive. The girl nodded earnestly. Now, do not fret over the remaining matters. The mist is vast, for the time being. It will not be toppled by the fourth Mizukichi. I understand, father. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may go. Yes, father, the girl replied, departing with a graceful silhouette. Xiaoming, the future of the village hidden in the mist rests upon your shoulders. You must persevere. A middle-aged ninja seated in the hall murmured to himself, his voice laced with anticipation, though the young girl did not hear her father's final words. She felt the weighty pressure upon her shoulders. I must save my village and my people. Silently, she made a vow, akin to a seed that would one day bear fruit. Lord Kaguya, what is it that you seek from me? At that moment, a middle-aged ninja bowed before Kaguya. This ninja had his right eye obscured by a dark covering, and his ear adorned with talisman-like decorations, lending him a peculiar appearance. Kaguya glanced at Ao and inquired, Ao, what transpired last night? Others may be oblivious, but I know you are aware. You are the trusted aide of the fourth, and with your Byakugan from Konoha. You must have witnessed something, am I right? The middle-aged ninja, referred to as Ao, appeared troubled, reluctant to elaborate, yet a flicker of fear danced in his pupils. His demeanor clearly confirmed Kaguya's suspicions. With a serious expression, Kaguya stated, Ao, the current Yagura is not the same as before. He is no longer the Yagura you once knew, the one who taught you the Azure Dragon Palm. He has changed. Do you not realize that if this continues, our village may face destruction? First, the Mizuno Kuni clan, and now the Kaguya clan. What comes next? Ao's expression shifted repeatedly, as memories of his friendship with the fourth Mizukage and the latter's transformation, along with Kaguya's words, flashed through his mind. Finally, Ao sighed and admitted, Lord Kaguya, you are correct. The fourth has indeed changed. Kaguya's heart swelled with joy. Ao's acknowledgement signified his allegiance to the village over Yagura. It was no surprise Ao made this choice, for Yagura's actions seemed intent on annihilating the mist. As a devoted ninja of the village, Ao had endured this behavior for far too long. Ao, please tell me what transpired last night. What was the cause of that blinding lightning? Gritting his teeth, Ao recounted. Last night, I was dispatched to exterminate the Kaguya clan, as my Byakugan enabled me to discern their chakra points, and my Azure Dragon technique proved effective against such physically formidable ninjas. Thus, my mission progressed smoothly. After completing the task, we noticed a commotion in the distance, the nature of which was unclear. Some members ventured closer to investigate, while I and another group returned to the village with the bodies of the Kaguya clan. And then, later, I witnessed that earlier location engulfed in blinding lightning. Sensing something was amiss, I acted without hesitation and dashed out alone to discover what had occurred. Kaguya remained silent, aware that the crucial revelations were yet to come. As I proceeded, I unsealed my Byakugan and beheld an astonishing scene. The hue of Qing's face shifted to one of trepidation as he spoke with palpable fear. That person. He is utterly terrifying. What did you see? Lightning. Otherworldly beasts. Boundless thunder. A man with silver-white hair stands atop a roaring earth dragon, his right hand grasping what seems to be lightning fallen from the heavens. His left eye is a vivid crimson. I cannot discern what he uttered, yet from the sky, a Chilan-like beast descended, striking down upon the members of the Umbu below. What? Beneath the thunder, the Umbu were reduced to charred corpses. Terumi Mei's expression turned to one of horror. Qing's description conjured the vision of an apocalyptic scene in her mind. Who is this man? I do not know. He is cloaked in black, with silver-white hair. And his left eye must be the Sharingan. The Sharingan, a member of the Uchiha clan? Konoha? Why would their people appear here? I do not know. The audacity of Konoha. How dare they send someone to disrupt my village of Kirigakure? Terumi Mei seethed, her fists clenched tightly. No, it is not certain. That man as Sharingan may not belong to him. What do you mean? I observed through the Byakugan that the Sharingan was repelling his body, suggesting he is an outsider. An outsider with a Sharingan? Terumi Mei paused momentarily, then a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake? Qing appeared puzzled, then swiftly understood. It must be him. Yes, he seems to possess the Sharingan in his left eye. I recall that 5 years ago, he rescued someone from our village. Terumi Mei stroked her delicate chin, as if reminiscing, and remarked, indeed, that incident was shrouded in mystery, and to this day, we remain unaware of its true nature. Certainly. Shortly after that event, Yagura became the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, transforming into someone entirely different from his former self. Qing's expression dimmed as he spoke, clearly pained by the transformation of a once friend into his current state. It appears that there are significant undertones to this matter. Terumi Mei pondered aloud. Lady Terumi Mei, what have you deduced? Qing inquired curiously, having sensed her contemplation. Mentioning the Sharingan has led me to a foreboding hypothesis. Qing's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. You mean Jinjutsu? Terumi Mei nodded, signaling for silence, and whispered, Qing, you must keep this under wraps. This is merely my conjecture. Yet, Even if this pertains to the Sharingan, it cannot be attributed to Kakashi Hatake. Why is that? Setting aside Kakashi's current abilities, the Kakashi of that time was merely a 13-year-old outsider. I do not believe he could wield the Sharingan to such an extent. Moreover, he had only recently acquired it and could not possibly achieve this feat, even if he was hailed as a genius in Konoha. Chin, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. For having transplanted the Byakugan himself, he understood the formidable rejection such powerful eyes could evoke. He similarly doubts that Kakashi could wield jutsu powerful enough to control a shadow-level being like Yagura within a year of acquiring the Sharingan. It is worth noting that such techniques are known to be mastered by very few even among the Uchiha clan of Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Ao expressed, regardless, I believe the fact that Hatake Kakashi has come to Kirigakure is undeniable. Should we not take action against Konoha? Terumi Mei shook her head, a pained smile gracing her lips as she replied, Ao, given our current circumstances in Kirigakure, we hardly possess the strength to confront other villages. Our primary objective must be to overthrow Yagura's tyrannical reign. Yet, Ao retorted with a hint of reluctance. But can we simply let this go? Rest assured, Ao, we shall not let this matter rest. I will eventually settle this score. However, I sense that this situation may be linked to events from 5 years ago, and it may not be as straightforward as it seems. I shall investigate further. Yes, Lady Terumi may. Now, Ao, keep a close watch on Yagura. Since we have reached a consensus, we are now allies. If Yagura is indeed under the influence of Jinjutsu, he may require our assistance. Yes, Lady Terumi may. I will remain vigilant regarding the Mizukichi. Terumi Mei and Ao reached an agreement, harboring significant doubts about Yagura's situation. If Yagura had indeed fallen victim to Jinjutsu, perhaps a peaceful resolution could be achieved. Yet, the very Jinjutsu that ensnared Yagura might be beyond their capability to unravel. Indeed, this presents a formidable deadlock. Once Ao departed, Terumi Mei rubbed her temples in frustration, clearly burdened by the weight of their recent discussions. Kakashi Hatake, regardless of the reasons, I will demand an explanation for the bloodshed on the grounds of my village. A glimmer of intrigue danced across Terumi Mei's delicate features, as if she had stumbled upon an intriguing quarry. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, Kakashi remained oblivious to Terumi Mei's fixation on him, resting in bed, eyes closed, motionless. This venture to Kirigakure had brought him perilously close to death, yet it yielded substantial gains. To speak of distant matters, the inaugural use of Kamui greatly enhanced Kakashi's comprehension of space, while his grasp of the final step of the Flying Thunder God technique also approached perfection. Indeed, reading countless tomes pales in comparison to traversing vast landscapes. Mere contemplation cannot rival the act of hands-on experience. The singular application of Kamui propelled Kakashi's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique to unprecedented heights. Kakashi estimated that after a period of further refinement, he would be able to utilize this formidable space-time ninjutsu. On another front, the technique known as Kirin, hailed as the mightiest of lightning-based jutsu, finally transitioned from theory to reality, blooming in Kakashi's hands, a full 13 years ahead of its original timeline. Although Kirin's constraints are considerable, its devastating offensive power is undeniable. When thunder descends from the heavens, how can mere mortals withstand its force? Only powerful techniques such as the Nine-Tails mode and Susanoo can offer defense against its wrath. Despite Kirin's strength, its limitations are evident. Against knowledgeable and formidable foes, its application becomes nearly impossible. Thus, Kakashi could only regard it as a one-time use ninjutsu, unless he could discover a method for its regular application. Otherwise, it would indeed be rather worthless. Reflecting on the gains from this journey, Kakashi could not help but contemplate the tragic events that had transpired. The cursed seal upon his neck was the greatest tragedy of all. Being targeted by Orochimaru was hardly a delightful circumstance. Kakashi could now feel Orochimaru's chilling chakra coursing through him, a repugnant sensation that sent shivers down his spine. How to expel it was Kakashi's foremost concern during this expedition. Essentially, the cursed seal was composed of Sage Chakra. If he could master Sage Chakra, not only could the seal be eradicated, but he might also glimpse the mysteries of the Ryuchi Cave's Sage techniques. However, Kakashi's understanding of the Sage Chakra from the Ryuchi Cave was limited to what he had gleaned from the Great Serpent, leaving him at a disadvantage. Thus, attempting to unravel the cursed seal by mastering this Sage Chakra seemed rather unrealistic. Nevertheless, Kakashi swiftly thought of another individual, Jiraiya. As a fellow practitioner of sage arts, Jiraiya undoubtedly possessed far greater talent in this field than Orochimaru. If he could enlist Jiraiya's help, perhaps a solution could be found. Furthermore, Kakashi had contemplated sage arts for quite some time. This opportunity might be the key to finally acquiring such skills. If so, it would be a case of turning misfortune into fortune. Setting this thought aside for the moment, Kakashi had to consider whether Jiraiya would be willing to impart his sage techniques. Logically and emotionally, Jiraiya had no reason to refuse, yet Kakashi worried about unforeseen complications. After all, such formidable ninjutsu might not be freely shared, even by someone as generous as Jiraiya. However, this issue was evidently not one Kakashi could resolve in his mind. A meeting with Jiraiya was essential for any conclusions. Lastly, there was the matter of being surrounded in the land of mist. Upon reflection, Kakashi recognized numerous inconsistencies. Initially, he had assumed that the Umbu who appeared first were pursuing Zabuza, or perhaps members of the Kagaya clan. However, upon further consideration, it seemed they were not. The appearance of those Umbu was rather abrupt. They appeared shortly after Orochimaru's departure, suggesting they had not been present for long. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Orochimaru to leave unscathed, but would have launched an attack while he was still there. Despite the notorious reputation of the legendary three, not every ninja had encountered Orochimaru's visage. Even with a photograph, the dim conditions would obscure their faces. Even if they recognized Orochimaru, they would not be deterred by his fearsome reputation within their own homeland. First and foremost, the likelihood of these ninjas being sent to eliminate the Kagaya clan was ruled out. The subsequent dozen or so ninjas were likely the Umbu tasked with that mission. So, from whence did the initial Umbu originate? The location from which they came was a considerable distance from the land of mist, suggesting they were not typical patrolling Umbu. Furthermore, it is inconceivable for the patrol division to dispatch a formidable contingent of 5 Jonin and 5 Chunin. Jonin represent a critical fighting force for a village, and such extravagance in allocation for mere patrol duties is unfathomable. Typically, the ninjas assigned to patrol are those endowed with specialized jutsu suitable for such tasks. Could it be that the Umbu is pursuing Zabuza? That seems implausible. For a mere Zabuza, deploying 5 Jonin and 5 Chunin is exceedingly exaggerated. At this juncture, Zabuza is merely a relatively powerful figure among the Jonin, yet he has not yet attained the status of an elite Jonin. Thus, it is evident that this formation has been deliberately arranged for Kakashi. As Kakashi opened his eyes, a glimmer of insight flickered within them, and he murmured to himself, "Obito, is that you?" With the reconnaissance capabilities of White Zetsu, discovering his presence would be no challenge. Furthermore, if White Zetsu were to uncover him, there is a significant likelihood he would inform Obito. What would Obito do then? Uncertain of Kakashi's intentions in entering the hidden mist, what conclusions might he draw? For the sake of the mission? Or perhaps for Rin? This may well be the quandary within Obito's heart. Yet, at this moment, shrouded in darkness, Obito might not even contemplate Kakashi's true purpose. Perhaps those individuals are merely agents sent by Obito on a whim. With a bitter smile, Kakashi silently pondered, "Obito, in light of your current obscurity, how should I proceed?" Shaking his head, Kakashi ultimately could not conjure a satisfactory resolution. Lacking sufficient strength, he felt he was unworthy of engaging in dialogue with Obito. All he could do was to conceal his light and bide his time. With this thought, Kakashi succumbed to slumber once more. The dual toll on his body and spirit rendered him profoundly fatigued, and only sleep could facilitate his recovery. Fortunately, the medical ninjutsu of Yugao proved effective. Kakashi's external injuries had largely healed, and the reason he remained unable to rise was chiefly due to the side effects of the Sharingan and the damage from the curse mark. After several days of travel, he would likely be restored to full health. The small vessel swayed upon the ocean, taking several days to return to the land of fire. "How is your health, Kakashi-senpai?" asked Tenzo, expressing concern as Kakashi descended from his bed. "I am nearly recovered. Have we arrived in the land of fire?" "Yes, the dock is just ahead." "Good. It is time to return and report on the mission." "Indeed, senpai." In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the third Hokage sighed upon hearing Kakashi's report. "Oh, it is truly lamentable to see the hidden mist in such a state." "Yes, Lord Third, there is one more matter I must report." "What is it?" "During the mission, I encountered Orochimaru." "What? Orochimaru?" The third's expression shifted dramatically. Since Orochimaru's defection, this once beloved disciple had become a haunting specter. Intelligence suggested that Orochimaru had taken refuge in the land of rice. How could he possibly be in the land of water? Indeed, Orochimaru. I was injured during the mission and encountered him. He placed a curse mark upon me. The third Hokage was taken aback once more as he approached Kakashi, casting his gaze upon his neck. Indeed, 3 black tomo, identical to those on Akatsuki, adorned it, albeit encircled by a ring of black markings. Renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, the third was well aware of the significance of this mark. It was the sealing curse, capable only of temporarily suppressing the curse seal, but utterly ineffective in dispelling it. Third Hokage, I wonder if you possess a means to eliminate this mark, Kakashi inquired. The third shook his head and replied, I cannot. This curse seal has fused with the powers of sage techniques, of which I am utterly ignorant, rendering me incapable of its removal. Kakashi felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Though he had anticipated such an outcome, the confirmation still weighed heavily on his heart. Observing Kakashi's expression, the third felt a mix of helplessness and concern, realizing that even his most promising disciple had drawn the attention of Orochimaru. Kakashi, do not lose heart. While I am unsure of how to dispel the curse seal, Jiraiya may have a solution, for he too has delved into the study of sage techniques. Kakashi acknowledged this thought, albeit aware of Jiraiya's unpredictable whereabouts. The third Hokage smiled, stating, Fear not. Jiraiya has sent me word that he shall return soon. We will have clarity then. Kakashi's expression brightened, exclaiming, That is truly splendid. During this interim, you need not undertake any missions, lest you miss Jiraiya's return, the third instructed. Yes, Lord Third. After Kakashi departed, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated Kakashi's growth to reach such heights. Although Kakashi had not elaborated on the events during the battle in the Land of Water, the third could discern the situation from the mission scroll. The scroll had been pinned not by Kakashi, but by Shizune, as Kakashi had been gravely injured and lacked the strength to write. Thus, Shizune had taken on this task. Kakashi bore no ill will, recognizing that it mattered little who documented the events. Shizune had meticulously recorded the circumstances, though the matter concerning Orochimaru was notably absent. It was a situation better articulated by Kakashi himself, as it fell outside the scope of the mission. The formidable lightning release, the fierce blade techniques, and the swift body flicker. Shikamaru, your child is increasingly reminiscent of you. Gazing out the window, the third Hokage was engulfed in nostalgia. He reminisced about the might of Konoha in its prime, the legendary 3, the yellow flash, the white fang of Konoha, alongside the youthful vigor of the third Hokage himself. 6 elite shinobi. Even a single village stood unafraid against the 4 great shinobi nations. But now, only the weary third, aged over 60, bore the weight of it all. This sensation of transition weighed heavily upon him. He could not falter. Behind him lay thousands of villagers. Oh, if only Tsunade and Jiraiya could settle down and return to the village, I would not have to toil so, the third lamented, before resuming his arduous task of sifting through the mountain of paperwork. In the short term, the absence of tasks greatly alleviated Kakashi's spirits. Prolonged engagement in missions can indeed become monotonous. Over the past 3 years, Kakashi had undertaken countless assignments, the frequency of which had begun to wear on him. The prospect of a well-deserved break was nothing short of delightful. Rather than returning home immediately, he first visited the Umbu headquarters to inform the members of Team 6 about his impending leave and to arrange the upcoming tasks. With envious glances following him, Kakashi departed from the Umbu hall. For those in the Umbu, being granted an extended vacation was truly a coveted privilege. Working in the suffocating darkness, it was inevitable for anyone to feel oppressed after a prolonged period. With a sense of lightness, Kakashi treated himself to a hearty meal at Ichiraku Ramen, where he encountered the familiar noodle master and the lively little girl, Ayam. Unfortunately, he did not spot Naruto, whose whereabouts were unknown. Kakashi didn't mind, as the vacation period afforded him ample opportunities to see his friend. At the Hatake residence, Kakashi sat cross-legged on the floor, holding a kunai that was distinctly different from an ordinary one. This kunai, with its 3-pronged tip, was reminiscent of the one used by Minato Namikaze to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. However, it bore no markings of the technique. Instead, it was a custom piece he had ordered from the Leaf Village's weapons shop, the same establishment where Minato had once procured his own kunai, making it look identical to the one Minato gifted him. Kakashi's choice to acquire this particular kunai was primarily a tribute to his mentor, having learned Minato's jutsu. It seemed only fitting to utilize such a kunai in its execution. With everything prepared, he began. Kakashi placed the three-pronged kunai in his hand, channeling chakra into it, intent on inscribing his own flying thunder god seal. Before long, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, as mysterious symbols attempted to climb into the kunai but failed to etch themselves onto the surface. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the kunai shattered in his grasp. Kakashi set it down, breathing heavily. How could this happen? Had he not fully mastered the technique? This perplexed him. Despite having completed both the inscription of the Flying Thunder God technique and his understanding of space, why was he unable to carve it? Kakashi furrowed his brow, clearly bewildered. He resolved to try once more. Gathering his resolve, he attempted to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique again, but this time opting to carve it onto the ground instead of the kunai. He pressed his palm against the floor, his mind racing with memories of the technique and his insights on space. With a sharp exhale, Kakashi unleashed his chakra from his right hand in a peculiar flow, forming a dark, intricate seal. Kakashi's expression brightened with a glimmer of hope. This time it should succeed. The dark technique slowly took shape, forming a black dart pattern. This is... Kakashi's pupils constricted, clearly astonished to the utmost degree. This pattern was none other than the emblem of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then, the black dart pattern abruptly shattered, vanishing from the ground. Nonetheless, Kakashi remained in a state of shock. What was happening? Why had the Flying Thunder God technique transformed in such a manner? If Kakashi recalled correctly, Master Minato's technique should have been the Sword of Love. Why? After learning the Flying Thunder God from Master Minato, was the technique that emerged not the Sword of Love, but rather the Mangekyo-S design? To make matters worse, this technique's inscription was unsuccessful. Master Minato's Flying Thunder God technique differed from that of the second Hokage because Minato had integrated his own elements into the second's technique, resulting in the distinction. Yet, Kakashi had directly learned Master Minato's Flying Thunder God. Why then did it also differ? Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His Flying Thunder God might not necessarily mirror that of Master Minato. Initially, aside from the insights gleaned from the three of the Uchiha clan, his training for the Flying Thunder God predominantly involved his Mangekyo Sharingan absorbing the technique inscribed by Master Minato onto the kunai, which then resonated within his mind. Could it be that, during this process, the Flying Thunder God technique underwent subtle changes? Perhaps he was simply unaware? The more Kakashi pondered, the more plausible this seemed. And it appeared that aside from this possibility, there were no other explanations. Otherwise, it was utterly incomprehensible why the mark of the Flying Thunder God would morph into the Mangekyo design. If the design of the technique could be elucidated, then why could it not be fully inscribed? Kakashi found himself confronted with yet another dilemma, and indeed, the most significant one. After 3 years of studying the Flying Thunder God, Kakashi had devoted immense effort. If this were to fail, it would be profoundly disheartening. Gently touching his left eye, he considered that since the pattern resembled the Mangekyo, perhaps the answer lay within this very Mangekyo. With this thought, Kakashi promptly lifted his forehead protector. The seal over his left eye was instantly released, and the 3 black tomo began to whirl wildly, coalescing into the shape of a black dart. He pressed his right hand against the ground once more, and the Flying Thunder God technique re-emerged in Kakashi's grasp. Black lines sketched continuously upon the ground, and the pattern grew increasingly distinct. The Mangekyo in his left eye spun relentlessly, as Kakashi's chakra surged forth from his right hand. Now was the moment. The previous failure of the Flying Thunder God technique had occurred at the final step. What about now? The black runes steadily gathered, ultimately culminating in a complete black dart pattern. Had he succeeded? Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at the pattern on the floor, his heart swelling with joy. It had worked. The left eye's Sharingan swiftly closed, and Kakashi stroked his chin before departing the room and stepping into the courtyard. With a series of hand seals, he vanished with a whoosh, only to reappear in the room an instant later. Success! He had finally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Though still lacking in finesse, he could now utilize it. However, it seemed that his Flying Thunder God was intricately linked to the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which left Kakashi feeling somewhat helpless. If the Flying Thunder God truly required the Mangekyo to inscribe the technique's formula, its practicality would be significantly diminished. For the time being, he would have to accept this limitation and address future issues as they arose, trusting that a solution would eventually present itself. Although he had yet to conceive a remedy, Kakashi was confident that his flying thunder god would find a way to transcend the constraints of the Mangekyo. Only then could this spatial ninjutsu unleash its formidable power in his hands. With the successful mastery of the flying thunder god technique, Kakashi's spirits were notably elevated. Despite the existing flaws, he now possessed the ability to employ it. As long as he preserved the technique's formula, it would serve him well for escape. After some contemplation, he retrieved 3 trident-shaped kunai and inscribed the flying thunder god formula upon them, subsequently concealing the inscriptions with bandages. The design was far too conspicuous and would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus, maintaining a low profile was prudent. Once completed, Kakashi sealed these 3 kunai within his left wrist using the lightning blade technique. The lightning blade was a summoning art that allowed him to seal ninja tools within the guards on his wrist, enabling effortless retrieval by triggering the seal. Previously, Kakashi had employed the same method to seal his 1000 Thunder Blade within his right wrist, allowing it to materialize in his hand with a mere flick, eliminating the need for drawn-out motions and enhancing surprise. As Kakashi rolled up his sleeve, he noticed the character for blade inscribed on his right wrist guard and the character for kunai on his left. Yet another asset gained. How delightful. Given that he would be residing in Konoha for some time, he resolved to establish a training regimen. Kakashi's development of ninjutsu had reached a plateau, leaning more towards familiarity rather than further innovation. Depth is preferable to breadth. Both are essential and complement each other. Possessing a diverse array of ninjutsu allows for varied combat strategies, enabling flexible tactical applications during confrontations. Conversely, mastery of fewer techniques enhances their potency, yielding greater destructive power. It is evident that many renowned ninjas have thrived on singular, signature moves. Numerous individuals have traversed the world with but one exceptional technique, such as Haiden's immortality or Obito's Kamui. Of course, many others utilize a combination of techniques to form a cohesive offensive strategy, such as Naruto's Shadow Clone technique coupled with the Rasengan, or Minato's Flying Thunder God technique combined with the Rasengan. Many ninjutsu practitioners do not lack the knowledge of various techniques. Rather, they seldom employ them, often serving as a trump card in unexpected situations. At this moment, Kakashi had an extensive repertoire of techniques, yet his most frequently utilized abilities were the Chidori-based lightning release, combined with swordsmanship and body flicker technique. The remainder of his ninjutsu was employed situationally, tailored to the needs of the moment. In the heat of battle, victory or defeat can often be determined in an instant, a moment that demands formidable judgment. In that fleeting second, one must discern which ninjutsu to employ to avert crisis and achieve unexpected triumph. For the time being, the development and study of ninjutsu must be set aside. Kakashi now needs to master the techniques he has already acquired. The cultivation of physical techniques is an endless pursuit. The human body is an inexhaustible treasure trove with no limits. Continuous training will manifest in ever-evolving forms. Consider the 8th gate. Might Guy's prowess surpasses that of Rock Lee significantly. Why is this so? It is simply because Guy possesses a stronger physique than Lee. Thus, even if one opens only the 7th gate, a robust body can still unleash tremendous potential. Although Kakashi's physical prowess is on par with Guy's at this moment, it is still insufficient. Having reached the 6th gate, with 8 or 9 years remaining until the onset of the narrative, Kakashi sets his sights on mastering the 7th gate. He has a premonition that if he can transcend the limitations of the 7th gate, his physical capabilities will significantly enhance, and consequently, his chakra will also flourish. Kakashi yearns for sage techniques. The greater his chakra reserves, the more natural energy he can absorb, thus augmenting his sage chakra and strengthening his techniques. Why is Naruto's sage mode deemed the most perfect? On one hand, it is due to his innate talent in this realm. On the other, it is attributed to his staggering chakra reserves. Resolutely, Kakashi decides to seek out Guy during this period to refine his physical techniques. He wonders whether Guy has been on a mission lately, or if he is still in the village. With that thought, Kakashi refrains from wasting time at home and promptly steps outside to search for Guy. Since the passing of his father, Guy has lived alone, much like Kakashi. However, while Kakashi has always been a solitary figure with few close friends, most of his relationships are merely superficial. The original Kakashi was much the same, and now, he is even more engrossed in training, leaving little time for social connections. As Kakashi walks along the path to find Guy, he suddenly hears a familiar voice. "Hey, Kakashi, it's been a while since we last met. How about a youthful duel? A smile graces Kakashi's lips upon hearing the gust of wind accompanying the voice, and without hesitation, he turns to intercept a powerful kick. Upon looking back, he sees the unmistakable green figure. Guy pivots midair and lands gracefully. Ah, truly worthy of Kakashi. You managed to block that. Guy exclaims, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up. I was just about to seek you out, and here you are, looking for me. Is there something on your mind? Are you perhaps desiring a youthful duel? Well, one might say that, but I also wish to train together in the 8 gates afterward. All right, let us engage in a youthful duel. Upon hearing Kakashi's consent to duel, Guy, without paying heed to Kakashi's subsequent words, launched his attack. Kakashi, feeling a sense of resignation, decided to indulge Guy for a moment. Just as the two were about to engage, 2 figures suddenly appeared between them. It was Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. Kakashi, Guy, I won't obstruct your duel, but this is a public street, and there are many villagers around. What if someone gets hurt? Both Kakashi and Guy paused, realizing the presence of numerous onlookers, which rendered them momentarily awkward. Ah, Asuma, I didn't notice you two were here. You're not on a date, are you? Kakashi teased. Asuma and Kurenai's faces flushed with embarrassment, betraying their shyness. Kakashi, don't say such things. Kurenai quickly retorted, though her demeanor suggested a hint of guilt. It was apparent to everyone except perhaps the oblivious Guy. After all, Asuma and Kurenai were both 18, at the prime of their youth, and there was nothing wrong with a little romance, yet they refrained from acknowledging it. This reluctance stemmed from their bashfulness and the fact that Asuma was the son of the 3rd Hokage, which made Kurenai wary of appearing to overreach. Kakashi, since this isn't the right place, let us find another location for our duel. Guy's youthful fervor was evidently still ablaze. Let us go then, Kakashi acquiesced, as that had been his intention all along. Wait, Asuma suddenly interjected. What is it, Asuma? Kakashi asked, puzzled. Though they were classmates, their bond was not particularly deep. Kakashi, having graduated early, was only familiar with a few, including Obito, Guy, and Rin. I have a favor to ask of you, Asuma said, somewhat awkwardly, aware that their relationship was rather superficial for such a request. However, for Kurenai's sake, he found it necessary to swallow his pride. There are not many skilled Jinjutsu users in Konoha, and Kurenai's father was quite adept, but he passed away during the Nine Tails incident years ago, leaving her without a mentor. The reason for seeking Kakashi's assistance was clear. He possessed the Sharingan, and despite not specializing in Jinjutsu, his proficiency was commendable. Of course, any member of the Uchiha clan with an active Sharingan would possess some mastery of Jinjutsu, a testament to the power of their bloodline, much envied by others. The rationale for approaching Kakashi instead of a member of the Uchiha clan was simple, given their prideful demeanor. Any attempt to seek their guidance would likely end in ridicule rather than assistance. Both Asuma and Kurenai were astute enough to avoid such folly. Asuma, you gazed at him with profound emotion. Previously, you had confided in Asuma about the challenges you faced in your illusionary training, and to your surprise, he had remembered it, which deeply touched you. Kakashi cast a glance at the two, causing a wave of tension to wash over them. The prospect of rejection would indeed be rather embarrassing. Asuma and you held impressions of Kakashi that were rooted in the time before the Nine Tails incident, so their apprehension was understandable. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents as he remarked, very well, though my illusion techniques are rather ordinary. Whether they will genuinely be of assistance remains uncertain. Therefore, I can only say, let us give it a try. Upon hearing Kakashi's agreement, both you and Asuma were elated. Oh, it's perfectly fine, even if it doesn't work out, you hastily replied. In that case, let us proceed to the 7th training ground, Kakashi suggested. Indeed. All right, for the sake of youth, let us embark. Thus, the quartet set forth with vigor towards the 7th training ground. Once there, Kakashi instructed, now, Red, cast your illusion upon me, and I shall discern any issues. All right. You nodded eagerly, swiftly forming hand seals and calling out, illusion, binding trees. As your words echoed, a towering tree materialized behind Kakashi, its vines extending forth to ensnare him within its trunk, while your figure dissipated like a bubble. In the next instant, you emerged from the trunk, appearing above Kakashi's head. That will suffice, Red. I understand. Kakashi's calm voice resonated, and with a mere shift of his chakra, he shattered your illusion. You were taken aback, as although you had yet to fully master this technique, Kakashi had effortlessly dispelled your illusion in an instant. How formidable. Kakashi, what did you discern? You had yet to voice your inquiry when Asuma interjected, posing the question first. Kakashi smiled and explained, Red's illusion operates through visual perception, necessitating that the opponent observes her movements during its execution, which is already a considerable limitation. This is one aspect. On another note, this illusion relies on trees as its medium, initially binding the target before launching a physical assault. The concept is intriguing, yet the speed at which the trees ensnare an adversary is rather sluggish. Once the enemy becomes aware, they will undoubtedly evade it. Moreover, the appearance of trees will easily alert the opponent to the illusion, for in this age, the number of those proficient in wood release is exceedingly rare. It is more plausible to believe one is facing an illusion than to assume they have encountered a wood release user. The most critical point, Red, is that your mental strength is not sufficiently robust. Illusions belong to the realm of in release, requiring formidable mental power to unleash their full potential. And your current mental strength is inadequate to wield such an illusion. Kakashi articulated his insights on your technique piece by piece, ultimately summarizing that your mental fortitude was lacking, thus hindering your mastery of the illusion. Generally speaking, unless one employs special methods, a ninja's mental strength only increases with age. Upon hearing this, Hong lowered her head in contemplation before speaking. I see now. No wonder my father once told me not to use this illusion technique when my strength is insufficient. Thus, your primary task at present is not to learn new illusion techniques, but to continuously train your mental power. I believe Senior Siejin Hong has already imparted to you methods for cultivating mental strength. The practice of mental power is a closely guarded secret. Any family technique rooted in the art of In will have its lineage. These methods are largely similar, each serving to enhance mental capacity, albeit to varying degrees of effectiveness. According to Kakashi's knowledge, the most distinguished practitioners of mental power in Konoha are likely from the Yamanaka clan, whose mental prowess enables them to project their consciousness beyond their physical form, instilling awe in those who witness such strength. Kakashi found this intriguing, for the enhancement of mental power directly benefits the growth of chakra as well. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hong admitted, Kakashi, my father did provide me with a scroll detailing the cultivation methods for mental power, but what? Kakashi inquired, his curiosity piqued. But I cannot comprehend it. Hong confessed, feeling a bit awkward. Kakashi was momentarily bewildered. How could it be possible that Siejin Hong would give Hong a scroll she couldn't understand? It seemed rather peculiar. That scroll is indeed strange, Hong remarked. I showed it to you, and you couldn't make sense of it either. At this moment, Asuma chimed in. If it's not too forward, could you let me take a look at it? Of course, Hong replied, unfazed by such requests, and promptly retrieved the scroll to present it to Kakashi. After all, since she couldn't decipher its contents, she hoped that if Kakashi could, then she too might be able to train. As for the possibility of Kakashi uncovering the secrets of the CF family, she bore no concern. Growing up in Konoha, she regarded its people as family and thus did not mind such matters. Moreover, as the last remaining member of the CF clan, clinging to this legacy seemed rather futile. Kakashi, feeling a surge of excitement, accepted the scroll. The cultivation of mental power? This was a territory he had yet to explore. Although Kakashi's own mental strength, owing to the fusion of two souls, far exceeded that of an average individual, any further enhancement was worth pursuing. Such knowledge was something Kakashi would never turn away. As he took hold of the ancient scroll, Kakashi noticed its age. It appeared to be quite old and likely not penned by Siejin Hong herself. Otherwise it wouldn't be in such a decrepit state. This scroll seemed to have a history of at least a century. With curiosity bubbling within him, Kakashi unfurled the scroll. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the contents of the scroll. The reason for his surprise was singular. The scroll contained merely a few ink dots with nothing else inscribed. This scroll was akin to a book without words, if not entirely so. Nearby guy witnessing this exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Just a handful of ink dots?" Indeed, there exists only this, the meaning of which eludes both myself and Asuma, leaving us to ponder whether it was a mistake made by father. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to their conversation, instead immersing himself deeply into the scroll before him. At first glance, the scroll appeared to contain merely a few ink dots, with nothing else discernible. Yet, Kakashi perceived a faint trace of a seal upon it. Having devoted 3 years to the study of sealing techniques, Kakashi possessed a profound understanding of the subject, making it impossible for him to overlook anything imbued with a sealing aura. This scroll, in particular, bore a significant presence of sealing marks. If he was not mistaken, concealed within those ink dots lay text, albeit sealed away. It was no wonder that Kurenai and the others failed to recognize it. Their knowledge of sealing techniques was limited, rendering them blind to its intricacies. Kakashi, what do you think? Asuma inquired, observing Kakashi's unwavering focus on the ink dots and sensing a glimmer of hope. Kakashi snapped back to the moment and replied, the text within this scroll is likely sealed, and the ink dots are probably inscribed with the method for cultivating mental energy. Sealed? My father never mentioned anything about that, Kurenai exclaimed, surprised to learn that the contents of the scroll were indeed sealed away. What did Senior Jiuyan tell you? Kakashi asked. When my father entrusted me with the scroll, he instructed me not to rush in opening it, to wait for the right moment. But he never specified what that moment would be. Ah, I see. Kakashi seemed to grasp the situation, choosing not to elaborate further as he unveiled his left eye. The crimson Sharingan glimmered, its three tomos swirling incessantly. I see it, Kakashi exclaimed, tossing the scroll skyward while forming hand seals. Release. With those words, the text from the scroll surged forth from the ink dots, instantly filling the entire scroll. The other three gasped in astonishment, realizing that the hidden text truly resided within the ink dots. Kakashi reached out, grasping the scroll in his hand, and upon opening it, remarked, this should be the original content of the scroll. Senior Jiuyan placed an illusionary seal upon it, which requires illusionary techniques to unravel. The reason you could not break the seal earlier is due to your insufficient mastery of illusion. He extended the scroll towards Kurenai, who eagerly accepted it and began to peruse its contents. Kurenai, although the scroll has been unsealed, you still lack the capability to cultivate the mental energy technique within. Kakashi cautioned. Kurenai paused, lifting her gaze to ask, why is that? Kakashi sighed with a wry smile, explaining, the reason Senior Jiuyan established this illusionary seal was intentional. If you examine closely, the method for cultivating mental energy inscribed within the scroll is rather crude, necessitating a certain level of mental energy to practice. The required strength of mental energy for this technique is precisely what is needed to unravel the illusionary seal. And, clearly, you are not yet adequate. Upon hearing this, Kurenai quickly scanned the scroll, only to mirror Kakashi's rueful smile. It became evident why her father had said that she could practice once the right moment arrived. This was the underlying significance. Do not lose heart, Hong. With your current level of mental strength, I believe that in a year's time, you will undoubtedly meet the requirements, Kakashi comforted, noticing Hong's despondency. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Kakashi, she replied gratefully. There's no need for thanks. It's merely a trifling matter, Kakashi responded, dismissing her gratitude, as he was the one who gained the most from the encounter. He had already committed the mental training methods inscribed in the ancient scroll to memory. If he could indeed practice them, Kakashi's mental prowess would likely experience a period of rapid enhancement. Although there would not be a significant short-term boost in strength, it would nonetheless expand his overall potential. Well then, Hong and I shall take our leave now, Kakashi-gai. We shall not impose any further, Asuma announced, ready to depart, as the matter had been resolved. After all, it was their time for a date, and they had many activities yet to enjoy. Moreover, Kakashi and Guy also had their own matters to attend to, so it was best not to linger. Take care, you two, Kakashi replied, not attempting to prolong their stay. As he watched them depart, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. The scroll was ancient, and it had been tampered with by the Sunigakure clan. Where exactly did it originate? Was it a legacy from the Sunigakure family? Kakashi found this puzzling, but could not pinpoint why. At that moment, Guy called out, "Hey, Kakashi, let the youthful duel commence." Kakashi, upon hearing this, brushed aside his thoughts with a smile. Let us go. In the 7th training ground, their silhouettes danced in a blur, one clad in black, the other in green, akin to two whirling tornadoes. After a fierce battle, both Kakashi and Guy paused, panting heavily. Wow, Kakashi, your taijutsu has truly improved. Guy exclaimed. Oh, but it still pales in comparison to yours, Kakashi replied, realizing during their skirmish that after months without sparring with Guy, his prowess had sharpened significantly. Indeed, Guy's talent in taijutsu surpassed his own. However, Kakashi did not mind. He was not solely focused on physical training, and conceding this aspect to Guy was no shame. In terms of overall strength, Kakashi was still superior. Hey, Kakashi, I must tell you, I have unlocked the 7th gate. Guy proclaimed proudly. What? Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback. realizing that Guy had once again outpaced him in the 8 gates technique, believing that their gap had finally closed. Yet, upon reflection, he understood. Guy had been diligently honing his taijutsu while he himself had been somewhat distracted, so the outcome was entirely reasonable. Surprised? I only managed to open it a few days ago, but I could only maintain it for a few seconds before my body could no longer endure it. Luckily, I was able to retreat in time. Otherwise, I would likely be in the hospital today, Guy recounted, still shaken by the experience. Kai, what does the 7th gate feel like? Kakashi inquired. The sensation? My body felt exceedingly hot, as if the moisture within was evaporating, releasing blue steam. Guy responded. And Kakashi pondered this information thoughtfully. Ah, Kakashi, you must strive harder. This time, the victor in the 8 gates training is none other than me, Kai exclaimed, flashing his radiant smile, brimming with pride. Indeed, Kai, you are quite remarkable, Kakashi replied, generously offering his praise, conveying his agreement. By the way, Kakashi, why didn't you attend the Umbu today? It doesn't seem to be a day off, Kai inquired. The 3rd Hokage granted me an extended leave, hence my absence. Kakashi explained. Really? That is splendid. It has been ages since we trained together. Kai's excitement was palpable, prompting a subtle smile from Kakashi. Yes, it has been quite a while, Kakashi acknowledged, pondering how time seemed to slip away so swiftly during their training sessions. One moment it was midday, and the next, the sun had set. Perhaps it was Kai's youthful exuberance that made the hours fly by so quickly. After all, with their relentless training, moments of respite were few, allowing time to pass unnoticed. When fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, Kakashi found renewed vigor in witnessing Kai's unwavering determination. Ultimately, he too was averse to defeat. If Kai could persevere, why could he not? This conviction propelled Kakashi to persist, even in weariness. It was akin to the times Naruto and Sasuke practiced tree climbing together. Their mutual resolve to not give up spurred them on, yielding remarkable results. Training alone paled in comparison to the rapid progress achieved through mutual encouragement. Let us call it a day, Kai, Kakashi suggested, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Kai, equally drenched in sweat, responded, all right. What a delightful day it has been. Let us dine, for we have trained tirelessly. Kakashi rubbed his sore arms and remarked, you go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to, Kai replied before dashing off. Kakashi scratched his head, puzzled by Kai's sudden declaration of having business to attend to. How curious. Kai claiming to have matters to attend to, he mused, but soon dismissed the thought. Kai was no stranger to peculiar behaviors, and Kakashi had long since grown accustomed to them. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi ordered a bowl and settled into a chair. Hey, have you seen Naruto lately? He asked the elderly chef. Naruto? I saw him yesterday, but he hasn't shown up today. Not sure where he's wandered off to, the chef replied. I see. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of him here, Kakashi remarked, surprised at Naruto's absence from Ichiraku. According to Kakashi's understanding, after discussing Naruto's expenses with the 3rd Hokage, arrangements had been made for Naruto's living costs. Logically, with money at his disposal, Naruto should have been frequenting Ichiraku daily. His absence today struck Kakashi as rather unusual, for Naruto would never tire of the delectable ramen offered here. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Kakashi remarked, Uncle Handmaid, please pack another serving of ramen. I am heading to Naruto's house. Certainly, no problem at all. The moon was particularly full that night, and Kakashi gazed at the celestial spectacle above, lost in thought. The dimly lit street was mostly deserted, with few passers-by. This narrow, shadowy lane had few residences, and it led directly to Naruto's home. With his left hand nestled in his pocket and his right hand carrying the bowl of ramen he had just acquired from Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi soon arrived at the foot of Naruto's building. Looking up, he noticed the faint glow of light emanating from the small dwelling, prompting a smile to grace his lips. It seemed Naruto was indeed at home. He swiftly ascended the staircase and gently rapped on the door. Tap, tap, tap. Inside, Naruto, who had been lounging in bed, was momentarily taken aback by the sound of knocking. Who could it be? He wondered. To his recollection, aside from the 3rd Hokage, no one had ever knocked on his door. But why would the 3rd Hokage come at this hour? Who is it? Naruto tentatively called out. It's me, Naruto. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto hesitated for a moment. This voice was certainly not that of the 3rd Hokage, so whose could it be? Quickly, he recalled who it belonged to. Brother Whitehair. Just a moment, I'll be right there, Naruto exclaimed, leaping from his bed in excitement and dashing to the door, flinging it open with a resounding bang. Dressed in black attire, with silver hair cascading down and a ninja headband adorning his left eye, Kakashi stood there, a mask covering his face. "Hey, Naruto, what are you up to?" Kakashi said, his eyes curving into a smile, but soon he noticed the injuries on Naruto's face, particularly the dark circles resembling panda eyes around his eyes. "What happened to you, Naruto?" Kakashi reached out with his left hand, gently probing the wounds on Naruto's face. Naruto winced, drawing in a sharp breath, clearly in discomfort. "Does it hurt a lot?" Kakashi inquired, observing Naruto shake his head vigorously. No, it doesn't hurt at all. Brother Whitehair, when did you return?" "I just got back this morning." "Let us go inside and talk. I brought you some Ichiraku ramen. I assume you haven't eaten yet." Kakashi lifted the bowl of ramen in his right hand. Upon seeing it, Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight, and saliva nearly escaped his lips. "Ah, Brother Whitehair, you're the best. I'm absolutely starving," Naruto exclaimed, snatching the bowl from Kakashi and rushing to the table to devour it eagerly, clearly famished. This ramen is truly exquisite. Uncle Handmaid's skills are indeed unparalleled." Kakashi sat across from Naruto, smiling as he watched him relish the ramen. Before long, Naruto had consumed the entire bowl. "Ah, what bliss," he sighed, patting his slightly protruding belly in satisfaction. "Naruto, may I inquire about the injuries on your face? Were you involved in a scuffle?" "No, Brother Whitehair, I wasn't fighting. Nor did I use any of the ninjutsu you taught me." Perhaps fearing that Kakashi might misunderstand, Naruto hurriedly offered an explanation. "What happened to the injuries on your face? Don't tell me you inflicted them upon yourself?" Kakashi inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Haha, elder brother with white hair, how did you know?" "It was indeed my own doing," Naruto laughed, running his fingers through his golden locks, though his demeanor betrayed a hint of guilt. "Naruto." Kakashi's expression turned serious, devoid of any jest. Instantly, Naruto became earnest, refraining from any further antics. "I was wrong, elder brother, but I assure you, this time I was not fighting for myself. Nor did I employ the jutsu you taught me," he lamented. "Now, tell me precisely what transpired." "Yes, elder brother. The situation unfolded like this. This afternoon, while I was walking, I witnessed 3 young boys bullying a little girl, so I went over to rescue her. Unfortunately, it was 1 against 3, and I was overpowered and knocked down," Naruto recounted, lowering his head in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "A little girl?" Kakashi paused, then asked, "Did that girl possess a pair of pure white eyes?" Naruto's head shot up in surprise. "Elder brother, how did you know?" "Do you know her?" "Of course. How could I not know? She is the goddess of the hidden leaf." The story was quite simple. This afternoon, as Naruto strolled along the road, he spotted a charming little girl being bullied by 3 boys, an injustice he could not tolerate. Thus, he summoned his valiant spirit and rushed in to play the role of the hero. Alas, heroism is fraught with challenges, and he was swiftly knocked down. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the girl's guardian, Naruto's predicament might have been far worse. That little girl was none other than Hinata Hyuga. It was a serendipitous first encounter between the small boy and the little girl. "I don't know her, but Naruto, you did well this time," Kakashi remarked, affectionately ruffling Naruto's soft golden hair. "Really? So you don't hold it against me?" "Indeed, I do not." "Wonderful," Naruto exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap into the air. However, the sudden movement strained his wounds, and his expression contorted in pain. "All right, enough of that. You still bear injuries," Kakashi admonished gently. "Hee," Naruto chuckled sheepishly. "Come here, let me tend to your wounds." Obediently, Naruto approached Kakashi, who extended his right hand, conjuring a swirl of green chakra that enveloped the bruised areas on Naruto's face. In no time, the bruises vanished, and Naruto felt the pain dissipate. This healing technique was one of the simplest forms of medical ninjutsu, and currently, the only one Kakashi had mastered. While it could only perform basic healing, it proved remarkably effective for such bruises. The children who had struck Naruto had not exerted excessive force, making the treatment straightforward. "Elder brother, you are amazing. I feel no pain at all." "Well, it seems I must intensify your training, considering you couldn't even withstand 3 little rascals," Kakashi replied, playfully tapping Naruto on the head. "Ouch, that hurt." Naruto, feeling a sense of grievance, gently touched the area that had been struck, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of injustice. "All right, stop looking at me with that expression. Get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow morning at 8, be at Training Ground 7. Don't be late," Kakashi instructed as he turned to leave. However, glancing around the disheveled room, he added, Naruto. It would be wise to tidy up when you have the chance. It's rather messy in here. The scattered kitchen utensils and clothes strewn about created an impression of untidiness. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naruto replied, I understand, Brother Whitehair. Well then, rest early. See you tomorrow. Kakashi said before exiting Naruto's room. Goodbye, Brother Whitehair. Kakashi waved without turning back, leaving Naruto with an impression of his cool demeanor. Watching Kakashi depart, Naruto broke into a broad smile. All right, time to clean up. He rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to tackle the task at hand. The following morning, Kakashi rose early. Noticing that there was still ample time, he decided against rushing to Training Ground 7 and instead made his way to the kitchen. During this rare moment of leisure, Kakashi moved at a leisurely pace. He retrieved some rice he had purchased earlier and steamed a pot of it. Then, he took out some seaweed sheets and began preparing sushi, filling them with cooked fish slices and vegetables, along with a touch of salad. After a moment's thought, he plucked some cherry blossom petals from the garden to wrap inside the sushi. Once he had neatly sliced the sushi and placed it in a box, Kakashi planned to present it to Naruto later. In a world rife with violence, he occasionally found solace in cooking, a gentle reprieve from the harshness of life. The seemingly simple act of preparing a meal brought forth a completely different emotional experience, allowing Kakashi to relish these tranquil moments. Before venturing out, he prepared some juice to accompany the meal. Noticing that the weather had turned slightly chilly, Kakashi wrapped a scarf around his neck before stepping outside. Upon arriving at Training Ground 7, Kakashi found Naruto sitting on the ground, waiting. Checking the time, he noted it was precisely 8 o'clock. Thankfully, he was not late. Oh, Naruto, you're here quite early, Kakashi remarked. Ah, Brother Whitehair, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long, Naruto exclaimed, excitedly rising to his feet. Is that so? I thought I had said 8 o'clock. Did you come very early? Kakashi inquired. Well, I didn't have anything to do at home, so I came over early, Naruto admitted, having indeed arrived at 7. The cold weather had reddened his nose as he stood in the open space wearing only a thin outfit for so long. Kakashi, observing this, felt a sense of helplessness. This child truly had a remarkable lack of awareness regarding the weather. Removing his scarf, Kakashi wrapped it around Naruto, saying, in such cold weather, you should find a place to shield yourself from the wind. Naruto was taken aback by Kakashi's gesture, then tightly grasped the scarf enveloping him, his eyes glistening with emotion. Is this the sensation of being cared for? Very well, let us change our locale. It is rather chilly here. There lies a small cabin ahead for resting. Let us make our way there, Kakashi remarked as he strolled ahead, glancing back to find Naruto still standing still. Prompting him to call out, Naruto, what is it? Come here. It was only then that Naruto snapped back to reality, exclaiming, coming. Amidst the biting wind, the golden-haired child dashed towards the silver-haired youth, a radiant smile gracing his face. It is truly wonderful to encounter you, my white-haired brother. Inside the cabin, Kakashi produced a box containing sushi. Curious, Naruto inquired. What is this, my white-haired brother? Sushi that I made, Naruto. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come have some. It tastes delightful, Kakashi replied, unveiling the box and swiftly popping a piece into his mouth, concealing his true visage beneath the mask. However, Naruto paid no heed to this and eagerly grabbed a piece of sushi, placing it into his mouth. After a few bites, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is amazing. Kakashi beamed with satisfaction, saying, if you like it, feel free to eat more. Naruto began to devour the sushi voraciously, perhaps a bit too hastily. As he suddenly choked, his face turning crimson, Kakashi, feeling a sense of exasperation, handed over the juice he had prepared earlier. Naruto quickly took it and gulped it down, washing the sushi down. Cough, cough. That was close to choking. He patted his chest, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Kakashi chuckled. What made you eat so recklessly? Hee, it's just that my white-haired brother's cooking is too delicious. All right, let us finish our meal and take a moment to rest. We shall commence training soon. If your performance falters, I will certainly hold you accountable. Rest assured, my white-haired brother, I will manage just fine. Determination shone brightly in Naruto's azure eyes. After a brief respite, Kakashi and Naruto exited the cabin. Today was not a day for leisure. It was a day for training. Naruto, do you remember the shadow clone technique I taught you last time? Of course. I practiced it diligently on my own for quite some time, and I can now use it proficiently. Oh, is that so? Then let us see it. At Kakashi's words, Naruto swiftly formed the seals and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding bang, another identical Naruto appeared beside him. Hey, my white-haired brother, look. Isn't it impressive? Kakashi nodded, smiling. Indeed, it appears you have not been idle. Of course, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am destined to become Hokage, Naruto declared, wiping his nose and revealing a bright smile. For some reason, this scene prompted Kakashi to suddenly recall Guy. Do these two share any similarities? Perhaps the breadth of their exuberance? Now, let us see your taijutsu. Come at me with all your might, Naruto. Yash, brother with white hair, you should be careful, exclaimed Naruto, charging forward with his tiny fists raised. In stark contrast to Naruto's exuberant antics, Kakashi casually placed his hands in his pockets. Indeed, the weather was rather frigid, and keeping his hands tucked away felt quite warm. Your movements are too slow. The range is excessive. Your punches lack power. This angle is not well executed. As Kakashi deftly evaded Naruto's naive attacks, he pointed out the boy's shortcomings. Though Naruto was somewhat clumsy, he possessed a natural instinct for combat, and under Kakashi's guidance, he gradually corrected some of his flaws. However, the stamina of a child is limited, and it wasn't long before Naruto was panting heavily, leaning on his knees. Can you still continue, Naruto? Kakashi inquired, glancing down at him. Of course. Sweat trickled down from Naruto's hair, yet his resolute gaze remained unwavering. Kakashi smiled and encouraged. Then let us carry on. With a fervent but weary effort, Naruto continued to swing his fists until he finally collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise again. Observing the drenched boy, Kakashi lifted him and set him aside. Naruto, take a moment to rest. Recover before we proceed. Brother with white hair, I can still go. Naruto protested, struggling to rise, only to be gently pressed down by Kakashi. Do not overexert yourself. Balance and training is essential. Blindly pushing yourself is unwise. Yes. Brother with white hair, Naruto conceded, settling obediently on the ground. How have you been lately, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Well, quite well, actually. I don't know what happened, but money appears by my window every day, enough to cover my meals. It's a vast improvement over my previous life. I see, that's good to hear. With money, be sure to eat well. Try to limit instant noodles. Although ramen is also good, it shouldn't be your only diet. Don't be picky, eat nutritious meals. And make sure to buy some milk for yourself. A little each morning is beneficial for your growth. Also, remember to bathe daily to keep clean. As Kakashi continued, a smile gradually spread beneath his mask as if recalling something fond. Naruto, witnessing this, felt a warmth in his heart, his eyes slightly moist. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Naruto? Are you listening to me? Kakashi called, noticing Naruto's dazed expression. Yes, I'm listening. Just make sure to remember everything I said. It's important advice from someone who cares about you. Someone important? Naruto blinked, his large eyes filled with confusion, clearly not understanding whom Kakashi referred to. For you, that important person is your mother, Kakashi replied with a twinkle in his eye. Mother? The word left Naruto momentarily stunned, his eyes brimming with yearning. Brother with white hair. You know who my parents are, don't you? Please tell me. Naruto leapt from the ground, gripping Kakashi's arm tightly, gazing at him intently. The gaze filled with yearning softened Kakashi's heart momentarily. However, he could not divulge to Naruto the identities of his parents at that moment, for it would lead to chaos. Naruto, I cannot tell you just yet. Why? I want to know. Why can't I know? They are my parents. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes, and the grievances he had endured over the years erupted in that instant. Indeed, why did others have parents while he did not? Why did others have guardians? While he was alone, why was he despised by everyone? A series of questions lingered in Naruto's mind, yet he could find no answers. Naruto, your parents perished to protect you. Thus you carry their dreams within you. To protect me? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, and his tears ceased. He seemed to be lost in thought. Yes, Naruto, I will reveal their names when you become a ninja worthy of my recognition. Is that agreeable? Kakashi said, ruffling Naruto's golden hair, momentarily reminded of a familiar golden figure. Naruto quickly dried his tears and donned a resolute expression. Yes, I will become an exceptional ninja. Someone acknowledged by all. When that time comes, you will tell me who my parents truly are. I will certainly tell you then. But for now, you must strive diligently. Understood. Brother with white hair, I have rested enough. Let us continue. Such vitality. Then let us proceed. With fists colliding, the two embarked on another round of their duel. In that moment, a glimmer of hope illuminated Naruto's eyes. Mom, Dad, I will not disappoint you. Observing Naruto's unwavering confidence, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. His intention in sharing this information with Naruto was merely to instill in him the understanding of parental love. He was not an unwanted child. His birth represented the hopes and dreams of two individuals. In their final moments, Minato and Kushina entrusted the future to Naruto. Kakashi desired for Naruto to shoulder this responsibility and grow swiftly. Let the aimless days come to an end. It was time to embrace a beautiful tomorrow that belonged to Uzumaki Naruto. May Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei rest in peace with smiles on their faces. Watching Naruto's earnest efforts, Kakashi smiled with satisfaction. Sensei, all I can do is this. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi had spent a month in Konoha, unprecedentedly taking such a long respite. It was a comfort that almost made him forget he lived in a world fraught with peril. During this month, despite the suppression of the cursed seal, it still flared up intermittently, causing Kakashi considerable distress. If it were to manifest amidst battle, the consequences would be dire. Kakashi discovered that whenever his chakra consumption reached a certain threshold during training, the cursed seal would activate, causing his muscles to enter a state of spasms. He was eagerly awaiting Jiraiya's return, filled with anticipation. However, soon enough, Kakashi's leisurely days came to an abrupt end. Who is there? Kakashi suddenly turned around while walking down the street. Kakashi, Lord Third summoned you. A masked Umbu emerged from the shadows and stated. Oh, understood, Kakashi responded, vanishing in an instant. Such remarkable perception. He hadn't anticipated being detected so swiftly. The Umbu murmured a few words before disappearing as well. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi inquired. Lord Third, what is it that you require of me? Oh, it is you, Kakashi. I regret to inform you that Jiraiya has encountered some trouble on his journey and may not return for a while. I have an urgent mission that requires immediate attention, so I hope you can attend to it, the third Hokage explained. Kakashi paused, absorbing the unfortunate news. It was indeed disheartening to learn that Jiraiya's return would be delayed, meaning the cursed seal would accompany him for some time longer. Yes, Lord Third. May I inquire about the nature of this mission? This task is not simple. The details are contained within this scroll. You may select an Umbu to accompany you, the third Hokage said, tossing a scroll to Kakashi. Understood, Lord Third. By the way, I have heard you've been spending considerable time with Naruto lately? The third Hokage asked unexpectedly. Yes, Naruto is the child of my former sensei, and I feel it is my duty to look after him, Kakashi replied. The third sighed. You have my gratitude for your efforts. It is my responsibility, Kakashi replied. Even in your absence, I will check on Naruto, so you need not worry. Thank you, Kakashi. Not at all. Minato is also my student, the third Hokage chuckled. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi proceeded directly to the Umbu headquarters. He had already perused the mission scroll, which detailed peculiar occurrences on an island located at the border of the land of fire and the land of water. The villagers reported sightings of what they described as a monster, prompting them to seek assistance from Konoha. A monster? He wondered what it could be. However, given the distance, it would be prudent to find a swift companion to assist him. While Kakashi could handle the mission alone, the presence of the cursed seal made solo endeavors risky. Thus, he decided it would be wiser to enlist a partner. Kakashi wished to minimize his time away, opting for a swift round trip. Among the Umbu capable of matching his speed, only Shursui came to mind. Consequently, the choice of companion was evident, none other than Uchiha Shursui. Upon arriving at the Umbu Hall, he noted that despite a month's absence, the atmosphere remained as tranquil as ever. Entering Team 6's room, the moment he opened the door, all eyes turned toward him. Captain, welcome back. Senpai, what brings you here? Aren't you on leave? Tenzo inquired curiously. Suddenly, the three elders assigned an urgent task, and I must depart immediately in search of an assistant to accompany me. Kakashi casually explained the situation, swiftly scanning the room before honing in on his target. Shursui, are you available? Shursui hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes. Excellent. Then accompany me. We need to leave the village, which may take some time. No problem, senior. All right. Let us be off. Kakashi hurriedly took Shursui away, leaving the members of Team 6 exchanging glances in bewilderment. When did Kakashi's relationship with Shursui become so amicable? Where are we headed this time, Kakashi-senpai? To an island situated between the land of fire and the land of water. It is said there is a monster there, and we are going to assist the residents in subduing it. Is it at the border between the countries, or is it in the land of water? Shursui pondered. recalling the considerable commotion they had caused in the land of water previously. The thought of stirring up trouble again filled him with trepidation. Noticing Shirazue's expression, Kakashi surmised that he was reminiscing about their prior experiences in the land of water. Rest assured, it is unlikely we will encounter any ninja from the land of water. After all, the island's residents opted to seek our assistance from Konoha rather than requesting aid from the hidden mist, which would contravene the customs of the ninja world. Indeed. Kakashi-senpai. Now, as per our usual protocol, we shall use code names for this mission. Understood, Silver. Both were swift ninjas. With Shirazue's body flicker technique and Kakashi's instant step, they arrived at their destination in a remarkably short time. Standing on the boat, they gazed at the distant island. Although referred to as an island, its expanse was quite substantial. Due to its remote location, the population was sparse, resulting in a vast land with few inhabitants. Upon reaching the island, several villagers were already waiting at the dock. "Are you esteemed ninjas from Konoha?" inquired an elder who appeared to be the village chief. "Indeed, we are ninjas from Konoha, here to assist you in addressing the monster on your island." "That is splendid news. Please, come onto the island and visit my home, where I will provide you with a detailed account of the situation." "Certainly." Kakashi and Shirzue followed the elder to his residence. Once seated, Kakashi wasted no time and directly inquired, "Elder, what can you tell us about the monster on this island?" The elder sighed and replied, "In truth, our island's residents have yet to lay eyes on this monster, but we have seen enormous footprints resembling claws. Additionally, some have vaguely glimpsed the creature's form, towering over 10 meters. What do these footprints look like? Could you take us to see them?" Kakashi stroked his chin, sensing something extraordinary. "Certainly. They are located in the mountains just outside the village. Please, follow me." Led by the elder, Kakashi and Shirzue ventured into a grove of trees. "Master Ninja, behold. Those footprints over there were left by the creature we encountered earlier." The elder pointed towards a certain area within the woods. "Very well, dear elder, please remain here. We shall proceed on our own," Kakashi replied. "Thank you for your assistance," the elder responded. Kakashi and Shirzue soon arrived at their destination, but upon seeing the footprints, Kakashi could not help but feel astonished. They were immense impressions, resembling the paw of a colossal beast. Indeed, those footprints belonged to a large creature, and they appear to be from a summoning beast. Shirzue remarked as he approached the prints for a closer inspection. In this world, creatures are divided into two categories: ordinary beasts and summoning beasts. The distinction lies in the presence of chakra within them. Summoning beasts are undoubtedly far superior to ordinary beasts. Kakashi was not surprised by this revelation. Such gigantic footprints could not possibly belong to a mere beast, as they could not grow to such a size. Ordinary beasts grow in a typical manner, and Kakashi could not conceive of any beast that could reach such dimensions. However, summoning beasts are different, as they can refine chakra on their own, allowing them to attain considerable size. Kakashi stroked his chin, contemplating the significance of these massive footprints. The strength of this summoning beast is likely formidable, and its size might be comparable to that of Gamabunta. This truly poses a challenge. The size of a summoning beast largely determines its capabilities, although there are exceptions, such as the likes of Shima and Fukasaku from Mount Myaboku. With these thoughts in mind, Kakashi bit his right thumb and formed hand seals. In a puff of smoke, 8 ninja dogs appeared before him. "Ah, Kakashi, it is a pleasure to see you again. What brings you here this time?" one of the dogs inquired. "Did that dog just speak?" Shirzue exclaimed, astonished by the talking canine before him. Upon hearing this, Pakin turned to face Shirzue. "A new face? Very well. Pakin, lead them to the whereabouts of the creature that left these footprints." Kakashi interrupted their exchange, pointing at the enormous prints. The 8 ninja dogs gathered around, sniffing intently. "Those are my summoned dogs. They possess remarkable skills in tracking," Kakashi explained. "How delightful. I never imagined Kakashi-senpai's summoning beast would be so charming and capable of speech," Shirzue remarked. It took considerable effort to teach Pakin to speak. "I wonder if there are any tricks to it? It would be splendid if my crows could also converse," Shirzue said, feeling a tinge of envy. For a talking summoning beast is indeed quite fascinating. However, it seems that apart from the summoning beasts of the 3 great sanctuaries, none other possessed this ability. "Patience is key," Kakashi responded. "There is no particular trick. Pakin's ability to speak is due in part to my patient instruction and his innate talent." "Kakashi, these footprints are no ordinary markings." Pakin's voice turned serious. What do you mean?" Kakashi inquired with a hint of confusion, noting that it was the first time Parker had spoken to him in such a serious tone. Could it be that this summoned beast was truly formidable? The chakra emanating from the footprint was indeed terrifying, indicative of a highly potent summoning beast, seemingly of the canine variety. Canine? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Not anticipating an encounter with a canine summoning beast, it was rather intriguing to ponder the existence of such a large dog on this island. Why had it only recently made its appearance? Had it traveled from another location, or was there some other reason? Given that it was a summoned creature, there must be a summoner involved. Was there a ninja residing on this island? However, aside from the Inuzuka clan, it seemed he was the only one capable of summoning dogs. It appeared that there were ninjas he was unaware of. Thoughts raced through his mind as Kakashi asked, Parker, can you locate the position of that summoning beast? Yes, its aura is exceedingly powerful, and being a canine, it should be relatively easy for us to find. Very well, lead the way. Indeed, Kakashi, but this time, exercise caution. What is it, Parker? Do you have knowledge of what that summoning beast might be? I do not know, but my fur is standing on end. It must be a truly terrifying counterpart, which is why I am reacting this way. I see. Then we certainly need to be careful. Shun, keep your wits about you, and do not get injured. Indeed, this will be my first encounter with a large summoning beast. Yes, Silver, this type of battle is also a first for me. All right, let us proceed. Understood. Parker, having discerned the direction, led Kakashi to send the other 7 ninja hounds back. Thus, the trio embarked on their quest to pursue the fearsome creature. Meanwhile, outside the island, a small boat was gradually approaching. On board were 2 individuals, a middle-aged ninja and a youthful maiden. Lady Terumi Mei, we have received intelligence that a person resembling Kakashi Hatake has made his way to the island ahead, stated the middle-aged ninja. Very well, Ao. Our objective this time is to ascertain whether this Kakashi Hatake is indeed the one who attacked our village previously. If so, we can eliminate him under appropriate circumstances. The brown-haired girl brushed aside the wind-tousled bangs from her forehead, her gaze fixed on the vast island as she uttered her cold, merciless words. Lady Terumi Mei, wouldn't he that provoke Konoha? Ao inquired hesitantly, considering that the current state of Kirigakure was somewhat precarious. Offending Konoha could exacerbate their situation. That is merely the worst-case scenario. I will ensure it does not come to pass. If it is indeed Kakashi Hatake, we can first apprehend him and then negotiate with Konoha. I have heard that Kakashi Hatake is highly esteemed by the 3rd Hokage, perhaps providing us with advantageous terms. A glint of cunning flashed in Terumi Mei's left eye. Lady Terumi Mei, are you suggesting we leverage Konoha's strength against Yagura? One could say that, but we must not make it too apparent. If the villagers were to discover our intentions, we would be left with no explanations. Indeed, Lady Terumi Mei, but is it wise for the 2 of us to confront the formidable Kakashi Hatake? Ching inquired. Fear not, my dissolution technique is now at my disposal. Sufficient to handle one Kakashi Hatake, she assured. Upon hearing this, Ching's expression brightened. Is that true? Lady Terumi Mei, you are indeed a prodigy, mastering the secret arts of the Terumi clan at such a young age. Now, let us prepare ourselves. We must not be careless. Understood, Lady Terumi Mei. As for Kakashi Hatake, I am keen to witness your true prowess. The azure-haired maiden gazed toward the island from the deck, while Kakashi remained blissfully unaware of the impending trouble. Kakashi, just ahead, Parker pointed towards a cave. Is it inside there? The mouth of that cave appears rather small, and those footprints seem larger than the entrance, Kakashi remarked with a hint of confusion. I cannot say for certain, but it is undeniable that the scent indeed leads into that cave, Parker replied, equally perplexed, yet following the trail. Kakashi stroked his chin, pondering if this summoned beast possessed the ability to alter its size. That would indeed be intriguing. However, it seems to be the only explanation for why only a single footprint remains. Silver, shall we venture inside? Let us take a look. Parker, you should return, he decided. All right, Kakashi, best of luck, Parker said before vanishing with a loud pop. Now, we must exercise caution, he advised. Understood. The duo readied themselves, igniting a torch as they entered the pitch-black cave. The cave appeared somewhat damp, with a chilling breeze continuously emanating from within. This airflow feels rather peculiar, Kakashi murmured. It seems there is something ahead. At that moment, Shizuku activated his Sharingan, his vision sharpening as he detected a presence lurking in the darkness, seemingly breathing. It must be just ahead. Ready yourself, Shizuku, Kakashi instructed, drawing the sealing blade, thousand thunder, into his grasp. Shizuka likewise unsheathed his tanto. "It's coming," Shizuka shouted. Kakashi's right eye narrowed as he beheld a shadow, the size of a lion, lunging toward him from the darkness, its sharp teeth glinting ominously. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, the thousand thunder clashing against those formidable teeth, yet to his astonishment, they showed no signs of damage. Such resilient teeth. Though Kakashi did not unleash his full strength, the sharpness of thousand thunder, combined with his chakra, failed to sever those teeth, an extraordinary anomaly. In that moment, Kakashi finally discerned the true form of the shadow. Parker was correct. It was indeed a dog, albeit not an ordinary one. Its jet-black fur, razor-sharp teeth, and a tail resembling a sword were striking. But most astonishingly, it possessed 3 heads, each with eyes as round as brass bells. "What on earth?" Kakashi stammered, realizing that this creature resembled a Cerberus, one of the summoned beasts from Pain's animal path. Although differing in color and form from the splitting hounds, this creature also possessed 3 heads. The 3-headed beast glared menacingly at Kakashi and Shursui, drool continuously dripping from its maw. Blood stained its silver fur. Kakashi, upon hearing this, scrutinized the 3-headed hound and indeed noticed a patch of crimson on its abdomen, which even its dark coat could not conceal. Injured? Who did this? The 3-headed hound seemed devoid of any intention to fight. After a brief display of defiance, it fled with astonishing swiftness. Kakashi and Shursui were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? It had not even engaged them seriously before it ran away. Were they to abandon their mission? Chase. Without hesitation, Kakashi declared, and in an instant, both figures propelled themselves forward, quickly exiting the cave. Gone. Kakashi halted, suddenly realizing that the 3-headed hound had vanished from sight. Silver, that creature's speed was remarkable. In such a short span, it had disappeared. Even with their swiftness, Kakashi and Shursui had lost track of it, indicating the hound's terrifying velocity. Indeed, it was swift. Yet it raised the question of which summoner it belonged to and why it manifested here. "It did not appear to have a contractor," Shursui remarked. What do you mean?" "The wounds on its body seem to be inflicted by humans. Typically, a summoned beast under lethal threat would return to the summoning realm. Yet this one is here, which is rather peculiar. Thus, I wonder if it lacks a contractor and is fleeing for its life after being wounded. This also explains why it bolted upon seeing us." Kakashi's eyes brightened. Although much of Shursui's analysis was speculative, it was not without merit. If that were indeed the case, this summoned beast might truly be without a master. But why would it appear here? Is it being pursued? Kakashi remained preoccupied with the striking resemblance between the 3-headed hound and Pain's splitting hounds. "Silver, what shall we do now? For the time being, let us vacate this place and inquire with the island's inhabitants about when the 3-headed hound first appeared." Agreed. Kakashi, at that moment, was not inclined to pursue the hound. Rather, he was more intrigued by the reason for its presence. Thus, he resolved to gather intelligence first, sensing that this matter was perhaps more complex than it seemed. Meanwhile, Konan and Ao had landed on the island, albeit from the opposite side. Kakashi and Shursui had approached from the direction closer to the Land of Fire, while Konan and Ao had arrived from the vicinity of the Land of Water, making their paths entirely divergent. "Lady Konan, shall we seek out Hatake Kakashi now?" "Yes. I entrust this to you, Ao. Finding someone is naturally more convenient for one with Byakugan." "Understood, Lady Konan." Ao formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Byakugan, activate." In an instant, the black and white hues appeared in his right eye, granting him a comprehensive view of the distant landscape. Kakashi and Shursui returned to the village chief's chamber. "Master Ninja, how fares the situation?" the elder inquired anxiously. The monstrous creature had instilled dread among the island's inhabitants. Although no one had been harmed yet, numerous livestock had fallen prey to its jaws, their horrific demise sending shivers down spines. "We have encountered this beast, a colossal canine. However, in a moment of carelessness, it eluded us. We seek to know when this creature first appeared. It was a fortnight ago when someone witnessed a gigantic entity descending from the heavens, only to vanish shortly thereafter. When he approached the site, all that remained were enormous footprints. Startled, he rushed back to the village, exclaiming about the monster. Initially, the villagers were skeptical, but he led them to the footprints. Their astonishment was palpable, yet after 2 days of no strange occurrences, they soon dismissed it. 10 days prior, a group of villagers, while tending to their sheep, encountered the beast. They were paralyzed with fear as it devoured several sheep before departing. Since then, no one has dared venture outside. Seeing no other option, I felt compelled to send someone to Konoha for assistance. Kakashi pondered the information, realizing that the three-headed dog was indeed not a native of this island. Descending from the sky? Was it summoned, or was there another explanation? Silver, it seems this summoning beast appeared quite suddenly, which is rather unusual. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Shirzue's assessment. Master Ninja, you must drive this creature away. Otherwise, the residents of our island cannot survive, the elder implored, his wrinkled face reflecting desperation. Should Kakashi and his companion refuse, the elder's expression could easily shift to one of utter despair. Rest assured, elder, we have accepted this task and will see it through. You can trust in the integrity of Konoha. Ah, thank you. We sought Konoha's aid precisely because we believe in your village. Konoha's reputation is indeed commendable. At least the smaller nations near the Land of Fire hold Konoha in high regard, often entrusting them with various missions. Well, we have gathered sufficient information. We shall now continue our pursuit of the monster. Thank you, Master Ninja. Please, exercise caution. With that, Kakashi and Shirzue set off once more. This time not merely to gather intel, but to confront the creature directly. Meanwhile, Terumi, Mei, and Ao reached the heart of the island. Ao, have you spotted Hatake Kakashi yet? Not yet, Lady Terumi Mei. This island appears vast, and I have yet to fully master my Byakugan. Thus, I am unable to extend my vision over such a distance. However, I do see a village ahead. Perhaps they can provide information regarding Kakashi's whereabouts. We should investigate. Agreed. As they traversed the path, Terumi Mei suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, Ao. What is it, Lady Terumi Mei? Ao responded, perplexed by her sudden alarm. It seems we are being watched. As Terumi Mei spoke, her gaze swept the surroundings, filled with vigilance. What? Could it be that Kakashi Hatake had discovered them? Ching was taken aback. As a sensory-type ninja, he had sensed nothing amiss. Uncertain, yet undeniably, a pair of malevolent eyes were fixated upon them. Byakugan. Ching activated his Byakugan once more, scanning the area. There. Suddenly, he spotted something and pointed in a particular direction. Terumi Mei's heart tightened as she turned to look. Before she could discern what it was, an enraged roar erupted, and several large trees were uprooted and sent hurtling towards them. Water style. Azure Dragon Palm. Ching was the first to unleash his jutsu, shattering the oncoming trees with force. However, their expressions did not lighten. Instead, they grew even graver. Before them loomed a colossal creature. 3 gigantic heads, sharp fangs, and an immense body. What manner of beast is this? Ching swallowed hard, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Terumi Mei's expression was exceedingly serious. With her knowledge, she recognized it as a summoning beast, and one of terrifying prowess at that. Ching, be cautious. This summoning beast appears formidable. Indeed, Ching was no fool. As a trusted aide of the 4th Mizukage, he possessed the prowess of a jonin. After the initial shock, he quickly grasped the true nature of the monster before them. In the distance, the commotion had attracted Kakashi and Shirzue, who were still searching for the 3-headed dog. Look over there, Shirzue exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Kakashi squinted, leaping onto a massive tree. That is, in Kakashi's line of sight, he beheld the enormous 3 dog heads. Found it. Another roar resounded. The 3-headed dog, with its 6 furious eyes, locked onto Terumi Mei and Ching, radiating rage. Humans, I have been exceedingly patient with you. Why do you persist in seeking me? How dare you? Do you truly believe that the Hellhound is easily trifled with? Terumi Mei and Ching were momentarily taken aback. What nonsense was this? Who was seeking you? We have no interest in you. For goodness sake, could you not be so self-absorbed? However, before Terumi Mei and Ching could respond, the 3-headed dog let out another roar. And from the center head, it unleashed searing crimson flames. Fire style. Hellfire. With a furious howl, the 3-headed dog expelled a torrent of scorching flames from its mouth, creating a terrifying tempest. Terumi Mei and Ching were both alarmed. Such a fearsome fire jutsu. Without hesitation, Terumi Mei swiftly formed hand seals. Water style. Water wall. A massive curtain of water materialized at Terumi Mei's command, intercepting the terrifying flames. Hissing and sizzling, steam erupted as water and fire clashed violently. The 3-headed dog narrowed its eyes. This human was no ordinary foe, capable of blocking its flames. Lady Terumi Mei, you are truly remarkable. Ching marveled. witnessing how effortlessly Terumi May had withstood the three-headed dog's assault. Ching, your techniques are primarily close-range attacks, which are ineffective against such a colossal summoning beast. Stand aside and refrain from joining the battle. Enough with the objections. Step back. Koji May shouted as she surged forward towards the three-headed hound. Ching clenched his fists and murmured, Lord Koji May, you are the beacon of hope for our hidden mist. Even if I perish, I cannot allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. Ignoring Koji May's good intentions, Ching resolutely followed her. Koji May turned back, growling, Ching, what are you doing? Withdraw. Lord Koji May, the hidden mist can endure without me, but it cannot do so without you. Ching. Koji May was deeply moved, astonished at the high regard Ching held for her. Yet, Ching paid no mind to her and charged towards the three-headed hound, which perceived this as a blatant provocation. How dare these humans challenge us? We, the Hellhound clan, fear no one. The animosity in the hound's eyes intensified, as if it wished to annihilate both of them. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Ching unleashed his attack, summoning a massive water dragon that surged from the ground towards the three-headed beast. The hound, however, remained unfazed, swiftly swatting the water dragon aside with a single paw. What? Ching exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend how easily his attack had been neutralized. Damn humans. Now it's my turn. The left head of the three-headed hound inhaled deeply, gathering a tremendous wave of chakra in its mouth. Koji May gasped in alarm. Ching, get out of the way. But it was too late. Wind release. Roaring bullet. A colossal wind bullet shot forth from the hound's maw, unleashing a ferocious gale that struck Ching directly. His pupils constricted. In the final moment, he released chakra to form a protective barrier around himself. With a thunderous impact, Ching felt as if he had collided with an immovable wall, sent hurtling through the air. Ching. The fierce wind blast had struck Ching, propelling him away at an astounding velocity. Koji May attempted to pursue him, but the terrifying speed rendered her helpless, forcing her to watch as Ching flew into the distance. Uncertain of Ching's fate, rage ignited within Koji May's heart. Vile creature. She glared at the three-headed hound, her eyes aflame with fury. Now you understand the anguish of losing a comrade, human? My companion has also perished. Do you think I am not enraged? The hound roared once more. Huh. Your companion was not slain by us. That burden is unjustly placed upon us. Koji May retorted with a cold smirk, the chill in her gaze intensifying. Regardless of the reasons behind the hound's aggression, they were inconsequential now. Having endured such a blow, Ching would be gravely injured if not dead, and Koji May was determined to seek justice for him. In that moment, she resolved to end the life of the three-headed beast. This world knows no absolute justice. Only hatred exists. From my perspective, I am the embodiment of justice. This encapsulates the thoughts of countless individuals across the globe. Those who share the same path are friends, while those who diverge do not conspire together. The chakra within her surged tumultuously, and the aura of Kirigikure's May intensified. The three-headed dog was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly delicate kunoichi possessed such formidable presence. Beast, you shall perish here today, May proclaimed with a commanding voice, forming hand seals. Dissolution technique. Dissolution of monsters. A soft exhalation from May unleashed a pale yellow liquid that erupted forth, exuding an aura of terrifying heat. The three-headed dog's gaze sharpened. Instinctively recognizing the perilous nature of this jutsu, it leaped away, narrowly evading the technique's range. Sizzling sounds echoed as the trees coated in the pale yellow liquid were swiftly corroded. The three-headed dog's expression shifted to one of alarm. Such a fearsome technique. If it were to be struck by that, it had no doubt that its fur would be entirely dissolved. It must not be hit. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Shirzue were racing along the path. Silver, the commotion over there is quite significant. Could it be that someone has engaged the three-headed dog? It's possible. The beast has revealed its true form, indicating that its adversary is no mere foe, likely a ninja. Could it be a ninja from the land of water? That is plausible, as the nearest villages are Konoha and Kirigikure. Shall we proceed? Indeed, why not? This is our mission. There is no reason to allow Kirigikure to seize the initiative. As Kakashi spoke, he squinted his right eye. And what else? Shirzue inquired, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing. Let us move swiftly. If we delay, we may miss our opportunity. Understood. Kakashi silently added in his heart as he raced ahead. If they could rescue Kirigikure, they might also glean insights into its current state. After all, Obito was in that village, and Kakashi was eager to ascertain what recent schemes Obito was concocting. However, this was information he could not disclose to Shirzue. Mei gazed at the imposing three-headed dog, feeling the weight of the challenge before her. When confronted with such a colossal summoning beast, one must either employ large-scale ninjutsu to vanquish it or summon an equally formidable creature to contend with it. Yet, Mei had no summoning beast, rendering the latter option impossible. As for the former, her repertoire of expansive ninjutsu was limited, and the only technique capable of inflicting damage on the three-headed dog was the recently acquired dissolution of monsters. However, this jutsu consumed a considerable amount of chakra, and at her current level, she could only utilize it 3 or 4 times before exhausting her reserves. Moreover, due to her recent mastery of the technique, its execution was sluggish. Unless she could restrain the three-headed dog's movements, she would be unable to land a hit. Alone against such a formidable opponent, how could Mei possibly confine the beast's actions? Her mind raced, yet no viable strategy emerged. It was no wonder, for this was her inaugural encounter with a creature of such magnitude, and she lacked experience. Observing Mei's stillness, the three-headed dog unleashed a wind-release technique, hurtling towards her. As Terumi Mei swiftly evaded, a small crater erupted at her feet. She was momentarily taken aback. Could a mere wind technique possess such formidable power? What kind of summoning beast was this? Why had she never heard of it? Yet it was so terrifying. Infuriating. Humph. Human, you cannot escape. Today, I shall send you to join your companions. Wind release. Roaring sphere. The left head spat forth a fearsome blast of wind, and without a second thought, Terumi Mei dodged. The three-headed beast wore a grin reminiscent of humanity. Almost immediately, the right head began to condense vapor. Water release. Iron cannonball. A colossal water projectile surged forth, its size leaving Terumi Mei with no place to hide. Faced with such a gigantic water bullet, she was momentarily stunned. She too wielded water techniques. And this one was exceedingly generous in scale. Though she mentally scoffed, her hands continued to weave through the seals. Earth release. Earth dragon spear. A massive, sharp earth spear shot up rapidly from behind Terumi Mei, shattering the water bullet into countless droplets that fell to the ground. She was drenched, appearing rather disheveled. Yet before she could catch her breath, a new horror emerged before her. Wind release. Roaring sphere. Fire release. Hellfire. A combined ninjutsu. Wind, fire, and earth hell cannon. A terrifyingly immense fireball blotted out the sky, looming before Terumi Mei. How could this be possible? The previous water technique and now this combined ninjutsu, mere seconds apart. She was utterly taken by surprise. This was bad. She couldn't block it. There was no way to evade. Was she left with no choice but to endure it? Terumi Mei forced a smile. Considering the fireball's power, taking it head-on could very well obliterate her into fragments. The fireball approached ever closer, and despair began to seep into her heart. Yet her pride would not allow her to surrender. Drawing upon the remaining chakra within her, Terumi Mei prepared for one last stand. Even in death, she would die with dignity. Just as she resolved to unleash her final jutsu, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Silver hair danced in the wind, accompanied by a black cloak. The imposing silhouette startled Terumi Mei. A cool, detached voice whispered in her ear. Kamui. Before her, a rift in space seemed to manifest, and the searing fireball was entirely absorbed into the void. Not a trace remained. Gazing at the now empty sky, Terumi Mei began to question whether what had just transpired was merely an illusion. At that moment, the silver-haired figure turned to face her, cloaked in black. With silver strands and a scar across his left eye, his gaze was blood-red, adorned with a pattern resembling black shurikens, from which blood tears flowed. Then, a languid yet magnetic voice broke the silence. Hey, are you alright? Kakashi's Sharingan vanished in an instant, prompting Terumi Mei to wonder if she had truly witnessed such a sight. Hatake Kakashi? Terumi Mei exclaimed in surprise, astonished that the one who had come to her rescue was none other than her intended target. Kakashi was taken aback and inquired, You know me? Naturally. With that singular Sharingan and such formidable prowess, who else could it be but Hatake Kakashi? Terumi Mei responded with a significant undertone. Haha, truly an overstatement. You are Terumi Mei from the Mist Village, are you not? Kakashi remarked, brushing his silvery hair with a smile. You recognize me? It seems you are quite knowledgeable about matters concerning the mist. Terumi Mei gazed intently at Kakashi, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Haha, is that so? No. As a prodigy of the younger generation from the mist, How could we in Konoha be unaware? Kakashi chuckled, clearly reluctant to admit such matters. Curse those humans. Another one has arrived. Very well, I shall send you all to hell together. The words of the three-headed dog elicited a serious expression from both Kakashi and Terumi-me. This is not the time for such discussions. The immediate concern is this formidable three-headed beast before us, Kakashi asserted. Terumi-me, shall we join forces to defeat this creature first? What do you say? Absolutely. Terumi-me agreed without a moment's hesitation, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the three-headed beast. Silver, you are too swift. Just then, Shirzue arrived, having been delayed. Kakashi had unleashed his full speed due to the commotion, leaving Shirzue momentarily behind. My apologies, but I arrived just in time. Otherwise, we could have been in serious trouble, Shirzue acknowledged. Now, Shun, the three-headed dog is our target for this mission. So prepare to engage. Kakashi gripped his long blade, his gaze fixed earnestly on the beast, sensing its great strength. Shirzue exchanged a glance with Terumi-me but chose to remain silent, following Kakashi closely while unsheathing his short sword. At this moment, Terumi-me set aside her grievances with Kakashi. Defeating this three-headed creature took precedence. Shun, use Jinjutsu to intervene. Terumi-me, provide water-style cover. Let us move. In an instant, Kakashi formulated a plan and issued his command. Understood. Shirzue, accustomed to Kakashi's leadership, nodded without hesitation. Terumi-me, momentarily taken aback, muttered, "This fellow truly does not consider himself an outsider." Despite her internal critique, Terumi-me did not falter. Having just employed the dissolution technique, her chakra reserves were dwindling, and she realized she could only serve as cover at this point. With this thought, Terumi-me looked at Kakashi in shock. Had he discerned her condition? Kakashi, however, paid no heed to her gaze, propelling himself forward with a swift step, his right hand slicing downward. White Fang Moonslash. A silver crescent erupted from Kakashi's blade. Foolish humans, do you truly believe such an attack could fell me? You are gravely mistaken. As the three-headed dog prepared to retaliate, Shirzue activated his Sharingan. Illusionary Shackles Technique. Thud. The three-headed dog felt as though its body had been immobilized, unable to move. Not good, it's a Jinjutsu. The other two heads of the beast quickly grasped the situation, their chakra surging violently, breaking free from the illusion. Roar. With a furious roar, the three-headed hound's claws shattered the nearby silvery crescent moon. Immediately, a fireball erupted from the creature's maw. Before Kakashi could make a move, a water dragon surged forth to douse the flames. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Kakashi turned to see it was Terumi-me. Flagwood Kakashi. I believe my cover is rather commendable, she remarked, her enchanting eyes sparkling with an indescribable charm. Kakashi couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering how Terumi-me could possess such a lure at such a tender age. Ignoring her playful banter, he remained focused. The three-headed hound was still lurking menacingly nearby, leaving no room for idle chatter. Noticing Kakashi's lack of response, Terumi-me traced her lips thoughtfully, lost in her own musings. Silver. It seemed that the hound was impervious to Jinjutsu. Possessing three heads, it would instantly awaken if any illusion was detected. Jinjutsu affects the mind. Yet if an individual disrupts their own chakra, it becomes ineffective. This creature, with its three heads, though not entirely independent, harbored three distinct chakra types, rendering Shirzue's ocular technique utterly ineffective. In that case, it appeared they had no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. Raising his long blade, Kakashi's expression turned grave. He had merely intended to test its defenses, yet to his surprise, the three-headed beast had effortlessly neutralized Shirz's Jinjutsu, while Shirzue had yet to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. His prowess in illusions was unmatched in Konoha, save for the enigmatic Fugaku Uchiha. If Jinjutsu was off the table, dealing with such a formidable summoning creature would indeed pose a significant challenge. Would they have to resort to large-scale ninjutsu? Kakashi brushed his fingers against the cursed seal on his neck. Damn, employing large-scale techniques would undoubtedly provoke the seal. In an instant, Terumi-me utilized Fire Style. Without hesitation, the two swiftly formed hand seals. Fire Style. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. Two torrents of flames surged towards the three-headed hound. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, infusing his Chidori with Wind Chakra. Wind Style. Thousand Wind Slash. The formidable wind slice erupted from the blade, cleaving through the flames and merging the fire and wind chakra together. With a thunderous explosion, flames roared to life. The three-headed hound's gaze sharpened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wind style, roaring bomb. Fire style, hellfire. A combined ninjutsu emerged, hell roar bomb. Two searing flames collided, igniting countless sparks. Kakashi and his companions shielded their eyes with their arms to avoid injury. At that moment, the left head of the three-headed hound began to gather chakra. Water style, water sticky bomb. A viscous liquid shot forth from the creature's mouth, aimed directly at Kakashi and his allies. Kakashi and Shirzue, with their Sharingan activated, swiftly dodged. However, Terumi Mei, caught off guard, was struck by the sticky substance. What in the world is this? The thick liquid enveloped her, binding her to the ground and rendering her immobile. Kakashi grimaced in the shadows, realizing that he had become a target. Haha, humans, perish, he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of flames with his fire release, Hellfire Ball. The searing blaze erupted forth, and Terumi Mei was paralyzed with shock, her limbs bound, unable to flee or perform any jutsu. Kakashi's left eye shifted as he intended to use Kamui to evade the oncoming attack, but a sharp pain shot through his neck. Damn it. The cursed seal is acting up now. Panic surged within him as he realized time was running out. Shunshin. Activate. Ninjutsu. Needle Earth Store. With Kamui rendered useless, Kakashi bore the agonizing pain of the cursed seal and forced himself to use Shunshin, simultaneously employing Needle Earth Store to shield his back. Terumi Mei, witnessing the flames drawing near, felt an encroaching dread. If struck, there would be no escape. Just as the flames were about to engulf her, a shadow materialized before her. It was him again. The silver hair and that crimson left eye were unmistakable. Kakashi abruptly clasped Terumi Mei in his arms, positioning himself between her and the terrifying fireball. Hatake Kakashi, why is he saving me? This thought flickered through Terumi Mei's mind as she processed the sudden embrace. Why, in such a life-or-death moment, did she find her thoughts drifting to this? However, this notion was short-lived, as the searing flames ultimately collided with Kakashi's back, enveloped by Needle Earth Store. The violent impact hurled both him and Terumi Mei through the air. The viscous liquid failed to prevent their flight. Even with the protection of Needle Earth Store, Kakashi coughed up blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. The cursed seal had taken its toll, leaving Kakashi's defense compromised, and the blood that sprayed forth, except for what was obscured by his mask, landed squarely upon Terumi Mei's face. Terumi Mei was stunned, gazing in disbelief at the man who held her. Why is he risking everything to save me? The tremendous force propelled them far, leading them to the precipice of a cliff, where they inevitably plummeted. Realizing the dire situation, Terumi Mei regained her composure, her body resuming its mobility as they neared the bottom of the ravine. With her hands weaving a seal, she called forth, Water Release. Water Wall. A column of water surged from below, cradling them and slowing their descent. As Terumi Mei twisted her body, she cradled the unconscious Kakashi, landing deftly atop a large rock. Gazing at Kakashi's unconscious form, her thoughts raced, her emotions a tempest of complexity. Meanwhile, Shizumi, observing Kakashi and Terumi Mei being flung back by the flames, felt a surge of urgency to check on them. Yet, the three-headed dog was adamant in preventing his escape. Human, you are the last one left. Die. The three-headed hound growled as it lunged, its sharp claws aimed directly at Shirzue. Damn it. There is no time to play cat and mouse with this beast. I must swiftly seek out Kakashi-senpai. Such an attack could severely injure him, especially in the company of that mist ninja. It's far too perilous. Shirzue thought to himself, yet his hands moved with haste. Illusion. Technique of the non-existent. The three-headed hound paused, momentarily bewildered, but soon regained its senses, only to find that Shirzue had vanished from sight. Cursed human, I shan't allow you to evade me again. Although the hound could rapidly dispel the illusion, that fleeting moment was sufficient for Shirzue to make his escape. The future renowned Shunshin Shirzue was already beginning to embody that very prowess. At the base of the cliff, beside the flowing river, a stunning maiden gently laid the handsome youth aside, removing the bloodied mask from his face and delicately wiping away the crimson stains. Once she completed her task and beheld his exquisitely chiseled features, she found herself momentarily taken aback. What a striking youth. I never imagined that Hatake Kakashi would be so attractive. I wonder why he wears a mask. Lost in thought, the maiden's cheeks flushed slightly. She rinsed the mask in the flowing water, setting it aside as she began to cleanse her own visage of blood. For her, Such disorder was always intolerable. Kakashi, lying nearby, found that while his back injuries were not severe, his unconsciousness stemmed from the impact of the flames and the subsequent strain of forcing chakra during the curse's onset, leaving him weakened. Just as Mei Terumi finished tending to her face, Kakashi furrowed his brow, murmuring softly as consciousness returned. "Ah!" Mei Terumi gasped, rushing over from the water's edge. "You're awake?" Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the beautiful maiden, none other than the legendary member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Mei Terumi. "It's me," she exclaimed with delight, surprised by how quickly he had regained consciousness. Kakashi surveyed his surroundings, inquiring, "Where are we?" "We were struck by that 3-headed hound's flames and fell to the base of this cliff," she explained. "I see," Kakashi said, suddenly struck by a realization as his expression shifted. "What's wrong?" Mei asked, taken aback. "Shun, he's alone facing that 3-headed hound. He's in danger," Kakashi exclaimed, attempting to rise but faltering as pain shot through his body, rendering him unable to stand. Mei quickly supported him, saying, "In your condition, it would be futile to go. You should conserve your strength. Moreover, I noticed your companion is a member of the Uchiha clan. He won't be easily dispatched by that hound. Can't he flee if he cannot fight?" Kakashi paused, acknowledging the truth in her words. With Shirzai's Shunshin technique, escape should indeed be feasible. Releasing a slight sigh of relief, he relaxed. In his earlier haste, he had forgotten this important detail. Seeing that Kakashi had no intention of rising again, Mei Terumi felt a sense of relief. After all, remaining in such a state was tantamount to courting death. "Hey, Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi replied, gazing at Mei with a puzzled expression, unsure of the purpose behind her call. "Why did you save me?" Mei stared intently at Kakashi, seemingly seeking a particular answer. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon smiled and replied, "I cannot allow my comrades to perish before my eyes. But I am not your comrade. I am a mist ninja." Mei pouted, clearly dissatisfied with his response. "Ah, those who fight together are comrades, are they not?" Kakashi grinned, his eyes curving in a way that seemed to touch something deep within Mei's heart. It was indeed a warm sensation. In the Kamui dimension, Obito glanced at his bare and swollen backside, 3 lines of annoyance appearing on his forehead. Why had flames suddenly erupted while he was peacefully napping in the afternoon? Had he not reacted swiftly to evade the attack, he would likely have been gravely injured by now. Nevertheless, even so, his backside had suffered considerably, scorched by the fireball, leaving it in its current state. "Kakashi, look at the mess you've caused,"